Dreams return to the Xia Dynasty. Introduction. The scattered cattle and Yang Gao's soul passed through the Xia Dynasty, becoming the son-in-law of the Shiguozhuan, and encountered a large army pressing in. Just need to offer Mo Shi to the noble Emperor Xia Jie, to ensure the peace of the entire clan. Can't even protect your own woman, is this still called a man? I would rather die standing than kneel to live. Chapter 1 Dream of the Xia Dynasty. Brother Yang, drink this bowl of medicinal soup, this is the antidote to the mangpa soup. Speaking as Yang Jipi, Yang Gao's deceased girlfriend, Yang Lianping's grandfather. He was lightly wounded but did not leave the front line during the Battle of Shanganling, killing 29 American soldiers. He performed outstandingly in the cold gun and cannon movement, using 199 bullets to kill 198 American soldiers and wound one person. He was awarded the title of Cold Gun Hero by the headquarters and was awarded the first-class merit. Over the past year, he has been investigating the cause of Yang Lianping's death with Yang Gayao, investigating the fire at Dongda Shoe Factory together, and bringing Dongda Lin's boss to justice together. As a result, the two of them gradually became a mentor and friend relationship. After drinking this bowl of medicinal soup, I will perform the blessing technique for you again, and you will be able to unravel the many mysteries that have troubled you for years. After drinking this bowl of medicinal soup, you will understand why I passed on to you the technique of cultivation, yet did not accept you as my disciple. Yes, why do I always have strange and fantastical dreams? Why do my fists have electric light around them? Why can I go many days without eating? Why is my alcohol tolerance seemingly bottomless? Yang Gao had long been tormented by the countless questions in his heart, almost to the point of unbearable. Therefore, when I heard that the old man could prepare the antidote for mangpo's soup, I went crazy asking the old man to prepare the antidote for myself, and through friends at the herbal medicine company, I found several rare or controlled herbs. I also personally returned to Quanzhou province, spent nearly a month, and found what the old man said, the red amaryllis blooming by the underground river under the skylight in the cave. Therefore, Yang Gao did not hesitate at all, eagerly picked up the large bowl of medicinal soup in front of him, and gulped it down in one breath. After Yang Gao finished drinking the medicinal soup, the old man carefully took out a crystal-clear crystal ball and instructed Yang Gao to eliminate all distractions from his mind and focus all his spiritual energy on the crystal ball. Next, he secretly performed the art of blessings, deliberately saying some suggestive, inducing, spell-like, monotonously repetitive words to help Yang Gao communicate with his own soul and search for those dusty memories. The reason why I helped you regain memories of your past life today is because, up until now, your mental strength is just about able to handle the influx of memories. When you remember something, you should actively accept it, even if you don't believe it, even if you don't admit it, even if you don't accept it. But you should accept it. You must accept it. You will definitely accept it. This is June 16, 2015. Shudou City, Lvcheng District, Julong Huandao Community. A large flat with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, in an ancient and elegant study. Yang Gao sat upright in front of 3 laptops, his fingers dancing lightly on the keyboard like a dancer. With just a snap, Yang Gao's right index finger coolly pressed the enter key, at the buy 1 position, directly liquidating the remaining half of his stocks. Today, the Shanghai Composite Index opened lower with a gap in the morning, quickly falling below the resonance selling points of the coil theory in the long, medium, and short term. Sure enough, just 2 weeks after the national team reduced its holdings of the 4 major banks, this bull market has already stalled. Who exactly said that? Isn't 4,000 points the starting point of a bull market? Yesterday, this upward trend barely reached 5,178 points, and today it has dropped. Even if the deep-sea pharmaceutical stocks sold last week for banding fell out of a 30-minute buying point today, they definitely dare not buy back. The 103rd lesson of Chansher, learn the dragon slaying technique before learning the wolf defense technique, makes it very clear that you cannot be greedy and enter the market at this time. You will likely be violated by the market. I have been trading stocks for 14 months. Although I am still far from the standard of a bull market turning 60 times, I am already very satisfied with my own 30-fold increase. After all, just a year and a half ago, I was even squatting in a bridge hole. And just a year and a half later, I actually have a house and a car, although they are both second-hand. Many people are amazed that this is a miracle. Because, such earth-shaking changes actually happened to a mountain village child who had just entered society for a little over a year, with no support or background. Even several friends have been claiming themselves as stock gods everywhere, and even want to introduce people to ask for help in trading on their behalf. Of course, trading on behalf of others seems to have a high risk of violating the law, and there is a high probability of offending friends, so I cannot agree. Turn off the computer, walk through the spacious living room, and come to the spacious balcony, overlooking the winding, green willow river below like a willow branch. Yang Gao lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, with a hint of playfulness, muttered to himself, "Really green. Just like today's stock market." Shansher once said that it's best not to look at stocks at this time, go do something else, like traveling around the world. However, at most, one can only walk the Sichuan small loop by oneself. What's good to stroll around alone? Boring. Why not go and visit the old man Yang Zhibi who is practicing in seclusion? Then go and pay homage to the Yala Snow Mountain and the Murdo Sacred Mountain. Maybe in those places closer to the heavens, it will be easier to have a spiritual connection with Yang Lianping. Agreed to report for duty at Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals on July 1st. If the bull market really ends, I will still have to go to work at Deep Sea Pharmaceuticals. After all, the Chinese stock market lacks tools for retail investors to short sell, right? Let's go! Yang Gaya carried 20 kilograms of jade prepared for the old man on his back, as well as other daily necessities such as rice, driving his beloved modified Landwind X8, speeding all the way, and arrived at Qinjia Village, Xingye Township, Tianquan County. I hiked up a breathtaking mountain peak shrouded in mist and clouds called Swallow Rock. The vegetation of Yanxian is very lush, with ancient trees towering and streams murmuring. Compared to the colorful world outside the mountains, the spiritual energy here is quite abundant, truly a rare place for cultivation. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. At this moment, an old man and a young man were sitting outside the entrance of the immortal cave halfway up the cliff of the Swallow Rock. The old man was muttering his magical words, and Yang Gaya was quietly gazing at the crystal ball shining with mysterious light. Gradually, the things in Yang Gaya's eyes became more and more blurred. In a daze, I followed a murmuring stream and arrived at a small grove, where a magnificent steed was sitting majestically on the back of the shadow horse. Not far outside the grove, a powerful ancient army from the invading Shi kingdom was forming up. Yang Daya was stunned for several seconds, shook his head left and right, and then reacted. It turned out that his original name was Zeke, and his father was the richest man in Yizheng, the head elder of the Yushur tribe, Zishou. His mother, Feihua, was also a core elder of the Yushur tribe. As one of the famous four sons of Xinxing in Yushur country, Zeke has already been engaged to the holy maiden Shirmashi of Yushur country and will be the future son-in-law of Yushur country. At this moment, hiding with two others in this small forest, trying to seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on the enemy forces outside the forest. The other two were a stunningly beautiful girl in a red shirt and a handsome ancient nobleman. They were also sitting upright on their horses, fully focused on watching the enemy troops outside the forest. The girl in the red shirt turned out to be his fiancée, Shi Guoxing's daughter, Mo Shi. Today, carrying a silver bow on her back, wearing a short sword at her waist, a red nobleman's hat on her head, and a dark blue hat tassel tied tightly. Although she is only 28 years old, she is already recognized in the tribe for her stunning beauty. I was once forced to search my heart and write half a poem to praise Mo Shi's beauty, beautiful eyes, charming smile, dressed in red, graceful and elegant, like sparkling dew. Lost my girlfriend 20 days ago, and now suddenly there's a fiancé. Yan Iyo is still having a hard time accepting it. Although, this Mo Shi is really unbelievably beautiful. Looking at the enemy outside again, it is the elite army of the Xiahou clan, the left army of the Zhuke brigade, generally known as the Zhuke left army. In addition to the 200 war chariots bearing the banner of the Yushur tribe, a total of 1,000 war chariots arrived today. This has far exceeded the national strength of an ordinary vassal state. A country of 1,000 chariots, that is a term used to describe the few large vassal states that are as rare as morning stars. And today is the commander of Zhuke travel, a strong man in the realm of true immortals, General Wu Chao, personally leading. Moreover, today when they were drinking at Chanshin Winery, they saw with their own eyes 9 true immortal realm powerhouses flying overhead, releasing a terrifying pressure, and aggressively heading towards the capital city of Shirgu Lvcheng. You should know that in this era where the sage has disappeared, the heavenly court has just been rebuilt, and only a few dozen de Luo Jingxian and Tai Jingxian have secluded themselves. The true immortal realm is the top powerhouse of the entire Xiahou clan dynasty. The Xiahou clan itself, on the surface, only has 11 true immortals. Even in the core of the 12 kingdoms of the Xiahou clan, apart from the Shangfan kingdom, each of them only has 1 or 2 true immortals. Among the 96 sealed countries, the realm of true immortals is as rare as the morning star. As for those more than 1,000 affiliated small countries, true immortal realm, there are almost none. Even though Shirgui is the strongest of the 96 feudal states, there are only 6 true immortals in total. Send out 10 true immortal realm powerhouses at once, plus, add the Sparrow left army. In this world, I'm afraid there is no tribe that can match it anymore. Facing such a powerful enemy, Yang Gayao really made Zeke feel his scalp tingling. However, there is no way to protect the Shi clan, protect the Shi country, is the son of the gap, the holy son and holy daughter, as noble children, a natural duty. Even if you were just drinking and having fun at the Cicada Heart Wine House, unprepared, not even wearing armor, you must go up. At this moment, a mysterious voice, empowered by a force, could be heard coming from a distance. Although not loud, it seemed to reach every corner, and it sent shivers down Zeke's spine. May the all-powerful sun god bless every innocent member of the Shi clan. They will be spared from disaster. Just offer the tribute to the esteemed emperor Xia Jie to ensure the peace of the clan. Oh, despicable. Yang Gaya and Zeke cursed in unison without prior agreement. This roundabout talk, at first glance, seems to be praying for the Shistosoma people. Listening again, it turns out that he said he wanted to give his fiancée, Mo Shi, to the Emperor Xia Jie, and using the safety of the people of Shi as a threat. This is equivalent to forcibly taking one's own woman. 10 true immortal realm powerhouses, plus 1,000 war chariots of the Ace army. Zeke, who is usually calm and composed, now feels like 1,000 troops are galloping in his mind, making a loud noise. A nameless fire is burning in his heart, completely forgetting the current situation. Even the wife cannot be protected. Dare to call yourself a man. A man would rather die standing than live on his knees. He pulled out the Sky Thunder battle knife, clamped the horse's belly, and was about to rush out to fight these guys who came to rob his fiancée. Is this trying to be like a moth to a flame? Yang Gaya wanted to quickly grab Zeke, but found that he was actually a transparent person, not only completely powerless, but also had already rushed out with Zeke. Is this time travel? Isn't it common for time travel to involve a system or so-called cheat codes and other magical items? Yang Gayao couldn't help but call out anxiously a system. System, where the hell are you dead? Show up quickly. If you don't appear again, I might really be in a desperate situation. However, apart from the sound of the army shouting and horses neighing in the small forest, the surroundings were quiet without any response. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Chapter 2, The Fortress is always breached from within. Not bad. At this critical moment, Mo Shi grabbed ZK and advised, ZK, don't act impulsively. The three of us are hiding here, we are weak, if the enemy finds us, it will be over. With the help of a beautiful woman, Yang Gayao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lie. Sure, you also frowned and quickly made a gesture for silence. At this moment, a familiar and majestic voice echoed in the air, mixed with the fluctuation of mysterious power. Now, the Xiahou army is pressing the border. Just send the satyrs to the palace for enfeoffment, and you can resolve the danger of my country, protect the ancestral temple, and safeguard the lives of 800,000 people of the Yushur country. Which is more important? Please, your majesty, think carefully. This voice comes from the high priest of the Shurshur, the high priest, Shurgu. Emoshi's apricot eyes widened in anger, her silver teeth clenched, and 10 words burst out from between her teeth. This bastard is really a soft-headed fool. Yang Gaya witnessed this scene, feeling only a cold and nameless fire rising fiercely from the depths of his heart. Fortresses are always breached from within. As the high priest who is below 1 person and above 10,000, he actually intends to surrender. This undoubtedly worsens the already precarious situation. In this life, just lost his beloved girlfriend, this one crossed to the Xia Dynasty, unexpectedly faced the dilemma of his fiancée being taken away. Fate always seems to strike him hardest when he is most vulnerable. And Zeke, it is only the cultivation of the 9th level of chi refining. How can one protect their loved ones in this chaotic world? Reality is so cold, it is despairing. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided a source text for me to translate. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Just as Yang Gayao felt despair, ZK secretly thought in his heart, if he had the cultivation realm of a great Luo golden immortal like his master, how could he be troubled by just a dozen or so true immortal realms in front of him? However, a hint of bitterness surged in Zeke's heart, recalling the past years. Although he was praised as the first genius not seen in the country of Shi, and was actively taken as a direct disciple by the ancestor Quinio, he neglected his proper duties every day. He either went to learn pottery or studied copper refining, pondered astronomy or researched geography, and always sought justice everywhere. In short, I was wandering aimlessly, wasting countless time, and as for the important matter of cultivation, it was just done casually without truly putting in any effort. As a result, the Shi Wu brothers both reached the mortal-immortal realm, while he himself remained at the 9th level of the Qi refining realm. And at this moment of crisis, it has also become an opportunity for Zeke to awaken. He secretly vowed in his heart that if he could survive this disaster by chance, he would wholeheartedly devote himself to cultivation and swear to climb to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He finally understood a truth: only by becoming a true strong person, can he protect his stunning fiancée and shield her from the storms of the world. Just like today at the Zen Heart Tavern, the Holy Sun Shiryu realized what makes it suffer is not the lily, it is itself. It is not strong enough. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Yang Gaya looked at Zeke, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. He couldn't help but admire Zeke's courage and determination to challenge the limits and become a great Luo Jingxian, but he couldn't help but worry if he had become too idealistic and turned into an idealist. Great Luo Jingxian, how can one easily reach such a supreme and unparalleled realm? Moreover, in Journey to the West and Investiture of the Gods, It seems that there is really no great Luo golden immortal named Zeke. Moreover, how should we deal with the current crisis? It is like a sword hanging over our heads, ready to fall at any moment. If you can't even pass this level, wouldn't the grand ambition of becoming a de Luo Jinxian be just a castle in the air and become a joke? Perhaps, we can only fight to the death and swear to wield our swords to the end. Yang Gaiao's heart surged with a wave of sadness and heroism, but was soon overwhelmed by deep worries. In this starkly disparate confrontation, in such a precarious situation, even if one uses all their tricks, burns their boats, and fights to the death, it may not necessarily ensure Mo Shi's safety. Moreover, the cold words in history books are like a curse. In ancient times, Jie of Xia attacked Yushur was defeated, and offered Lady Mo Shi to seek peace. What's even more hateful is that history books have also bestowed upon Mo Shi the title of the greatest beauty and troublemaker of all time. However, according to Zeke's memory, the beauty in front of him, although a bit willful in front of himself, is actually intelligent, kind, strong, independent, and single-mindedly wants to be a heroine who punishes evil and promotes justice. Where does she look like a source of disaster at all? Alas! If you can't change this history, today, just crossed over, afraid you have to use your own blood to rewrite history. Then, like a crimson wave, it will soon be engulfed in the endless river of history? I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. And at this moment, in Zeke's heart, he was planning nervously, a confident smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, the current situation is unfavorable to us, but as the art of war says, the superior general strikes while the enemy plans. With our intelligence and strategy, we can still turn the tables. After all, my future father-in-law is the lord of the Shi kingdom, and the Shi kingdom is the strongest among the 96 vassal states. It is not a soft persimmon that can be easily manipulated. He will not stand by and watch his daughter being taken into the demon's lair without doing anything. Furthermore, although my powerful billionaire father is not in the country, my mother is also a true immortal realm powerhouse. She will definitely do her best to protect her future daughter-in-law. Moreover, there is General Shi Qi, the renowned war god whose loyalty to the sovereign is as solid as a rock. His military talent and bravery will surely lead the Shi army to withstand the fierce attack of the Chuazu army head-on. In all battles, use righteousness to unite and use surprise to win. As long as the lord of the country, the mother, and General Shi Qi can command the great army of Shirgua, hold off the first wave of attacks from the Sparrow left army head-on, and rely on their well-practiced flanking and rear assault tactics with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, once they disrupt the enemy's formation, they may indeed have a chance to turn the tide. Thinking of this, Zeke couldn't help but regret secretly. If he had known today, he should have followed the example of Master Zhu Tao and cultivated an elite personal guard. If there is such a team, the chances of winning today's battle will undoubtedly be greatly increased. However, this also reminded Zeke that if he could survive in this battle, he should still establish his own personal guard unit for future needs. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Yang Gaiao and Zeke, various thoughts surged. Like trembling tide. For example, on stock software, those intertwined trend lines look like a tangled mess. Waiting nervously for the first major battle of my life to come. Chapter 3, Lvcheng Battle, Zhao Rhetoric. Switch to God's perspective. Only then can the full picture of the Battle of Lvcheng be revealed. In the third year of Xia Jia, it was the 604th year before the enfeoffment of the gods. At the foot of Mengshan, there is the capital of Shiguadu, Lvcheng. At the top of the city tower, there is the chief of the Shi tribe, and the lord of the Shi country, Shi Luo, leading 4 strong experts in the realm of true immortals, are facing 9 incoming enemies in the clouds. Shi Luo exudes the momentum of the dual peak of the true immortal realm. He comprehends the profound meaning of fire, standing tall with a resolute expression, exuding a majestic aura. Among the enemies, the leader is named Zhao Liang, who is the chief minister of the Xiahou clan, the powerful imperial affairs lord, a strong expert in the realm of true immortal triple, and a great traitor in history books. He comes from the Ghostland, with golden hair and blue eyes. He often refers to himself as the Grateful Lion because, according to the language of the Ghostland, the meaning of Zhao Liang is a grateful lion. Lord Zhao, you came aggressively today, may I ask what's the matter? Shi Luo, with a calm and composed tone, was the first to break the silence. Zhao Liang did not directly state his true purpose, but immediately put on a warm smile and said, Shi Bohu, my friend, the emperor has been waiting for your tax tribute, why has it not been submitted yet? Shi Luo frowned and explained, this year, there is a severe drought, coupled with locust plague. Most of the land in the Shi tribe has failed to yield. There is really no way out. I have already reported to Lord Guan Longxian before the new year. After this year's harvest, I will make up for it in 3 years. I hope Lord Zhao will be considerate. Oh, no. Zhao Liang's face sank, questioning. Everyone knows that there is an elder Feihua in Shi country who is very skilled in irrigation magic. In times of severe drought and crop failure, it may happen to others, but not in Shi country. Has Zhao Liang noticed all this? Shi Luo secretly pondered. In fact, it was agreed upon with the allies that Shi would suspend tax contributions under the pretext of a severe drought, in order to test the reactions of the Xiahou clan in various other vassal states and feudal states. Shi Luo was very anxious in his heart, but on the surface, he still maintained his calm and restraint. He argued with reason irrigation also needs water. Last year, Long River, Jie River even dried up. I hope the adults will investigate. Zhao Liang took advantage of Shi Luo's passive situation in tax and tribute matters, then turned the conversation around and went further, bringing up his main point, deceptive. Besides the tax and tribute matters, last year's selection of concubines, you were also dishonest, deliberately concealing it. Shi Luo urged, how could this official dare to conceal? I hope the Lord will see through it. A small rhetoric had an effect. Zhao Liang smiled playfully and said, I already know, the first beauty of Shigui is Moshi. Why wasn't she chosen to enter the palace? Oh, the adult is talking about the little girl Moshi. Zhao adult is not unaware. She is unruly and mischievous by nature, does not do women's work, and is already betrothed to someone else, really dare not choose to send her, fearing that she will disturb the empress's palace. Zhao Liang raised his hands, with an angry tone, mocked and threatened. Wow, wonderful sophistry. You are defying the emperor of humanity. Don't you know that serving the emperor is the supreme glory of Emoshi, and also the supreme glory of the Shi family? I warn you, you must hand over Emoshi today, otherwise, I will slaughter your ignorant tribe, as easily as crushing an ant. Shi Luo angrily pointed at Zhao Liang, and squeezed out a sentence from his teeth with difficulty. You are seizing my force. Seeing that Shi Luo was a little confused, Zhao Liang once again changed his tone, using his very skilled, bewitching voice to persuasively say, however, Shi Guoho, my friend, you could have been very honored, becoming the grand preceptor of the current dynasty, just as others dream of. Of course, the premise is that Emoshi becomes the Empress Dowager. The young lady has long been promised to another family. This matter is absolutely impossible. Shi Luo, after all, is the Marquis of Shigui. He quickly regained his mindset and rhythm, and firmly replied. Zhao Liang immediately put away his bewitching expression, his face turned cold, and he sternly stated his bottom line, I don't drink toasts. Those who don't drink will be punished with wine. Today, I will take Emoshi away, as well as the taxes and tributes you should pay. 10,000 stones of rice, 10,000 caddies of shells, and 1,000 caddies of sea salt, and the dowry you should give, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 1,000 strong men. Shi Luo did not reply, but instead, he stared angrily at Zhao Liang with his eyes as cold as flames. Talk collapsed. This matter, of course, should not be discussed unless Shi Luo is also a soft-shelled crab. If Shi Luo is really a soft-shelled crab, how could Shigui become the strongest country among the 96 vassal states? Zhao Liang was taken aback. He quickly took a deep breath, and his momentum surged instantly, threatening coldly, are you going to hand over Emoshi and pay tribute yourselves? Or wait for me to slaughter you ants first, and then come to take it personally? At this moment, the ground of Lvcheng trembled slightly, and dust filled the sky in the distance under the dome, with an overwhelming aura. Zhao Liang finally waited for his chips, waited for his full confidence, and waited for an army, emerging from the not-so-distant horizon. This is not an ordinary enemy army. Nearly 1/5 of the soldiers have the aura of the immortal realm. It is a coalition of the Chuezhua army and the Urenchi capital guard, led by the leader of the Xiahuzi Zhuke regiment, General Wu Cao, a strong practitioner with a cultivation level of true immortal realm. Obviously, the enemy came prepared, wanting to rely on overwhelming superiority to snatch away Emoshi, the fiancée of ZK, the daughter of Shi Luo, and the saint of Shigui without shedding blood. Zhao Liang is not a grateful lion at all. He has always been a cunning and calculating lion who never does anything without certainty. Lord, it seems that Lord Shi Liang's demands are not excessive. We can tighten our belts and manage to meet them, even if it means a few tight years. The key is Emoshi. As long as you promise to send the saintess to the palace, we can avert the disaster brought by the Shi family today. Who knows, maybe we can even get some dowry in return. Perhaps daunted by the pressure brought by General Wu Chao's joining, a senior man with the same cultivation level of true immortal realm second stage as Shi Luo quietly transmitted a message to Shi Luo. The old man was spirited and vigorous, holding a dark blue divine staff in his hand. He was the chief elder and chief priest of the Shi clan, named Shigui. Shi Luo looked dignified and responded lightly, how does the great elder know that today is not an opportunity for the Shi family, but a great calamity? If Elder Zixio had not taken the Blaze army to rescue Lord Gui today, it would have been a great opportunity. Elder Shigui transmitted his worries, saying, without Elder Zixio and the Blaze army, we are no match. But at this moment, Zhao Liang had already become impatient. Shi Luo, I'll give you one more stick of incense to consider. Then, Zhao Liang added a mysterious force to his voice and shouted loudly, may the sun god bless every innocent member of the Shi clan. They will be spared from disaster. Just offer Emoshi to the noble emperor, and the peace of the entire clan will be preserved. His voice spread for dozens of miles, releasing a majestic pressure that made cultivators below the realm of immortals shiver in fear, while commoners and slaves trembled in fear. Zhao Liang's intentions are truly despicable. He wanted to use this to weaken the fighting spirit of the Shi national army and the people. Second, I want to shift all the blame to Shi and Shi Luo. The sinner who seems to be about to bring disaster to all living beings is Shi, the clan leader Shi Luo, who only cares about his daughter's feelings and disregards the lives of his clansmen. Thus, the people ignored the greedy tyrant Xia Jie and his sycophant Zhao Liang. At this moment, the chief elder Shi Gu knelt down on one knee, his voice also filled with profound power, and said to Shi Luo with clasped fists, "Today, the Xiahou army is pressing our borders. Just by sending the holy maiden to the palace for enfeoffment, we can avert the danger facing our Shi country, protect our ancestral temple, and safeguard the lives of 800,000 Shi people. Which is more important? Please, your majesty, think carefully." Next, another elder, Shi Guo, knelt down with one knee and advised with a mysterious voice, "Chief, you must not hit a rock with an egg. Please, chief, think carefully before you act." Speaking of which, the core elder in charge of the prison in the Shi tribe, Shi Xia, is at the first level of the true immortal realm. In the nearby small grove, Shi secretly cursed, "What a soft-footed hedgehog." Shi Luo coldly glared at these two brothers, trying to manipulate public opinion to threaten himself? It's simply undermining military morale. At this moment, Zhao Liang nodded with satisfaction and smiled, gently stroking the carefully trimmed inch-long beard on his chin, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Thank you, the shepherds. These two cooperate so well. Chapter 4, The Great Battle of Lvcheng, The Great Battle of Ruoshi. Just as Shi Ku and Shi Tireless were endeavoring to persuade the lord of the country, Shiro, to surrender. On Shi Luo's side, a true immortal realm first-level cultivation, heroic middle-aged general, there was Shi Qi, the great general of the Shi kingdom, scornfully glanced at Shi Gu and Shi Xie, and mocked in a cold voice, "Let's see. It's not that the enemy is too strong, it's that you didn't take your names. Right. You." Uncharacteristically, Shi Ku and Shi Tireless pointed their fingers at Shi Qi and tried to say something. However, in the face of General Shi Qi's glaring eyes, the two of them didn't dare to say the latter words, because this is not a courtroom. This was almost considered to be on the battlefield, and General Shi Qi had the right of life and death on the battlefield, and he was also a real blood brother who shared the same father and mother with the state lord, and with Shi Luo's usual style of doing things, if there was a conflict at this time, he would definitely be the one to suffer. Without ignoring the two, General Shi Qi turned slightly. His eyes swept over the crowd of strong people from the aristocrat kingdom. Facing the vast number of people from the aristocrat kingdom, his Xian force was added, and he said aloud, "The Xia queen, tyrannical Jie, was a despicable and dim moral character, pretended to be false to heaven, and laid orders on the lower part of the country, forcibly levied and enforced, and the people fell into misery. What I, the heiress am to the Xia Ho, is like weeds in the grass, like chaff in the grain, like sacrifices on the altar, like cattle and sheep in the pasture. The Summer Queen's clan has never regarded me, the people of Yushur, as a human being. Today, you want to plunder my property and rob my holy maiden. It is tolerable. I, Shi Qi, I would rather die standing up than live on my knees." Immediately afterward, Shi Qi clenched his fists, raised his right hand high, and shouted, "Down with tyrant Jie, defend Arisu." The generals of the Tianzi army, who had just left the city to form up, took the lead in responding to General Shi Qi, and they shouted in unison, their slogans shaking the sky and the earth. "Down with tyrant Jie, defend Arisu. Down with tyrant Jie, defend Arisu. Down with tyrant Jie, defend Arisu." Or the great general and his own hero Xiaitoia. ZK is so excited that he wants to follow the slogan, but he cannot, because the three of them, at this time, is hidden in a small forest behind the side of the bird's left army. When Yang Guoyao heard this inspiring slogan, he also pulled himself together, and with the help of General Shi Qi, there is a slight hope of keeping his fiancée from his previous life. I don't know. Zhao Liang let out a cold snort in anger. He really didn't expect that the rhetoric of divorcing the ruler and the people would be easily dissolved for the most part by this guy in a matter of 3 words. Though one is supposed to be a lover of peace and has never been against violence or war. But there was no way. What he had planned was to give up without a fight. But unfortunately, this group of mole crickets from the Arushi kingdom were just too belligerent. Then do it. Don't blame me for being merciless. It's you who seek your own death. Looking at his side's camp, which was at an overwhelming advantage, Zhao Liang was full of pride and confidence. In the clouds, on his own side, he was personally led by himself, a true immortal realm triple powerhouse, with a total of 7 true immortal realms. The other two were actually peak mortal immortal realm 9th level powerhouses, and the two of them were not able to perform the art of earth escape, which meant that they could not fly in the air, and were being held hostage by other people with Xianli to help them bluff their way through. Ha ha, this is, soldiers, trickery, therefore, can and show cannot, pro and make the departure. On the other hand, the Arisen clan's side was only led by a peak true immortal realm 2 powerhouse, with a total of only 5 true immortal realms. On the ground, on his own side, it was 1,000 chariots, with a strong true immortal realm 1 general, and 20% of the soldiers had reached mortal immortal realm cultivation. On the other hand, on the side of the Urushi clan, there were only 500 chariots, with a strong 9th level of the mortal immortal realm as the general, and the soldiers were generally only at the cultivation level of the Qi refining realm. Zhao Liang confidently raised his right hand high and was about to give the order to attack. Unexpectedly, in the land of the 4 directions, the dust suddenly turned over, and a place of dust swept in from all directions. What was this situation? Zhao Liang gently retracted his hand that gave the order to attack and gazed at the scene in front of him that surprised him. Bronze Armor Army. The Diligent King is late. Tai Yuan Army. The King's Diligence is late. Ebony Army. The King of Diligence is late. Mengsher's Army. The Diligent King is late. There is the String Clan Kamikaze Army, at the disposal of Marquis Sherbo. In the blink of an eye, there were actually 5 waves of the King's Diligent Army arriving, totaling more than 2,000 chariots and about 50,000 troops, encircling their own sides 3,000 odd troops with a mere 1,000 chariots in the wilderness to the west of Lvcheng. The situation is reversed. Yang Guiyao also finally calmed his hanging heart. At this moment, a strong sense of confidence rose from Shi Luo's heart. In addition to the strength that had been presented on the disc, Shi Luo still had 2 cards yet to be played. For 1, he had hidden his strength and had a Hotian top-tier magic treasure bestowed by his master. Secondly, the Blazing Flame Army did not leave the Urushi kingdom in its entirety, but instead hid a force in a small city. Shi Luo has long been aware of the tribe seems to have a traitor, so everywhere to keep a hand. One is just in case, but also has carefully laid out a plan, lured the hidden enemy out of the action, so to give it a turtle in a jar. If we destroy the Xiahou clan's army today, and then fight and kill these several true immortal realm powerhouses, who else would dare to compete with the Urushi clan? Except for our hardcore ally, the Shangfeng kingdom. This world would probably be able to change its surname to Shi clan kingdom. Thinking of this, Shiro couldn't help but laugh up at the sky and give the order to attack. General Shi Qi, listen to the order. I order you to command all the troops and wipe out the incoming enemy. Half of the Kirin talisman, which was glittering with mysterious light, appeared in Shi Luo's hand. Shi Qi half-kneeled to receive the talisman, and instantly merged with the other half of the talisman in his own hand. Elder Shi Gu, listen to the order. I am in charge of the battle against Lord Zhao Liang, and you lead the strongest members of the Elder Academy against the rest of the true immortal realm incoming enemies. Lord Zhao, since you're unkind and unrighteous, Mr. Shi has no choice but to swear to fight to the death today. As he spoke, Shi Luo's aura skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he erupted with the aura of the peak of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm. At the same time, a large bronze cauldron appeared above his right shoulder, which was actually a Hotian top-level divine artifact, the Daznong Divine Cauldron. It could suppress and refine all kinds of immortals, demons and ghosts under the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and all living beings in the flood. It was also a formation-breaking artifact, a defensive artifact. Seeing the situation steeply reversed, other true immortal realm experts of the Xiahou clan, such as Xian Yuan Hong, immediately beat a retreat in their hearts. Didn't we agree that we were just here to make a statement and play the game? This is rather like being trapped in a scheme to fight for your life off. Thus, Xian Yuan Hong and the others, they transmitted their voices to Zhao Liang. Lord Zhao, why don't we talk again? Lord Zhao, if it can be resolved at the negotiation table, it's better not to resort to force. After all of us are human brothers. Dialogue and negotiation is also a way to solve problems. Lord Zhao, you must think twice. Zhao Liang also couldn't help but stare, secretly thinking in his heart, actually transferred so many troops at once, and also hid their cultivation. Things did become slightly tricky. Will Chiu Liang, in view of the reversal of the situation, show weakness and change his tone, or even wag his tail and beg for mercy? Yang Guiyao fantasized. In that case, a violent clash would be a ing false peace to cover for Zhao Liang. It's like that whatever country that pretends to make peace stalls for time. Emergency war preparations. and then bites back. However, Zhao Liang was not the ordinary villain, the unusual sycophant that Yang Guiyao guessed. He fiercely glared at the group of people under him. That gaze was as sharp as a knife, instantly making Xian Yuan Hong and the others scared to death, involuntarily shrinking their necks, and none of them dared to make any noise anymore. Then, in order to boost his side's morale, Zhao Liang made an effort to laugh up to the sky and said, "With this level of cultivation, you still want to mantis a chariot and strike a stone with an egg? You'll die just the same today." As he spoke, a wargo instantly appeared in his hand, and with the hissing sound of space tearing, he had already chopped toward Shi Luo. "Xian Yuan Hen, you come and take down this old thief Shi Luo with me." Of course, Zhao Liang didn't dare to be arrogant and talk about the rules of the Jianghu, and immediately decided to fight 2 against 1. He had made preparations to crush aristocracies, and what he wanted was to recapture Fo Shi without any risk, not to fight for his life. Clang! A sound of gold and iron colliding rang out as a purple golden lance crossed over Shi Luo's head, blocking Zhao Liang's strike of 80% of his strength. 3 true immortal realm powerhouses, in the clouds, entangled together. One could only see fire dragons flying. Gusty winds, escaping Xianli rippled into the space of 100 feet in a radius, and the clouds were burned red, and then blown apart and shattered. A great battle was thus opened. Looking at the chief Shi Luo surprisingly hidden so deep, his own and Shi Luo night and day companion have not noticed, the eldest elder took a deep breath. His heart flashed through the thoughts of 1,000. Again, he could not help but be secretly surprised. Who had thought that the balance of victory and defeat had instantly tilted over? However, at this time, there was no longer any time to think about it, as the Grand Elder shouted, and the Xianqing divine staff in his hand immediately emitted a divine light, which was clearly also a Hotian top-tier divine weapon, and rushed towards the Xiahou clan's great general Gan Xian. Gan Xian also didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly greeted Lvcheng Elder Cdui to fight together. The remaining 3 true immortal realm Xiahou clan elders, Elder Si Yang, Elder Si Dog and Elder Si Miao, each took the initiative to attack Elder Shi Xie, Elder Shi Qi and Elder Fei Hua. The other 2 Xiahou clan immortal realm elders lost their rapping power and could not continue to stay in the clouds. But the good thing was that the 2 had long been accustomed to this, and with their hands raised, their sleeves and robes pocketed the wind, like 2 large birds, gliding and circling towards the ground. It had to be said that the 5 true immortal realm powerhouses of the aristocrat kingdom all had surging battle intent and strong battle prowess. State Lord Shi Luo fought 1 against 2, and with the divine tripod, he also had the upper hand, and for a while, he fought Zhao Liang and the 2 of them. Elder Shi Ku fought 1 against 2, also with the divine staff, and both sides fought back and forth, evenly. Elder Shi Xie also had the demon subduing guillotine supported by the Hotian middle grade divine artifact, forcing Elder Si Yon to only be able to fight, but not to fight back. Elder Flying Flower, on the other hand, unleashed a spinning lotus flower that strangled the roiling green seedlings scattered by Elder Si Miao into pieces. And this rotating lotus flower blew out a hurricane wind, blowing all those broken seedlings towards a Xiahou clan elder who was hovering down. These green seedling fragments were like tiny steel knives, piercing that Xiahou clan elder into 1,000 holes and sieves, like a broken kite that broke its strings in the sky's bloody rain, falling headlong to the earth. The great general Shi Qi, on the other hand, has eyes like a torch and 3 minds. With a flick of his sleeve, a string of instinctive spirit swords instantly broke through the air, like shooting stars across the sky. One of the spirit swords was incomparably swift, like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for the back of a immortal realm elder's heart. That elder had not expected such a killing move, and when he realized it, the spirit sword had already pierced through his body, and blood was like a spring, spilling into the sky, and his breath was immediately cut off, and he died. The remaining 6 spirit swords were like 6 silver dragons, circling and flying in the air, launching a 5-sided stranglehold on Elder Sea Dog. Surrounding him, Sea Canine Elder's face was grave. He could only barely dance his blades and defend bitterly, retreating back and forth. He was unable to launch a counterattack at this moment. Elder Shi Qi was obviously very strong mentally and was not distracted by it. Another strand of his divine mind was still able to focus on the battle on the ground. Standing on a high place, overlooking the entire battlefield, he was better able to grasp the whole situation, and his eyes revealed composure and determination. His waving of the wargo was actually a signal that was continuously sending out a different command, and the army on the ground immediately moved into action, each in their own way, ready to strangle the enemy army. Beat the drums, Shi Qi gave the order, and the drums shook the sky, resounding through the battlefield like thunder. Archers stand by, Release the arrows. With his order, the archers quickly got ready. Their bowstrings tightened, and 10,000 arrows were fired. For a while, the arrows rained down, pouring into the battlefield, wave after wave, so dense that it was suffocating, nailing the shields in the hands of the Bird's left army's soldiers like a hedgehog. At once, dozens of soldiers from the Bird left army were shot down by arrows under the chariot. Several war horses, with no leather armor to protect their legs or throats, were shot and fell to the ground with a bang. Bronze-armored army chariots. Attack! As General Shi Luo gave the order again, the bronze-armored army chariots, like an auburn-colored torrent, rushed out of the position. The warriors, clad in heavy armor and armed with spears, braved the rain of arrows and stood on the chariots that were set up in the formation of frontal vectors and marched forward. And with a rumbling sound, they collided with the chariots of the left army of the Xia clan sparrows, almost chiseled through the Tweedledum left's forward wagon formation. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with roaring drums, flying wargos, swords and swords, people and horses tumbling over each other, both armies mixing together, blood staining the earth, and the scene was thrilling. Just as the armies of both sides were in the midst of a fierce battle, Shi Luo's eyes were as sharp as a torch, and he keenly captured the most suitable opportunity for battle. Chapter 5, The Battle of Lvcheng, Beheading Wu Chao. The Xia clan's army, carefully divided into 3 battle formations on the left, center and right, resembled 2 leopards and a dragon, each displaying a unique might. The battle formations on the 2 wings were as flexible and maneuverable as cheetahs. They kept attacking the arisen army while tightly guarding the flanks of the middle army to prevent being sneak attacked. On the other hand, the middle road army was like a dragon coming out of the water, with a magnificent momentum. After blocking the first wave of impact from the bronze armor army, they stared at the direction of the Tianzi army and continuously launched fierce raids, intending to break the relatively weak battle formation of the Tianzi army in one fell swoop. Shi Luo realized with his keen eye, at this moment, it was the perfect time to strike the rear of one wing of the Xia clan's military formation and destroy its formation. Once the action was successful, one wing of the Xia clan's army, which was crushed due to being stabbed in the back, would have a chain reaction, and ultimately the entire army formation would completely collapse, which would win the greatest possibility of victory in this battle. Thus, Shi Luo decisively made a gesture to ZK and Mo Shi to strike at the rear army of the Xia clan's left flank. His gesture was swift and powerful, as if it contained infinite power, as if this wave could cut the enemy army in two. Seeing this, ZK and Mori Shi immediately understood, especially Fo Shi, whose eyes were bursting with anger, immediately rushed his horse onto a mound, opened his bow and arrow, and joined the battle. And at this moment, ZK, who had also calmed down completely, did not immediately attack, but rather, according to the tactics that the 3 of them usually rehearsed, temporarily stationed himself next to the mound where Fo Shi was. He needed to protect Fo Shi first and take the opportunity to kill a few waves of enemy soldiers attracted by Fo Shi before following Shi Luo out. Because the archer's characteristics are suitable for long-distance battle and retreat, if once close to melee, the probability will be abused. Plus, the archers are efficient at killing as well as providing obvious cover for the chargers. Therefore, it is probable that the enemy army will send a small group of people to attack Fomi. At this moment, Shi Luo had already wielded his golden-colored red sky longsword, and was in the lead, like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the enemy formation. Those arrows that came sailing in were as fragile as withered leaves under the sharpness of the red sky longsword. Occasionally, a few arrows touched the blade of the sword and instantly snapped into 2. The breaks were smooth as a mirror, as if they had been carefully polished, highlighting the longsword's unparalleled sharpness. In the blink of an eye, Shi Luo approached the back of a chariot. Seeing his cold eyes, the long sword in his hand swung violently, only to hear a "oh" sound. A head flew up high, blood sprayed out, coloring the surrounding air red. Before the armored soldier's body had time to fall, Shi Luo had already steered his horse and continued to charge towards the next target. Seeing only the sword light flashing, Shi Luo galloped across, invincible, like a cold light, piercing through the enemy's defenses. Not only were the soldiers of the Qi refining realm as fragile as ants, but even the captains of the woods and the Shishangs of the immortal realm were unable to withstand the overwhelming sharpness of his red sky longsword. Under the cover of Fomi, the enemy army did not even have a single effective counterattack, because Shi Luo was not clad in armor. As long as a blade greeted him, he would be injured without dying. This great uncle is brave and fierce. Yang Guiyao couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. However, the leader of the Xia clan's Vermilion Bird Brigade, General Wu Chao, could not be bothered to respond to Shi Luo's attack at this moment, as 3 arrows had already pierced into his throat and left and right chests. These 3 arrows, which came silently, took advantage of the fact that he was too busy commanding to make a special defense, and directly pierced his throat and chest. It wasn't until the arrow feathers whipped around in front of his eyes that he realized he'd been hit. The sound of the bowstring that shot those 3 arrows was both dull and unusually loud, and it was a pity that it was only after he had been struck that he heard the sound of that bowstring. What a fast arrow! Yang Guiyao couldn't help but sigh. This wasn't an arrow shot by Moshi. This was much more powerful than Moshi's arrow. It's a 3-arrow shot at supersonic speed. It's just a shame that the decapitation didn't work. Wu Chao's injuries were not that serious. With special iron armor protection, the 2 arrows shot into his chest only hurt his flesh. The arrow that pierced through his throat caused a momentary splattering of blood and flesh, but as a true immortal realm powerhouse, he immediately activated his body's metaphysical power to control his injuries, and he would be able to recover in a few months. He looked in the direction from which the sound of the bowstring had come, a small grassy slope with nothing in it. He couldn't help but be furious, and with a hoarse roar, he plucked off 3 arrow feathers with both hands and swung them backhanded toward the dirt slope. Listening to his hoarse voice, General Wu Chao more anger. Another palm swing out, palm power directly to the grass on the small grassy slopes, bombarded all over the place, and the person who cast cold arrows has long since disappeared. Quickly, Arch General! By the time the soldiers and the few surrounding vehicles reacted, it was pointless. The person who had cast the cold arrow had disappeared by now. Keep an eye on those archers who are firing cold arrows. Eliminate everyone you find, General Yuming ordered in a hoarse, leaky voice. And Fo Shi, who was an archer, was on top of a mound at that moment, opening his Tianjin silver bow, his eyes coldly aiming at these damned enemy soldiers, and with a swishing sound, the throat of a caravan leader was pierced through by an arrow. Although Loxi did not charge into the enemy lineup, her efficiency in shooting did not lose to Shi Luo at all. As she kept opening her bow and arrows, she had already shot more than 20 enemy soldiers, including 7 or 8 who tried to sneak up on Shi Luo. As Wu Meng's general's order was issued, a chariot immediately swept out from the battlefield. The Imperial horsemen were accelerating desperately. The left head armored soldier was full of grimace and bellowing as he waved his warhorn, and the right head archery soldier had already opened his bow and took aim at Fo Shi. It was finally his turn to go on. Foamy, pay attention, ZK yelled. His legs clamped together, and the Jedi shadow horse under his crotch rushed towards the chariot, just like the shadow of the Jedi dust. With a swing of the heavenly thunder battle blade, he smashed an arrow shot at Fo Shi into 2 pieces. Immediately afterward, a wave of lightning power was injected into the warblade, and with a smooth chop, the head of the warhorse on the right side of the chariot was obliquely torn apart and rolled down to the dust. That warhorse's body convulsed and continued to take a step. Before it collapsed under the wheels with a loud boom, the chariot was also overturned on the ground. Just as he was about to harvest the 3 heads of this vehicle, he saw 2 more chariots darting out of the battlefield, still charging straight towards Fo Shi. ZK only had to turn his horse around and rush towards the second chariot. With just one slash, ZK cut over the second chariot's warhorse, but the third chariot was already close to foam. ZK shouted at the top of his lungs, only to feel a wave of powerlessness coaxing through his sea of consciousness. He had already prepared himself to protect Fo Shi, but it was hard to beat 18 hands with 2 fists. Never would he have expected that there would be 3 chariots in succession that would swoop down on Fo Shi. Yang Guiyao was also nervous and instinctively wanted to rush over to save Fo Shi, but he then realized that he was just a bystander, completely unable to help, and could only be anxious. As he watched, the chariot was about to rush in front of Fo Shi. Moreover, even faster than the chariot were 3 iron arrowhead eagle feather arrows, arranged in a triangle, with one of the arrows shooting under Fo Shi's throat, and the other 2 sealing off the space for dodging. An ordinary archer, faced with such an arrow, would never be able to dodge it. Is that cool? Cool off so soon? Yang Guiyao's heart was in his throat. At this point, ZK was too late to turn back and rescue him. He only felt a wave of powerlessness, and his sea of consciousness was coaxing. Although, an ordinary archer, faced with this sample zigzag arrangement of arrows, would definitely not be able to dodge it, Fo Shi was not an ordinary archer. In order to be both offensive and defensive, she had specialized in practicing a immortal grade upper grade short sword fighting martial art, the echidna sword technique. Moreover, her pair of almond eyes were not only beautiful and incomparable, but her eyesight was even more breathtaking, even able to see through the darkness of the night. Her hearing was also exceptionally sharp, far beyond normal people. This is due to the two bloodline talents she inherited from her parents, Peregrine Falcon and Owl. Only to see the foam joyfully waved her innocuous silver sword. Immediately will be 3 iron arrowhead eagle feather arrows, together with the flying out, dissolved the immediate danger. ZK's 2 legs hurriedly and desperately clamped together. The Jedi Shadow Horse was like lightning, swept to the back of this third chariot. A sword slashed Huashan, cutting the armored soldiers on that chariot into left and right halves. What caught people off guard was that the Imperial horse soldier who drove the car even made a fish leap, pouncing towards Fo Shi, and a bronze ancient sword, running towards the tip of Fo Shi's heart, then stabbed straight ahead. Right now, it was about to stab into Fo Shi's chest, and she was in the process of inserting the innocent silver sword into its scabbard at that moment, so there was no time to block. But what was even more palpable was that she was not wearing any armor. The 3 of them were out of town for the day and were dressed in civilian clothes. Chapter 6 LV City Battle, Killing God ZK. Right at this moment of lightning, just in the nick of time, Fo Shi strangled his horse and dodged, skillfully avoiding that fatal blow. At the same time, she spat out a spinning golden lotus from her mouth, which carried an overpowering aura and instantly chopped the Imperial horse soldier's neck and shoulder into pieces. Boom! Accompanied by a heavy landing sound, the soldier's body fell heavily to the ground. Motionless, his life had faded away. At this moment, ZK pointed with his right hand, and a curved silver-white cold light shot out from his index finger, as swift as lightning, directly piercing through the left chest of the other remaining archer soldier, leaving a small charred black hole. The archer instantly lost his breath of life, but his body continued to twitch, clearly a painful struggle before death. Immediately afterward, a deafening sound wave followed, blasting the archer's body from the chariot, down under the horse's hooves. The soul of this archery soldier was also incinerated by most of this thunder power, emitting gusts of green smoke, and then it was shattered by the sound waves and dissipated into the flying dust. ZK let out a long breath, his forehead already cold and sweaty. Heavenly punishment, divine gong. Yang Guiyao immediately got it. When I fight, the reason why my fists are haunted by electricity is because it is inherited. No, it should be inherited. No, it's not hereditary. It's called spirit. At that moment just now, ZK was as if he was in an abyss of 10,000 feet, surrounded by endless darkness and cold, as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year-old ice cave, the coldness penetrating right into his heart. Panic came like a tidal wave, almost drowning him. He closed his eyes and tried to calm his inner panic, but the figure of Fo Shi kept surfacing in his mind. The beautiful eyes that were as pulsating as autumn water, the valiant posture that was draped in a red shirt and wearing a red mail hat, all of them were like sharp blades that pierced his heart. He couldn't imagine how he would face if something happened to Moxie. Look at you. Do you need to be so flustered? The original stern killing intent in Fo Shi's eyes was transformed into tenderness in an instant, as if a spring breeze had brushed across the surface of the lake, causing ripples in the layers. ZK scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, I honestly didn't know that you had acquired your mother's spitting lotus flower skill. Otherwise I would have. When Moxie heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked up into a smug smile as she lightly opened her vermilion lips and pouted. What's spitting lotus flower? This is called earth-spilling golden lotus. After saying that, Moxie laughed with a floral twig. That appearance, as if a golden lotus in full bloom, so beautiful that it was mesmerizing. No one could fail to be mesmerized by that smile. ZK's heart warmed, but she felt a hint of embarrassment. It is true that one is not good with words, and is especially clumsy on such occasions when one should be flirting. But in all seriousness, in fact, in ZK's opinion, that was all low-level superficiality, and he didn't want to improve that ability at all. Though he knew he should have said something next, he just took a deep breath, and once he returned, he swung his sword and charged at a couple of soldiers close by. Let's use the battle mode to solve the awkward mode just now. Even in this sword-drawn, thrilling battlefield, Yang Guiyao still did not hold back to secretly cover his face, sighing and laughing to himself. Alas, I'm not good at dealing with girls short bored. 3,600 years have not much growth. Speaking of fighting, for others it was a drain on internal true chi, but for ZK it was a great benefit. On the one hand, the constant movement could continuously increase the accumulation of thunder power in its body. On the other hand, he had the genetic inheritance from his father, Pixie's bloodline talent, which was the 6th level of the Earth grade, basically able to indiscriminately devour and refine all kinds of attributes of true chi internal energy and yuan power. On the other hand, what his mother had inherited from him, The flying scythe's bloodline talent was also at the 6th level of the earth grade. Spinning, it could strangle unusual grass, trees, flesh and blood, generating wild winds, blowing intangible things such as gases and liquids, and even blowing lighter tangible things. These two bloodline talents were simply a perfect match for cultivation. Pixie's bloodline talent was very strong. Although it was claimed that it could devour and refine everything, what was not perfect enough was that it had to be devoured one bite at a time, and the speed was very slow. The powerful suction force generated by the flying scythe, on the other hand, made the speed of devouring chi and blood significantly faster, especially when devouring gaseous, liquid or intangible objects. In addition, the flying sickle was able to stir up the enemy's flesh, basically eliminating the need for chewing, and even greatly accelerating the speed of devouring and refining, only to see ZK activate his protective technique, Prisoner Yishuan Wu Kung Fu, and with his battle power at full strength, he also began to reap the lives of the enemy soldiers around him in a big way. He only used the metallic sharpness of the splitting mountain and chopping cloud technique to avoid consuming the power of thunder, which was not easy to practice, and to avoid burning the souls of his enemies, which was a waste of cultivation resources. At the same time, ZK couldn't be bothered to keep the secret that he could devour chi and blood. After all, dead people don't leak secrets. He spat out the flying sickle and urged it to rotate rapidly. Those soldiers who fell under the heavenly thunder battle blade, their blood and souls, as well as all sorts of escaping internal energy and true chi, were all pulled by the powerful suction force generated by the rotation of the flying sickle, converging into a pillar of crimson blood, which was quickly sucked into ZK's body, and was instantly refined. ZK was like the same cold reaper, his heavy heavenly thunder warsword, although plain and unadorned, having absolutely nothing to do with the word sharp. Every time he swung it, a soldier fell to the ground in response. Puffing, the sound was endless. It was the sound of the blade cutting through the flesh, one after another. The enemy soldiers were chopped by the heavenly thunder battle blade to the point where their skin was split open. Blood and flesh flew all over the place, and screams of misery rose and fell one after another. Occasionally, a blade missed its aim and slashed above the chest armor of an enemy soldier, and its powerful force was able to penetrate through the armor and smash the enemy soldier's chest cavity. Occasionally by ordinary enemy soldiers' sneak attack, even if the sword and halberd has greeted to the body. But the strong defense of the prisoner Taro Xuan Wu Gong are like scratching an itch, can only tear ZK's clothes, but his body cannot cause any harm. Within a short time, ZK was dyed in blood. His figure rushed across the battlefield as swiftly as a ghost, raging like a fierce wind and rain, and instantly set off a gale of winds and waves, a shocking rain of blood on the battlefield. How did you meet this kind of killing god who can drink blood and still can't be cut down? Seeing ZK's enemy soldiers were scared out of their wits, they shied away from them, and for a while their formation was in disarray. So I'm this good on the battlefield? Compared to Shiryu, I, ZK, am the true god of killing. Yang Guiyao couldn't help but sigh. With the influx of essence blood and internal chi, ZK continuously operated the splitting mountain and chopping cloud technique. His cultivation level climbed rapidly as if it was breaking bamboo. Middle of the 9th level of the chi refining realm. Late 9th level of the chi refining realm. Peak of the 9th level of the chi refining realm. However, in a matter of time, the cultivation enhancement felt by ZK was already comparable to the past half a year of diligent cultivation. This couldn't help but make him realize in his heart, in order to have a rapid growth in cultivation, one can't just rely on closed-door drudgery, but rather, one must draw on the opponent's essence and blood and internal true chi in life and death battles, so as to break through one's own limits quickly. The battle entered a white-hot phase. The sounds of war drums beating, horns blowing, soldiers shouting and killing, blades clashing, war horses neighing, chariots breaking, flesh being split open, and warriors screaming in dismal misery were mixed together, shaking the sky and the earth. Blood was spilled all over the wilderness, and the dust mixed with the blood went straight up to the sky, coloring the heavens red. Within a short time, the rear formation of the left flank of the Xiahou clan's army was stirred up and the formation was in great disarray, and this disarray, which was still being transmitted to the center army of the Xiahou clan's army, instantly changed the battlefield's posture. At this moment, the Xiahou clan's legions, having lost their ability to surprise, were in disarray, divided into 5 parts, each forming a circular cart formation and fighting to the death. Another tea break and they should be wiped out, right? It is important to realize that the chariot must never stop, and once it does, it will be reduced to a stationary target to be slaughtered. However, while the ideal was plump. The reality was so bone-dry. The soldiers of the Urushi tribe soon realized that they were having trouble quickly disposing of the Xiahou clan's army, because the Xiahou clan's soldiers were quite strong in single combat, and many of them were at the mortal immortal realms cultivation level. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let's go, don't let it go to waste. Yang Guiyao was anxious in his heart, but no one could hear his cries. Chapter 7 The Battle of LV City, a top showdown. At this moment, the battle between Cloud Shiro and Zhao Liang and Shen Yuanhan was also incredibly intense, only to see Shi Luo's long spear shaking, manifesting points of fiery red spear-ons and stabbing at Zhao Liang's left eye. As for Zhao Liang's backhanded goad, he actually failed to block all of the gunshots, and seeing that the gunshots were about to hit his left eyebrow, he said that it was too late, but it was too soon. Zhao Liang nodded his head fiercely, and lowered his head to avoid the gunshots. At this time, the great Snyder Divine Cauldron suddenly flew up and grew against the wind, buckling upside down towards Zhao Liang, just when Zhao Liang's old strength had been exhausted and it was difficult for new strength to be born. Buzz! Zhao Liang was covered in the cauldron, and right at this moment, Shen Yuanhang's copper power, like a golden melon, flashing with golden light was about to hit the back of Shi Luo's head, but nay, it was as if Shiro had eyes in the back of his head. A sidestep dodged the copper right's attack, and with a backhanded shot, he twisted the silk threads that Shen Yuanhang had used to connect the scales to the scales on top of the wargo. Immediately after that, Shi Luo followed the incoming momentum of both hands through the force of a wave, only to see Shen Yuanhan's sturdy body, such as a stone thrown from a stone thrower, with a standard parabola. Buzzing was thrown out of more than 10 miles away. Rumbling, smashed out a large pit in a forest. At this moment, a legion of black chariots seemed to have descended from the sky and sped into the battlefield. And it was none other than the Xiahou clan's imperial army, the Black Scale Army. It was the Xiahou clan's royal army, the Black Scale Army, the Xiahou clan's ace army, which was known as the No. 1 army in the world. The Xiahou clan had 5 armies, including 4 brigades in one army, the Vermilion Bird Brigade, the Xian Wu Brigade, the Flying Dragon Brigade, the Scale Horn Brigade and the Black Scale Army. In this era, unlike the 21st century, brigades are larger than armies. And usually a brigade has 3 armies under its command. An army has 10 divisions, a division has 10 squads, and a squad usually has 5 chariots and 100 soldiers. The Black Scale Army is known as the first army in the world, with 12 divisions under its jurisdiction, and has always been invincible and unbeatable, never losing a battle. The strength of an army can easily kill a brigade. The Black Scale Army on this expedition had as many as 200 chariots from 4 divisions, with a clear color of date red warhorses, whose speed and strength were superior to that of ordinary warhorses, and a clear color of mortal immortal realm soldiers, clad in uniform black scale armor, whose mighty pressure was so strong that it made one lose one's nerve. Their leader's general name is Push Du, is one of the vice-commander of the Black Scale Army, practicing rock-type techniques, realm of half-step true immortal realm, fierce as a god of killing, roared, took the lead to kill the battlefield. The ground battlefield posture changed instantly. Both sides were in chaos. The Black Scale's army was like a shovel in a pot, charging left and right on the battlefield, and suddenly there was a series of screams, and both sides were killed and injured. The Bronze Armor army will attack to the east, aiming to cut off the necks of the Black Liners, then kill the battlefield and meander to the north, ready to strike again. The Kamikaze army is attacking to the west, aiming to cut off the tail of the Black Lin army and then kill its way out of the battlefield, detour to the south and prepare to strike again. All other armies of the Urushi kingdom form up. Great General Shi Qi calmly waved his wargo to command the ground battle while skillfully maneuvering his 7 spirit swords into a 7-star sword formation, launching a general attack of wild sand at Elder Sea Dog. And Elder Sea Dog also took out his watchful eye and summoned a pack of hungry wolves, which could barely carry the sword formation's attack, facing the sudden onslaught of the Xiahou clan's strong reinforcements. The battle method of dividing and encircling the Aristocrat Legion has already been broken, and it should immediately break through the formation of the Black Lin army and hurriedly form the Fuxi 8 trigrams formation to trap the Xiahou clan's legion in it first, kill the soldiers who are charging in front of them, and thwart them, and then launch the onslaught once more to divide and encircle them. However, the allied Kamikaze army had not practiced the formation together before, and the Kamikaze army must be allowed to withdraw from the battlefield first, but armies could not retreat in the heat of battle, and could only leave the battlefield in an offensive method. Therefore, General Shi Qi ordered the Divine Wind Army, which was fighting fiercely on the eastern side of the battlefield, to assault to the west, rushing to disrupt the formation of the Black Lin army, and crossing the entire battlefield, so that they could withdraw the Divine Wind army peacefully, and at the same time, create a huge confusion for the enemy army. The Divine Wind army was a mixed establishment with a large number of foot soldiers, unlike the pure chariot legions that came from the Xiahou clan this time, making it difficult to quickly adjust the direction of attack after charging out of the battlefield. So after the Divine Wind army rushed out of the battlefield, it was best to meander to another direction in order to launch a new round of strong attacks as quickly as possible. Although the formation in the fierce battle has not a small difficulty, but there are sure Gui troops have repeatedly coordinated rehearsals, so at the moment the battle on the ground seems to be a melee. In fact, there are chapters and laws. This Fuxie trigrams formation is gradually and slowly formed in the middle. With the command of Great General Shi Luo was not very worried about the current battlefield situation. Capturing the thief is the first thing to do. As long as Zhao Liang is cleaned up, the general situation of the battlefield will be determined. And he still had a backhand with the Shi Kingdom's ace army, the Blazing Flame army, and had quietly left behind 3 elite divisions, 160 chariots, and nearly 4,000 warriors, hidden right in the middle of the border city's grain silos, ready to strike at any time. This army could be mobilized with the Tiger Talisman. And the army's situation was also very familiar to Great General Shi. And after the main force of the Blazing Flame army left, the 3 divisions of the snowbound Blazing Flame army were directly under the control of Great General Shi. So Shiro could rest assured and concentrate on Zhao Liang. Transform! Shi Luo shouted and slapped his palm on top of the Great Sinnoh Divine Cauldron, immediately catalyzing the cauldron and preparing to refine Zhao Liang, who was trapped by the Divine Cauldron. At this time, the Grand Cauldron had already shrunk to about 4 feet tall and stood steadily by Shi Luo's side. However, when Shi Luo's Shin energy surged into the Divine Cauldron, there was not even the slightest resistance. As if he had struck the air with a palm and dissipated like a clay ox entering the sea. His Shin energy was not injected into any formation. Shi Luo was shocked in his heart. Could it be that the Divine Cauldron had been secretly refined by others and he had lost control of it? But this was never possible. Just an instant ago, he had been able to manipulate the Divine Cauldron as he pleased, trapping Zhao Liang firmly. In order to find out the truth, Shi Luo carefully injected his divine sense within the Divine Cauldron. After some careful exploration, he finally discovered the problem. The original 9 heavenly divine flame formation that controlled the fire-breathing refining had actually been damaged. In the place where the formation was carved, 3 aged chisel marks were left behind. Obviously someone had once tampered with this place. At this moment, Zhao Liang, who was being suppressed by the invisible Xian force in the tripod, was struggling hard. He danced a gold-encrusted meteor hammer in his hand, and let out frantic cries and curses from his mouth as he tried to break free from the divine tripod's restraints. Woe Ka! The 9 heavenly divine flame array engraved in the great Sinnon divine tripod. When was it damaged? Shi Luo cursed angrily in his heart, but he had no time to look deeper into the cause. And now he could only hurry up and consume his own Shinli to refine Zhao Liang in the tripod. A blue-purple flame had erupted from Shi Luo's palm, fiercely rushing towards Zhao Liang who was trapped in the tripod. Right at this moment, the cauldron shook violently. Even shook. Gang, ooh la la la, a stone-breaking loud bang. The great Sinnon god cauldron unexpectedly ruptured, broken into countless fragments, large and small. Holding a gold-encrusted iron hammer in his hand, Zhao Liang, with burnt hair and a trace of blood oozing out of the corner of his ear that had already carbonized, rushed out of the divine cauldron with smoke billowing out of his body. Although he appeared to be in a bit of a mess, it was very obvious that Zhao Liang hadn't even suffered a serious injury. Thank the omnipotent shepherd god. Zhao Liang stared with blood-red eyes as he roared, tearing the heavens apart. Shiro, you're dead. Chapter 8 The Battle of Lvcheng, General Zilong's counterattack. The great Snyder divine cauldron unexpectedly crumbled apart in an instant, with pieces shooting out in all directions like sharp arrows, shocking everyone's minds. Shi Luo's face turned pale as a mouthful of blood spurted out violently. His chest was pierced through by the sharp shards of the great cauldron, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, staining his battle armor red. Boo! Immediately after that, Zhao Liang's gold-encrusted meteor hammer, with a thunderous momentum, ruthlessly struck Shi Luo's head, only to hear a dull thud. His head instantly ruptured. Blood and brain marrow splattered in all directions, staining the surrounding wilderness, forests, and mountains, and the tragedy of it was shocking to the eyes. God's soul is destroyed. This sudden drastic change made the generals of both sides, who were originally in a melee, all instantly freeze on the spot, and even the always belligerent black-scale army general Push Du stopped killing in his hands after inertially beheading a few warriors of the Arisen kingdom who had forgotten to resist. The entire battlefield instantly fell into a dead silence. A terrifying silence. ZK froze, and so did Yang Guyao. Such a wise old man. Gone just like that? Even Yang Guyao couldn't believe it. My lord. At this moment, a sadly hissing cry, like the most mournful lament in heaven and earth, cut through the sky, cut through the silence that had lasted for several breaths of time on this battlefield, and cut through the heartstrings of all those present, causing their hearts to drip with blood, and making all of them feel the pain of a heart dripping with blood. This sorrowful hissing came from a young general named Zilong, the leader of the guards of the kingdom of Yushur, the personal bodyguard of the king of Yushur, Shi Luo, whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm. I'm going to kill you. General Zilong roared in anger and swung his silver spear in his hand. A powerful spear aura sliced through the void and went straight for Zhao Liang. However, due to the distance, the power of the spear was greatly reduced by the time it reached Zhao Liang's body, and he only gently waved his sleeve to dissolve the spear into nothing. Unwilling to show weakness, General Zilong once again drew a silver sword and continuously swung out 3 even more powerful sword-ons, attacking Zhao Liang from different angles. Unconscionable. Zhao Liang even waved his sleeve. A gust of wind blew by, and after a few thunderous sounds, the sword-ons turned into starry pieces. It was blown away in the wind. Zhao Liang also didn't dare to be arrogant. The wargo returned to his hand, clanging with a burst of sound, shattering the constantly incoming Daojianmeng. Anyone could see that General Zilong's attack did not threaten Zhao Liang at all, mainly because it was so far apart, and after spanning hundreds of feet, the rainbow of swords not only lacked any suddenness, but also greatly reduced in power. The mortal-immortal realm's cultivation made it impossible for Zilong to soar into the clouds. He could only keep leaping in order to shorten the distance of his attacks, but he could only leap up to a height of more than 1 jang, which was a complete drop in the bucket for shortening the distance of his attacks. In the face of Zilong's rain-like attacks, Zhao Liang just lightly waved his wargo, pawing away the flying swords. The realm advantage was too great. The difference was a full 4 levels, including a large realm. There was really no way to make Zhao Liang get serious. Neither of the surrounding generals on either side offered assistance either, their thoughts varying. Some are still in the midst of grief and don't know what to do. There are those who understand that defeat is assured, but also don't try to block those who still want to fight back. There is something that really can't be done. Some of them were in admiration of General Zilong's spirited counterattack, but were too timid within themselves to make a move. Some of them believed that Zhao Liang could easily clean up this youth who didn't know how to die without having to make a move. Some are in the mindset of watching a show of trapped animals, and so on. For a while, the entire battlefield once again fell into dead silence, with no other sound except for General Zilong's hissing and gasping, and the sound of the sword's awnings being shattered. Out of Zhao Liang's surprise, he hadn't remembered fighting for hundreds of rounds and actually hadn't won yet. Zhao Liang decided to make his own killing move. Kamikaze Raging Chop. He gripped the wargo tightly and swung it violently, only to see an arc-shaped Xianli fluctuation of more than 10 feet long cut through the sky and chop through space. It was a melody of wind and metal intertwined, carrying an endless sharp aura, and attacking and killing General Zilong at the extreme speed. This attack was colorless and invisible, but everyone could feel its power, only to see that where it passed, space seemed to be torn apart. Light and shadows were distorted, and shattered sword awnings splattered everywhere, wrapped in amazing force. However, due to the distance being too far away and General Zilong also being strong, when this wind-attributed Xianli fluctuation arrived in front of General Zilong, the energy had also dispersed 7 out of 10 and was easily shattered by General Zilong's palm. What the hell is this undefeatable little powerhouse? Zhao Liang couldn't help but be enraged. He had thought that this strike would be enough to severely injure his opponent, but unexpectedly, Zilong had once again easily diffused his own surefire move. Bah! Zhao Liang spat out a mouthful of saliva and snapped. Miserable wind and bitter rain sand. Another berserk stance instantly erupted, only to see the air in the sky gathering towards Zilong, forming an icy cold wind, which was mixed with countless raindrops and quartz sand. The cold wind coalesced into wind blades, the raindrops coalesced into ice blades, and the quartz sand was angular, carrying an endless sharpness that instantly drowned General Zilong. And Zhao Liang's eyes chilled as he secretly exerted 10% of his strength, urging the power of the cold wind to intensify his attack. At the same time, his face changed slightly, and his icy eyes swept the 4 directions, shocking the living beings for hundreds of miles around. Put! Snort! Put! Put! After fending off thousands of attacks, a sound of a blade piercing through flesh and blood began to ring out sporadically, and General Zilong's stamina was gradually depleted, and he began to be continuously wounded. After fending off hundreds more attacks, General Zilong had already become a bloody man. The speed of his silver sword blocking the attacks had obviously slowed down, and hissing voice had slowly become much weaker. Zhao Liang let out a soft sneer. Still not dead. The gold-encrusted meteor hammer in his hand suddenly shot out and blasted down at General Zilong. Don't! Elder Shirgu reacted furiously and shouted as a large hand of Xianli fiercely grabbed out. But it was too late. The meteor hammer attacked at an extremely fast speed, far exceeding the speed of the Xianli hand rescue, and had already blown towards General Zilong with the wind. While the distance of Elder Shirgu's Xianli hand from the meteor hammer was instantly pulled farther away from the several feet away from the beginning, to more than 10 feet away, only to see General Zilong's eyes glaze over as he gazed closely at the bloodstains on that meteor hammer that hadn't completely dried. The bloodstains that had the residue of Shi Luo. General Zilong could not help but let out a mournful hiss once again. My lord! General Zilong's two big hands grabbed at the ropes of the meteor hammer, and his body instinctively dodged, surprisingly avoiding the meteor hammer's attack and tightly grasping the hammer ropes. Whoosh! Boom! General Zilong's body was carried away by the inertia of the meteor hammer, and blasted heavily into the nearby city wall, smashing it into a large crater, and then tumbling down into the dust, spilling blood all over the land in a few feet radius. Did you lose? Yang Guyao's eyes were filled with tears, and he was moved by this valiant, loyal, and bloodthirsty General Zilong. But in addition to the overwhelming emotion and pain in his heart, he was also incredibly cold and quite desperate, and a feverish desire to fight for his life rushed to his head. This despair was far 1,000 times greater than the time he had been pushed violently from behind into the old home chase swimming river when he could not yet swim. I was able to come back from the dead in this life. I couldn't protect my fiancé in my previous life? Yes, it was only by being calm that I survived in the Chiyu River. Gramps, calm down. We must figure out a way. I don't believe I can't change my fate against the heavens. Even if the heavens strike me down, I will not be afraid. Chapter 9, LV City Wars, I don't have a dad anymore. Returning to protagonist's point of view, the wind was as fierce as a sword, whistling madly on the battlefield. And just as General Zilong's figure was still struggling to kill in the smoke and dust, in an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield, ZK's figure was just like a sturdy panther, leaping onto Foshi's warhorse, and sitting steadily behind her. His left hand tightly covered Foshi's mouth, while his right hand encircled her like an iron clamp, fearing that she would rush out on impulse and give up her life for nothing. Ah dash! Ah dash! Foshi's eyes were filled with anger and tears. She struggled desperately, but ZK's hands were like cast iron. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free. Her tears were like broken beads, dripping one by one onto ZK's hand, burning his heart like a knife. Foamy, calm down. ZK's voice was low and firm as he whispered in Foshi's ear, trying to calm her down. Foamy, calm down. Foamy, calm down. Over and over again, though this did not soothe the sadness and urges in her heart. However, Foshi seemed to turn a deaf ear. Her eyes were only filled with endless anger and grief as she kept struggling, trying to break free from ZK's bonds, trying to suppress the grief and hatred in his heart. ZK took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, if we want to take revenge, we must first make ourselves strong enough. Otherwise, we are just the koi carp in the micro sea that is left to be slaughtered. However, Fozzie seemed to turn a deaf ear and continued to struggle desperately. Your father has unfortunately fallen. If you are found by the Xiahou clan's people again, no one will be able to protect you. Not even I can do that. We can only hide first and wait for the right time. ZK's voice was filled with determination and resolve. He knew that this was the only way and the only way out for them. However, Fozzie still had trouble calming down and was still struggling desperately. ZK had no choice but to change the angle again and continue to persuade. If you are captured by the Xiahou clan, you will have to marry that brutal and cold-blooded demon and become Xia Jia's consort. Who exactly do you want to marry? Aren't you going to be with me for life? Finally, Foshi's struggles gradually subsided, and her inner strength completely loosened at this moment. With a flip of her left foot, her entire body sat sideways on the saddle, her hands wrapped around ZK's neck, burying her poignant face in ZK's shoulder. ZK-Moxie murmured ZK's name, her voice filled with helplessness and dependence. I don't have a father anymore. ZK, I don't have a father anymore. ZK's heart ached as he hugged Morishi tightly, as if he wanted to integrate her into his body, and gently controlling Foshi's Humacan horse. he slowly moved to the nearby grove, allowing them to temporarily escape from the clamor and danger of the battlefield. I don't have a father anymore. ZK, I don't have a father anymore. Woo woo, woo. Foami's entire body returned to complete sheepishness, twitching with suppressed sobs. I will accompany you to take revenge. Look, General Zilong is still fighting. Just as soon as ZK's words fell, General Zilong was carried by Zhao Liang's meteoric hammer and smashed heavily against the city wall with a loud boom, splashing smoke and dust that obscured that section of the wall. ZK's heart a spasm. Once General Zilong bored face pointing out the practice of martial arts. Once with General Zilong playful picture. Once General Zilong and the snowy night straight stood at the door of the State Lord's palace. One by one appeared in front of the eyes. Large teardrops rolled down from ZK's eyes, his body twitching with gasping breaths. But ZK finally forced down the raging anger in his mind. He stared angrily at what showed between the branches and leaves, the swaying paw, and gently patted Moshi's back, struggling, trying to comfort Moshi with a soft voice. Only his voice, instead of managing to be soft, kept pausing as it choked on the sadness that welled up in his chest. But then again, his voice was full of determination, full of courage, and made Fozzie feel like she could rely on it. Don't be afraid, Foamy. I'll stay with you, together, and take revenge together. We'll walk through this hard time together, and we'll keep going, until we find what belongs to us, our happiness and joy. As if to comfort ZK, she also finally snapped out of his state of grief and confusion a little, understanding his situation and barely able to control his emotions. ZK also controlled his emotions and already had an idea in his heart. He hurriedly shuttled back and forth across the battlefield, searching for Saint Sun Shiryu's figure so that he could see an opportunity to rendezvous in one place and abscond together. Let's avoid the enemy for now. Finally, he had calmed down. Yang Guiyao smoothly wiped his divine soul's forehead, only there was no sweat there. It wasn't that he didn't try his best, but the enemy was too powerful and too cunning. But fortunately, the 36th plan was the best, and one still had a chance. Above the clouds, Zhao Liang roared like a rabid lion, his ruthless eyes, vaguely red, as if they were burning charcoal. He looked down at the land of the Urushi kingdom, and every city seemed to tremble in his rage. Anyone else want a fight? Zhao Liang's voice shook the heavens and the earth, as if it was going to tear the entire heaven and earth apart. Like a drunken drunkard, or like a maniac with red eyes in battle. Elder Shirgu, Elder Shirxie, and Elder Shirqi looked at each other with helplessness and despair in their eyes. The fall of the chief, making the entire enemy and our strength contrast, immediately at a one-sided disadvantage. Even if General Shirqi knew in his heart that there was still a small half of the Blazing Flame Army's reserve, but the Black Scale Army had come. Zhao Liang had also freed up his hands. No one could match Zhao Liang. There was Shi Luo would be completely unable to resist. We surrender. Elder Shirgu's sorrowful voice, added with Xian force, spread over the dozens of miles around Lu City, declaring the end of the war. If I had known this, why did I bother to be stubborn? Zhao Liang revealed a smug look. In fact, in Zhao Liang's mind, he didn't want to fight anymore either. He had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries. At the moment when the hammer broke the great Sinnan divine cauldron, the huge sound waves were confined to the small space within the divine cauldron. The damage to the divine soul was very great. If it was a low-ranking mortal immortal realm cultivator, it was very likely that the divine soul would be ruptured straight away. And even though Zhao Liang had already been at the third level of the true immortal realm, his divine soul was also traumatized by a small amount of trauma. Until this moment, Zhao Liang was still a bit muddled, and his ears were buzzing. Zhao Liang's greatest hope at this moment is to return to the situation of subjugating the enemy without fighting. Sound the gold! Sound the gold! Kamikaze army! Withdraw! The Monolith army is in charge of cleaning up the battlefield, hastily handing everything over to Elder Shirjichi to take care of. Grand Elder Shirgu, with Elder Shirqi and Elder Fei Hua in tow, flew and hurriedly rushed to the section of the city wall where General Zilong had crashed, roaring out in a deep voice, "Is General Zilong still being saved? Don't move so much. Be gentle. All be careful. The Great War is over." Dramatically, "It's over." Shiryu was covered in blood and his face was as gloomy as iron. He found ZK and Shi in the grove at the edge of the battlefield, but didn't say a word, just tilted his head back and looked at the sunset clouds in the distance, the rays of the waning sun flickering in his eyes. Moshi also involuntarily followed his gaze, gazing into the golden distance, teardrops once again rustling, sliding down her poignant face. ZK took a deep breath and took the lead in breaking the silence. Now we must find a way to hide in order to have a chance at revenge. What do you have in mind? Sure you didn't turn around and just asked icily. Let's go find Shi Wasteland and hide in his Mengshan ranch for a while, ZK suggested. Duke Shi Wasteland, the son of Shi Mu, the core elder in charge of pastoralism of the Urushi clan tribe. Since they were young, they were very close to ZK, Shi Yu, Mo Shi and Shi Wu, the son of the general, who always played together and were known as the Four Dukes of the Gods by the commoners. It was only later that Shi Wu was sent to the border for training by General Shi Qi, and it was only in the last 4 or 5 years that he rarely saw the Four Dukes of Xinxing traveling together with Princess Emoshi. It also made the idea of hiding out in the Shi Wasteland territory both reliable and less likely to be associated with it. Shi Yu pondered for a moment and frowned. Although Shi Wasteland can be trusted, with so many people at the ranch, it's not necessarily safe. In fact, as long as we stay within the rooms of the Shi Wasteland residence all the time, we are not afraid of the crowded ranch. Could it be that you have a better place to go? No. Then what are you talking about? Let's hurry up and go. Maybe the search for Shi will start soon. Let's disguise ourselves first, and take advantage of the chaos to hurry to find Shi Wasteland. So, the three of them activated their internal true chi and instantly changed the shape of their faces. What they don't know is that Zhao Liang is already asking Shi Gu to blockade the border and search for Shi throughout the country at this moment. Alas! Yang Guyao deeply let out a long sigh. Can only watch from the sidelines? One must do something oneself. Chapter 10, Kane's Heart Restaurant. Swallow Rock, Immortals Cave. Yang Guyao slowly opened his eyes, and the scene in front of him gradually became clearer. Elder Yang Jiayu kindly handed over a bowl of fruit wine and softly said, "Come, taste this bowl of fruit wine. This is made from wild hairy pears that I handpicked last fall, and the richness of the spiritual chi in it will surely help to soothe your mind." Yang Guiyao absent-mindedly took the bowl of wine, gently sipped, feeling the wine gently flowing on the tongue, the faint sourness intertwined with complex flavors, as if mapping out the sourness and sweetness of life. Perhaps, this is the taste of life? Seeing this, Yang Jiayu asked with concern, "How do you feel? Have any memories been awakened?" Yang Guiyao took a deep breath, his gaze seeming to travel through the barrier of time and space as he slowly said, "I recall the great battle in the Urushi kingdom. Zhao Liang, the guiding minister of the Xiahou clan, brought his troops to rob Shirmashi, the holy daughter of the kingdom of Urushi, while I, whose name is ZK, Shirmashi's fiancé and the prospective emperor's son-in-law of the kingdom of Urushi, took part in the battle. But unfortunately, we failed, and there was the unfortunate death of Shi Luo, the lord of the Shi kingdom, and the life and death of the valiant general Zilong is unknown." Elder Yang Jiayu sighed softly. "So the first thing you remembered was this memory. Indeed, this great battle in Lvcheng changed your life as a ZK, and also changed your birthright." Yang Guiyao's eyes were filled with unwillingness. "I want to try to change the ending of this great battle, but I'm like a bystander with a heart that can't do anything." Yang Jiayu looked at him deeply, slowly said, "That is the established history. No one can change, unless the innate saint to perform re-establishment of the earth, water, fire and wind technique. But history is already history, and what is re-established is a new story. It's like that computer game you young people like to play. All over again, it's already a new game. And we, as characters in the old game, have disappeared. Only, once again, ZK is no longer ZK, and Yang Guiyao is no longer Yang Guiyao." Yang Guiyao said excitedly, Can't we travel through? I want to travel through the past, and it's best to bring an AK-47, or even a heavy machine gun, and grenades to go over there and rewrite that part of history." Yang Jiayu smiled and shook his head. Traveling through? Traveling through time, that is a misunderstanding of the laws of time. As for traversing space, that is called instantaneous transfer. At least one must comprehend the 9th level of the laws of space and have a cultivation level of at least Tai Golden Immortal Realm in order to realize instantaneous transfer within a certain distance. Yang Guiyao eagerly retorted, "Why is traveling through time not possible? As far as I know, the theory of relativity clearly indicates that if the speed exceeds the speed of light, it is possible to realize time travel and return to a point in the past." Yang Jiayu responded lightly. "However, the theory of relativity likewise states that the speed of light is the limit of the speed of motion of all objects in the universe. So how can we break through this limit and realize the speed of superluminal light?" In the face of this question, Yang Guiyao was momentarily speechless. He could not give a reasonable explanation, only to painfully lower his head and fall into deep thought. Yang Jiayu added in a serious tone, "You must be reminded again that what you saw was your memory, and now he reflects a true history. Perhaps you are able to change your memories because of a strong obsession in your heart, and it is even possible to go so far as to change the accounts of history books. But real history, it doesn't change, it's there. It doesn't come or go. It doesn't increase or decrease, no matter how you dress it up. Yang Guiyao was silent for a long time before he finally raised his head and asked suspiciously, "You also know about that great battle in LV City? Were you also present at that time? Can you tell me who you really are?" Yang Jiayu nodded his head gently, his voice revealing a kind of vicissitude and reminiscence. "The fate of the two of us started precisely on the day of the LV City battle. I am the shopkeeper of the Cicada Heart restaurant. During that great battle, I managed to sneak up on Wu Chao, the leader of the Black Scale Army, and shot him with 3 arrows, one of which even pierced right through his throat. However, unfortunately, my cultivation was still shallow at that time, only reaching the 5th level of the mortal-immortal realm, and the gap between my strength and Wu Chao's was too great. So in the end, I was unable to kill him completely." As Yang Guiyao listened, images from that fierce battle quickly surfaced in his mind, especially the moment when Wu Chao was hit in the throat by that terrifying arrow. It had already shot Yukio before he heard the loud noise when the 3 arrow feathers were shot at the same time. This means that the speed of those 3 arrows far exceeded the sound. It's at least Mach 3 speed. This shows Yang Jiayu. No, it's Yunaki. Superb archery skills and strong arm strength. Yang Guiyao also recalled the unforgettable experience when he, Mo Shi and Shi Luo, went to the Cicada Heart wine shop early that morning and met Yunaki for the first time. On the day of the Great Battle of LV City, Moxie heard about an alternative restaurant, and under curiosity, she dragged her brother Shi Luo, as well as ZK, the prospective emperor's son-in-law, and rushed to Kane Xin restaurant early in the morning. Cindy's wine shop, east of Lvcheng, about 80 miles away, sits alone on the shore of the micro-sea, with a small pavilion and water pavilion. It's alternative. Not only is it ethereal like a fairyland, but it's also the fact that guests who are lucky enough to be there can chat with the owner. As Cindy's liquor storekeeper, then Yang Jiayu, or 18 or 19 years old like a teenager, famous without a surname, a single word, with a white robe, slightly thin, eyes deep and cold. He came from a distant square country, and as one of the family's first 4 sons, he represented the family to take care of the 3 branches located in the country of Arushi. Hoi, the king of Xia 400 years ago, and De, who shot down 6 ferocious beasts and 9 demonic sons 800 years ago, were in his previous life, and in his previous life, and in his previous life. On that day, the 4 teenagers were sitting on top of the water pavilion of the Canyon Heart wine restaurant, sipping spirit wine and chatting idly. "Do you really believe in reincarnation?" After listening to Gongzi's explanation of reincarnation, she asked a rhetorical question while using her white fingers, gently fiddling with the small white flower pot on the several cases, which was white enough to be separated from the earthly world, with 1,000 threads and 1,000 turns. "We are right in the middle of reincarnation," Gongzi replied softly, but his eyes looked towards the distant skyline. Fomi raised her beautiful eyes and asked suspiciously, "Then why don't I know about my past life?" "This is the rule of reincarnation," Gongzi explained. "If you don't forget your past life, this world will be in chaos. So before a soul is reincarnated into a new life, it needs to drink a bowl of mangpa soup to seal the memories of its past life in the depths of its soul. So it turns out that we didn't really forget our past lives, but our memories were hidden away." Shi's eyes flashed with an excited brightness as she continued, "If there is an antidote for mangpa soup, wouldn't we be able to remember our past life selves?" "The antidote? This belongs to the heavenly chance, and no one in the world knows about it. On the contrary, the mandragora hua in your hand is precisely a key herb for brewing mangpa soup." Gongzi laughed. Gongzi's words scared Shi, hurriedly retracted the jade hand that was fiddling with the mandarins. Her almond eyes rounded and stared at the bizarre white flower from afar. Thinking back to just now, smelling that mesmerizing floral scent, I really had a feeling that I was out of this world. Just now, I felt that this charming white flower, with its thousands of threads and turns, was like a pure little daughter with endless thoughts, but at this time, I actually felt that this white flower had thousands of spiders and poisons, and 1,000 demons and wonders. Don't worry too much. This flower merely has the effect of dispelling sorrows and soothing injuries. Gongzi hurriedly explains to dispel Shi's anxiety. Duke ZK then asked, "I heard a head monk say that reincarnation is the source of suffering. What do you think?" Yang Guiyao took a closer look at this past life of his ZK. He was dressed in splendid brocade clothes this day, about 17 years old, with a thin face, athletic and sturdy body, carrying an ordinary-looking heavenly thunder battle sword, with a serious expression, and an awe-inspiring righteousness showing between his eyebrows. Well, it was pretty much as one would expect. With a straight face. Look, there's a fish over there. Yi's eyes looked towards the lake. His chopsticks slowly picked up a slice of lily, and with only a slight wave, the lily resembled a flying knife, slicing through the fish's abdomen in a flash. The fish swung agonizingly, a faint crimson color, emerging behind it. It's feeling a lot of pain at the moment. Could it be because it's in the middle of the micro-sea? Gongzi asked rhetorically. I see. It was the lilies you shot out of the sky that made it suffer. The suffering of the wheel is not the fault of the wheel. Foamy Jubilee was soon relieved from a moment's anxiety. Yes and no. Look again. Yi's eyes looked to a carp spirit further away. Another slice of lily, lightning fast, flew toward the carpenter. I saw the carp spirit, with a wobbly body, swallow lily in one bite, and swim merrily away. Oh, it wasn't lily that made it suffer. It was itself. It is itself that is not strong enough. But does only the strong deserve to be happy? Sure, you asked with a seeming realization. Reincarnation is out of pleasure and pain. There is no necessary correlation between the two. Gongzi continued to explain. And pleasure and pain are nothing more than one's own experience. The difference between the state of reality as experienced by the self, and the ideal state pursued within. This difference is yang for pleasure, yin for sorrow, and yin in abundance for pain. Shi Luo then fell into deep thought as well. To ordinary people, these nebulous topics were boring. Yet it was an interesting topic to ZK, Mo Shi and Shi Luo, who had grown and cultivated for more than a decade in boredom. It's kind of boring to be only happy. This sentence from Fo Shi made Shi Luo and ZK deeply share the same feeling that life is meant to be exciting. It's really meaningless to live like this. Gongzi lamented. Yes, there is no short. Long does not exist, there is no small. Big does not exist, there is no yin. Yang does not exist, there is no pain. Pleasure does not exist. Is not it? Stop leaving quite boring? Their banter, however, was interrupted by a spatial distortion caused by a splintering, low-frequency sound, and two puffs of wolf smoke rising in the distance. Zhao Liang the dog is here. The three of them only had to bid farewell to Gongzi and chased after the trail left by Zhao Liang, rushing to the battlefield in LV City. Only they didn't expect that Fazi would be prophetic, and that their future days would really be more than happy and no longer boring, but ups and downs and tumultuous. Slowly opening his eyes, Yang Guiyao feebly said to Yang Jiayu, since I can't change history, and Mo Shi is destined to be snatched away by Xia Jie, what's the use of me remembering all this? It's just adding to my worries. Do you think that the history you've heard is really history? Ha! ZK was surprised and had a feeling of waking up. Yeah, they say history is a little girl to be dressed up. Yes, no matter how you look at it. Moxie doesn't look like that red-faced scourge that wreaks havoc on the country. The real history must not be what one has heard, especially about the distant Xia Dynasty. So far we can touch. Left the text of the artifacts are scarce, like scattered stars, dotted in the boundless night sky. Those sporadic discoveries of pottery fragments, tortoise shells and animal bones inscribed on the text. A few words. It is impossible to accommodate that the long river of history of the waves of the magnificent, and those words, mostly similar to Emperor Jiajing's green words, were the language of communication with God, and not too easy to read. Thinking of this, ZK immediately and eagerly sat back in front of the crystal ball and said, Old Master, I want to quickly go and see. Did Fo Shi and ZK and the others arrive safely at the Mengshan Ranch? What happened after that? Chapter 11, Dead or Alive? Under the guidance of the old master's blessing technique that was like a mysterious incantation, Yang Guiyao's consciousness gradually blurred, once again drifting toward the endless depths of his memories, as if he was in the middle of a long, unseen, whimpering creek, gradually clear in front of the eyes. Oh, the original is the Mengshan Ranch. Vine yellow houses, picturesque, scattered in a staggered manner on the green, grassy hillside. One of the seemingly ordinary courtyards that was heavily guarded was the one belonging to Dukeshire Wasteland. Inside the courtyard side hall, the ceramic pot hanging over the fire pit was escaping a wisp of tea fragrance. 3 teenagers were sitting around the fire pit. The atmosphere was grave but without losing tacit understanding. Shi Luo sitting in the first place, a white hemp clothes, head tied white mourning handkerchiefs, between the eyebrows revealed an unspeakable pathos. Moxie was sitting on his right side, also dressed in white linen clothes, wearing a pointed mourning cap with the tail of the cap draped behind her, her eyes bloodshot, her eyes slightly swollen, and her tearful eyes looked pitiful. ZK sat on the left side, and although he was wearing the same morning clothes as Shi Luo, his look was resolute and calm. He knew that the sadness of the moment could not change the truth, and the only way to avenge Mo Shi's death was to be firm in his beliefs. In the past 2 days, Fo Shi, from time to time, recalled some moving episode from the past, and then he wept and wailed. Shi Luo was never able to comfort Moxie, and the burden of comforting Moxie fell entirely on ZK. In fact, ZK also constantly recalled the past. In ZK's memory, this future father-in-law of his had always been the image of a majestic chieftain, but had always been very concerned about ZK's growth, and had even often shown favoritism towards ZK. However, this father-in-law had always done it in a way that was righteous and did not show favoritism. At this time, Shirwara entered the house, sitting at the bottom, wearing hemp clothes, waist tied with hemp rope, with a serious face, told the 3 people just to probe the situation outside. According to my probing today, the Xiahou clan has obtained 10,000 stones of rice, 10,000 pounds of shell money, 10,000 pounds of sea salt, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 1,000 strong soldiers, who are being escorted back to the Xia capital of Pouring Xin by the Black Scale Army. The Arigato clan has also received 1,000 stones of rice, 1,000 pounds of shell money, 1,000 pounds of sea salt, 100 piastres of silk, and 100 strong men, who are on their way to be escorted back to the Arigato clan tribe by the Arigato clan's Jinji army, and the Sparrow Left army of the Xiahou clan, still stationed 3 miles outside the western gate of LV city, will not leave until they have delivered the Holy Maiden. Your father's funeral will be held tomorrow, and will still be conducted according to the rites of a vassal count, but the nation will be allowed to mourn for only 1 day. Also, General Zilong didn't die, and the injuries he sustained weren't even serious. No internal injuries, all external. In addition, Elder Shirgu has temporarily taken over the position of the country's lord, but he does not enter the royal palace, and is on official business in his own mansion, leaving the royal palace to your mothers, and Shirzu and their mothers. He also declared that the kingdom of Aoshi has always been a vassal state of the Xiahou clan, was, is, and always will be. Shirera's voice was low and powerful, each word like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the crowd. Dog pee. This is a dog pee. Shiryu angrily interrupted Shi Wuong with an unyielding light in his eyes. I, the kingdom of Arushi, have never been a vassal state of the Xiahou clan, but rather an obedient, autonomous state that listens to the tone of the voice and not to the pronouncements. Shirarai also nodded in agreement to express his stance. Aha! Yes, the kingdom of Arushi is by no means a vassal of the Xiahou clan. It was not in the past, it is not now, nor can it be in the future. Seeing Shiryu's iron face and not speaking, Shi Wuong continued. The Grand Elder also announced that he was only temporarily acting as the Lord of Arushi, and that he would formally be crowned as the new Lord of Arushi 1 year after the Holy Son became a family member. But I suspect that this is just a delaying tactic on his part. He wants to lure out His Highness and the Holy Maiden, and at the same time appease the main vein. He also announced that the Holy Maiden would be enthroned by Xia Jie as the first consort of the main palace, and that he would personally escort the Holy Maiden to the Xia capital, Xin. But now the whereabouts of the Holy Son or daughter are unknown. Therefore he has announced another reward of 100 fat sheep for those who find the Holy Son or the Holy Daughter. With a grave expression on his face and an unspeakable worry in his voice, the Duke of Shur Wasteland went on to say. In addition, he announced that from this year onwards, Arashikage will actually be participating in the Xia capital's deliberate Xin scale selection, so that talented teenagers will have the opportunity to hone their skills in the Xiahou clan's imperial army, the Black Scale Army. I heard that this is a condition that Zhao Liang, during the negotiations, insisted on adding, clearly wanting to absorb our elites into the past. Participating in the Pouring Xin scale selection was obviously a major event. Just that for Shiryu, Mo Shi and ZK at this moment. None of them belonged to the important matters at hand. Therefore, the 3 of them did not make a sound. Then, Shirarai paused and continued with a worried expression. The situation is dire now, and all the border gates have been fortified and guarded by the Tianzi soldiers themselves. It is difficult to get out of the gate. All women are not allowed to go out, and men are not allowed to go out unless necessary, and even if they want to go out, they have to take off their clothes and undergo a detailed inspection. Moreover, there are inspection squads of 5 people patrolling around all over the tribe, and these important places like the ancestral temple and the altar are even more heavily guarded with additional Tianzui troops, not to mention ZK's residence and General Shirqi's residence, which have long been targeted by some sneaky people. As soon as Shirhua's words fell, ZK couldn't wait to ask a soulful question. Your Highness, what are you going to do? Are you choosing to hibernate for a long time? Secretly contacting the elders of your father's lineage, waiting for an opportunity to act? Or will you temporarily leave the tribe, and then come back to clear up the root cause after you have accumulated enough power in the future? This, sure you heard, eyebrows tightly locked, face showing hesitation, do not know what to choose. His heart is filled with anger, pathos and excitement. For the future, he has never quietly and seriously think about it. Seeing this, ZK said in a deep voice, "Fo, she must leave and go incognito, and the two of us must stay with Morishi, so we must also leave together. Staying within the tribe, we will definitely be subject to all sorts of constraints, and it will not be conducive for us to build up our strength." In the past 2 days, ZK had already analyzed the current situation in depth. King Yushur had 13 brothers and 5 sisters, each born of 4 concubines, perhaps because of their father's powerful bloodline, or perhaps because of the virtuousness of the rightful concubine. Each of the 13 brothers was very accomplished, either extremely gifted in cultivation, or skilled in key technologies such as smelting, animal husbandry, brine making, and pottery burning. Each and every one of them, so to speak, is a man of the people. Among them were King Shi Luo and Grand Elder Shi Gu, the two with the strongest cultivation talent among the 13 of their brothers. And the brothers were also secretly divided into 2 factions, looking up to Shi Luo and Shi Gu respectively. In order to compete for the throne, the brothers almost met in arms, although the old chief noticed in time a final decision. The royal decree Shi Luo as the holy son, and arranged for Shi Gu to inherit his uncle's high priest position, only to resolve the danger of the war. But there has always been some undercurrents over the years, with all kinds of tit-for-tat and small frictions, and the dark fights between the 2 factions have never stopped. This time, Shi Gu the Elder and Shi Xia Elder once again disregarded the will of the Shi King, and said that they would like to submit to the Xia Ho clan, which really has to make people suspicious of their ulterior motives. Moreover, King Yushur, who was clearly victorious, died violently in a strange manner, and no one would dare to believe that there was no conspiracy behind it. If there is really a conspiracy, although I don't dare to conclude who is the mastermind behind it, the person who profits the most must be the Grand Elder. Who profits the most? Who is suspected the most? On the other hand, after thinking about it himself, there was no one else who could be listed as a suspect, so even if it wasn't the Grand Elder himself behind this, it was most likely that powerful force behind the High Priestess that was secretly planning or participating. Therefore, in the future, Shi Yu and his own survival in the country of Shi is very risky. After all, if you don't get rid of the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. The powerful forces of the Grand Elder's lineage will not be benevolent and leave behind a root of trouble. Even the powerful King Yushur had been tricked, not to mention that the 2 of them were just 3 teenagers with no real power, no influence, and no strength. Of course Shi Yu, as the current saint's son, the risk was much higher. The ZK family, after all, is not a royal bloodline, but an outsider, and will not be the main target. Will only be seen as wings, a pair of feathers that can be pulled together. Pulling together cannot be needed to cut off the wings. As ZK was once again in serious thought, he heard Shi Yu murmur, "Perhaps it would be a way for the 2 of us to show ourselves and secretly protect Foshi. How dare you still harbor such an unrealistic fluke? When the storm dies down, I'm afraid that your end will be something that even you cannot imagine. Do you really think that that cunning old fox, Shi Gu, will let you off easily?" Shi Arao coldly reminded, his voice filled with worry. A silence fell over the room. After a short while, it was ZK who broke the silence. "If you're considering leaving the Arushi kingdom, then the discretionary scale selection might be a good opportunity. Brother Shi Arao and I can fight for a place in the competition, and at that time, you and Foshi can disguise as our accompanying slaves. When passing through the Arigato clan tribe, we can create some confusion, such as pretending to be robbed by horse thieves, and you will take the opportunity to escape. Afterward, you can settle down in a safe place, and I'll meet up with you after I go around to the summer capital and get out of the way." Well, I need to think about it more carefully. Shi Yu paced back and forth in the room, pondering if there was a more secure, more foolproof method. Just then, he suddenly felt that something within the lapel of his chest was vibrating slightly, as if there was a force trying to break free. He looked down, and it turned out to be his vital life-preserving jade bottle. Shi Yu carefully reached inside his jacket, felt out this jade bottle, and gently opened the cork. In an instant, a light as smoke, slightly transparent figure appeared in front of the 4 teenagers. Oh my god! That figure was clearly the image of the king of Yushur, Shi Luo. Or, are you all unharmed? Shi Luo's voice was vicarious and concerned. Desolator, you're not hurt either, are you? He turned to the other two to inquire. Father, you're alive. Great. She was surprised to see his father's familiar and long-lost figure appear again, to actually die and come back to life. Excitedly, she lunged at Shiro at once. However, that figure was like a dreamy bubble, and as she lunged, she unexpectedly hit the ground, stumbled, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, ZK reacted quickly and was quick on his feet, holding her up. Fomi had forgotten for a moment that the life-preserving jade bottle worn by their siblings was just a weak wisp of a split soul. Father, we are not injured. Shiryu was also filled with joy and hurriedly responded with a half-kneeling arch, his voice revealing his respect for his father. Thank you uncle for hanging on. None of us are injured. Shirai followed suit and responded. At present, what is the situation in the outside world? Do you know? Shiro's inquiring voice carried a sense of urgency. ZK did not dare to be slow, and immediately detailed the situation in the outside world and his own plans, his words revealing his wit and determination. Shi Luo listened patiently, and after a little thought, he slowly opened his mouth and commanded, "This strand of my split soul, after leaving the jade bottle, can only last for a maximum of 2 hours. So next, you need to listen carefully to what I have to say, and try not to interrupt me." Then, Shi Luo let out a slight sigh and said in a self-condemning manner, "This time, it was my father who was careless. The great Sinnan divine cauldron was tampered with, and the 9 heavenly divine flame array laid out in the cauldron couldn't be catalyzed. Alas, it's really hard to predict the hearts of people." Then, with complicated eyes, he looked at the younger generation in front of him and said in a deep voice, "But you should not think about revenge or investigating the truth right now. This one is very important. Do not take revenge now. Don't investigate now. Shirgur and the others are not to be trusted. You both should flee the kingdom of Arisu. Then there is the Kair family who are also very risky and could also consider fleeing. Although the Aroer family is less risky, they also need to prepare for both." After saying this, Shi Luo turned to Shiryu again and instructed, "After you get away, take me to the Golden Xia Cave on Jade Spring Mountain and find my master, the Jade Tripod Truthfulness, who will be able to save my life. You can also worship in the Golden Xia Cave, and when you cultivate to the Golden Immortal Realm, that's when we'll return." After speaking, Shi Luo looked at ZK and Shi again and said, "Or 400 miles northwest of Mount Yuchuan. There's a small frontier city on the border with the Ghost Founder country called Martial City. You two can settle here and also have a mutual care with Ur. Also, you need to try to notify Elder Zisho as early as possible, and if they are willing to do so, they can consider not coming back for the time being, and bring the Blazing Flame army directly to Wucheng. There's also General Shi Qi, and Elder Shi Wuan can also consider converging on Wucheng if they are being suppressed in the tribe." After a short pause, he continued, "The plan of action for concealing the truth as described by Kair is still very feasible, and in order to be more ensured, my father is considering that, on top of acting according to Kair's plan, if there is a little more fine-tuning of the details, for example, if your siblings were to walk separately, for example, Lady Luoshui at the shore of Camel's Horse Lake, for example, General Xianfeng, for example, so on so forth, and so forth, it would be even more concealable and more certain. Well, I'm going back into the jade bottle. You guys need to be more careful and cautious. If you are in danger, open the porcelain vase. It will still be useful. Queer, you are the most intelligent and brave. Although you have not yet formally worshipped, I hope you can protect." There was Shi Luo's figure had become a little more transparent, turning into a wisp of white mist that floated into the porcelain vase in Shiryu's hand. She clearly saw the last look of his father Sama to ZK's ardent eyes, his lowered eyes, and silently rolled down a few more crystalline teardrops. After having a wisp of Shi Wang's split soul return to the porcelain vase, ZK stood up long and arched his hand to Shi Rake. "Brother Rake, let's act according to Uncle's opinion, but I'm not in a position to make contact, so those arrangements that Uncle spoke of will only have to rely on you." "Brother Rake, brother, I'm in for it." "Alright, then I'll sneak to the south first, show up and make some noise to attract the attention of Shigur and old dog Zhao, and then return to LV City, and when I have the chance, I'll still look into the matter of the destruction of the Divine Cauldron and take part in the preliminary selection for the discretionary scale selection." In the end, ZK took out all the spirit stones, spirit fruits and elixirs, as well as most of the shell coins from his own storage ring and handed them over to Shiryu and Shi. Also, these shell coins, spirit stones, spirit fruits and spirit pills, you too keep them. From now on, you too will have to fend for yourself. Practitioners need to carry a lot of supplies with them. General ordinary practitioners will hang a storage bag on the waist. Storage bag inside the space distortion. The outside looks not big, but the inside is inside. Generally have a room so big, can be loaded with many supplies. On the other hand, some practitioners who only wanted to cultivate the art of immortality, or those who aspired to alchemy and weaponry would mostly place their storage pouches inside their wide cuffs. Larger than the storage space of a storage bag is a sturdy storage ring, usually the size of a small palace. Of course, this kind of storage space also had limitations. One was that it could not store living sixth-way beings, and the other was that there were usually no prohibitions restricting others from inspecting or accessing it. Shi Luo surprisingly tried to shrug it off, and Moshi didn't make any move to pick it up. In the past, Fomi would often snatch it up in one hand without hesitation, and would even look smug. ZK understood in his heart that in these 2 days, the pride that Shi Luo's siblings once had been worn down too much, and in turn, some reserve had been born. When have we ever been polite? What's wrong with His Highness today? Today's changes should bring us closer together, not become separated. Believe me, with my strength, no matter if I go to the south to make a little noise or win the discretionary Xinlin election, it's still not a problem. But ZK never imagined that this trip to the south would lead to so many twists and turns. Chapter 12, Traveling to Lvcheng. The next day, at the first light of morning, ZK set out alone. He knew that this trip must not be publicized so as not to expose Foshi's hiding place. Therefore, he carefully plotted a hidden route, twisting and winding, deeply hidden in the pine forests of Mang Mountain, enough to hide from the eyes of the crowd and reach Shui City on the other end of the tribe. Then he would quietly show up in Shui City to hide his face. Therefore, ZK carefully carried out a disguise and dress up, abandoning his horse and trying to keep a low profile. In the pine forest on the hillside of Mangshan Mountain, ZK walked like the wind, striding through, and his mood was no longer so heavy, for there was a conviction, an unprecedented motivation, which was supporting him to move forward. While traveling, a sudden gust of wind came whistling, a hare fled in panic, pine needles and dust flying in the wind. Ow dash! It was clearly a demon tiger. Facing this sudden beast, ZK gripped the heavenly thunder battle sword with both hands. His gaze was like a torch, fearless. The demonic tiger stared at him as well, seemingly surprised by his composure, as prey usually chose to run away at this point. Both sides stared at each other for a long time, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. Suddenly, the demonic tiger let out a low roar and lunged at ZK. However, ZK did not retreat. Raising his heavenly thunder battle blade, a sharp metallic power infused into the battle blade, and instead of retreating, his body sank, drilling underneath the tiger's stomach, skillfully avoiding the demonic tiger's pounce, and at the same time, slashing out with a knife. The demon tiger's stomach was cut open, and its internal organs and blood sprayed out, causing its huge body to instantly collapse to the ground. Lifeless, satisfied, ZK put away his battle sword, sat down on his knees, urged his flying sickle, and while crushing that demonic tiger, he inhaled all the escaping chi, blood, souls, and so on, into his abdomen, and then refined them. His own mountain-breaking and cloud-cutting skill had already been cultivated to the peak of the 9th level of the chi-practicing realm, and this amount of spiritual chi was not enough to support his breakthrough to the mortal-immortal realm. Thinking of the uncertainty of what was to come, ZK decided to first cultivate the one he had rarely cultivated before. A defensive body refining technique, prisoner Yufu Xuanwu skill. There was no such thing as a breakthrough in this technique. There was only a quantitative change, not a qualitative change, and it was most suitable for the current situation. Currently, the prisoner's Yufu Xuanwu skill had only just been cultivated to the late introductory stage, and its defensive power was roughly equivalent to the 7th to 9th level of the chi practicing realm of the immortal cultivation technique. As for the attack power, this prisoner Yishuanwu skill almost has no active attack ability, and can only rebound 60% or 70% of the attack power back when being attacked. A moment later, with a satisfied smile on his face, ZK stood up, and the prisoner Yushuan martial arts had received a huge boost. Nice! This was more useful than absorbing the spiritual chi of 5 spirit stones, than absorbing the chi and blood of 2 chi cultivation realm martial artists. And it seemed that practicing alone in the wild mountains was more suitable for you than cultivating at home, or fighting on the battlefield. And there was no need to worry about being discovered drinking blood and being thought to have entered the devil's path, or a demonic beast taking shape. ZK continued walking, killing dozens of various demonic beasts along the way and reaping a good harvest. As for the prisoner Yushuan Wugong, also can be cultivated to the small into the realm of the early stage. According to the secret book, their current defense has been roughly equivalent to the cultivation of immortal Gongfu, mortal-immortal realm 1 to 3 level. In only 2 days' time, ZK had practically run through half of the country of Yushur. From the Mengshan ranch in the northern part of the tribe to Lvcheng, the big city in the southern part of the tribe, Lvcheng, there is a concentration of the refining, pottery and smithing industries in Shur state. It's been 5 years. It's been 5 years since I've been to Lvcheng. ZK couldn't help but feel many emotions rising. 5 years ago, it was here that he himself, who was only at the 3rd level of the Qi refining realm cultivation at that time, defeated the Hu of the 5th level of the Qi refining realm? Oh yeah, come to think of it, that kid's name is Shi Chan. Oh, walking into an unoccupied and secluded place in a curved alley, ZK lifted his disguise and stepped out from the other end of the alley, then found a fairly good inn and stayed in room No. 3 of the heavenly character. Xiaoer brought 2 pounds of donkey meat, a pot of spirit wine, and a dish of lotus rice. This was ZK's favorite pairing when he was alone. It could relax him physically and mentally. Recently, it was true that he was physically and mentally exhausted and needed to relax. Outside the window, a crescent moon hangs alone, and there are not many stars in the sparsely scattered stars. ZK sat quietly in front of the window, emptying his thoughts in an attempt to give his mind a moment of peace. However, as he gently sipped the cup of spirit wine, the subtle aroma of the wine seemed to pull him back into the midst of his tumultuous thoughts, making him unable to resist falling into deep thought once again. Can Yuan Mo Shi really escape from the clutches of Zhao Liang and Xia Jie? Even if they left the country of Yushur peacefully, there is no place for them under the sky. Is there really a place for them to stand? Find a cave and seclusion? But Moxie was fond of bustling. She must not be able to accept it. Also, Lord Shiro's divine tripod, surprisingly, failed at the critical moment. According to Lord Shiro, it was the formation inside the tripod that was sabotaged. Who had the motive to sabotage it? Who had the motivation to destroy it? Who had the conditions to destroy it? Who has the ability to destroy it? Who had the ability to destroy it? And who gained the greatest benefit from it? The Great Elder is the most suspicious. He has motive, certain conditions, ability, and has already received heavenly favors. But was it really the Grand Elder? After all, there wasn't any evidence. Are Shiyu and Moshi thinking about these things? Sure, you and these 2 siblings, living in the palace for many years, the lack of experience, the sudden catastrophe, they are indeed a test. For the first time, ZK felt like there was a 1,000-pound weight on his shoulders, especially when he recalled Lord Shiro's last look. That earnest look. That look made ZK suddenly rise with a sour pain, as if it was stuffed in his chest and in his throat. Was this a kind of pain? It seemed to be a kind of happiness? No, it was clearly a pain. It wasn't Lily that made it suffer. It was itself. Not strong enough? Yes. I am too weak. I must cultivate immediately. Can't keep rambling on like this. When a person relaxes, his thoughts are in a flurry and unnutritious. It's better to cultivate. Although there were no longer any spirit stones around, it was still possible to tamp down the foundation. ZK sat cross-legged on the Kong, pouring the rest of the spirit wine into his abdomen in one gulp, slowly inhaling the thin spiritual chi in his abdomen and in the sky and earth, and the true chi in his body began to slowly run. One weekday, and another, and with each weekday, the cultivation base was slightly stabilized by 1 point. Boom, boom, boom. It's the sound of feet kicking in the door. Room check, open the door. Obscure. Such a self-contained and sad night would have been a bit poignant on its own. However, it was a good opportunity to attract the attention of Shi Gu and Zhao Liang. With a wave of ZK's hand, his inner true chi brushed past, and gently, the door bolted open. Since cultivating to the 7th level of the chi practicing realm, he possessed the ability to defend objects through the air. And now, having long since reached the 9th level of the chi practicing realm, opening a bolt was completely out of the question. It was followed by a thud. The door was finally kicked violently open and slammed against the wall. Bad. A big bladdered, pickled man came barging in, wearing the clothing of the guards, which appeared to be extremely ill-fitting, and looking at his aura, he only had the strength of the 6th level of the chi practicing realm. As soon as he barged in, the filthy big man bellowed, "What's your name and what are you doing in Shui City? How long are you going to stay? Where are you going after you leave Shui City? Are you harboring any criminals in your house? Are you harboring any beautiful women? I am ZK. Please, get out. What did you say? Looking for death. The filthy big man swung his fist at ZK. Sub K. Because of ZK and Xia's. I didn't pay this month's regular money, not to mention that I was also added to the tax burden. And I see that the family's rations are already very little left. There is no rice. No wheat. Just some old corn and half a liter of sorghum rice. If you're really ZK, I'll pretend I don't know and clean up the mess first. And there's an order from above to use coercion on ZK. If necessary. Even if you're a fake ZK, I'll have to clean you up first. You can't even fill your stomach. And you're still out on official duty. You grandma, how dare you amuse this army master? Giggle, a sound of blood and flesh ripping apart. What the fist hit was actually a piece of marinated donkey meat. The slice of marinated donkey meat shone slightly with a sharp, metallic chill, spinning, gently cutting through the flesh of the fist, flying towards the opposite wall, and nailed on top of it with a poof. A piece of blood flew, an illusory three-bladed scythe in ZK's mouth spun up at a rapid speed, and before the blood could hit the ground, it transformed into a pillar of blood that was sucked into ZK's mouth. In only a few breaths, the pickled big man was pale and weak, and a small half of the blood in his body, mixed with his true chi and internal energy, was sucked away by ZK. Please, get out, ZK said indifferently, this time without a hint of anger. The pickled Hulk trembled as he exited the room, then turned on a dime and disappeared, leaving behind only a fearful cry. He had wanted to say something like don't leave if you have the balls, or to say that he'd seen a ghost, but had been too terrified to say it or hadn't had the strength to do so. This is the punishment due for your insolence, ZK chanted silently. Don't look long and tall. In the face of internal conflicts among the people, ZK is actually very good-tempered. Usually such a thing, he would not react so much at all. This time he is on purpose, aiming to test whether there are eyes in the dark paying attention to himself. ZK continued to sit on the Kong and cultivate without closing the door, for he knew that the filthy big man was bound to go and return. After a short while, the small amount of true chi internal energy and bloodline power that had been devoured from the blood of that filthy big man had already been refined by ZK, only that the internal energy gained was even far less than what he had gained from his jungle adventures in the previous 2 days. Only one incense stick time. That dirty big man really go and come back. Outside the window came that dirty big man familiar voice, Sure Kai big brother. Is the heavenly word 3 room that guy? Called himself ZK. Mouth crazy words. Said that our Shue city guards are lowly mole cricket. Small with the theory. The result is also out of his hand to hit and injure. At this moment, dozens of guards had already gathered outside the inn, neatly listed in 3 teams, led by an imposing middle-aged officer. The 1,000 Household Guard. Sure Kai. Squad 4. Squad 7. Surround the inn. Sure Kai immediately issued an order. Squad 1. Follow me. Chapter 13. How do you prove your ZK? While that filthy big man led the way, Sure Kai led a dozen guards with resounding footsteps, thumping up the stairs and blocking the doorway of room No. 3 of the heavenly character. Sure Kai wasn't like his men who were still hungry, he still had some leftovers at home, so he didn't take immediate action, but instead acted quite courteously and inquired, "Excuse me, are you the one who claims to call yourself ZK?" Observing the other party's aura, this officer seemed to have only reached the 9th level of the chi refining realm, at most half a step into the mortal-immortal realm. ZK therefore put his heart down. "That's right, I am ZK. ZK replied frankly. "Then, may I ask what evidence you have to prove that you are indeed ZK?" Sure Kai pressed further. Faced with such a question, ZK tried to hold back his laughter as he purposely responded to the middle-aged officer's query word for word in a slow and lengthy tone. "I don't really have any evidence that can prove that I am ZK. Since you don't have any evidence that you are ZK, then this general will have to punish you for impersonating an extra horse harnessed by the side of a team." Sure Kai's face instantly became vicious, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Son-in-law? Oh, I have Sure Gua. Do I currently have a sidekick?" ZK continued to flirt. Sure Kai was a bit surprised. So calm. Why is the person in front of him emboldened? Could it be that he has some powerful background? Or, is the person in front of him really Prince ZK? It was only a pity that he was not at a high level and had not seen ZK before, making it difficult to ascertain. But it doesn't matter if it's ZK or not. The upper peak already has an order. If the holy son or daughter is found, on the one hand, rush to report upwards. On the other hand, to be courteous and persuasive to return to the palace. But ZK is different. The upper peak did not even provide ZK's portrait. And expressly, if ZK appeared alone, they can be official. With conditions, can interrogate the whereabouts of the holy sons and daughters. No conditions should be kept track of, and hurry to report to the top. So Shi Kai also picked up a complicated and strange mindset and replied, Duke ZK is the future emperor's son-in-law. If you impersonate Duke ZK, you are also impersonating the emperor's son-in-law. Since it is the future who will be the emperor's son-in-law, shouldn't it be the future who will be punished for the crime of impersonation? For a moment, Shi Kai didn't find the words to respond, so he drew his battle sword with a bang. ZK didn't make any movement and continued to ask, May I ask your name, sir? Humph. This general does not change his name in line, and he does not change his name. Surname Shi Kai. May I ask what proof you have that you are Lord Shi Kai? I have an ID card. Then, please show me your identity card. ZK had long noticed that this Lord Shi Kai, for some reason, did not have an identity plate hanging around his waist that symbolized his official position, so he asked this question. Shi Kai touched the place at his waist where the identity plate should have been hung, but it was actually empty, and with a wrinkle of his brow he remembered something, so he angrily opened his eyes and said, What kind of person are you? What qualifications do you have to view this general's identity plate? I'm ZK. What proof do you have that you are ZK? Ha 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 ha. ZK finally couldn't help but laugh out loud, and kind of liked this middle-aged officer a little bit. The clumsiness of his mouth was even worse than his own. Since you can't be sure you're Shi Kai without an identity card, you can't continue to stay in my room, or else I'll clean you up as a robber. Get out! Wayawa, you doll who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Shi Kai finally exploded as ZK had wanted. He roared angrily while he had already swung his sword at ZK, but perhaps because he really didn't think that the teenager in front of him was ZK, he didn't inject any internal force into the sword. ZK also noticed that Shi Kai did not utilize his internal force, so he did not pull out his sword, but raised his right hand, and a pair of chopsticks blocked Shi Kai's sword, making a dang sound. This ability of wielding grass and trees as swords was something that could only be done at the peak of the chi refining realm. Only then did Shi Kai really realize that the doll in front of him, who had cultivated to this level at a young age, was basically certain to be Duke ZK. So Shi Kai, without saying a word, immediately lifted his cultivation concealment and fully activated his internal power of the third level of the immortal realm, raised his battle sword high, and chopped down towards ZK with a forceful chop, shouting under his breath, Let's see if I don't chop up your sharp-tongued suspect posing as an emperor's son-in-law. Entering the immortal realm, the true chi in the cultivator's body is extremely dense, which in turn condenses into liquid true essence, and when the true essence is injected into the sword and halberd, it adds more than 1,000 times to the attacking power compared to injecting the true chi with internal force, and is able to condense the spiritual power outside the body such as the sword, fist, palm, and so on, to use for attacking. This Shi Kai suddenly surged in chi and killed in pain. The transformation was without warning, making ZK, who was sitting cross-legged, unable to react reasonably for a moment. Bigger, blurred eyes? ZK secretly grumbled in his heart. How could he have just seen this officer's cultivation realm as that of the 9th level of the chi refining realm? ZK could only grudgingly try his best to pour more internal energy into the chopsticks in his hands, swinging them diagonally to fight, trying to make use of the tilted angle of the chopsticks in order to dislodge some of the force of the attack, and at the same time trying hard to dodge and evade, as well as urging the defensive technique, prisoner's Yufu Xuanwu, to make it seem as though his body was covered in a layer of iron armor, so that he would have to be prepared for any eventuality. Just in case. Bam! The chopsticks in ZK's hand snapped into several pieces. A pain came from the tiger's mouth of his right hand, and between dodging and vacillating, he narrowly avoided the knife. Sweep thousand armies. Shi Kai didn't give ZK time to react. The second blade came back at ZK with a horizontal slash. Sky, this thick true essence of yours is really too damn tempting. You're the one who sent me here. It just so happens that my lord wants to make a breakthrough, but he doesn't have any spirit stones. Clank. ZK also drew his own heavenly thunder battle sword, but he didn't dare to fight with force. After all, the power gap was too great, so he could only think of a way to get rid of it in 4 different ways. Seeing that this sword sweeping across the world was already coming from the left side of his body to intercept his waist, ZK poured half of the remaining thunder power in his body into the heavenly thunder battle blade, making a move to push the boat along with the water, and swinging his sword to slash diagonally from top to bottom towards Shi Kai's battle blade. Just as the 2 blades were about to clash, ZK pressed the Lei button on his battle sword, and then made a fish leap to fly over the top of the sweeping battle sword, slightly awkwardly dodging the second blade attack. Kai had been prepared to launch a third and fourth attack in a row until he took ZK. But at this moment, Kai only felt his hands vibrating and numb. His heart felt like it was being hammered, and his head was dizzy for a while as he was struck by ZK's thunder power. Jiaolong flip. ZK flipped over, and while stabilizing his footing, he slammed his blade into Kai's pair of wrists that were barely holding the battle sword. Only a choking sound could be heard as Kai's battle sword was smashed down to the ground. ZK then waved his left hand and put his battle sword into his storage ring. Then ZK crossed his sword and stood proudly in the middle of the guest room, his right foot stepping on top of the middle-aged officer's arm. The middle-aged officer was lying on the ground twitching, foaming at the mouth, and the knife wound at his wrist was slowly bleeding. You asked for it. Don't ever blame this gentleman. Secretly urging the flying sickle to spin rapidly, ZK quickly devoured 70% to 80% of the young officer's chi, blood and true essence. After swallowing, ZK stared coldly at the dozen or so soldiers huddled together outside the door, shivering, and droned softly. Still don't help your 1,000 household guard away. A group of soldiers rushed forward to pick up the half-dead Kai and clanked down the stairs to escape. I can't afford not to run away. This damn demonic beast is afraid of cultivating into human form, actually drinking human blood. ZK then continued to sit down, quickly refining Kai's chi and blood true essence, gurgling and integrating it into his dantian, only to feel his dantian swelling and burning. ZK felt that his dantian chi could no longer accommodate this much true chi. He hurriedly operated the mountain-splitting and cloud-cutting skill and tried to compress the true chi in his dantian. If he compressed this true chi into liquid form, he would be able to advance to the mortal-immortal realm. However, with no spirit stones around, it seemed to be a little short, not even close. Finally, the first strand of true essence was formed as a piece of true essence was forcefully sent into the dantian. Immediately after that, more true chi began to liquefy, and as if a chain reaction had formed, the true chi in the dantian rapidly decreased to the point where the true chi in the limbs and bones were also attracted, converging to the Ren vessel, and then surging into the dantian. As the true chi continued to liquefy into true essence, ZK only felt that the dantian was incredibly warm and sweaty, soaking his clothes. At this moment, it would be good if he could refine the aura of a few more spirit stones. Finally, the process of liquefying the true chi slowly came to a halt. The breakthrough was not completely successful and stopped at the half-step mortal-immortal realm. After the realm was elevated, the speed of absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth accelerated quite a bit. ZK still maintained the cultivation posture of sitting cross-legged, desperately running the splitting mountain and chopping clouds technique, not daring to slack off in the slightest. At this moment, the true chi in the limbs and bones was abnormally empty, and if it wasn't tamped down in time, the rumored risk of the realm's fall could come at any time. One must hurry up and cultivate with a view to stabilizing one's realm. One must hurry up and cultivate, or else if a higher-ranked powerhouse comes back later, he or she will definitely go off the deep end. Chapter 14, Wishing the Taoist Prince. ZK also didn't dare to put all of his energy into cultivation, but also had to spare a trace of divine thoughts to focus on the situation outside, because the downstairs surrounded the inn. Nearly 30 soldiers did not withdraw, because of the salacious big man. That familiar voice once again rang out again. Hurry up and inform the city lord. Hurry up and inform the city lord. However, hooray! The filthy Hulk, in the end, didn't get any new help. Surprisingly, on the contrary, after a quarter of an hour, thumped down on his knees in front of the ZK door, because behind him, standing at the end was not the Shui city lord, but a valiant teenage officer. This officer was dressed in an indigo tight-fitting rough cloth tunic, with a 2-inch wide belt of the same color around his waist, a white shapely cotton inner collar, a long and white neck, an indigo mail hat, with his hair coiled in the hat, tightly tied with an indigo hat tassel, and cold, clear and delicate features that made him look like an untouched man. ZK was secretly relieved. The visitor was actually Duke Xu Tao, the daughter of Elder Zhu Ding, who was in charge of the refining ceramics industry. She shouldn't be unfavorable to herself. However, ZK felt naturally at ease with her, and he didn't know for what reason. Xu Tao Gongzi is a flower girl who doesn't like red makeup. ZK and Changai's match was because of Xu Tao, and then met a few times, just less interaction. Compared with the clear in her childhood, Xu Tao nowadays looks more and more beautiful, perhaps because of the not too sharp, thin and fair melon face, perhaps because of the cheekbones and cheeks of the ingenious collagen, perhaps because of the perfect match with the 5 features, especially the straight and small nose, tiny nose. She was heroic again. Perhaps because of her graceful and straight figure? Perhaps because of her slightly thicker and feathery willow eyebrows? Perhaps because of the fact that all the civilians in the city were clad in sackcloth these days? She was also cold and compelling. Perhaps because her thin red lips did not show a hint of a smile. Or perhaps because between those willow eyebrows, 2 marks formed by the scars of early childhood, giving the impression that she was always half-tightly frowning. These 2 wounds ZK than anyone knows. Is Shi that bad boy maliciously caused? But good Shi has been heaven's wrath. ZK's thoughts drifted chaotically until the salacious big man's rude voice suddenly rang out. The villain has eyes and doesn't recognize Taishan. Thank you, Mr. ZK, for being merciful. Please punish me. Please punish Mr. ZK. Zhu Tao also arched his hands handsomely, his face full of sincerity. I've already punished them for you just now. Tell them to pay attention to their attitude towards law enforcement in the future. This is General Shi Kai's sword. Return it to him as well. Hear that? Zhu Tao turned to the pickled Hulk and droned sternly. Still not thanking me for my favor? The filthy big man hurriedly bowed his head and thanked him. I am grateful. Thank you, Mr. ZK, for your great favor. Don't you get out yet. Call up those brothers of yours and I'll roll back. With a wave of Duke Zhu Tao's jade hand, that filthy big man hurriedly took big steps and small steps, rolling and crawling away from the inn. Brother ZK, long time no see. Why did you come to Shui City? Didn't know to give a word. Not looking down on me? Zhu Tao sighed lightly and then asked, Sister Zhu Tao, please sit down. ZK was still sitting cross-legged on the bed. His right hand was raised in vain, making an inviting gesture, and continued, I have just failed to make a breakthrough, and now my realm is unstable and I need to continue to cultivate. So if there is any hospitality that is not well received, please bear with me. Sister Zhu Tao. At this moment, ZK's heart, in fact, was a little anxious, not at all what he had shown, a breezy look, because at his dantian, there was a burst of coldness that hit him, and the tiny bit of true essence that had been liquefied already had a hidden tendency to regasify into true qi. Once this process could not be controlled and caused a chain reaction, the true essence quickly reverted to a large amount of true qi, and one would most likely explode and die. Zhu Taogonzi was unaware of ZK's condition. However, her eyes remained wide. Shouldn't you find a quiet room for your breakthrough? There's no such thing as a casual breakthrough in an inn. Is this courageous? Or do you have something to rely on? Or is it simply a random act, and then there's the failed breakthrough? That must have been caused by these underlings of his own, interrupting ZK's cultivation just now, right? In order to avoid disturbing ZK's cultivation, Duke Zhu Tao then quietly sat down on the futon in front of the window, curiously sizing up ZK while pondering how he should compensate ZK later. After looking at it for a while, Duke Zhu Tao felt very puzzled. ZK used to seem to cultivate a lightning attribute technique, but now it seems to have changed to a cold ice attribute technique. Moreover, why didn't ZK use spirit stones, spirit pills and the like to aid in his cultivation? Thus, Lord Zhu Tao carefully asked, why don't you absorb the aura of the spirit stones, but slowly absorb the aura of the heavens and earth? Spirit stones? Used up. ZK answered with some difficulty already. Oh my god. At such a critical moment, ZK had even run out of spirit stones and forcefully relied on absorbing the aura of heaven and earth to cultivate. This is too dangerous. I still have a few spirit stones here. Zhu Tao hurriedly took out 6 spirit stones from his own storage pouch and handed them to ZK. It's a real blessing in disguise. But how can one be so good as to ask for something from a girl for nothing? ZK pondered in his heart and said with difficulty, you don't get anything for nothing. How can I ask for this precious spirit stone of yours? Just count it as a loan from me, and you can just pay me back some other time. Then thank you Sister Zhu Tao. ZK received the spirit stones, opened his mouth and swallowed 2 of them into his stomach, hurriedly starting to refine them. How did you directly eat the spirit stone? Shouldn't you hold the stone with both hands, inject internal energy, urge the aura to overflow, and then inhale it? Ha ha, I have a special physique that allows me to directly swallow, refine, and absorb spirit stones so that I cannot waste them at all. Zhu Tao's eyes went wide. It was the first time she had seen that someone could cultivate like this. As a large amount of spiritual qi erupted, the true qi within the meridians rapidly filled up, and the trend of true qi being reduced to true qi finally stopped, and it felt as if the pressure within the dantian had once again increased dramatically, and the temperature was soaring wildly, once again initiating the process of true qi being liquefied into true qi. ZK hurriedly swallowed 2 more spirit stones, and with the continuous replenishment of a large amount of true qi, all of the true qi within the dantian gradually liquefied into true essence. like a pot of rich, intoxicating wine. Finally, a sharp aura of the mortal-immortal realm rose up, announcing that ZK's cultivation realm had successfully broken through to the mortal-immortal realm's first level. He once again swallowed 2 spirit stones and operated the mountain-splitting and cloud-cutting technique until his cultivation realm stayed firmly at the early stage of the first level of the mortal-immortal realm. ZK smiled and opened his eyes, full of joy as he thanked Lord Zhu Tao. "Thank you, Sister Zhu Tao. I've finally succeeded in my breakthrough." Duke Zhu Tao asked curiously, "What exactly is the attribute technique you are cultivating? I remember you cultivated a lightning attribute technique before, and now you're breaking through with a metallic technique. It's really puzzling." ZK laughed out loud and said frankly to Duke Zhu Tao, "My main cultivation is a metallic technique, and I also cultivate 2 complementary body refining techniques, one with lightning attributes and the other defensive. This breakthrough means a lot to me, and I feel that my strength has gone up another level." Since ZK had already made a smooth breakthrough, Zhu Tao turned concerned about his mission. "So, are you coming to Shui City this time with any special plans?" Chapter 15, Heavenly Punishment Divine Power. "This time, I came to Shui City to find some kaolin, quartzite, talc, china stone, limestone, phoenix tail grass, and the kind of magnets used to make compasses, in preparation for re-refining a finger shell that reserves the power of thunder. Because the original finger shells that I had in reserve for thunder power were the lowly version of the kind that came from refining clay, and now they are no longer usable." ZK had already thought of something to say. However, kaolin, quartzite, magnetite, and phoenix tail grass were all very precious things, and the country of Yushur didn't seem to produce them, so ZK didn't hold out much hope. But in fact, ZK inside the heart and some hidden luxury. Zhu Ding Zhu Tao family is from the south. This is the pottery family. These pottery with the ore. Maybe his family slightly stocked. It is not impossible. All the more reason for you to come to me. Many of these materials of yours are commonly used in our pottery making. Wish Tao Gongzi heard a happy heart. She has always wanted to do something for ZK, but do not know what ZK want. Quietly inquire for many years, but also did not find out what to. Today to get can really step through the iron shoes without looking for awe. Zhu Tao then continued to ask curiously, "But this gong method of yours is so strange that it needs to use the materials we use in pottery making? I don't know why, but the Kung Fu records that first, we must refine these earthen stones so that they encase the phalanges of the index finger, forming a finger shell to reserve the power of thunder and prevent it from damaging ourselves. In addition to refining the magnet, use the magnet to set up a kind of formation within this layer of finger shells to restrain the power of thunder. There is also the fact that it is best to refine gold or copper to replace the finger bones in order to strengthen the finger shells and allow the lightning power to run more smoothly, as well as to reduce the loss during the storage process of the lightning power, and to avoid the fingers from getting hot and sizzling, which affects the function of the fingers, damages the rest of the fingers, and depletes the chi and blood. In this way, the finger shell that stores the power of thunder is roughly even refined." ZK also didn't have too many reservations, because ZK had a natural favor for Zhu Tao Gongzi, unconsciously trusting him, and he didn't know what the reason was. Even if the two weren't really familiar with each other right now, that was mostly just because they had interacted so little. Therefore, ZK continued patiently, further explaining to Duke Zhu Tao the general situation of practicing the heavenly punishment divine skill. The next step is the cultivation of the gong method, which, in a nutshell, is to slowly condense the power of thunder and store it into the finger shells. This thunder power is stored in the finger shell of the index finger, and you can feel the thunder power has been rotating in the index finger at high speed, like a whirlpool in water, without stopping. When you need to strike an attack, you point your index finger and use your internal true chi to catalyze the formation arranged at the tip of your index finger, and you will be able to shoot out the power of thunder. The faster the thunder power is released, the smaller the attack area, and the more powerful the attack will be. Yang Guyao was stunned. The smaller the attack area, the more powerful the attack? Previously, he had read 2 novels, both of which were the bigger the more powerful. For example, fists, one the size of a casserole is not as big as a hill, one the size of a hill is not as big as Tarzan, one the size of Tarzan is not as big as a planet. But really, it's only logical that the more focused you are, the more powerful you are. ZK was still talking eloquently in between Yang Guyao's days. Regarding this layer of finger shells, it is also recorded that these 2 cultivation methods can cultivate 2 different kinds of shells. One is very simple and can be condensed mainly with clay. This is the kind of shell I condensed before. The disadvantage is that the thunder power that can be stored up is far less than, and weaker than, the second kind of finger shells, which is only barely enough for 2 or 3 excursions. The second type of finger shell, which is to use those materials just now, is much more difficult to condense, but it can store more than 10 times the amount of lightning power, and the strength of the attack has also increased by nearly 10 times. Oh, this technique is quite interesting. Is it difficult to cultivate? Difficult. Not difficult. ZK recalled his own cultivation journey and continued. The first difficulty is that it's difficult in the beginning when you need to adjust the direction of the thunder grains in your body. The number of these thunder grains is too much, and again, you need to sense them one by one and adjust them one by one. Thunder particles? What is it? Thunder grains are particles that contain thunder power, and they are called thunder grains because tiny lightning phenomena occur very frequently on their surfaces. Every one of us flesh and blood beings has countless grains of thunder in our bodies. It's just that not many people know about it. Each thunder grain is like a compass, with 2 directions, yin and yang, which are normally crowded together chaotically, so that the whole appears to be balanced between yin and yang, and therefore we do not feel its presence. When, through cultivation, all these grains of thunder are arranged in a neat and orderly manner with yang at the bottom and yin at the top, and the uppermost layer of grains of thunder is fused into the finger shell of the index finger, a steady stream of thunder power can be generated and converged into the storage space within the finger shell. The speed of this adjustment is really maddening. It took me 5 years and I don't know how many thunder grains to complete the adjustment of 20% of the thunder grains. It's easy once you've adjusted it. When you move around, the lightning power will be generated naturally, and the more intense the activity, the more lightning power will be generated. Wow, this is too good to be true. Generating it on its own all the time, freeing it from the pain of cultivation. How can it be that easy? This second difficulty lies in the fact that the speed of condensing thunder power is also quite slow. What makes it even more frustrating is that it takes roughly 2 years to build up the lightning power in the right index finger. And when I shot a surge some time ago, I used 70% of the lightning power. This is awkward. Zhu Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all this effort, he ended up depleting himself with only 1 strike. ZK didn't notice. Zhu Tao's face suddenly rose a scarlet red, because she realized that she was a little out of character. She hadn't laughed much in the past 10 years or so, and now she was actually laughing, or openly laughing. Perhaps there are no perfect things in the world in the first place. ZK continued to explain. As the strongest class of techniques in terms of killing power, if it was that easy to practice, why would there be a need to cultivate other great paths? Where is the need for 50 great avenues and 3,000 minor avenues? Isn't it enough to cultivate one path? Just one type of thunder avenue? Yes. How can there be anything perfect in this world? Even the 50 great roads, only 49 of them are heavenly diffusion, leaving a kind of deficiency. Among the girls, Zhu Tao appeared very insightful. Silence followed, and ZK tried to say something, but his clumsy tongue dragged him down hard. So ZK gently lifted the wine glass and prepared to take a sip to ease the embarrassment. But there was no more wine in the glass. There is no pot of wine in the world that can last forever. So let's refill it. Duke Zhu Tao gathered enough courage and said softly. ZK stared at Zhu Tao in a daze, a bit frozen. Afterward, he shouted downstairs, "Junior, bring another jug of spirit wine. By the way, the Council of Elders ordered that the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter be sought, and you, because you should know where the 2 of them are hiding. I had also thought that you would be together?" ZK shook his head slightly and sighed softly. "I have been traveling alone for almost a month and did not travel with them." He paused and continued. "To be honest, my mind is in turmoil right now and I don't want to talk about anything related to Princess Foshi. Can you understand?" Duke Zhu Tao nodded gently and sighed in the same way. "I can understand." She continued. "Just relax and take a break in Shui City. No one here dares to do anything to you. Many thanks to Sister Zhu Tao," ZK said gratefully. After that, Duke Zhu Tao took his leave. Despite the fact that she had been walking the rivers and lakes as a male for a long time, she had never sat side by side with a man and shared a drink. Today, although she was eager to savor the spirit wine with ZK and chat about the past and the future, ZK was obviously unwilling to mention the past, and she was also unwilling to touch on certain sensitive topics. What's more, Foshi and ZK were already engaged to be married and were in such an awkward situation. As a woman, it was indeed inappropriate for her to be alone with ZK for too long at this moment. However, she had worked up the courage to say what she wanted to say. Although there were some regrets, she didn't know if ZK understood what she said, but she knew that some things, even if buried in the bottom of the heart, day after day, taste, but also have a special flavor. Sending Zhu Tao away, ZK silently stood at the window and looked at this Shui city night alone, trying to calm his somewhat cluttered mind. Without realizing it, ZK noticed that not far away from the crossing, but there was a pair of sharp eyes, staring at himself. The night was thick, and there were no lamps, but they could not hide the pale, disheveled hair of the owner of those eyes, and the slightly furrowed, puzzled brow. ZK hurriedly withdrew his gaze and looked away, a ripple in his heart. Who is this mysterious old man? Is he watching from afar in the shadows? What are his intentions? Chapter 16, Divine Apes Cloud Scouting Hands. ZK had no impression at all of this white-haired old man. There did not seem to be such a person among the elders, governors, commanders, and other high-ranking people within the country of Arisu. This mysterious old man was also not seen in the top ranks of the Xiahou clan's army this time. Thus, ZK deduced that this old man should not be a true immortal realm expert, nor should he be a strong person at the high level of the mortal-immortal realm. Since the other party was unlikely to be a true immortal realm expert and he himself had already broken through to the mortal-immortal realm, he didn't need to be afraid of fighting him at all. Why not use a snake to lure him out of his hole? In this way, he would be able to find out what was going on. Taking a deep breath, ZK continued to immerse himself in cultivation. He already had a plan in mind. Early in the morning, ZK rented a horse, put the Heavenly Thunder battle sword on his back, and circled around inside Shui City, and circled around the walls of Shui City most of the way, then turned a corner and headed towards Crouching Tiger Mountain to the east, galloping his horse and galloping away, observing with his afterglow that the people who were following him were still tired enough despite changing a few groups. ZK laughed darkly, trying to follow him, a horseback rider, on foot? Ha 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 ha. I hope we can hit the demon tiger. It's called Crouching Tiger Mountain. After all, sprinting along the spacious official road, after about half an hour, ZK arrived at the foot of Crouching Tiger Mountain, a dilapidated restaurant into the eyes. Originally should be for passers-by to rest their feet to beat the place, at the moment but empty, deserted for a long time. ZK had originally planned to board his horse here and head up the mountain on his own, but given the desolation of the wine shop and the limited amount of shell money he had to turn back and return to a small village he had just passed through. In case you lose your horse, you can't afford to pay for it now. The scene of this village was quite bleak, with 9 out of 10 rooms empty and in disrepair. It was only when he went deeper into the village that he met a hale and hearty white-haired old man with white hair like silver and whiskers rooted like needles, who was concentrating on cleaning the courtyard. Old man, why is this place so desolate? Many villagers seem to have moved away. ZK respectfully inquired. The old man did not answer directly, but handed over a ladle of fresh water and slowly said, "You are going to have the Changshu Kingdom, right? This journey won't be peaceful. Drink some water first and rest your feet." Why was the journey uneventful? ZK asked after him politely while respectfully accepting the water to drink. The name of the tribe was originally called the Beneficial Clan, but when King Yu abdicated his throne to the leader of the Beneficial Clan, Bo Yi, he changed the name of his tribe to the Arising Clan in order to show his gratitude to King Yu, and he held a 3-year mourning period for King Yu. However, King Yu's son, Shi, took advantage of the unpreparedness of the Arigata clan and united with more than 10 tribes to raid the Arigata clan, killing Bo Yi and taking away the clan-suppressing artifact. Since then, the fortunes of the kingdom have been declining, and now it is 100 miles of barrenness, infested by demonic beasts. Hearing this, ZK was silent. This was the first time he had learned about the history of the Arigata clan, and even though his mother's family was from the Arigata clan, she seldom talked about these past events, and even less about Bo Yi's affairs. The clear water given by this old man was incomparably sweet and delicious, and it contained a lot of spiritual qi. It was even richer than the spiritual qi content in spiritual wine. That spiritual qi entered the body and immediately flowed into the meridians and limbs of the entire body, cleansing away the flaws and impurities, refreshing one's spirit and making one feel that one's true essence was also much more pure and solid. However, ZK didn't have time to ask this Qin Shui's question, but first continued to inquire about the village. Then why did all of our villagers here move away? 10 years ago, a great demon came from the registered states and occupied Crouching Tiger Mountain, often descending the mountain to plunder and even eat children. Although the government has purged them several times, each time the great demons were able to know in advance and escape the government forces. As soon as the official troops left, they made a comeback. The old man sighed and explained. Then why don't you leave? ZK asked with concern. This is the place where my ancestors have lived for generations, and I am also old and unwilling to run around anymore. Besides, that big demon doesn't eat old people. And the small demons can't help me, because I have also practiced some spells. The old man replied blandly. What level has that great demon cultivated to? What kind of demonic techniques does it specialize in? ZK curiously pursued. That's a canine bear into a demon. About level 2. 6. With no special demonic techniques, only relying on its powerful physical strength. It has a front paw like a bear, teeth like a crocodile, sense of smell like a dog, and runs in vertical climbs like a leopard, the old man described. I am determined to remove this harmful demon. May I ask you to look after the horses for me? ZK said firmly. What is your cultivation level? Can you defeat this great demon? The old man asked worriedly. I just broke through to the immortal realm. ZK answered truthfully. This is too dangerous. Your cultivation level is far from that of a great demon. Going would be a death sentence. The old man hastened to dissuade him. Please don't worry. I know what I'm doing. ZK insisted. Seeing how determined ZK was, the old man sighed and said, in that case, I will teach you my secret techniques, which might increase your chances of surviving. How is this good? We don't know each other, and it's too late now that the car is already in front of the mountain. ZK excused himself. Look at that pine tree. The white-haired old man hemmed and hawed, pointing to a pine tree about 10 feet away, at the edge of the courtyard, and said, look carefully. I'll make a slow motion to show you. With that, the old man reached out with a claw, his left hand luridly extending over 10 feet in length, grabbing a pine branch, breaking it, and then shrinking his hand back. ZK's eyes widened. What kind of secret technique was this? It's almost as if it can be probed. Look again. I'll show you by making a move at my usual speed. Saying that, only to see the old man's fist blasted out, with no internal power added, all based on the physical strength of his fist, and blasted through the pine tree. ZK was dumbstruck. This secret method was just too amazing. This is the divine 8-cloud exploration hand. I will impart it to you today. The old man extended his palm and covered ZK's forehead, imparting the secret technique to him. Thank you, old man, ZK said gratefully. With this secret method, I'll have a little more certainty in beheading that great demon. Thus, under the white-haired old man's guidance, ZK began practicing the divine 8-cloud seeking hands. However, ZK realized that he could only stretch his hand out more than 3 feet away, which was a far cry from the amazing effect the white-haired old man had demonstrated earlier. Why can I only reach such a distance? ZK asked the old man with a confused expression. The old man smiled and replied, cultivation matters need to progress gradually. You have already taken an important step. You just need to continue to persevere, and each time you cast it, you will be able to go a little farther than the previous time. In time, you will be able to grasp the essence of this divine 8-cloud seeking hand, and eventually, you might be able to reach out more than a zheng away as well. After about half an hour, ZK had practiced this divine 8-cloud seeking hands more purely, and the old man said with great joy, well, the children are teachable. It's all because this secret method of yours, old man, is very magical. ZK responded modestly. The white-haired old man was very satisfied with ZK, and took out a short and plain curved knife and handed it to ZK, saying, by the way, that big demon has thick skin and flesh. This knife in your hand isn't sharp enough. I'm afraid you won't be able to break through its defense. This overlord divine dagger, made from the teeth of the ancient divine beast Tyrannosaurus Rex, is exceptionally sharp, so I'll give it to you as well. The junior has already learned the senior's secret art. How can I still want the senior's defense? Ha 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 ha. I still have more than 20 of these daggers here. Take it and use it. I hope you can help us get rid of that great demon and return peace to us. ZK then stopped being polite, so he took the overlord divine dagger, bid farewell to the old man, and turned toward Crouching Tiger Mountain. Halfway through his journey, ZK suddenly wanted to try the sharpness of this divine dagger. He drew out the divine dagger, executed the divine 8-cloud seeking hand, and slashed at the tree above his head that was almost a foot thick. There's hardly any resistance. There was also no sound. The thick tree overhead had already been cut off, like a big tree, and fell down with a clatter, frightening ZK to jump out in a hurry, barely dodging the smashing tree. Is it that sharp? This senior still has more than 20. When you come back, can you ask for 2 more overlord divine daggers? One for Moxie and one for Eunuch E. A voice sounded in ZK's mind. Pia. The other voice in ZK's head, surprisingly, gave ZK a slap. That voice angrily rebuked. Is there someone as greedy as you? His face was red to the ears. ZK buried his head and further accelerated his pace, dashing towards Crouching Tiger Mountain. It's better to hurry up and meet that canine bear demon. If we can manage to get its chi blood, that would be a heavenly benefit. Chapter 17 Danger on Crouching Tiger Mountain. Deep in the dense forest of Crouching Tiger Mountain, ZK held the Heavenly Thunder Battle Sword in his right hand, his gaze like a torch as he searched vigilantly. Whenever he encountered a demonic beast, he would perform the divine eight cloud searching hands, and with a blade from afar, he would cut the demonic beast into two halves, and then devour the blood, spirit and soul. Within a short period of time, ZK had already managed to devour 70 to 80 grade 1 lesser demonic beasts. Feeling his chi and blood churning in his body as if there was a surge of power, he knew that it was time to stop and do some refining in cultivation. Finding a flat boulder, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to run the mountain splitting and cloud cutting technique. With the operation of the technique, ZK's cultivation had slowly risen to the middle stage of the mortal-immortal realm. It seemed that after advancing to the mortal-immortal realm, it became a little more difficult to raise one's cultivation level. As he was pondering about cultivation, suddenly a large net fell from the sky like a ghost and silently covered ZK in it. ZK was startled and immediately opened his eyes. He realized that he had been tightly bound by a large net and could not move. This large net looked ordinary, but it was exceptionally tough. ZK attempted to slash with the Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade. To no avail. It couldn't land at all. Who is it? ZK snapped. His voice filled with anger and alarm. A figure, from the woods, gently flashed out. It was a stout man, dressed in a black power suit, with a hideous mask on his face. He walked in front of ZK, with his hands behind his back, and coldly surveyed ZK with his sideways eyes. ZK, however, couldn't see the other party's cultivation level, which was presumably far beyond his own. Are you ZK? The Hanyu opened his mouth and asked, his voice low and hoarse, as if coming from the abyss. Exactly. ZK nodded, a determined light flickering in his gaze. Where have you hidden the Holy Son and Daughter? Hide? The Holy Son and Holy Daughter and I. We haven't seen each other for most of a month. How can we hide? Besides, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter have hands and feet. It's not something I can hide. Humph. You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. The masked man grunted angrily, and then gave an order. Come on. As soon as the words fell, there was a sharp ringing in the woods, followed by 5 silhouettes leaping out like ghosts. They were similarly dressed in black, their faces covered with black cloth. 4 of them were holding water and fire sticks and had the cultivation of the 9th level of the chi refining realm, while the other was carrying a large sword with an aggressive aura, and was clearly at the 4th level of the mortal-immortal realm. Ha 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 dash. Great achievement. The knife-carrying man just walked out and laughed in triumph. Hit me. The masked man let out a sharp cry that was like thunder. He could be calmer and more ruthless than the knife carrier. The 4 masked men then moved on command, their water and fire sticks raised high, slamming down on ZK from different directions. I'm not sure why he's doing this before he's even said a few words. ZK was caged by the net at this time. His movement was restricted. It was really difficult to avoid. Not to mention that it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. There was no other way. ZK had no choice but to hurriedly run the prisoner Yashin Wugong. At the same time, bowed forward, avoiding the stick that smashed into the top of his head. His right hand stretched out from the mesh, performing the divine ape exploring the clouds, and accurately pointing his finger at the yin tang point on the forehead of the masked man in front of him. The right hand stretched out from the net, performing the divine monkey's cloud-seeking hands, and with one finger, accurately pointed at the yin tang point on the forehead of the masked man in front. All that was heard was a chop 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 and a light purple flash of sparks. The masked man was instantly knocked to the ground, convulsing in pain and foaming at the mouth. ZK's heart was overjoyed. With the divine 8 cloud searching hands, when attacking at close range, there was no need to send out thunderbolts through the air, which was very economical of one's own thunder power. But just as ZK managed to knock down one of the masked men, his shoulders and back were violently attacked by the remaining 3. However, just as the masked man thought he had it in the bag, the situation took a dramatic turn. The moment 2 of them struck ZK's stick, it was actually rebounded back by an invisible force and struck them hard on their own foreheads. The other person failed to hold the water and fire stick in his hand tightly, causing him to be directly crumpled out by the force, landing several meters away. This sudden turn of events caused the remaining 4 to be horrified, and they hastily retreated to the sides of the knife carrier, staring at ZK with wide, bewildered eyes, as if they had seen some unbelievable ghostly apparition. Ha ha ha! Arushi clan's extra horse harnessed by the Emperor's side. He really has some skills. That masked man laughed and waved his right hand, only to see the net suddenly tighten. ZK had been waiting for this move for a long time. Just now he couldn't cut the net. An important reason is because the net is loose. Can't put force on it. Thus, ZK hurriedly gripped the Heavenly Thunder battle blade and used the blade to fight against the shrinking net and sawed back and forth. However, the toughness of this big net, as well as the fineness of the masked man's manipulation of the big net, surpassed ZK's imagination, and instead of showing signs of being sawed through, it tightened more and more, and ZK was already a bit unable to move. Waka! After bursting into foul language, ZK suddenly remembered that the white-haired old man had also given himself a Overlord Divine Dagger, and wondered if it could cut the net rope. With great difficulty, it was only through the execution of the Divine Ape's cloud-seeking hands that ZK pulled out this small curved dagger from his waist, hurriedly injecting his own metallic sharp true essence into the Divine Dagger, slashing at the netting ropes, and after sawing back and forth only 3 or 4 times, one of the netting ropes snapped in response to the sound. Ah! It was the scream of the masked man, who covered the base of his thighs, milky white liquid, spilling from the cracks of his withered fingers. Mr. Gooding! The man carrying the sword hurriedly ran towards him, holding the masked man who was about to fall. ZK instantly realized. So this big net and that masked man, Gooding Gongzi, are in the same breath. Ah! With a wicked grin, ZK reached his knife to a knot in the upper right and chopped down hard. Another scream rang out, and the large net covering ZK's body blasted open and flew back into Lord Gooding's hands. Together! Break him into pieces, Duke Gooding roared. His body was actually a mass of vines, constantly writhing, white pulp splattering everywhere, and it seemed to be nothing more than a Gooding spirit that had yet to cultivate into human form. This Duke ZK is still the Emperor's son-in-law of our Arushi tribe after all. The masked man hesitated. What kind of Emperor's son-in-law is he? He's no longer the Emperor's son-in-law, but he's still Elder Zishio's son. I wouldn't dare to actually kill him. Duke Gooding was instantly enraged and fiercely wrapped himself around the knife carrier, instantly wrapping the knife carrier's limbs, torso, and neck. You were the ones who said that you would slaughter him in the first place. Now you're the ones who say you don't dare to kill him. I'm the personal disciple of Changgu Taoist master. For the sake of you, this dirty thing was cut twice. How can I say this? Aren't you guys strong growers? What's 2 cuts? The knife carrier struggled to respond. Don't you know where he cut me? Lord Gooding tightened the vines that were wrapped around the neck of the knife carrier, and whispered softly in his ear again. Fiercely, he cut me at the root of my life. The knife-carrying man's eyes widened in surprise, and he didn't come back to his senses for half a day. At that moment, ZK had already chopped the 4 masked men into pieces of meat with his hands and urged his flying scythe to absorb the escaping chi, blood, and souls while viciously swinging his sword at the knife carrier and Duke Gooding. Don't! I'm the head of the Zhang City Lord's office. Before the knife carrier could finish his sentence, his neck had already been chopped off. If I don't cut you down while you're being pestered by Mr. Gooding, are we waiting for you to free your hands to kill me later? Oh, the chi, blood, and divine soul of a immortal realm 4th level cultivator. Ah! ZK urged the flying scythe to spin frantically, trying to devour it for fear of missing even a little bit of true essence. ZK, right? I was hired by them. We have no past enmity, no recent grievances. There's no need to fight for your life. I'm already at the 6th level of the 2nd grade. You're no match for me when it comes to fighting for your life. I don't know why. Duke Gooding unexpectedly didn't immediately counterattack. Instead, he made a gesture of wanting to negotiate. Oh, ZK won't be stupid. He just cut off this person's life root. This deep hatred has been made. How can he let the tiger return to the mountain? Grabbing a kudzu vine with one hand and shielding his body with the power of thunder, ZK wielded the Overlord Divine Dagger and attacked Duke Gooding. Gooding saw that the negotiation could not be fooled, and could only fight to the death. But how the hell to fight? Although his cultivation was much higher than ZK, he was restrained by ZK in every aspect. Every time the vines wrapped around ZK, they would be met with a counterattack of thunderous power. One foot was still being grabbed by ZK, and that divine dagger slashed his own pulp, and his demonic power was seen to be rapidly draining away. With a heartbeat of determination, Gooding disconnected his grabbed foot and flew away. Wowka! Is this a broken tale for survival? ZK stomped his foot and grabbed one of Gooding's feet again, and it actually broke off again. Grabbed another foot and surprisingly it broke off again. In this forest, Geddon wrapped itself around various trees and weaved away with such speed that ZK regretted letting the Geddon male escape even though he had broken 7 or 8 of its legs in a row. Alas! This is not only a great enmity with the Taoist master Changgu, but I'm afraid that he has also formed an unresolved grudge with the kingdom of Gu. Chapter 18, Single Combat. Who's afraid of who? Perhaps if one's cultivation level was higher, if one's sharpness was stronger, or if one practiced fire attribute techniques, one might be able to keep this kudzu essence, and one would have much less trouble in the future. Alas, it was not Lily who was causing the pain, but himself, who was not strong enough. ZK continued to sit cross-legged on the boulder he had just sat on, trying to refine the volatile chi, blood, divine soul, and true essence in his abdomen while pondering. Next, how to cultivate. According to the splitting mountain and chopping clouds tip, the next thing was that there were two cultivation paths to choose from. If one chose a quick fix cultivation method, they would lose their physical body in the future and be subject to the heavenly Tao. If you want to retain your physical body and not be subject to the heavenly Tao in the future, your cultivation will be much slower. Previously, when he chose to return essence to Qi instead of refining essence and transforming Qi at the Qi refining realm, he had already taken a step in the direction of preserving his physical body, but he could still turn back. Now once the choice was made, there was no turning back, unless one dispersed one's cultivation and recultivated. But at the moment, one's situation is in dire need of a quick boost in strength. Otherwise the crises are many. Thinking about it, ZK made up his mind. Defense was very important, and the best choice was to cultivate the prisoner's Yishuanwu skill. The scene of bouncing back the black-clothed man's water and fire stick just now had completely surprised ZK. Choosing the prisoner's Yuji Xuanwu skill meant that he needed to keep his physical body. Attack power is also very important. The best choice is to cultivate the heavenly punishment divine power, which is also a body refining technique, and for this reason, the physical body should also be preserved. The power of the Brave's bloodline was the basis for his own rapid cultivation, and he also needed to retain his physical body. The Flying Sight's bloodline power, which served as both an attack and rapid cultivation, was also something that required the retention of a physical body in order to be cultivated. With the above two high-grade body refining divine skills, two natural divine skills that depended on the power of the bloodline, the splitting mountain and chopping clouds technique could indeed be practiced slowly and in the direction of preserving the physical body. However, since he had devoured quite a bit of true essence today, he couldn't waste it, and if he reduced it to true essence, the loss would be too great. Thus, ZK first refined the two types of true essence that he had devoured. The backsword man's true essence was very much in tune with himself and was a metallic true essence, so there was very little loss. However, Gu Ding's true essence was wood attributed, and refining it into metallic true essence resulted in quite a bit of loss. Even so, ZK's cultivation realm had easily broken through to the late first stage of the mortal-immortal realm, and his strength had grown quite a bit more. Next, ZK began to cultivate the prisoner Yishuanwu skill, and soon reached the middle stage of Shao Chang, and when the various types of qi and blood in the abdomen had been refined, the prisoner Yishuanwu skill had already been cultivated to nearly the late stage of Shao Chang. As soon as the gong method was activated, it was like his body was covered in scales. It's just the power of the thunder that recovers too slowly. Next, ZK searched around and finally found the storage bags of those 5 people just now. After a quick inspection, a total of a dozen strings of shell coins, 28 spirit stones, 3 bottles of pills, a few bottles of healing pills, a few jars of spirit wine, a dozen jars of ordinary distilled spirits, some low-level feats, martial arts, and clothing and other miscellaneous items. It was just barely enough to make up for the expenses to return to LV City, right? However, those few jars of spirit wine were a great relief. After storing various items in his storage ring, ZK sat down again and practiced the prisoner's Yishuanwu skill. As the power of thunder was insufficient, it was better to try to raise the defense power to a higher level. After another half an hour, using up all the spirit stones and pills, ZK's prisoner Yishuanwu skill quickly broke through to the late stage of small completion. And there is a hidden tendency to break through to the realm of the great completion. In addition to the 5 senses and the second aperture, the whole body skin is covered with silver glittering scales, and the firmness of the couplings is also felt to have been improved to a certain extent. It's okay. Straightening his back, getting up and clapping his hands, ZK bottomed out, full of confidence, and continued to search deeper into the forest. After a series of battles, after slaying and devouring another 50 to 60 demonic beasts, ZK eventually arrived at an empty valley filled with demonic aura. In this dark valley, a huge monster, lying on a flat boulder, was staring at ZK with a cold gaze. The beast, just lying on its back, was 8 feet tall and 2 feet long not counting its tail. ZK also stopped his steps vigilantly, surveying the extraordinary demonic beast with full concentration. A subtle ringing sounded in the surrounding woods. And ZK couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as he glanced at it with his afterglow, only to see that thousands of demonic beasts of various sizes had quietly surrounded him, densely packed like a black wave. This is not good. Although 99% of those demonic beasts were first-grade demonic beasts, they couldn't help but be numerous. It was like facing a few hundred-man teams formed into battle formations that could be easily taken down even by true immortal realm powerhouses. What to do? ZK's mind was rapidly calculating countermeasures. Just then, the monstrous beast spat out human words. Human race, it was you. Who injured that vine spirit? ZK stood up straight and calmly replied. It's me. So what? This is a time to never show weakness. Human race, you are gifted. The monstrous beast also continued in a calm and low voice. ZK grunted and didn't reply, but continued to stand upright in the middle of the pasture, letting the gusts of demonic wind, blowing the lapels of his coat, poofing and swinging. Surprisingly, he was able to use his cultivation at the first level of the mortal-immortal realm to cross over 5 levels and injure a second level, 6th level vine essence. This is simply a feat that has never been done before or since. What? You want to avenge him? ZK asked. Revenge? We don't know him. We've already killed him just in time to refine a pair of rattan armor. Head dash. Then why are you guys still surrounding me? Because we're ready to finish you off too. The monster said bluntly. Why did you finish me off? ZK asked with a puzzled expression. Human, don't play dumb. What did you come to Crouching Tiger Mountain for? Thinking we don't know? I'm here for the adventure. To take my chances. Oh, the human race just likes to cheat. You've already killed over 100 of this king's brothers today. Human race, killing people to pay for their lives. Heaven and earth. You won't say you don't know, right? But are they human? Human race, you've annoyed this king. Originally, I thought you were exceptionally gifted and intended to give you a chance to fight one-on-one. But you don't cherish it. The monster's tone was filled with threats. Oh you would be so kind? I don't believe it. Wowka. Is this a missed opportunity for a one-on-one? A trace of regret flooded ZK's heart. Don't believe me? Then it's better to fight one-on-one. This king would like to see if you can cross 5 levels to defeat me. The Xian Foam Great King. Single combat. Who's afraid of who? Finally got the chance to go one-on-one. Can't afford to miss it again. ZK took a step back with his right foot and struck a handsome, ready for single combat pose. The beast stood up lazily, shook off the glowing black fur on its body, and let out a long whine to the sky. Ah, this is about to start. ZK is fully prepared. Activating the prisoner Yufu Xuanwu Gong, silver-colored scales instantly covered his entire body. The true essence in the Dantian rumbled and a sharp force surged into the heavenly thunder battle blade in ZK's hand. Chapter 19, The Great Battle of Xianfeng. This Xianfeng de Wang was a canine bear, combining the best of dogs, wolves, leopards, bears, and crocodiles into one. Ah! With a howl, the Xianfeng Great King stomped on his hind legs, directly from the boulder, crossing a distance of more than 10 feet. His aura savagely pounced towards ZK. Wowka! So fierce! ZK didn't dare to block hard. His figure lowered and drilled towards the underside of the Xianfeng Great King's stomach, while at the same time slashing out upwards, trying to dissect the abdomen that was perhaps a little bit weaker comparatively. However, the Xianfeng Great King's reaction was quite swift, seeing that ZK did not retreat but advanced instead, and also concealed a killing move. Before ZK could drill under his stomach, he made a claw in the air, and with a bang, slapped on top of ZK's left shoulder. Whoosh! ZK was slapped and flew out, directly crashing through a pine tree. Fortunately, his prisoner Yufu Xuanwu Kung Fu had already been practiced to the late stage of Shaochang realm, and his defense had already reached the level of the 7th to 9th mortal-immortal realm. So although this palm was full of force, and even though it solidly slapped on his shoulder, it didn't cause any damage to ZK. When a pig demon, wielding an axe, hacked at ZK's back. However, this pig demon was only at the cultivation level of grade 2-3, so it was impossible to break through ZK's defenses, and it didn't even leave a mark. Instead, the axe rebounded back and smashed the 2 level 1 demonic beasts beside it. With just a backhanded slash, ZK chopped this boar into 2, and a large amount of chi, blood, demonic power, and divine soul escaped. Wowka! This shouldn't be too good. ZK urged his flying sickle and quietly devoured the invisible divine souls and demonic power. It's just a pity that the chi and blood, it's not convenient to devour them in public. At the same time, pretending to stand up with difficulty holding onto the stump, ZK made a straight face and drank to that Xianfeng Great King. The promised one-on-one battle. The little demons under your command even backstabbed me. This one is my fault. Great King Xianfeng instructed to a group of lesser demons. Just guard against him escaping. Don't make a move to sneak up on him. You guys have to keep your words. With that, ZK covered his chest and moved step by step towards the Xianfeng Great King. Ha 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 ha. When that Xianfeng Great King saw that, with just one strike, he had injured ZK, he couldn't help but laugh up to the sky. Human race, this king thinks highly of you. ZK didn't reply, but instead devoured it while moving around. That Xianfeng Great King didn't take the initiative to attack, but rather sized up ZK with interest. When he had devoured almost all of it, ZK then bellowed, stomped his feet, gripped the heavenly thunder battle blade with both hands, and charged towards the Xianfeng Great King. Boom dash, the battle sword slashed into the right palm of that Xianfeng Great King, but his palm was surprisingly unharmed, while ZK was in a daze. With a bang, the left palm of the Xianfeng Great King slapped on top of ZK's right shoulder. Whoosh! ZK was slapped away again, crashing through a tree of some kind and falling into the bushes. The surrounding lesser demons wailed and brandished their respective weapons, stepping back slightly to make a little space and staring at ZK warily. It seems that this Xianfeng Great King can really order things around. This time there are no small demons to sneak up on him. ZK climbed to his feet and swept to the side once again, wanting to detour to the Xianfeng Great King's flank and attack again. However, the Xianfeng Great King whirled around and lunged at ZK, causing ZK's idea of meandering around to not materialize. But instead, he was careless and was sent flying out with another slap. Next, ZK frantically swam around, constantly launching himself at the Xianfeng Great King from all directions, but all of them couldn't last more than 2 or 3 rounds before they were slapped away again. Occasionally, he was able to hit a slash, but he actually couldn't break through the Xianfeng Great King's defense, and couldn't injure this demonic beast at all. This is not the way. It seems that this Xianfeng De Wang's defense is also very strong. ZK then put away the Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade and took out the Overlord Divine Dagger, continuing to roam around and keep attacking. Finally, with a poof, ZK slashed through the Xianfeng Great King's elbow socket. Soon after, there was another poof as ZK slashed the Xianfeng Great King's nose. Put. On the entire body of the Xianfeng Great King, there were already a dozen relatively weak spots that had been slashed, and for a time, blood was flying and demonic power was scattered in all directions, and the Xianfeng Great King was getting more and more annoyed. Damn it, this human race's defense is super strong. It's simply a small force that can't die, and his own defense weak link is constantly being broken by this human. The key is why his body's demonic power is constantly losing? According to theory, a few superficial wounds, one's demonic power would not dissipate so quickly, right? Can't shoot him out of the air now. He has to be bitten with his teeth, preferably held down on the ground and bitten with his teeth. The Xianfeng Great King secretly pondered in his mind. Immediately, the Xianfeng Great King changed his tactics, and instead of slapping ZK with his palm as he swept from the front once, he opened his bloody mouth. Wow! Seeing that he was about to rush into the Xianfeng King's mouth, ZK utilized his Divine 8-Cloud Searching Hand and blasted his fist at the root of the demonic beast's incisors. At once, the relatively weak incisors were shattered. ZK also used the counterforce to keep from falling into the bear's mouth. The Xianfeng Great King was in pain and was too close to attack ZK with his front claws. He was about to retreat but was cut on his upper lip by ZK's slash. Ah! The Xianfeng Great King let out an angry scream, and with a stomp of his hind legs, he jumped to more than 10 feet away, and ZK was blown to the ground by his snort. One person and one demon, separated by a few feet, resumed their confrontation. You're strong, Great King Xianfeng, ZK couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was the first time that ZK had fought for a little more than half an hour in a single fight. Human, you're strong too. ZK's battle spirit surged. He didn't want to rely on his flying scythe to slowly wear down the Xianfeng Great King, and after taking a breather, he once again charged towards the demonic beast. This time, the Xianfeng Great King also calmed down and saw the right moment to take a gentle leap in ZK's direction and fought from above, finally accurately slapping ZK to the ground before holding ZK down with a claw. The demonic beast was so powerful that ZK couldn't break free at all. Wowka! Careless! What do we do? But before the solution could be thought of, 2 terrifyingly sharp teeth, one above the other, bit towards ZK. ZK wouldn't dare to bet his life on whether or not his defensive feats would be able to defend against the tearing bite of this Xianfeng Great King. It was a matter of life and death. One could no longer hold back. Even if it was not easy to cultivate one's thunder power, one had to use it. It was too late to say, but it was too soon to say. ZK instantly shot all the remaining thunder power through and into the Xianfeng Great King's mouth. The demonic beast was caught off guard. Its body trembled, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Just before he fell to the ground, his lower incisors, which had closed prematurely due to the stimulation of the power of thunder, were also shattered by ZK's punch. Seize the time. ZK quickly unleashed his three-bladed flying scythe and rushed into the Xianfeng Great King's body from its mouth. And in a flash, a large amount of qi, blood, and demonic power whistled out from the demonic beast's mouth, and was swallowed by ZK as much as he could. The Cyclone Great King was defeated just like that. The defeat was so sudden that the crowd of lesser demons were dumbfounded and at a loss for words. After walking through the gates of hell, ZK seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, charging into the clueless group of demons, the heavenly thunder battle blade waving, reaping the lives of these small demons, devouring them extremely hard as he did so. It was only after a full 3 breaths that those lesser demons reacted to the fact that their great king had already died in battle. By this time, more than 200 lesser demons had already been cut down on the spot by ZK, and the remaining thousands of lesser demons dispersed in a flurry, fleeing in all directions. ZK, on the other hand, chased towards the northeast where the most lesser demons were, killing nearly 100 more lesser demons along the way. Only then did he return to that valley in the center of the forest and sat down on top of that huge rock, concentrating his mind and starting to refine the huge qi and blood, demonic power and divine soul that he had just devoured. Half an hour later, when all the qi, blood, and demonic power had been refined, ZK's prisoner Yishuanwu skill had finally broken through to the early stage of the grand completion. Prisoner Yufu Xuanwu Gong cultivated to the grand completion. The defense power is already comparable to the real immortal realm powerhouse. His own safety is finally a bit of a guarantee. After the cultivation came to an end, ZK searched around again and eventually found 2 storage rings, dozens of storage bags, and got hundreds of strings of Bei coins, more than 100 spirit stones, and a number of various pills and other items. Deep in the valley, ZK also found a huge cave with a secret room inside. After forcibly breaking it open, there were surprisingly more than 20,000 strings of shell coins, more than 1,000 spirit stones of different sizes, 6 gold bricks, and the rest were all kinds of low-grade pills, techniques, martial arts, weapons, armor, and so on that were hard to count. This time, it was finally a bumper harvest, and in the short term, there was no need to worry about shell money and spirit stones. Chapter 20, The Vanishing Village. ZK did not rush to leave, but continued to sit on the flat boulder where the Xianfeng Great King once perched, slowly melting the power of the devoured and refined divine soul and bloodline into his own divine soul and bloodline while slowly quenching his cultivation. He knew that although the recent rapid increase in cultivation was gratifying, a solid foundation was the long-term plan. Otherwise the unstable foundation would definitely affect the cultivation path in the future. At the same time, he was also on the alert for those who were secretly following him in Shui City. They never showed up. ZK couldn't help but wonder in his heart, who exactly were these people? Aside from exploring the whereabouts of the holy sons and daughters, are there any other attempts? Wait a little longer and maybe we'll find out who they are? As for the previous set of people in Lvcheng, because of the existence of the powerful man, Duke Girding, they didn't dare to look deeper at that time. But there was always a question in his mind. Would that Lvcheng send people again? And what was their bottom line in dealing with himself? ZK was also interested. Thinking of Duke Girding, ZK secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to this great King Xianfeng, he might be able to avoid forming a deep hatred with the Gu Kingdom. After another hour of cultivation, ZK was surprised to find that not a single demonic beast had come to disturb this valley. He had originally planned to devour a few more demonic beasts to increase his strength, but at this moment, he could only call it quits. However, just then, someone came. ZK quickly checked the Overlord God dagger and prepared for battle. He knew very well that he had very little thunder power left at the moment. The heavenly thunder battle blade had lost its thunder power, and its power had greatly diminished, while the Overlord divine dagger had become the weapon that he, at the moment, relied on the most. Whoosh! An athletic figure swept in from the distance and stood on the branch of a pine tree at the edge of this valley, with his hand on the cooler, peering towards ZK. My lord, come and see. There's a man there. Immediately afterward, 2 more figures swept out and stood on the branches of the tree near the previous man. Although the distance was still far and the silhouettes were still blurred, ZK recognized at once that the younger one among them was actually Duke Shu Tao. Mr. ZK. Zhu Tao called out ZK's name as he jumped down from the pine tree and darted toward him. However, her speed didn't seem to be fast enough. A silhouette from the tree quickly swept down, grabbed Zhu Tao's shoulder with one hand and carried her up in the air, and in a few rises and falls, she arrived in front of ZK. Another silhouette, also following closely, then swept over. You're not hurt, are you? As soon as he arrived in front of him, Duke Zhu Tao looked ZK up and down with concern. Ha ha, it's fine. ZK laughed in response. Why did you come to Crouching Tiger Mountain? Do you know that there is a great demon here? Duke Zhu Tao said somewhat reproachfully. I just came here because I heard that there is a great demon here that is plaguing the people. ZK explained. You won't be able to deal with it. I heard that, last year, that great demon had already cultivated to the 6th level of the 2nd grade. Duke Zhu Tao said worriedly. I have slaughtered it, and the animal skin is over there. Nadash said ZK, pointing to the dried-up corpse of a canine bear, not far away. A few people looked in the direction of ZK's finger, and really, there was a recently dead and dried up canine bear lying on the ground. I'll go take a look. The one who spoke was that middle-aged man in his 50s, with an imposing demeanor, a mortal immortal realm high-level powerhouse. Seeing that ZK was uninjured, and surprisingly, he had even beheaded a great demon, Duke Zhu Tao put his heart down and introduced ZK. The middle-aged man was the chief administrator of the smelting and refining division, Zhu Yigu, who was generally called Uncle Gu, an expert at the 7th level of the mortal immortal realm and a master refiner. As for the middle-aged woman beside Duke Zhu Tao, she was the Zhu family's housekeeper, Uncle Gu's wife, named Ishuan, usually called sister-in-law Gu, with a cultivation of mortal immortal realm 6th level. Wow, this beast's skin is very intact. A few sharp teeth are also very intact. A grade 2 6 demonic beast. It can be used to refine many magic treasures, like cloaks, like gloves, like daggers. Uncle Gu cheered excitedly. How did you defeat this demonic beast? Zhu Tao asked curiously. Oh, I used up the rest of my thunder power. Hearing this, Zhu Tao couldn't help but frown and said, alas, that's a pity. If you meet another strong enemy, you'll be in trouble. You don't know that the entire tribe has now been ordered to inquire from you about the whereabouts of the holy sons and daughters, even to the point of torture. If you get to a place where you have a grudge against you, someone might take a chicken feather and use it against you. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. ZK then figured out his current situation. It wasn't too bad. At least he hadn't been placed under some kind of hunting or wanted order. Of course, one still had to be cautious. This Crouching Tiger Mountain belongs to the jurisdiction of Shui City? Or is it under the jurisdiction of Zhang City? ZK also asked a question, wanting to more accurately determine the attitude of Zhang City. Crouching Tiger Mountain is under the jurisdiction of Zhang City. Why are you asking this question? ZK glanced at Uncle Gu and sister-in-law Gu and made a show of wanting to speak. Zhu Tao immediately understood ZK's worries and continued. Don't worry. Uncle Gu and sister-in-law Gu are completely trustworthy. It's not much. The people from Lvcheng actually came to Crouching Tiger Mountain to capture me. Luckily they were taken out by this demonic beast. Otherwise, maybe I would have been captured by them. Oh, could it be that Lvcheng sent scouts to Shui City? That doesn't make sense. There is no reason for them to send someone alone to Shui City. And there is even less reason for them to send scouts all over the tribe. Zhu Tao frowned and pondered, looking more and more cold. If an expert sneaks into Shui City, will you be able to discover it? It should be able to be discovered. Unless this person can hide his cultivation. Then have any experts come to Shui City recently? No. I surmise that there should be an invisible network of information that is laid out all over the land. Or else Lvcheng wouldn't know that I've arrived at Crouching Tiger Mountain. Maybe. Let's hurry back to Shui City. It's already Shenzhen time. Everything needs to be cautious at this time. Well, hurry back. My rented horse is still boarded at a village near the foot of the mountain. There's an old man there. I still have to thank him. ZK said with a smile. A village? Is there a village at the foot of the mountain? Zhu Tao asked as he looked at ZK suspiciously. ZK also replied suspiciously. Yes. Really? Isn't there? I don't think so. A women's cavalry team. And 400-man teams of the city guards, led by Generals Lian Yi and Shi Kai respectively, followed behind ZK and Duke Zhu Tao, and, in a vast manner, left Crouching Tiger Mountain, heading towards the village that ZK had spoken of. However, there was no sign of any village. There's really no sign of a village. After a long search, he finally found ZK's rented horse, tethered to a large tree, yet around the horse, there was no village. What a hell! What a hell? ZK and Zhu Tao looked at each other. ZK couldn't help but touch the Overlord Divine Dagger. Fortunately it's still there. Surprisingly it's still there. ZK and quietly run Divine Ape Probing Cloud Hand. A hand. Easily touched the horse's stomach. Divine Ape Probing Cloud Hand. Fortunately I will also. Actually will also Then, the meeting of the white-haired old man today should be true. But why has this village, this white-haired old man disappeared now? Chapter 21 Tokamak Batteries? Here, this is all the material you need. Zhu Tao had prepared all the materials needed for ZK's heavy refining of the stored lightning power in just a day's time. When she stepped into the guest room, she only saw ZK sitting quietly on the couch to cultivate. No different from when she left last night, as if time had frozen on him and had not passed. Thank you Sister Zhu Tao. You are so thoughtful. ZK stood up and arched his hand in thanks, his face showing genuine gratitude. Then, he began to carefully categorize and organize these materials, and found that each of the materials Zhu Tao had prepared far exceeded the portions he had originally proposed, more than 5 times more. ZK put the extra materials into his storage ring one by one, just in case. Then, he turned to Duke Zhu Tao and asked with a smile, "Are you going to go and busy yourself with other things? Or do you want to stay and visit the process of my refining?" With a curious gleam in his eyes, Duke Zhu Tao replied without hesitation, "Can I stay? I'm actually curious as to how you refined it." Grin. Good. Then please, Sister Zhu Tao, observe my refining process. ZK readily agreed and prepared to start refining the place where the lightning power was stored. After envisioning the battle scene, recalling the entire gong method, and reviewing the process of refining the finger shells, ZK finally decided to refine each of the 4 metacarpal and phalanges of the index fingers of both hands into finger shells, and refine the front ridge of the frontal bone into a frontal shell. This would make a total of 9 spaces for storing thunder power. And in the future, not only would the index fingers of both hands be able to shoot out a large amount of thunder power, but they could also open their heavenly eyes and perform heavenly eye attacks. The eye in the sky attack not only means free hands, but it's pretty cool. It has quite a deterrent effect. Thus, ZK first transferred the remaining little bit of thunder power within his right index finger to his left index finger. Cultivation wasn't easy. Even a little bit of it couldn't be wasted. Then, operating the true essence in his body, he crushed the finger shell of the right index finger, and the periosteum of the second metacarpal bone, and refined this bone blood into essence, which was incorporated into the kidney essence. Next, between the index finger and the flesh and sinew around the second metacarpal bone, around the finger bone, a stream of true essence was gathered to support a slightly larger space. Following that, he swallowed and refined an appropriate amount of quartzite, and urged with his true essence. He transferred these atomized quartzite to the space of his right index finger, which he had just supported, and covered the inner surface of the surrounding flesh and sinews, in order to protect the flesh and blood around the finger bone. Immediately afterward, ZK placed the required materials and swallowed them into his stomach in order, urging the true essence in his body to refine the various elements and transfer them to the space of his right index finger in order. Then, urging the synovial fluid, the joints were mixed with these substances in steps, stirred, and formed into a grayish-white slurry-like consistency, which was then carefully covered over the surfaces of the originally refined, rounded brass knuckles, as well as the still bony, second metacarpal bone. Next was the most crucial part. ZK slammed a large pot of water, then began to burn his body's true essence to calcify the grayish-white mud, and catalyze the gene liquid to run at high speeds in the meridian couplings of his right hand, in order to lower the temperature around his index finger. This process was very painful. The temperature that needed to be reached on the surface of the finger bone was about half higher than when it was only calcined with clay. Even though ZK had purposely thickened the thickness of the protective layer of quartzite, he clearly felt the drilling pain that was coming from the second metacarpal bone in the flesh and blood of his right hand. Holy! In the future, I must remember all kinds of details and processes purely before I can start practicing. ZK just remembered that he had forgotten to crush the bone marrow of the second metacarpal bone. That's why the pain was so excruciating. Hold on, or you'll go off the deep end. In about half an incense stick of time, the drilling pain in the second metacarpal bone lessened quite a bit, presumably because the bone marrow had been completely refined. However, ZK was still sweating profusely and grimacing. One still had to hold on. One still had to keep fine-tuning the intensity of the fire and try their best to catalyze the operation of the body's fluids, a process that would take at least another 7 or 8 hours. Duke Zhu Tao was on the side, watching with alarm, but he didn't dare to disturb ZK's cultivation, and didn't know how to help ZK, so he could only watch, his heart filled with helplessness and anxiety. Until midnight, ZK finally finished refining the finger shell of his right index finger. He opened his eyes feebly, his face pale, as if his entire body's strength had been drained out, his entire body nearly deflated. Seeing this, Duke Shu Tao hurriedly asked ZK with concern about the details of the cultivation and the reason for such pain. It turned out that the process of refining the finger shells was equivalent to burning ceramics inside the fingers. Moreover, ZK had overlooked the fact that the second metacarpal bone hadn't been refining finger shells before, so no wonder it was so painful. It simply wasn't something an average person could withstand. Yang Guoyao also finally figured it out. This storage of thunder power finger shell can be called tokamak battery, or more accurately, a magnetic confinement battery. The technology of the Xia Dynasty is really amazing. Eventually, Lord Zhu Tao was sure that he could really help ZK. First of all, he himself was cultivating a fire attribute technique, so he could help ZK with the firing, and relying on burning true essence to do so was really a lot of disadvantages. Secondly, the leader of his own personal guards, Worker Ripple, was the one who practiced the water attribute technique and could assist ZK in cooling down. Thus, for the next 2 days, thanks to the great assistance of Duke Shu Tao and Ripple, ZK smoothly completed the refining of the other parts of the lightning power storage place. Cultivation over. ZK stood up in a radiant manner, playing with one of the remaining magnet rods in his hand, feeling with joy the newly upgraded 9 storage places of thunder power, especially the storage place at the center of the eyebrow, like opening the eye of the sky, quite a pull, although the power of thunder in it was currently very thin. Amazingly, all of the 9 thunder cores that stored the place of thunder power were made of precious gold, even though the original copper thunder cores used on the 2 index fingers had all been replaced with even more advanced and powerful gold thunder cores. Congratulations to Duke ZK for having a powerful storage place for thunder power. Excitement shone in Lord Zhu Tao's eyes, but at the same time, there was a faint trace of fatigue. 2 sisters, it's really hard for you guys. It's my negligence. I myself possess a special physique, so even if I don't eat or drink for 10 days, there's no harm, but I forgot that you guys are in need of frequent energy replenishment, ZK said with a slight apology. Zhu Tao Gengzi smiled and shook his head. The 2 of us are fine. We're happy to help you. ZK immediately got up and shouted, Xiao Air, quickly serve 3 jugs of spirit wine, another basket of fresh spirit fruits, a dish of chilled lilies, and 2 pounds of marinated beef. Soon, the wine and food were served, and the 3 of them sat around a table, savoring the spirit wine and delicacies while talking, laughing, and chatting. Right at this moment, ZK suddenly noticed that the power of thunder in his body had some slight movements. ZK condensed his divine sense and made an effort to investigate, finally discovering some clues. It turned out to be that the lightning power in the body was changing slightly in strength, and this change was actually related to the magnet that he was playing with. ZK stretched out his right arm and focused his divine sense in it, holding the magnet in his left hand and shaking it rapidly near his right arm, constantly adjusting the direction, angle, and speed. After a long time, ZK finally realized the pattern. If this magnetite rod is placed perpendicular to the right arm, and with one end of the rod swept perpendicularly across the right arm, the thunder force within the right arm will accelerate and surge towards the index finger. The reverse sweeping of the thunder force surging towards the index finger will slow down the speed. If the magnetite rod was juxtaposed with the right arm, there would be no noticeable effect on the direction of the thunder power surge in the right arm. But the thunder power in the chest and abdomen showed a slight change, but it was too weak and too feeble for a divine sense perception such as ZK's to discern clearly. Understood, ZK said with a hint of clarity in his eyes. If one end of this magnet rod could be made to keep sweeping downward across the right arm without going upward, wouldn't it be possible to accelerate the condensation of thunder power with this method? So how can you achieve only a downward sweep and not an upward sweep? Well, this can be accomplished by sweeping downward and then keeping the magnet away from the right arm, circling back to its original position, and repeating the downward sweep again. Saying that he would do it, ZK began to make an attempt, and it was effective, but the efficiency was too low, and after an incense stick of time had passed, only a trace of thunder power had been condensed. Zhu Tao Gengzi and Ripple looked dumbfounded. Just now they were chatting nicely. How come they suddenly fell into contemplation and made some strange movements? Yang Guoyao was also dumbfounded. And that's how you discovered Faraday's principle of electromagnetic induction? But ZK seemed to have forgotten about the existence of Zhu Tao Gengzi and Ripple, and continued to frown and ponder. There it is. ZK released his flying sickle and used the yuan power in his body to temporarily press the magnetic iron bar on top of the flying sickle, using the flying sickle to drive the magnetic bar to gradually rotate and control the flying sickle, keep moving away from, and again approaching, the outstretched right arm, so that the end of the magnetic rod, just as it approaches the right arm, sweeps downward over the right arm, and as it moves away from the right arm, rotates back to the angle it started at, and then when it approaches the right arm, sweeps downward over the right arm, and so on and so on. As he gradually gained proficiency in his maneuvering skills, ZK slowly urged the true essence in his body, controlling an appropriate rhythm and continuously accelerating his speed. Sure enough, after less than another incense stick of time, ZK's right index finger managed to condense some lightning power, more than 20 times faster than the previous manual method. However, a new problem came up. As he continued to condense out thunder power and store it into his right index finger, ZK's speed of condensing thunder power gradually slowed down, sweeping his entire body with his divine sense. ZK discovered the problem, which turned out to be that the source of lightning power in his body was gradually drying up. Below his own knees, he was already basically in a state of lightning power emptiness, just like his own copper chopsticks, which was not a good sign. It's easy to attract heavenly thunder and strike yourself to death. Chapter 22, The Kiln Sacrifice of the Year. ZK anxiously stood up and eagerly said to Duke Zhu Tao and Ripple, "Two sisters, we have to hurry downstairs to the garden pavilion, and then continue to drink freely." "Why?" Lord Zhu Tao was puzzled. "Go down first, I'll explain in detail." ZK spoke sharply, then picked up a futon, a pot of spirit wine, and a plate of donkey meat, and leapt down from the window to the gazebo in the courtyard, placing the donkey meat on the stone table, placing the futon on the edge of the pond next to the gazebo, and carrying a jug of spirit wine. ZK sat down on the futon, took off his shoes, and stuck his feet into the water of the pond. What dash! A strong thunder power instantly surged into his body from the soles of his feet, and the stimulating sensation caused ZK to let out a strange cry. At this time, Duke Zhu Tao and Ripple also stepped into the pavilion with spirit wine and delicacies. Duke Zhu Tao finally had the chance to ask the doubt in his heart. Why on earth? ZK continued to maneuver the flying scythe and make the magnet rod rotate in the air while lifting the wine pot and drinking a large gulp of spirit wine in a boisterous manner, then excitedly explained the reason to them. "So, you can quickly restore your thunder power? That should be the case. The recovery should be fast, but since I have no experience, I'm not sure exactly how long it will take." "That's great." Duke Zhu Tao was also happy for ZK, and then asked curiously, "Also, that pair of magical chopsticks of yours, how exactly do they work?" "Ha, those are the magic treasures given to me by my master. One is a gold chopstick and the other is a silver chopstick. However, since I refined the place for storing lightning power in my index finger, I rarely use those chopsticks. Its structure, similar to the structure of my index finger. One has silver as the thunder core, which is the silver chopstick, and the other has purple copper as the thunder core, which is the gold chopstick. At the same time, the gold chopsticks and the silver chopsticks are arrayed in the opposite direction, so the silver chopsticks can emit the power of thunder, while the gold chopsticks, which are the copper chopsticks, are the opposite, and can trigger heavenly thunder. This copper chopstick is very dangerous. When not in use, it must be placed in this set, which Master said can isolate it from the prying eyes of the heavenly Tao." "Oh, can I take a look at the silver chopsticks?" Zhu Tao Gengzi asked curiously. "That's fine." ZK then took out his silver chopsticks and handed them to Lord Zhu Tao. Duke Zhu Tao took the silver chopsticks and carefully looked them up and down, looking at them, pondering them, and nodding his head from time to time, saying softly, "Hmm." After a long time, Mr. Zhu Tao returned the silver chopsticks to ZK and said, "It's April now. When it's August, I'll give you a gift." When ZK heard this, he hastily waved his hand and refused. "Mr. Zhu Tao, you've already helped me a lot. How can I accept another gift from you?" Zhu Tao Gengzi smiled faintly, as if she had already anticipated ZK's reaction. She gently knocked on the tabletop and her voice became solemn. "Do you still remember that you said that you wanted to act on behalf of heaven?" ZK was struck by the fact that this was indeed one of ZK's ideals, firmly in mind, though one almost never spoke this ideal out loud. "You've forgotten. When you and Shi Chan stood on the altar, you pointed at Shi Chan's nose and righteously said, 'Scum, today I'll do justice to heaven.'" Zhu Tao Gengzi fiercely stood up, following ZK's example back then, and pointed forward handsomely with his index finger. "It's dash. Of course I remember. It's one of my ideals that I always keep in mind, to get rid of the violence and to do justice for heaven. ZK also stood up in the water pond, his eyes gazing distantly at the night sky. His thoughts, too, flew back to 5 years ago. It was a day that excited the males of the Yushur tribe to be able to travel far away from the capital city to the distant Shui city. It was a magical place, all kinds of exquisite sacrificial rituals, all kinds of weapons and magic treasures, all came from Shui city. Because the Urushi tribe will hold a kiln festival in Lvcheng. The great altar of the Urushi clan is located in the center square of Shui city. In the center of the altar that day, there was a huge bronze square tripod, burning 3 columns of thick incense, and the smoke went up to the blue sky. Cauldron placed in front of a row of supply tables. Supply tables are placed on the sacrifice of the living, fruits and vegetables, with some ceramic plates, pots, copper tripods, copper kettles held. The most center of the supply table is also set with 3 streams of light glittering celadon pots. Hollowed out the tripod cover is emitting a dense smoke. According to Lvcheng, these 3 tripods are named Golden Dragon hollowed out 3-legged celadon tripod, Fire Phoenix hollowed out 3-legged celadon tripod, Kirin hollowed out 3-legged celadon tripod. Is just refined fine products. The color is round and crystal clear. The decorative pattern is vivid, comparable to the best jade. On the north side of the altar was the smelting division, the organization in charge of smelting, pottery burning, alchemy, and artifact refining in Arashikage. On the east side was the city lord's mansion, and on the west side was the elder's mansion. The sides of the square on the south side of the altar were set up as viewing galleries, filled with seats, and the square was surrounded by a sea of people, tens of thousands of civilians and slaves watching the ceremony, bells clanging, drums beating, zither singing. Hundreds of men in the square neatly danced the ritual dance, limbs naked, body athletic, skin tanned and glowing, head decorated with feathers, face painted with oil paint, dressed in rattan armor undershirts. From time to time, they uttered neatly, "Hey, hey, ha, hey, hey, ha," shouts. A priest, chanting ritual incantations in a language that only the gods can understand, walks an eerie pace through the dancing men and women. ZK, Shi Yu, Mori Shi, Shi Qiong, Shi Wu, Shi Mo, Shi Feng, Shi Biao, Shi Yen, Shi Hai, Shi Liang, Shi Yu, A Dash, and Shi Chan, etc. A total of more than a dozen teenagers dressed as princes and grandchildren were excitedly watching from the spectator seats on the west side of the square. Shi Chan was about 15 or 16 years old, stout and sturdy, wearing a golden yellow flame patterned robe, his round face piled up with smiles, leaning over to Shi Yu, recounting the situation of the festival, obviously very familiar with the rituals of the kiln festival. Shi Yu, on the other hand, nodded his head with frequent smiles, very satisfied with Shi Chan's explanation. Rite of passage. With the solemn announcement of the officiating priest, the entire kiln ceremony then came to a temporary end. Next, it was time to watch the burning of the ritual objects and the silk on which the words of the ritual were recorded. After that, King Yushur, the elders and the priests will go together to the smelting division for the feast. At this point, only a group of ritualists were left to take stock of the scene. Our feast won't start until after the adults have opened. Now let's go up to the altar and have some fun for a while. Lvcheng greeted the gentleman. Can we go up to the altar? One of the males asked worriedly. What's not to like? Don't you want to go see those 3 celadon treasure tripods? Lvcheng patted his chest and replied with conviction. Thus, a group of public men hooted and hollered as they followed Lvcheng, walking towards the altar. At this time, a young girl with an innocent look trotted over to Lvcheng's side. Sir Lvcheng, the altar is an important place that cannot be desecrated. You cannot go up to the altar now. Lvcheng took a look, and it turned out to be the daughter of guest elder Zhu Ding, Zhu Tao. The corners of his mouth lifted, revealing a look of contempt as he said, "So it's you, this little southern barbarian. If this Gungzi says it's okay, it's naturally okay." Zhu Tao's face did not change as he said in a firm tone, "Today, the elders have specially ordered me to assist in guarding the altar, so I would also like to ask that Mr. Shi can be able to cooperate and not make things difficult for me." Lvcheng sniffed. A hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes, and he said petulantly under his breath, "Make things difficult? Give my lord a pinch of your delicate little face and I won't let you be embarrassed." With that, he grinned sardonically and extended his big, fat hand toward Zhu Tao. Chapter 23 The Rite of Raw Flaying. When a group of Shi tribe, the king's grandchildren, led by Lvcheng, ready to go up to the altar to play, Zhu Tao stood out to block the way. politely asked Shi Chan not to make things difficult for himself, because the altar is important and cannot be desecrated. Shi Chan was displeased in his heart, and said petulantly under his breath, "Give this male a pinch of your delicate little face, and I won't let you be embarrassed." With that, he grinned sardonically and extended his big, fat hand toward Zhu Tao. Gongzi. Seeing this, Zhu Tao hurriedly took several steps back, deftly avoiding Shi Chan's salty hand. "Are you trying to upset my son? Or do you want to spoil the saint's son's pleasure?" Shi Chan's eyes widened angrily, his voice filled with threats. ZK and Mo she glanced at each other and couldn't help but frown. This Shi Chan's character was too bad, pandering to Shi Yu at one moment, attempting to misbehave with Zhu Tao at another, swearing and speaking vulgarly, and pulling the banner of Saint's son Shi Yu and pulling his Shi Chan's tiger skin. The character is disgraceful and the behavior is even more outrageous. Seeing that Zhu Tao had avoided him, Shi Chan stopped pestering him and turned to Shi Yu with a smile. "Holy son, don't listen to this little southern barbarian's nonsense. Now that the sacrificial rite is complete, we can all go up to the altar." After saying that, Shi Chan greeted the crowd and stepped onto the altar. "Look, these peaches are full of spiritual chi and are very precious. Everyone, come on, one for each." Shi Chan pointed at the offerings on the offering table and said generously, "Can we eat these offerings?" Someone asked suspiciously. "Of course, if you don't eat it now, it will all be sent to the elders' feast later." Shi Chan replied with a smile, taking the lead in picking up a peach, gently wiping away the fluff on the surface before taking a bite. No, don't worry guys, look, I've eaten it all." Shi Chan signaled to everyone as he savored it. "Lord Shi Chan, you cannot eat the sacrifice here." Just then, Zhu Tao's resolute voice suddenly rang out. At some point, she had already appeared beside Shi Chan again and reminded in a firm tone, "This is disrespectful to the great god of Koan Wu. You shady little southern barbarian." Shi Chan's plump palm once again reached for Zhu Tao's delicate face. However, Zhu Tao had been prepared for this and once again avoided it with agility and dexterity. "I told you to spoil the saint's son's pleasure." Shi Chan followed, with a foot, stomping heavily at Zhu Tao. "Something that doesn't know how to behave. This kick is full of force, powerful and heavy, and catch Zhu Tao old force has been released. The new force is difficult to generate, so Zhu Tao cannot avoid." Was kicked between the chest and abdomen. The whole person flew out backwards, heavily hit on the table above, only to hear a banging sound. The offering table collapsed, the offerings on it scattered all over the place, and the 3 hollowed-out celadone tripods also fell to the ground. And Zhu Tao was curled up on the ground in pain, her face full of crimson blood flowing out. She covered her stomach and struggled hard, trying to move away in case Shi Chan made another move. This kick is really not light. Not only shocked Zhu Tao's internal organs, and broken porcelain, but also scratched the skin of her eyebrows, just a little short of injuring her eyes. Even if it did not hurt her eyes, it was enough to make her face damaged, considered broken, which is a great blow to a woman. The crowd was stunned and dumbfounded. Even the color of the sky changed. The originally clear sky was instantly cloudy and the west wind was hunting. Shi Chan reacted extremely quickly and immediately shouted angrily, "You lawless little southern barbarian! How dare you destroy the sacrificial rites?" The crowd that was moving away was drawn to stop and watch. "Obviously, it was you who kicked me down. Before I broke. The little girl tried hard to argue on the basis of reason, but was brutally interrupted by Shi Chan. "You little southern barbarian, let's see how this Gungzi will clean you up today." Shi Chan had already raised his fist high, his fire attribute Gongfu working, and the firelight on that fist shone brightly. "Stop," Shi Yu spoke up. "Mr. Shi Can, please don't be angry. This matter is not trivial. We must report it to my father immediately and ask him to decide." Shi Chan, however, had no intention of stopping, slightly storing up his momentum and slamming his fist at Zhu Tao, but a sharp short sword blocked the path of the fist. It was Shi's short sword. Shi Chan was confident that he could fly this short sword with one punch, but this was the holy maiden striking. He didn't dare to make a move, and he only had to harden his fist strength. "You dare to disobey the decree?" She coldly glared at Shi Chan. "The holy son just told you to stop. Can't you hear him? Calm down. Holy maiden rests her wrath. Just now the little one didn't listen. No, didn't note, no, was not in time to collect his hands." Shi Chan hurriedly knelt in front of Shi and kowtowed repeatedly. Please holy maiden, please forgive me." Foamy glanced coldly at the big man. "Get off to the side while you're at it." Shi Chan hurriedly rolled and crawled back to Shi Yu's feet. Thank you, holy maiden, for your kindness. I thank you for your great kindness. In fact, Shi Can's heart, at this time, was full of unwillingness. Get up. Shi Yu shook his head, sighed, and said to Shi Can without any goodwill. This Shi Can simply did not have the slightest bit of the elder prince's demeanor, and had a disgusting face of bullying softness and fear of hardness. Why has the sky suddenly changed drastically? Tribal leader Shi Luo locked his brows tightly, his face sulking as he looked at Elder Shi Yan in confusion. Please wait a moment. Your Majesty, my humble servant will go and investigate. Elder Shi Yan was equally shocked, but he quickly stabilized his emotions and made his attitude clear to Shi Luo first, intending to leave the Great Hall for the time being and wait until the truth was ascertained before making a decision. However, right at this moment, Shi Yu had already brought a group of male children to the entrance of the banquet hall. ZK followed Shi Chan closely, vigilant to prevent him from moving again and suddenly attacking Zhu Tao. Zhu Tao, on the other hand, followed by Fo Shi, sighed. Her forehead wound had already been briefly treated by Fo Shi, and although the bleeding had been stopped, her face full of blood stains and tear stains had been wiped off, but instead, it had become even more flowery and looked even more lousy. Her clothes were dyed red and white, and her whole person looked very miserable. Your Majesty, Shi Chan suddenly squeezed his way to the front and grabbed Shi Yu before he could speak, plopping down on his knees at the entrance of the Great Hall and eagerly reported. What is it? Arisen King Shiro asked calmly. Your Majesty, just now, the daughter of the guest elder Zhu Ding, Zhu Tao, broke the sacrificial rites, including 3 precious hollowed-out celadone tripods, and also knocked over the offerings, causing the sky to be cloudy and the sky to be angry. I'm afraid that this will bring about a serious disaster for the Arushi kingdom. When Zhu Tao heard this, he also hurriedly knelt down in front of Shi Luo and tried to defend himself. Your Majesty, please understand, it's Mr. Shi Can who. Shut up. Elder Shi Yan let out a stern cry, angrily interrupting Zhu Tao's complaint. Did I tell you to speak? Something with no family teachings. Do you know what a great offense it is to destroy a sacrificial rite? With that, Elder Shi Yan turned around, bowed deeply to Shi Luo, and preached in a firm and heavy tone. Your Majesty, destroying the sacrificial rites is a crime punishable by death. After taking a breath and pausing for a moment, a vicious and hideous expression flashed across Elder Shi Yan's face, as if he was imagining the tragic scene of Zhu Tao's punishment. However, he quickly resumed his usual moral demeanor and continued to say with an air of impartiality, Your Majesty, the old minister thought that on this occasion of heaven's anger and people's resentment, Zhu Tao should be sacrificed to the heavens in the most pious rite of all, the rite of raw flaying, so as to avoid heavenly punishment and disaster to the tribe. It is also for the peace and well-being of the entire tribe. Chapter 24, Acting for Heaven. ZK was shocked beyond belief. He had completely not expected that Elder Shi Yan would play for such a cruel means, flaying Zhu Tao alive. To use it to sacrifice to the heavens, this was simply atrocious to the extreme. And Elder Shi Yan actually said something without blushing, for the sake of the tribe's peace and well-being? This simply disgusted ZK. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. It's really the father who has the son. Your Majesty. ZK immediately knelt at the entrance of the Great Hall as well. What do you have to say? There was King Shi Luo's voice, which was both full of love, but also calm and majestic. Your Majesty, we all witnessed with our own eyes that it was Duke Shi Can who kicked Miss Zhu Tao out of the way and landed heavily on the offering table, which led to the destruction of the ceremonial vessels. Now that Miss Zhu Tao's clothes still have Shi Chan's footprints on them, Your Majesty only needs to send someone to check and it will be clear. ZK started the music calmly, with a fair stance, unassuming and powerful. Seeing this, Shi Yan hurriedly said, Your Majesty, heaven's anger is caused by the destruction of the ritual vessels, and the destruction of the ritual vessels is caused by the impact of Zhu Tao. And as for the children's fight, the nature of the children is also true. Therefore, I think, to quell the wrath of the heavens, it is necessary to sacrifice the blessed pottery. He very cleverly mentioned the word childish, not only excusing Shi Chan's behavior of kicking Zhu Tao, but also implying that ZK was no more than a doll, and what he said could not be trusted. Where is the childlike innocence in a burly man of 17 imaginary years of age? A kick that condenses the internal force of the 6th level of the Qi practicing realm. How can the word fooling around be used to conceal it? Duke Shi Chan forced his way onto the altar, forcibly took the sacrifices, molested the young girl, called her a little southern barbarian, slurred her words, and ultimately beat her to the point where the sacrificial artifacts were destroyed. And that's what caused the wrath of the heavens and the people. If we are truly punished by heaven, the one who should be punished should be Mr. Shi Chan. If there is really a need for a sacrifice, the one who should be sacrificed should be Mr. Shi Can. Although ZK was only 12 years old that year, he was naturally righteous. And these words were so righteous and loud that they commanded respect. A slap in the face is not enough. Elder Shi Yan tried to retort. ZK, don't you mouth lies based on your power. Since it was a scuffle, it was definitely a matter of two people, and both parties are responsible. As for destroying the ceremonial weapon, that was one person's affair. Zhu Tao's fault alone. Your Majesty, throughout the entire process, Miss Zhu Tao did not utter a single rude word other than to persuade Duke Shi Can not to do anything out of line. And in the face of molestation and punching and kicking attacks, she even chose to be patient and tolerant, never returning the favor. ZK continued to explain. As for a slap, if it is slapped in the void, naturally it will not ring out. But if you want to go and slap a young girl who is close at hand, how can it not ring out? There was King Shi Luo looking at Shi Yu. You were, what did K'er say? Shi Yu respectfully replied, your father. What ZK said, every word is true, and there is no hint of falsehood or deceit. I understand. Shi Luo nodded, then turned to Elder Shi Yan and said, Brother Shi Yan, this matter is indeed a result of your son overstepping his bounds and deceiving others, ultimately resulting in the destruction of the ceremonial vessel. But remembering that we are brothers, like brothers, let's all share the burden. Fast for 81 days, in order to seek forgiveness from heaven, not only to avoid tribal calamities, but also to preserve the life of Kan's son. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Elder Shi Yan hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, saying gratefully, yes, I am grateful for your Majesty's great favor. I hope that you will be able to strictly discipline Kanner in the future, so that he can become a pillar of the Arisa clan, and it will not be in vain that he was born with divine power. Shi Luo continued. Yes. Elder Shi Yan kowtowed once again to show his compliance. At this moment, Elder Zhu Ding also hurriedly knelt down to thank him. Thank you for your Majesty's clarity and giving your daughter a way out. I will definitely do my best to rebuild that set of ceremonial instruments, and guarantee that it will be completed within 2 months so as not to delay the next ancestor sacrifice ceremony. Please rest assured. Your Majesty. Shi Luo nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Then I'll be grateful to Elder Zhu Ding. I declare that all elders and above, from now on, fast for 81 days as a sign of piety. As for these meat offerings, arrange for them to be distributed to the common people. You boys, who are used to living a life of brocade on weekdays, follow the fast for 81 days, experiencing purity and suffering in order to sharpen your hearts. All the gentlemen, face to face, after a couple of breaths of time, only one by one reacted. The next reply, yes, your Majesty, yes, sir. Well, go on. With a wave of his hand, Shiro motioned for the group of males to retire and go begin their journey of fasting. ZK. Just after stepping out of the door of the smelting division, Shi Chan viciously growled at ZK. You're an outsider. What are you so arrogant about here? Don't think that just because your father can make a few bucks, he can walk sideways. In my eyes, your father is a moth and you are a disgusting toad. Sooner or later, I'll pinch you to death. ZK responded with a cold smile. Keep your mouth clean. Hurry up and reform yourself and turn back in time before it's too late. Shi Chan became even angrier, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. Minding your own business and spoiling my fun. Sooner or later I will not pinch you to death. Although the great king spared you from death today, if you are unrepentant and persistent, even if the great king spares you, the heavens will not spare you. ZK said with a straight face. Shi Chan hummed disdainfully. In this world, speaking by strength, heaven? It's just a bully. Whoever is strong is heaven. I will personally crush you to death. This is the true way of heaven. Just as Shi Chan finished speaking, boom dash, it was a thunderclap that rang out, as if it was also expressing its anger towards Shi Chan. You really want to pinch me to death? ZK was shocked at Shi Chan's logic. I will eat your flesh, drink your blood, bruise your bones, and raise your ashes. Let you beg for life and beg for death. Shi Chan roared through gritted teeth. In that case, I'll fulfill you today. Let's see if you have the skills. ZK was undaunted. No, don't. The four of them, Moshi, Shi Yu, Shi Era and Zhu Tao, shouted in unison, especially Moshi, who hurriedly pulled ZK. He's already at the 6th level of the Qi practicing realm while you're only at the 3rd level of the Qi practicing realm. You're no match for him. No harm done. ZK smiled and waved his hand at Moxie, signaling that Moxie was at ease. Seeing this, Shi laughed maniacally. Looks like you're still a soft food punk who relies on women for protection. In Shui City, bragging doesn't require capital. Now beg for forgiveness. Kneel on the ground and lick my boots clean. Call me grandpa 3 times, and this Gongzi can consider letting you off the hook. Ha 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 ha. Then let's duel at the altar, ZK said with a resolute expression. Shi laughed out loud, bending over and holding his stomach. Good, good, very good. Since you're in such a hurry to go to reincarnation, this eunuch will help you onto the horse and give you another ride. Ha 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 ha. As the two men's words fell, ZK and Shi then ascended the altar, one after the other. Exercise your full strength. ZK lightly raised his right hand and elegantly made an inviting gesture. Shi sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Little toad, today is the day you die. ZK was righteous. His eyes widened in anger, and he snapped. Scum, today I'll do justice for heaven. Shi took a deep horse stance, and a fiery flame power instantly surged into both of his fists as he poised himself to strike, setting up the starting stance of the fiery divine fist, which was Shi strongest martial art that he was most proud of. ZK, on the other hand, stood fluttering, the west wind blowing his clothes hungrily, and those cold eyes, locked onto Shi, as if he wanted to take in all his movements. Fiery flame to the sky. Shi roared angrily and blasted out a fist, with intense flames coming out of it. ZK violently turned around and avoided this powerful punch. Then his left hand condensed the power of thunder and tightly grabbed Shi right wrist that he didn't have time to retrieve and twisted it with force. At the same time, his right hand shot out a purplish-red copper chopstick and directly hit Shi's throat. Shi only felt his whole body shaking, a tingle running from his right wrist toward his heart, and then his heart throbbed, his limbs spasmed, and he couldn't control himself. However, he was born with divine strength, and still desperately and subconsciously grasped his left hand fiercely, and his strength broke through the spasm, and grabbed the deadly copper chopsticks in the moment before they were about to shoot into his throat. At that moment, ZK had already flown back. Ch. Immediately following, a lightning bolt suddenly descended from the sky and struck Shi. Instantly silver fire bursts. Shi's figure seemed like a smoking hedgehog in the silver light. Rumble. Immediately following that, a muffled thunder exploded deafeningly over the central square of Shui City. The altar was vibrating, the 3 surrounding mansions were vibrating, and the entire Shui City seemed to be shaking. Shi had been split into a pile of blackened charcoal with black smoke from the lightning, but still basically maintained the approximate appearance of bowing and throwing punches. A gust of wind blew by, and Shi's hair and clothes turned into needle-like coke, falling in small pieces with a clatter. The crowd was wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Shi had been struck by lightning and punished by heaven. ZK coldly watched all of this, his voice firm and cold, echoing over the square. If you don't do anything, you won't die. If you act against the gods, the heavens will punish you. Chapter 25. The mountain has a wood and the wood has a branch. Shi met ZK for a duel, but he was split into charcoal by a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, ZK coldly shouted, if you don't do anything, you won't die. If you act against the gods, heaven will punish you. With that, ZK slowly walked to Shi's side, circled around a few times, and quietly drew back the copper chopsticks. The center square of Shui City was silent. People had never seen with their own eyes that the heavens had sent down heaven's punishment, splitting a scum into charcoal alive. Now that the direction of events is still unclear, even if some people want to say something, some want to cheer, some want to shout to the sky, and some want to cry bitterly, they all still have to hold back, and can only secretly vent in their hearts. Justice is never absent. It's just a little late. This kind of death, that's a real soul. Probably not even a chance for reincarnation, right? The way of heaven is good and cyclical, and the heavens have spared no one. It's a self-inflicted disaster. After a long silence, the air still seemed to be filled with the burning scent of the aftermath of thunder and lightning. Finally, a young male woke up as if from a dream, turned around with a terrified face, and sprinted furiously in the direction of the smelting division. As he ran wildly, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Not good! It's not good! Mr. Shi has been struck by lightning! Not good! It's not good! Mr. Shi has suffered the wrath of heaven and has been struck by lightning!" This sudden news was like a heavy bomb that exploded among the elders. They looked at each other with astonishment and incomprehension in their eyes. They couldn't believe that the usually flighty and domineering Duke Shi would really suffer such a misfortune. Heaven's punishment, It's never been more than a legend. No one has ever seen it with their own eyes. Canner Elder Shi Yan's cries tore at his heart as if he was about to collapse the entire hall. He instantly snatched out of the great hall, his figure flickering before the eyes of the crowd, leaving behind only a string of cries that cried out to the heavens and echoed in the air. Shi Luo and Elder Zhou exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly, their eyes filled with helplessness and heaviness. Elder Zhou immediately understood Shi Luo's thoughts and gratefully glanced at him again. Of course, they knew that Shi Chan was not punished by heaven or struck by lightning. Of course, it was ZK who used his pair of divine chopsticks, the copper chopsticks and the thunder gold and silver chopsticks. This pair of chopsticks was a Hotian medium-grade Dharma treasure given to ZK by his master, Kuei Nyo de Xian. Among them, the silver chopsticks were more commonly used, which were powerful and had the effect of launching the power of thunder. The gold chopsticks are not gold, but copper, also less used. Its power is more amazing. Has the role of attracting heavenly thunder? Plane must be placed in the lightning gold silk bag in order to cover the heavenly prying eyes, to avoid attracting the thunder to bombard themselves. However, there were state laws and family rules. Although ZK wanted to act on behalf of heaven, in a place with a sound law enforcement agency like Shi Guo, his behavior was clearly out of line. What's more, although Shi Chan was at fault, his crime was not to death. Shi Luo secretly said in his heart that afterward, he must teach this kid ZK a good lesson. Alas! Shi Luo let out a long sigh and turned to the elders. Elders, let's go and take a look together as well. His voice was filled with heaviness and helplessness. At this moment, Elder Shi Yan's cries, which shocked the wind and rain and sobbed the ghosts, had already spread throughout Shui City. Good heavens, how could you be so ungrateful? Canner, he's still a doll. If you want to punish him, do it on me, your old body. Can you bear to punish him on a doll? Goodness. However, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed, and the sunlight sprinkled the earth again, restoring the clear blue sky, as if mocking Shi Yan's grief. Only, Elder Shi Yan's wish to hug and cry over his son's remains fell through, because, as he pounced on Shi Chan's charred body, those charred coals instantly turned into a cloud of black and flying ash that flew all over the sky. To everyone, Shi Yan at this moment seemed like an evil sorcerer who was casting a witchcraft attack, becoming more and more bizarre and terrifying. His face was twisted, his eyes glittering with madness and cruelty. In the black mist on the altar, his hands danced and drew complex runes in the air, sometimes growling, sometimes chanting, sometimes hissing some odd incantation. Heaven's will cannot be violated. Shi Luo gently patted Shi Yan's shoulder, and in a sympathetic tone, comforted, Shi Yan, my brother, I am sorry for your loss. For a long time, ZK snapped out of his memories. Actually, I don't know exactly how much evil Shi Chan has done, ZK murmured in a low voice. It's just that from his words and demeanor that day, I could sense a kind of evil that came out from his bones. That kind of indifference and cruelty, as if they were traces left behind by his habitual evil deeds. You're right, Shi Can is definitely full of evil. Duke Shu Tao took over with righteous indignation. His crimes are simply too numerous to mention. On weekdays, he bullies men and women, he bullies the market, he takes by force, and he simply does nothing but evil. He bullies men and women, whether they are commoners on the streets, or rich and noble families' young ladies, slightly beautiful slave girls. As long as he has his eye on them, they all can't escape his clutches. He bullies the market, and all sales and purchases related to his family must first be sold to his family at a low price, and he forces vendors to hand over their hard-earned money. He takes by force, and when he sees something, he will do whatever it takes to take it for himself. Even if it's a family heirloom from someone else's family, he snatches it away without mercy. His existence is the biggest tumor in this land. Duke Shu Tao gritted his teeth, flames of anger flickering in his eyes. People do what they do. The heavens watch. Good and evil will be rewarded eventually, ZK said in a deep voice, seemingly thinking about something. Prince ZK, I believe that you are the messenger sent by the heavens to punish the evil and to do justice for the heavens. When the heavens saw Shi Chan being so evil, they sent you to punish him. Duke Shu Tao's eyes shone with admiration and anticipation. ZK shook his head and said humbly, where could I possibly be any angel? I'm just an ordinary person who carries justice and aspires to get rid of the violence, do justice for heaven, and return clarity to the world. Anyway, I think I can refine a magic treasure for you that can help you aid in cultivating the power of thunder. Duke Shu Tao smiled and said, that way you can spend more time to weed out the weak and the strong and do harm to the people. How does this make it? It's too expensive. ZK hastily excused himself. Brother ZK, don't excuse yourself. There's no need to say more. This is a piece of my heart for you, Duke Shu Tao insisted. Then, I will respectfully comply with your expectations, ZK said solemnly, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Zhu Tao Gongzi smiled faintly enchanted. The mountains have wood and the trees have branches, so I'm not ashamed of my life. Oh, what is the meaning of this? ZK asked in disbelief. Oh, it means that I hope you will be true to your word, keep your promise, and do what you say, Duke Shu Tao said with a smile. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, ZK, will certainly do so, ZK said boldly, then raised the wine pot and drank with Duke Shu Tao to show his determination. After some more good conversation, the night was getting deeper and deeper. Duke Shu Tao said, it's getting late, let's go back to rest first. Brother ZK, remember not to cultivate too much, the body is important. ZK nodded in agreement, but then continued to immerse himself in cultivation. The power of thunder continuously surged into his body, and in just a few moments, it had already filled up a knuckle. He envisioned his future path of chivalry and justice for the heavens. His journey will begin with the rescue of Shi Luo, Fo Shi and Shi Yu, and in the future, every life enveloped in evil will be the object to be rescued under his heavenly punishment divine power. ZK secretly resolved to use his power to bring light and hope to this world, and to be the hope and salvation in the hearts of those who were helpless. Chapter 26, Brother ZK, we'll meet again. Cultivation has no years. Without realizing it, 2 days passed quietly, and the red sunrise slowly rose. In these 2 short days, the 9 thunder power storage places in ZK's body, along with the silver chopsticks, were filled with majestic thunder power, and the copper chopsticks, also again in the state of lightning void, once taken out from the lightning gold silk bag, will immediately lead to the small town over the thunder clouds, showing its powerful, attracting the ability of heavenly lightning. It's time to go back to Lvcheng. The waves he had caused in Shui City were enough to divert that old dog Zhao Liang's attention, right? Now it was time to go back and investigate the matter of the Great Snake Divine Cauldron. Moreover, with the prisoner Yishuan Wu Kung Fu at the early stage of its completion, basically, within the Shi tribe, there is no longer a problem in preserving one's life, and one can act with greater peace of mind. After bathing and dressing, ZK was refreshed and walked out of the inn with a brisk gait, ready to go and say goodbye to Mr. Zhu Tao. However, Duke Shu Tao had already been waiting in the restaurant opposite the inn, and as soon as he saw ZK come out, he greeted him. Ah, Mr. Zhu Tao, why are you here and didn't come to me for a chat? I was just about to go say goodbye to you, and by the way, I told you that I've recovered my heavenly punishment divine power. ZK's face was overflowing with joy. Today? Lord Zhu Tao asked. I will return today. There are still many things to do, including the preliminary election of the deliberate Xin scale selection that will take place soon. Although I don't want to join the Black Scale Army, it's still valuable to see the world's talents, as well as the various paths of Gongfu and martial arts. Once you go, I don't know when it will be when we meet again. A trace of despondency flashed across Lord Zhu Tao's face. Why don't you also come with me to LV City and participate in the selection for the deliberate Xin scale selection? ZK invited. Duke Shu Tao shook his head and said grimly, I won't go. My cultivation is still shallow. I only broke through to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm a while ago. I have absolutely no chance of making it into the top 10. ZK still insisted. If you don't go to see other people compete in martial arts, you can exchange ideas and gain a little insight, which is also good for cultivation. There's basically no suspense as to who will win and who will lose. Isn't it just that a few of you males are much stronger? Watching from afar and not being able to spar in person isn't much fun. Moreover, even if we were to spar in person, how much enlightenment could we share? It's still not all strength piled up with cultivation resources. Zhu Tao's sentiments seemed to be quite factual, but ZK felt that he could not be the same as those gentry and could not help but frown slightly. Zhu Tao added, besides, I'm more interested in refining and firing pottery, and I'm not too interested in martial arts sparring. ZK nodded in understanding, as if he thought of something else. Then with a wave of his big hand, a storage bag appeared in his hand, handing it to Duke Shu Tao. By the way, the other day you lent me some spirit stones, and also helped me find many materials, and these days helped me to cultivate, and I seized quite a lot of spirit stones in the Crouching Tiger Mountain, so these will be rightly regarded as me returning them to you. Zhu Tao Gongzi didn't want ZK to return any spirit stones at all, and that day was only because ZK had just found a random excuse because he had pushed back. So he pushed back and said, all of this is what I have willingly done for you, and your insistence on returning it like this still makes it seem raw and out of the ordinary. Are we still considered brothers? In order to persuade ZK, she even called ZK a brother. Duke Shu Tao's heart sank within her. This was not what she had in mind. But with the words out of her mouth, Shu Tao still endeavored to adjust her facial muscles and reluctantly smiled with a haha. Take it, and consider it the cost of renting a wagon for me. Duke Shu Tao hesitated for a moment, but on second thought, yes, ZK is going back to Lvcheng. How can he be qualified to be difficult to part with? It would be better to help ZK pack his bags and call a carriage. You're right, you're about to depart. I really should prepare a comfortable carriage for you. I'll arrange it here. Saying that, Duke Shu Tao immediately resumed his usual nimble acting style, calling for Ripple, who was serving not far away, and arranged so and so. After the arrangements were made, Duke Shu Tao turned to ZK and said with a smile, I'm going to help you pack your bags. How is that good? It's fine. It's fine. Packing up these things should have been done by a woman's family. Saying that, Shu Tao Gongzi pulled ZK, and headed for the upstairs of the inn. However, it was very embarrassing. ZK didn't have any luggage to pack. Even a few changes of clothes were kept in the storage ring. In order to break the awkwardness, ZK proposed, why don't we both share another pot of spirit wine in the gazebo as a memento of our parting? Duke Shu Tao readily accepted. Good idea. Then let's catch up on old times in the company of spirit wine. The two of them walked into the gazebo and sat down quietly. Then a pot of spirit wine and a dish of chilled lilies were brought over, and they raised their cups to each other, silently savoring this parting serenity. This trip to LV City is a long and unknown journey. You must act carefully and protect yourself, Duke Shu Tao gently urged. ZK smiled and responded, please don't worry, sister. My defensive feats are already strong enough to withstand the attacks of a true immortal realm first or second level powerhouse. But the moon has its own shade, and people have their own fortune. No matter what their cultivation level is, it's always right to be careful. Duke Shu Tao reminded again. Well, I remember. ZK replied solemnly. This reply from ZK finally made Duke Shu Tao smile happily. Taking a deep breath, Duke Shu Tao then added as if he had gathered enough courage. If you have time in August, come to Shui City. By then, the gift I prepared for you should have been successfully refined as well. Many thanks to Sister Zhu Tao for her kind invitation. If time permits, I will definitely come back to visit again. ZK responded. His words filled with gratitude and apologies. Zhu Tao Gongzi finally secretly breathed a sigh of relief, as if a big stone had fallen to the ground, and finally said these words, which were deeply hidden in his heart. As well, not long after, Zhu Tao's cold carriage came slowly, and the carriage was fully stocked with dry food, water, spirit wine, marinated donkey meat, dried donkey meat, lotus rice, etc. The most striking thing was a white and black cloak with a delicate and cold texture, which gave an ethereal, deep and mysterious feeling. The most striking thing is a white with black cloak. The texture is delicate and cold, giving people a kind of ethereal, deep and mysterious feeling. What surprised ZK even more was that the driver of the car was the familiar Uncle Gu. Although he was flattered inwardly, his countenance remained calm and he politely gave a deep arch to Zhu Tao Gongzi. Thank you for Zhu Tao's sister's thoughtful arrangements. We'll see you again. Duke Shu Tao also gave a dashing arch and said, Brother ZK, we'll see you later. Take care of yourself along the way. Standing in front of the door of the inn, Duke Shu Tao watched the carriage drift away. Her hand waved in the air for a long time without putting it down, as if she was conveying endless thoughts and blessings to ZK, who was gradually moving away, until the carriage turned a corner and disappeared around the corner of the street. And at this moment, Zhu Tao Gongzi's 2 lines of teardrops finally slid uncontrollably across her clear cheeks and dripped down onto the ground. She was worried about how many people were trying to disadvantage ZK along the way, in that loose city, and how many hidden dangers were waiting for ZK. She is also looking forward to Can and ZK Hide again reunited. The wine to talk about the joy of, alas dash, his own past life, although not too good with girls to socialize, but just have a woman's edge. Yang Gui outside. This is not too good to do in the future. Chapter 27 Heavenly Punishment Demon Cage. Looking out the car window, the verdant wilderness, ZK was a little frozen. Even if one is an elm, one can still feel the affection of Zhu Tao Gongzi. However, his heart has long been concluded with Fo Shi in this life. That tie is as hard to sever as destiny. For what? ZK doesn't understand, doesn't know. Things in the world. The end is not yet finished. Why not settle for nothing? A time to think of things that do not understand, or first put it down. Enhance the strength, is the most urgent task. Thus, ZK sat in the carriage and quietly cultivated while separating a strand of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him. And from time to time, he even chatted with Uncle Gu. After walking like this for half a day, ZK finally couldn't help himself and got off the carriage, pointing to a village in the distance, and said to Uncle Gu, "I'll go to that village to ask for a bowl of water to drink." After sitting in this half-day carriage, ZK was indeed tired of sitting, and his buttocks were jostled to the point of raw pain. Go move your legs and feet and take a break. In case you meet another white-haired old man who teaches you a secret technique, Gongzi, be careful. In case something happens and you make a big commotion, I'll come right away. Uncle Gu had to stay behind to watch the carriage and couldn't follow ZK into the village, so he earnestly instructed ZK. In the field by the road into the village, there were two small children, 6 or 7 years old, gathering ears of wheat. Curious, ZK came over and asked, "How was it? The harvest is not bad, right?" The slightly older little girl eyed ZK nervously, hiding a small bag behind her. The younger boy said happily, "I've picked 23 grains of wheat. You know, my mother has already picked this field twice." "Brother, have you forgotten?" Mother said not to talk to strangers. The little girl hurriedly pulled her brother towards the village. ZK watched the two children, who turned into the village entrance in a puff of smoke and disappeared into thin air, smiled and shook his head, and also followed into the village. The village was quite quiet, as everyone seemed to be standing in the clearing in the center of the village. Their eyes stared hatefully at, lying on a chaise longue under the big acacia tree, a fat-headed male. 2 guards were fanning themselves, and another dozen or so guards were on guard around the clearing. These guards were weak, and the one with the strongest aura was a fan guard with a mortal realm 1 cultivation. The rest of the guards were only at the Chi refining realm cultivation level. What the hell? While ZK was wondering, one of the guards glanced at ZK and lazily said, "Back from hunting? Why are you alone? Hunting?" ZK was a bit baffled. It was then that the guard noticed ZK's dress, and it turned out to be a male son who had appeared out of nowhere. The guard hurriedly bowed his hand respectfully and said, "I greet the gentleman. I wonder what this gentleman is here for." "Nothing much. Wanted to come in and ask for a bowl of water." "What are you doing?" At this time, the gentleman lying under the big acacia tree also stood up and arched his hand at ZK from afar. "I am Lvcheng Shirgui. This village is my family's territory. All of them are tenant farmers renting my family's fields. I don't know what your name is?" From the anger in the eyes of those sharecroppers, ZK could see something and had the intention to help everyone. So ZK returned, "In this sunny day, you don't let everyone work. Instead, what are you standing here for?" "I'm collecting the rent." "Maybe the prince hasn't come to collect the rent himself. You'll see how it goes later. The summer grain has obviously been collected." At that moment, a little boy roared, "Pia dash," and the sound of a whip on flesh was heard. It turned out to be one of the guards near that little boy, who casually whipped that little boy's grandfather's back. His grandfather reacted quite quickly, and before the little boy could finish speaking, he had already covered the boy's mouth with his right hand and bowed down to protect the boy under his body. Who are you to hit my grandpa?" That little boy was quite strong and instantly broke away from his grandfather's hand covering his mouth. But his grandfather was much stronger, and immediately brought the little boy under control, smiling and saying, "Little child, believing nonsense? Please be gracious and pay no attention to it. Please be gracious. Please be gracious." Pia. ZK immediately executed the divine ape cloud seeking hands without adding yuan power, only using his physical strength, and slapped the guard who had just struck out in the face. "What are you doing?" That Shirgui Duke leaped in front of ZK at once and said in a cold voice, "Even if you hit a dog, you have to look at the master. What is your name? Where did you come from? What are you doing here?" ZK laughed. "My humble self ZK, passing by here, came to ask for a bowl of water. I don't want to meet your lapdog oppressing civilians, so I slapped that lapdog, to teach you a lesson. Take it away." "No thanks ha ha ha." ZK's words would obviously anger that Shirgui Gongzi, but this Shirgui Gongzi is not a brainless, stupid son of a landlord. He examined the situation and knew that his gang would probably not be able to do anything about ZK, and that ZK's esteemed status was not something that a third-rate small landowner's family like his could afford to mess with. Therefore, Shirgui decided to hold back for now. Therefore, he pretended to have a sudden realization and politely arched his hand. "Oh, so it's Mr. ZK, I've heard a lot about you, but I've never had the chance to meet you, so I didn't want to meet you here today. This is fate. Come, inside please, inside please. Today brother I must have a drink with you." With that, Mr. Shirgue enthusiastically took ZK's hand and walked towards the big acacia tree. ZK heart that apologize he just but beat his guards, but also deliberately out of words to provoke. But people are completely neither blame, in return for revenge, but also so warm. Following to the stone table under the big acacia tree and sitting down. Mr. Shirgue arched his hand again and said aloud, "Please forgive me, my brother. I have a lot of respect in my heart. Is the son of Elder Zixio, the future emperor's son-in-law of our Yushur country. Brother ZK. There are so many people who are renowned under the sky. Brother ZK. Are you really Brother ZK of Elder Zixio's family? How is it that everywhere you go, you need to prove that you're not a ZK?" Unsure of what was going on, ZK also politely arched his hand and said, "My father is indeed Elder Zixio." "Brother, what did you just say your last name was? Please forgive brother, I didn't hear you clearly just now." Shirgue was ecstatic upon hearing this. Smiling coldly in his heart, he politely replied, "No harm, no harm. I am Shi Luo from Zhongwang City, and because my 5 elements are stone on the mountain, I am named after the 3 stones, Lei." ZK froze for a moment. Stone on the mountain? He only remembers the fire at the bottom of the mountain. The fire at the top of the mountain Just then, a joyful song, coming from far away, interrupted ZK's doubts and broke the silence of the small village. It turned out to be a group of hunters who had returned from a full load, singing joyful songs from afar, and before they had entered the village, they were shouting out the names of the village chief, or of their own parents, wives, children, and brothers. "I've been hungry for so long, and today I can finally have a full meal." They wanted to share their joy, at the earliest opportunity, with the whole village, young and old. It's just that their joy, they weren't able to share it, because they had been surrounded by the dozen or so guards, in the middle of the group, and were forced to put down their hard-fought prey. "That's not good. If we don't have any more food, we'll really starve to death." The group of villagers finally took up their assorted weapons and prepared to resist. ZK was also dumbfounded. He was supposed to help these villagers punish Shi Luo, but he had just called himself Shi Luo. ZK stood up and tried to persuade Shi Luo to leave some food for the villagers. Unwilling to do so, Shi Luo pulled ZK and stood up on the stone table, and with his inner voice, he said aloud to the villagers, "Please listen to me first. Just now, many of you saw that this is Mr. ZK. So he wanted to use his tiger skin to bluff these villagers?" ZK was a bit hesitant, but still gently nodded his head, indicating that he acquiesced to what Shi Luo said. Sure enough, the villagers stopped and quieted down a bit. They still had the original intention to hear what else Mr. Shirgue was going to say. "Did I promise last year with the drought that everyone would hold off on paying some of their rent?" The crowd's cacophony was even smaller, and no one answered, but they recognized that Shirka was telling the truth. "My family is benevolent and righteous, but this year, why do we suddenly have to pay back last year's rent? And we've harvested 30% more summer grain, and we're going to pre-harvest fall grain soon?" The noise in the crowd started again. "Yes, why did you suddenly raise the rent when you were doing fine?" Shirgue jumped off the stone table and turned toward his guards, shouting orders, bows and arrows at the ready. Then, Shirgue walked over to the old village chief, pointed his finger at ZK, and droned in an added inner strength, indignant voice, "It's all because of him. ZK. He provoked the human emperor for the woman he liked. That's what caused the human emperor to kill my Arushi kingdom's state lord and increase my Arushi kingdom's tax tribute. That's what caused everyone to eat the first meal and not the next." The anger of these villagers reached its peak in an instant under Shirgue's provocation. ZK stood on the stone table, looking at the surrounding crowds that were so loud and furious, momentarily at a loss for words, completely dumbfounded. What can be done about it? "Release the arrows." Shirgue gave the order and countless arrows flew towards ZK. "Kill ZK. Kill the son of A." The villagers brandished their weapons and rushed towards ZK. The little girl that we just met at the entrance of the village hugged the little boy tightly and hid under the root of a section of earth wall. "Brother, be careful in the future. Never talk to strangers. Look, we met bad people today. These villagers actually hate themselves, and hated so much that they couldn't share the same fate." ZK's tears could not help but flow down. He silently executed the prisoner Yishuanwu technique, blocking the incoming, disorganized weapons. A divine ape-probing cloud hand grabbed the branches of the big acacia tree overhead, and with a whistle, he rose up in the air, like an ape, and pranced away in the opposite direction from Uncle Gu. In a few breaths, it disappeared into the depths of the woods. "Catch him, and don't let him get away." The voices still echo in that small village. After circling around in a big circle, ZK was at a small pool of water and sat down for a while before slowing down. It couldn't be blamed on those villagers. It was that sinister guy Shi Luo who made it bad. Just like those villagers shouldn't hate themselves either, but should hate Xia and Zhao. ZK silently walked back to the carriage, only to see Uncle Gu anxiously looking at himself. Seeing ZK return, Uncle Gu hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you alright? Why are your clothes torn with so many holes?" "Ugh, it's fine. Just cleaned up a little bully in the process." ZK lied, as if he had never lied before. Gongzi is simply the embodiment of righteousness. Uncle Gu gave a thumbs up and praised, then sincerely cautioned, "But if you encounter a bad guy who is too powerful, don't be tough, so that you can continue to help the next person who encounters injustice." Thank you for reminding Uncle Gu. ZK will definitely keep that in mind. Let's set off. Just like this and walked for half a day. Also did not encounter abnormal situations. See, the sky gradually darkened. Uncle Gu cannot help but laugh. Ha 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 ha. Alert half a day. But nothing happened. After this forest, in front of the Zhongwang city, we will stay there tonight. Yeah, let's stay overnight in Zhongwang city, ZK replied. At this exact moment, a violent voice suddenly rang out. Stop. Two officer-like middle-aged men with 8 soldiers came out of the grove and blocked the way. The two of them were 2 nearby pavilion chiefs, Shi Clamp and Shi Chiu, with a few patrolling soldiers under their command, who were being ordered to search for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Phew! Uncle Gu excitedly stopped the carriage and asked politely, "May I ask what the military master wants?" "Search. Let's see if you're harboring and smuggling holy sons and daughters." An officer at the head replied lazily, "My son is cultivating. It's not appropriate to disturb him, so please be generous with your hand." Military lord. Letting the Holy Son and Holy Daughter go is a big crime of losing one's head. "We don't dare to show favoritism," the officer said arrogantly. Uncle Gu then solemnly got out of the carriage, turned to the sedan chair with a respectful arch, and asked, "Your Excellency, there are a few martial artists who are stopping and searching the road. What do you think should be done? It's not easy to be a soldier. Give them 1 Bei coin each and send them off." ZK also sensed Uncle Gu's intentions and deliberately said in a contemptuous tone, "What the did you say? Who are you sending? Sending off beggars?" Shi Clamp's fire was instantly ignited. "It was you yourself who said that you are beggars." "My son did not say that," Uncle Gu said in a conspiratorial manner. Shi Clamp was too lazy to grind his teeth with Uncle Gu and bellowed, "Brothers, search for me." A few soldiers rushed towards the wagon when they were ordered to do so. Unexpectedly, Uncle Gu took a step to stop in front of the car, releasing the aura of the 6th level of the mortal realm, and bellowed, "No one is allowed to move. Otherwise, I won't blame Grandpa for being impolite." These soldiers were dumbfounded. How else could they search? Several of them were only at the 7th or 8th level of the Qi refining realm, and the 2 bosses were only at the 1st level of the immortal realm. Surprisingly, he ran into a tough opponent at the 6th level of the immortal realm. At this time, Shi Chao stood out and respectfully arched his hand. "We were the ones who were prodigal just now. Please make it easy for Senior to allow us to briefly search. Who knows if you guys are really on official business." ZK suddenly took over. He had just gotten interested in teasing them a bit while creating more commotion to protect Fo Shi and the others. "This gentleman, as you know, the entire tribe is now searching for the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Lord Zhao said that even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we must find them. If we show favoritism to the 2 lords, the little ones might not be able to keep their heads on their collars. If you don't tell us, we won't tell you, and God knows if you're playing favorites? My lord, maybe there's a pair of eyes watching in this neighborhood. That Lord Zhao has sent true immortal realm experts on patrol. The little ones can't afford to gamble. First of all, from now on, when you address the dog Zhao, don't use the term Lord Zhao. Your Excellency is right. Your Excellency is right. That's a mad dog. Secondly, when my lord said that he didn't harbor a holy son or daughter, he didn't harbor one. But you guys don't believe me and have to search. How about this then? Let's make a bet. Shall we? Shi Chao asked in a deep voice. How do you bet? If you have searched for the holy son and holy daughter in my place, I will lose 1 spirit stone to each of you and a bowl of blood to each of you. But if you have not searched for them, each of you will lose 1 spirit stone to me and my steward, and a bowl of blood to each of you. Shi Chao was pondering whether this gambling scheme was considered fair or not. And this doll's gambling proposal, it can't be child's play, right? If this doll lost, where could he release 10 bowls of blood? Shi Jiao was furious. Brother Chow, don't fall for this little doll's tricks. They have all the winners and losers in their hands. So what are we betting on? In case this male is bluffing and hiding the holy sun, Shi Chao said worriedly, but his words were suddenly interrupted by a loud voice, Pia, only to see Shi Clamp covering the left side of his face. He exclaimed, "Who's hitting me? You spoke out of turn. So this gentleman taught you a lesson," ZK said indifferently, and put his hand outside the cloth curtain and shook it to show that it was his own hand that hit him. Before Shi Clamp could finish his sentence, he saw that the hand strangely reached over again and Pia gave himself another slap. He burst into a rage and pulled out his war knife and slashed at the carriage wagon. Choke! Dangling! Shi Pincer's war knife was unexpectedly by a knife sticking out of the carriage. Cut and flew out. He simultaneously felt a numbness and tremor all over his body, as if he had been bombarded by a hammer on his chest, and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Out of your depth, ZK said in a contemptuous tone. Shi Chao simply looked dumbfounded. It seems that this master and servant two people are hard stubble. Also, the above to search. People do not want to be investigated. They are stretching a knife. Shrinking head is also a knife. No way. Thinking of this, Shi Chao quietly used a wink to detach a soldier to move reinforcements, then arched his hand toward the carriage and said, "This gentleman, then let's bet as you say." He thought, first find a way to search before, after the search cannot fall, then drag until there are a large number of reinforcements, or experts to support on the line. This is just a few miles away from Zhangwang City, and reinforcements can arrive at any time. ZK had mercy. Shi Jiao had not completely lost consciousness at this time, and had slowed down quite a bit, now pointing his finger at ZK, muttering something anxiously, but he was not quite able to control his tongue at the moment, and could not speak clearly. ZK coldly grunted, "The one who tried to attack me just now needs to double. If you guys lose, he needs to pay 2 spirit stones and 2 bowls of blood." Shi Chao ignored Shi Clamp and made the decision. "We have no opinion, but let your excellency make the decision. Can we start the search now?" Shi Clamp was so angry that he coughed. Shi Chao completely disregarded his own situation and did not listen to his own opinion, and even agreed to let himself lose 2 bowls of blood. So decisively, he fired a loud arrow from his sleeve, releasing the signal for help. Seeing the ringing arrow shot out, Uncle Gu frowned, but thought that Zhang Wangcheng simply didn't have any experts that could defeat him, and ZK seemed to be quite capable of fighting over the level. So what was there to be afraid of? So he also put his heart down. Search! ZK secretly snickered. Spirit stones were simply numbers for him now. He simply couldn't use them up. What he valued was Shi Clamp's blood that contained metallic yuan power. With just a little bit of refining, he could use it for himself, and he could save a lot of time in cultivation. So, the 4 soldiers began to search, searching very carefully, even reaching inside the cushions where it was completely impossible to hide people one by one, and even one of them drilled underneath the wagon, tapping the wagon's floorboards one by one, as if to rule out the possibility that there were interlayers in the floorboards. However, nothing. Lord Shi, no suspicious criminals were found in the car. A soldier reported with a bow of his hand to Shi Chao. Lord Shi, no suspicious criminals were found under the car. The last soldier who drilled out the bottom of the car also arched his hand and reported, "Your Excellency, I am offended." Shi Chao arched his hand to ZK and apologized. Then with a wave of his hand, he greeted the soldiers to help Shi Pincer. "Ready to leave. Let's withdraw." "Did I let you guys go?" ZK's face flushed as he angrily shouted. "Willing to bet. Each person leaves behind a spirit stone and a bowl of blood. Otherwise no one can leave. Duke, please don't give an inch." Shi Chao warned in a deep voice and continued to greet the soldiers as they left. "Let's go." Only to hear a choking sound. An exquisite bronze birdcage fell from the sky, covering a group of officers and soldiers. Snort! 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 A copper needle shot out several lightning bolts under the carrying handle at the top of the birdcage. Frighteningly, a group of soldiers leaned close to the center of the birdcage. This birdcage was designed by ZK himself and asked someone to build it. The so-called magic treasure, Heaven's Punishment Prisoner Demon Cage. Then, ZK's cold voice rang out. "Willing to bet, or else heaven will strike you down." Chapter 28, Descent of the Immortals. On the grounds that Shi Chao had gone back on his word and was unwilling to fulfill the bet, ZK used the Heavenly Punishment Cage to cover all 9 of them. All of them, inside the cage. They huddled in the center of the cage in fear as they watched the copper needle at the top of the cage, releasing a bolt of lightning. At this time, Shi Jiao had already recovered to a great extent. He was not as worried as the others. He was at the mortal-immortal realm cultivation. He was only worried that Uncle Gu would suddenly strike, not putting the teenager in front of him in his eyes at all. Useless trick, Shi Luo muttered, and then gripped his battle knife with both hands, and made a vigorous slash at the birdcage, ready to break open the not-so-sturdy-looking cage. ZK simply pointed with his silver chopsticks, and countless blue-purple lightning lights instantly flashed up on the birdcage, and one of them, with a chomp, split along the battle sword onto Shi pincer, only to see the battle sword come out of his hand. Shi Luo convulsed once again and collapsed on the ground, moaning in agony with his hands over his chest, his right hand already burned into black charcoal, and the air reeked of the pasty odor of roasted meat. Almost, he was struck to death by that strand of lightning. Ha ha, want to escape from my heavenly punishment demon cage? Dream on! ZK laughed loudly, making an incomparably haughty and arrogant gesture. However, for the time being, let's spare you from death first, lest not only will there be no more blood left, but we'll also have to rummage through your body to find the spirit stones with our own hands later. Ha 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 ha. Deep Sea Wild Wave Poem. The other pavilion leader, Shi Luo, also struck out in anger. Powerful water attribute palm power rushing out and striking the cage. Chop the officer also fell to the ground and convulsed, foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness, his soul severely damaged, and his palm force, which contained majestic water attribute power, passed through the birdcage and dissipated tens of feet away. ZK hadn't even purposely energized the power of thunder in order to deal with Shi Luo. This Shi Luo was purely looking for death. The power of thunder naturally restrained water attribute and metallic techniques, in addition to having a significant restraining effect on most of the techniques of the wood attribute. It was fine if he didn't use his water attribute true essence, but once he did, he instead directed the power of thunder towards himself and was attacked even more strongly. 1 spirit stone per person, 1 bowl of blood per person. Those who hand over the spirit stones, let go. Those who don't, will be struck by heavenly thunder. A bold foot soldier, trembling, said, I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over, but there's no bowl for blood. Uncle Gu, please find 2 bowls for them. ZK smiled danglingly and asked Uncle Gu to help him find the bowls for the blood. He couldn't do it himself. He needed to be on guard at all times in case these people escaped or collaborated to resist. Uncle Gu also understand, drilled into the carriage, spent several breaths of time, only to take 2 small pots like a bowl out. Look at this big so-called bowl. The soldier 2 eyes around. To this bowl, at least can be loaded with half of their own blood it. However, he did not dare to question. Without hesitation, eyes closed, a cut on the wrist, rustling, blood soared into the bowl of the mantle. In a short while, filled a basin full of blood. Immediately after, he pulled out another spirit stone and carefully offered it with both hands. With a wave of his right hand, ZK put away the spirit stones and blood while the birdcage opened a small door. The little door is really a little door and you have to crawl to get out. When the birdcage was first built, ZK was still young enough to think that a small door of this size would be just the right size for someone to just bow out of. Today it does seem a little small. Need to climb out. When met with a little backbone, afraid that they would rather be chopped to death, rather than fold and give up their dignity to climb out. Right? You can go now. And be careful not to touch the cage. Seeing that the first soldier managed to climb out of the cage, another soldier also offered spirit stones and blood, and was able to climb out of the cage and gain freedom. Come on, drink it while it's hot. It's a great tonic. ZK gave the second spirit stone to Uncle Gu, and boldly invited Uncle Gu to drink with him. Uncle Gu couldn't resist and accepted the spirit stone, but then frowned. A little difficult to go down on human blood. Generally speaking, it is only those who cultivate the demonic path that cultivate by drinking other people's blood, but it is not good for Uncle Gu to object. After all, ZK is the person that Duke Xu Tao values. Who do you think they are working for? They're actually working for the Xiahou clan, and telling them to shed a little blood is just a way to teach them a lesson and let them know that there's a price to pay for selling out. However, since they've already bled out, they shouldn't be wasted. You know how to separate the true chi in them and turn it to your own use, don't you? Alright, then old me will also punish these traitors with my own mouth. Ha 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 ha. Uncle Gu naturally knew how to refine the true chi in the blood, but he shouldn't be able to refine the power of the bloodline in it yet. Uncle Gu took the mantle and also tilted his head back to take a big gulp of the hot blood, and operated his gongfu to separate the true chi in it. The remaining few soldiers bowed and begged for mercy. I don't have any spirit stones on me. Please be merciful and let me go. Your Excellency. Then let's exchange a bowl of blood for a spirit stone. A cultivation good like a spirit stone was not something that every ordinary soldier would be able to carry around with them. But ZK had already planned for it, and it was the same with the offering of Qi blood. So, the two soldiers standing in front of them, hurriedly took the large bowl, took out their daggers, and with a cut on their wrists, began to bleed. However, after receiving only 1.5 pots of blood, ZK called a halt. That's enough, you two can leave as well. These 2 foot soldiers were already weak and light, seemingly about to fly. Fortunately ZK called out in time to stop, otherwise they would have to paralyze to death. When all the soldiers had finished giving blood, the 2 officers had also stopped convulsing, like waking up from a dream. The 2 of them looked at each other and then at the group of men standing outside the cage, and silently made up their minds. In fact, the 2 of them were still aware of everything that had just happened, and they also unwillingly took out a spirit stone each and offered it to ZK with both hands. ZK glared toward Shirklamp and droned. You, 2 pieces. Reluctantly, Shirklamp pulled out another spirit stone, which gave him the opportunity to donate blood. However, when Shirjiao thought that he would also get the favor of less bloodletting, he waited for not enough. It's not full. Not full. Not enough. ZK's calculating voice. Those 2 solid bowls of blood caused Shirklamp to faint once more. You two go too. Ha 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 ha. ZK waved his hand, signaling Shirklamp and Shirchao to climb out of the birdcage. Shirchao was still very righteous, and waited until Shirjiao woke up once again, before holding Shirjiao, with a swollen red face, climbed out of the birdcage. I didn't expect to make a fool of myself by falling into the hands of a yellow-haired kid today. As the saying goes, it's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. One day, I will personally make this kid make a fool of himself as well. Shirklamp and Shirchao coincidentally gritted their teeth in their hearts and secretly thought. Just as the 9 people were about to leave, a crane suddenly sounded in the sky. The crowd looked up to see that it was actually an old Taoist with white eyebrows and white hair and white beard, releasing a true immortal realm level 3, as if it was a surging aura like the waves of the sea, and slowly drifting and flying on a white immortal crane, like a ferry descending. Chapter 29 Yellow Dragon Daoist. Just as ZK and Uncle Gu had laughed off the spirit stones and blood of the 9 officers and soldiers, and were preparing to refine and absorb them, an old Taoist man of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, with white eyebrows and white hair and beard, descended on an immortal crane. ZK and those officers and soldiers were all unfamiliar with this sudden old Taoist. They stared up at this immortal old Taoist with white eyes, their eyes filled with surprise and curiosity. The old Taoist's stance was lithe as he floated down from the crane's back, his expression solemn yet amiable. His gaze was like a torch, slowly sweeping over everyone present before he spoke in a deep voice. The poor Taoist is Huanglong Taoist, practicing on the 2nd immortal mountain, trained under the Heavenly Father of Jade Clear origin in the Taishang Wuji Qing Wei Heaven, and is a personal disciple of the Heavenly Father's seat. OMG. The crowd was shocked. The first Heavenly Father. That's the original god of Pangu, the legendary saint. And this yellow dragon Daoist is actually his personal disciple? No wonder the temperament is so extraordinary and awe-inspiring. At that moment, Daoist Yellow Dragon gently raised his left hand, moving his thumb over the other fingers as if he was calculating something, then turned his gaze sharply toward ZK and slowly asked, "You are ZK, aren't you?" ZK was slightly stunned. Then he arched his hand and said, "It is precisely the late generation." Daoist Yellow Dragon frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face as he said in a deep voice, "Why are you taking someone's blood?" ZK immediately felt an invisible pressure. He took a deep breath and tried to explain. This late generation's action is really to maintain the heavenly principle. Daoist Yellow Dragon's gaze was like a torch as he pressed on without question. Heavenly justice? Ha 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 ha. Where is there such a thing as drinking someone's blood as a matter of heavenly justice? ZK knew that it would be difficult for him to defend himself, but he was unwilling to give in to this. He raised his head, a firm light flashing in his eyes. "Senior is willing to bear all the consequences, but please understand, Senior, everything I did was really for the sake of upholding the heavenly principle. So tell me, what heavenly justice can be upheld by drinking blood?" Tyrant Xia is brutal and ruthless, forcibly robbing the people's women, not hesitating to take the lives and deaths of millions of people in the country of Yushur, deserving of heaven's punishment. And these people help Jia to be abusive. I take their blood precisely for going to carry out heavenly punishment. A hint of surprise flashed in Daoist Yellow Dragon's eyes, but then he retorted, "Nonsense. Xia is the supreme human emperor. How can you judge him at will?" Faced with Daoist Yellow Dragon's logic, ZK was speechless for a moment. Daoist Yellow Dragon then added, "On the path of cultivation, One needs to have a good heart in order to achieve the great Tao. What's the difference between a devilish behavior like yours and a tyrannical brat? This yellow dragon Taoist is really powerful. 2 words that made him, himself, a bit unreasonable, ZK thought in his heart. Yellow dragon Taoist nodded slightly. Seems to not want to continue to pursue. Violently turned. Said, it's just, right and wrong. The heavenly way to determine. The cycle of cause and effect. Has its own destiny. You only need to say where the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden went. Can. ZK respectfully arched his hand and slowly said, Senior Yellow Dragon. Senior Huang Long. It has been more than half a month since I set out from Lu City, and I really don't know the whereabouts of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Taoist Yellow Dragon frowned and said flatly, don't bother with sophistry. According to reliable information, you and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter had ridden out of Lu City together 19 days ago. ZK spread his hands helplessly and explained, what Senior said is true. We did leave the city together. However, after 10 miles out of the city, we separated. I chose to go south for my training. Taoist Yellow Dragon pursued. And did they ever mention where they wanted to go? ZK pondered for a moment and replied. The Holy Maiden had said that this trip followed her heart and did not have a fixed destination. Taoist Yellow Dragon remained unforgiving as he continued to press. Even so, they should always have a general direction, right? ZK hesitated a little, then babbled. The Saint's son did mention that if he had the chance to turn to the Arifong clan's tribe, he would seek it out to see if he could find an immortal longsword that suited him. After all, the Arifong clan is famous for casting immortal longswords. Seeing that he couldn't ask for any useful information, Taoist Yellow Dragon turned and said, now that the country is in a state of military chaos, it's very dangerous for you to be traveling alone, so why don't you return to Lvcheng with me? ZK was surprised. Senior is wrong. First of all, I see that the Arushi tribe is in good order, and there is no sight of any soldiering. Secondly, I was traveling with Uncle Gu, not alone. Lastly, Lvcheng is not the second immortal mountain. When Senior traveled to Lvcheng to cloud travel, he should be going to Lvcheng. How can he be called returning to Lvcheng? Could it be that Senior has already defected to the Arushi kingdom? Taoist Yellow Dragon held his beard in his hand and smiled faintly, saying, ha 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 ha, you little doll. You really have sharp teeth. This Taoist is already under the human emperor's command, an elder of the great Xia Elder Corps. Under the heavens, there is no place that is not the king's land. No matter where one goes, one is also returning to wherever one is. Don't look at this Huanglong Taoist's dignified appearance. His art of sophistry, surprisingly so amazing. ZK couldn't help but secretly sigh. Seeing ZK froze in place, did not answer. Huanglong Taoist then came to the front, reached out and gently pulled ZK's arm, said, dolls go, along with the Taoist back to LV City. Your mother is very worried about you. A million miss you. His own mother on their own is a what attitude? ZK is very clear. Love, miss is inevitable, but she is deeply buried in the heart. Never interfere with their own. Always let go and let yourself go into the attitude. What is very worried? What a lot of miss. It is the Yellow Dragon Taoist who said in words. Plus, since this Yellow Dragon Taoist was an elder of the Xiahou clan, he was on the opposite side of the fence from himself, and the key was that he was still at the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, so he was able to pin down himself at any time. Therefore, one must never be fooled by Taoist Yellow Dragon and go with him alone. Thinking of this, ZK respectfully arched his hand again and said, thank you for Senior's concern. ZK still wants to travel along the way and does not want to follow Senior back to LV City. Taoist Yellow Dragon persuaded him 2 more times, and when he saw that ZK was already a toad eating scales, determined not to go with him, he changed his face and said with a stern face, if you want to go with me today, you have to go with me, and if you don't want to go with me, you also have to go with me. True Immortal Realm Triple? With the defense of his early stage prisoner Yishuan Wu Gong and his fully loaded Heavenly Punishment Divine Gong, he might actually be able to withstand Taoist Yellow Dragon's attack. It's really true that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and rats give birth to children who can make holes. How is it that you people of the Xiahou clan are all of the same virtue? Taoist Yellow Dragon finally lost control of himself and bellowed. Are you coming with me today or not? ZK said faintly but firmly. Not with you. Humph. Taoist Yellow Dragon fumed. He drew the aqua blue colored sword at his waist, pointed it toward the sky, and said in a smooth tone, I said dash. Come to the water. Then a sea appeared in the sky, with rough waves, as if a tsunami was coming. Ha! It turned out that Taoist Yellow Dragon was a participant in the water Upanishad and deserved to be restrained by the lightning attribute technique. I said dash. Water go get that filth, and flush it out. As a result, the sea and the sky, emanating a raging true immortal realm triple aura, came towards ZK. It was truly like a tsunami. A true tsunami that contained a raging power that was rushing in. Dash. What Taoist Yellow Dragon said before he gave off his power. Why did it seem like something Jehovah said? Between them only, there shouldn't be any relationship, right? Yang Guiyao secretly pondered. Chapter 30, Who is spared by the heavens? Seeing that his words had no effect and failed to convince ZK to return to Lvcheng with him, Taoist Yellow Dragon angrily struck out, only to see the monstrous flood surging like a tsunami, straight at ZK. Water-based attack? However, ZK did not show any fear. He quickly activated his prisoner Yashian Wugong, gripped the silver chopsticks, and prepared to counterattack. However, at this critical moment, Uncle Gu stepped forward and stood in front of ZK. ZK was a person whom Lord Zhu Tao valued highly. How could Uncle Gu let him have the slightest slip? Even if he was facing a strong person of the third level of the true immortal realm, even if the other party was a personal disciple of the first heavenly father, Uncle Gu did not flinch, and he was determined to block this blow for ZK with the momentum of a moth to a flame, only to see Uncle Gu revolving his gongfu and slapping out his palm. His true essence instantly transformed into countless fireballs, as if it was a burning charcoal fire, rushing towards that huge wall of water. From a distance, the sight really looks like a moth to a flame. No, it's actually more like a small piece of red-hot slag that's been thrown into the ocean. Boom dash, a loud bang. The moment the fireball slapped by Uncle Gu collided with the water wall, the fireball exploded. However, the countless sparks that popped out of the explosion were then engulfed by the tsunami and turned into a mist of water that vaporized away. Surprisingly, not even a little bit of fire was left behind. Dash. The force of the recoil caused Uncle Gu to suffer a heavy blow, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The tsunami continued to impact. At this time ZK has rushed to the side of Uncle Gu, tightly embraced him, with his own back, hard against the violent impact of the tsunami. The power of that tsunami was quite violent, and the two of them were just like a drop of water on the waves, being thrown away by the tremendous force, flying to 3 miles away, and finally landing in a messy forest. The trees in this forest had become bare under the impact of the tsunami just now, and many of their trunks were even broken. ZK hurriedly checked Uncle Gu's injuries and found that he was quite injured, but his life was not in danger for the time being. Uncle Gu, how is your injury? ZK asked with concern. Uncle Gu struggled feebly, trying to get up and continue the fight, but in the end, his strength was not enough. He sighed, alas, I am old and useless, failing to protect your son. Instead I become a burden to your son, and I've really failed the young lord's heavy trust. ZK held Uncle Gu's hand tightly and comforted. Uncle Gu, you've done your best. The most important thing now is to deal with this strong enemy and get well. We still have a lot of things to do. Ha 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 dash. Taoist Yellow Dragon laughed wildly up to the sky. In his heart, he completely scoffed at Uncle Gu's behavior. A tiny mole cricket, also wanting to mantle a chariot. However, the scorn in his heart did not show itself. Instead he changed his face to one of kindness and tolerance. Oh ZK. He spoke gently. Who is this fellow Taoist? How could he be so bold as to rush forward and attack my water wall? My original intention was to use the softness of water to build a protective barrier for you, so that you wouldn't encounter danger in this chaotic world. Yet, I didn't expect that he would actually put himself in danger. Oh, Yellow Dragon Taoist's words were quite beautiful. It is simply a breathtaking statement. Obviously just now it was water go and flush out that filth. Now it becomes, with the softness of this water, I will build a protective barrier for you. When ZK heard this, a cold smile flashed in his eyes as he stood up, straightened his chest, and with his right hand holding the silver chopsticks high in the air, he pointed them straight up to the heavens, coldly staring at Taoist Yellow Dragon, and said in a deep voice, "You hypocrite, hypocrite, false Taoism. Don't you know? The heavens are good for reincarnation, and good and evil are eventually rewarded. If you don't believe me, look up and see who the heavens have spared. If you help others to do evil, you'll be punished." When Taoist Yellow Dragon heard this, an inexplicable chill suddenly surged in his heart, as if the ZK in front of him had instantly become taller and needed him to look up. That teenager's eyes flickered with a light that made his heart palpitate. What alarmed him even more was that the silver chopsticks in ZK's hand were currently emitting a light that made him tremble. Illusion? Daoist Yellow Dragon hurriedly concentrated and controlled his mind, then raised his longsword high, and his majestic voice rang out, "I say dash! The water shall spin and tear this demon who has fallen into the devil's way to pieces." ZK couldn't help but want to laugh. Could it be that this strange syntax was a habit of Huan Longjinjin? If so, this yellow dragon Daoist is quite humorous. Even the lines before the battle are so unique. Afraid that it is not trying to disrupt the opponent's operation of the gong method, right? But after practicing the techniques, how would he be affected by these funny tricks? Seeing a huge vortex through the sky and into the earth, rising up to the sky, ZK revolved the prisoner's Yixuanwu power to consolidate his defense, and at the same time waved the silver chopsticks, pouring out all the power of thunder contained in the chopsticks. Only a silver-white lightning bolt was seen, instantly splitting into that huge vortex. As Daoist Yellow Dragon let out a miserable scream, the huge vortex instantly dissipated, turning into a sky of torrential rain that fell on top of this large area of land. As for Daoist Yellow Dragon, he collapsed on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing, with a head of white bearded hair that had burned into charcoal black, with its roots standing upright and smoking black. His aquamarine blue longsword lay silently in the dust of the battlefield, losing its former glory. The air was suffocating with a burning odor. The 9 officers and soldiers in the distance froze in place as if they had been immobilized, their eyes wide open, their faces written with horror and disbelief. Only the immortal crane seemed to sense its master's pain and chirped mournfully, gently caressing Daoist Yellow Dragon's twitching body with its head in an attempt to soothe his master's injuries. Looking at Huang Long Daoist's wretched appearance, ZK made a few leaps and came to Huang Long Daoist's side unhurriedly, teasingly saying, "I said, you're going to suffer the wrath of heaven. Ha 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 ha. You'll suffer the wrath of heaven." At that moment, ZK's gaze inadvertently landed on the aqua blue longsword next to him, and a trace of appreciation flashed in his eyes. "This sword of yours? It's not bad. The body of the sword flows like water waves and seems to contain endless water attribute power. Unfortunately, nowadays its owner has lost the ability to control it." After saying that, ZK utilized the divine ape cloud searching hands and reached out to grasp the aquamarine colored longsword. Bylon Divine Sword. Looking at the glittering inscription on the hilt, ZK couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration. Not bad, it is indeed a superb sword. With that, ZK used the Bylon Divine Sword, slashed gently on Daoist Yellow Dragon's wrist, caught a pot of blood in a wine jug, and slowly sipped it while wiping the Bylon Divine Sword clean on Daoist Yellow Dragon's Dao robes, and then put it into a spare storage bag. No, Daoist Yellow Dragon struggled and couldn't speak any more after stifling a single word. He stared at ZK with godless eyes, deadpan, filled with anger, unwillingness and helplessness. Ignoring Daoist Yellow Dragon, ZK turned around and left. Due to the fear that Huang Long was really a personal disciple of the First Heavenly Father, ZK decided to leave him alive, or perhaps save him from future troubles. The carriage had fallen apart in the battle earlier, and ZK led the service horse that pulled it to Uncle Gu's side. Uncle Gu was closing his eyes and meditating in place, fully recovering from his injuries. ZK took out 2 bottles of healing pills from his storage ring and gently placed them beside Uncle Gu. Afterwards, he walked nearby and caught and killed 2 pheasants, and disposed of them by the creek. He also found some dry firewood and lit a bonfire beside Uncle Gu. 2 pheasants, one buried under the fire and one set up on top of it. Then, ZK sat quietly beside Uncle Gu, urging the flying sickle and the magnetic rod to imbue the silver chopsticks with the power of thunder. As the night drew on, the firelight jumped, reflecting ZK's resolute face. The mortal immortal realm powerhouses are here, and so are the true immortal realm powerhouses. Come on, let the storm come harder. Chapter 31, The Void Silence Fairy. Ever since the discovery of the method of utilizing the magnetic rods and assisting in the cultivation of the power of thunder, the cultivation of the heavenly punishment divine skill had become faster and faster. Just by the time it reached the hour of midnight, the thunder power in the silver chopsticks had already been refilled at a rather astonishing speed. ZK continued to refine the blood he drank painfully today, and the blood provided by that sure clamp was quite effective. After further swallowing and refining the 2 spirit stones, his mountain-splitting and cloud-cutting skill managed to advance to the peak of the first level of the mortal immortal realm. However, ZK still had some regrets in his heart. He originally thought that Daoist Yellow Dragon's blood from the 3rd level of the true immortal realm would contain a more intense chi and blood, but he had never imagined that his chi and blood was not more majestic than that of Great King Xian Feng. However, Daoist Yellow Dragon's blood was somewhat unexpectedly helpful to prisoner Yixuanwu Kung Fu, and although he was still a little short of making a breakthrough, When he was running his kung fu, he clearly felt that the scales that were born on his body were becoming more and more real, more glistening, and more vibrant. Just as ZK was fully concentrating on his cultivation, a deep and powerful voice came from far away, full of wildness and power, as if even the woods and the land were slightly trembling under its shock. Uncle Gu vigilantly opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "A powerful demonic beast has come. The cultivation level is at least at the 8th or 9th level of the 2nd grade, and may even have reached the 1st or 2nd level of the 3rd grade. ZK gave Uncle Gu a reassuring look and said, "Uncle Gu, you can rest in peace. The power of thunder in the heavenly punishment divine skill I cultivate is enough to restrain these demonic beasts." However, it was only after half an incense stick had burned that the sound of brushing resounded in the woods, and what slowly came was not only a demonic beast. The demonic beast was just a mount, and on its back sat a white-clothed woman with a dignified face and a holy glow around her, a stark contrast to the savage aura around her. ZK and Uncle Gu's gazes met, and it became clear in each other's hearts they hadn't even noticed the true cultivation of this woman in white. "You are ZK?" The woman's voice was like a cold wind, piercing and cold. ZK still politely stood up, bowed slightly, and respectfully arched his hand as he replied, "It is none other than me." That white-robed woman laughed coldly. "Not bad, not bad, you're very good. With the cultivation of the 2nd level of the mortal immortal realm, you injured the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, my senior brother. I didn't take his life, I just didn't want to be taken by him. You drank his blood, you took his Bailan divine sword. I can give him back his sword, but you, still, must come with me. Lord Zhao Liang wants to see you. I'm sorry that I can't follow the order. You're very good at lightning attribute techniques, aren't you? But I have the Xian turtle divine shield." Saying that, a turtle shell-like shield appeared in this white-clothed woman's hand, which was simply out of place with her aura. "May I ask how to address senior?" ZK asked respectfully. "Poverty void silence." The woman in white replied with an expressionless face. ZK continued, "Dare I ask fairy void silence, what is her cultivation level?" "True immortal realm triple." ZK let out a long, upward breath through his lower lip, blowing a bit of hair from his forehead. This was not going to be easy. No chance of winning at all. Seeing this, Immortal Void Silence blandly said, "How about it? Follow me directly? Or do you want to fight with the poor Taoist before following me? What to do? I'm afraid that the spirit stones, pills, gold bricks, shell coins, techniques, martial arts, armor, weapons, and other treasures that I just obtained at Crouching Tiger Mountain will all be given away, and the odds are that I'll have to give them away." Suddenly, ZK had an idea and sighed softly. "Alas, it seems I have no choice. However, I've also roasted a lotus leaf chicken, which is buried under this fire. It's a waste not to eat it oddly. Would you like to try it together, fairy? This is a craft I learned from my father. It's sure to be delicious and will surely satisfy you." The Void Silence Fairy tilted her pretty face to the side, tilted her head slightly, and looked at the starry sky, and then did not move. It seemed that the Void Silence Fairy had given her tacit approval. ZK hurriedly took out the Bailan divine sword and prepared to start digging. However, just as the tip of the sword touched the soil, Immortal Void Silence instantly floated and flew to ZK's side, grabbed ZK's right hand that was holding the sword, snatched the divine sword away, and shouted, "What are you doing? This kind of divine sword, how can it be used for digging the earth?" ZK had no choice but to take out another ordinary short sword from his storage ring, and while digging, he deflated and muttered, "Fine, fine, fine. That divine sword of yours is just golden." 3 times, ZK will be buried in the fire under the lotus leaf chicken, dug out, cleaned off the surface of the soil, tore open the seal-wrapped lotus leaves, the fragrance overflowing, suddenly filled to the entire grove. ZK tore off a piece of chicken thigh meat and handed it to Uncle Gu, then tore off another piece of chicken thigh meat and handed it to Immortal Void Silence, saying sincerely, "Immortal, please try a piece as well." However, Fairy Void Silence turned her head away some more, still cold, and ignored ZK. "Is it really unearthly?" ZK laughed and took out 2 jars of spirit wine from his storage ring, and together with Uncle Gu, they drank and nibbled on the lotus leaf chicken while having a chat. "I really should thank Lord Zhutao. Come on, Uncle Gu, let's raise our glasses together to the distant sister Zhutao. Send our gratitude from afar." This was ZK's sincere gratitude. Without Zhutao, it would be hard for him to get all these cultivation materials. The 2 men smiled at each other, tilted their heads, and drank a toast. When men drink, the sense of distance disappears, and the more they drink, the closer they get. Or how else would so many drinking buddies pop up? Why else would there be talk of drunkenness and sexual promiscuity? Why else would it be said that alcohol can eliminate the guardedness of human beings? Ha ha ha. One who can make a young lady think so highly of you is truly extraordinary. These days, I've witnessed you fighting over levels and defeating many experts. Uncle Gu smiled and praised. But I met an unbeatable opponent today. It seems that if you send me, you can only send me here. As ZK said that, he touched out a storage bag and continued. These pottery burning materials are very precious. It seems that I won't necessarily be able to use them, and they will soon be thrown away by someone else. So I would also like to ask Uncle Gu to bring them back to Sister Zhutao, and convey my gratitude to her for me. Right at this moment, Immortal Void Silence suddenly opened her mouth. Wait, this storage bag, I want to inspect it. Why? ZK wondered. There is no reason. The Void Silence Fairy's tone was resolute. ZK took a deep breath and looked at Immortal Void Silence with a firm gaze, saying, Senior, just based on your words just now, I wish to fight with you. If I lose, I will naturally willingly follow you. If I am lucky enough to win, I would also like to ask Senior to be magnanimous and let me go. Then let's fight. Just now ZK has quietly hidden the storage ring. Now there is no worry. Of course, to fight. Not to fight. How do you know to decide to fight, not to win? Thus, silver chopsticks appeared in ZK's hand. Thus, the tortoise armor shield also appeared in the Void Silence Immortal's hand. The two of them confronted each other in the gentle night breeze, as if they were two statues, not moving at all, only staring at each other with their eyes, with only a few strands of hair fluttering on the Void Silence Immortal's miserably white face. Time seemed to freeze. An incense stick of time passed, and none of them moved a bit. Chapter 32 Bichao Divine Clam. ZK and Immortal Void Silence confronted each other for a long time. The atmosphere was tense and gloomy, and Immortal Void Silence was the first to break the silence. You're the weaker one, so you'll make the first move. However, ZK did not rush to make a move. After all, he knew nothing about Immortal Void Silence. While Immortal Void Silence had long since gained insight into himself, knowing that he was good at thunder attacks, in case the Void Silence Immortal blocked a move, under a swift counterattack, or even a backhanded attack, the situation would become tricky, and it could be difficult at that time. Since that's the case, let's try an attack and test the waters. So ZK said, Fairy, be careful. Immortal Void Silence laughed lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Make your move. ZK then kept the silver chopsticks in his right hand in a state of preparedness to attack, and used his left hand and his heavenly eye to gently shoot out a weak electric light at the same time, which used only 10% of his power, and ran towards Fairy Void Silence's Hall of Indigo Point and the Taichung Point on her left foot where her center of gravity was located, respectively. The Void Silence Immortal had not expected at all that ZK could launch multiple thunderbolts at the same time, so she scrambled to raise her Turtle Armor Divine Shield to protect her head's Indigo Point, but her left foot was unable to avoid it due to where her center of gravity was, only to see no reaction after the electric light struck the Turtle Armor Divine Shield. If it had been daylight, ZK might have been able to see a small, imperceptible black dot and a faint wisp of burnt flavor, but it was night and ZK couldn't see. The two of them were also far away from each other, and ZK didn't smell the wisp of burnt odor. However, it was obvious that the power of the thunderbolt that was shot at the Taichung Point pierced through the Void Silence Fairy's footwear, and she let out a delicate cry in pain as she convulsed. However, Fairy Void Silence quickly adjusted her mind. She took a deep breath and forced herself to endure the pain, still maintaining that calmness and elegance, her immortal aura fluttering as she stood in place, as if the blow just now was nothing more than a breeze to her. ZK smiled proudly. I only used 10% of my power. Humph, don't be complacent. The Void Silence Immortal's face huffed slightly as she said angrily, please taste your aunt's moves as well. Before the words fell, an emerald green longsword appeared in Fairy Void Silence's hand, only to see her gently swinging the longsword diagonally from the bottom upwards. The sword glided through a graceful parabola, as if she was sprinkling water with a willow branch. Beyblade. ZK only felt a wave of dizziness, his heart swaying and in a trance. What kind of sorcery is this? It seems like it can compel the mind, outwardly not showing anything. ZK hurriedly controlled his mind and tried to keep himself clear. Suddenly, with a howl of ow, a purple flame surrounded ZK. ZK felt a burning pain all over his body, and the scales on his body that appeared due to the imprisonment of Xuan Wugong also lost their moist glow, and gradually had a tendency to curl up. The scales felt like they were literally growing on ZK, and when it curled, it was like pulling out a fingernail. the pain of the scales ripping through the flesh and blood sending a shiver down the heart's spine with each stroke. No good, ZK shouted, pulling out his legs and running. Bichao God clam, only a huge sea clam, with its huge mouth open, was seen descending from the sky towards ZK. In one bite, he swallowed ZK. It was as if ZK had fallen into a dimly lit bucket of paste, or into a deep, bottomless swamp, and although he could still move, there was a strange amount of resistance. When he tried to raise one hand, he saw countless slimy, silver glistening filaments that hung on his hand in a disgusting manner. He tried to break free of the bond, but the more he struggled, the deeper he felt he was trapped, unable to extricate himself. This is certainly an extremely dangerous situation. His own various weapons, all of which were in his storage ring, had just been hidden and not carried with him. What can be done about it? There was no way, but one had to come up with a way. Otherwise, if you are caught by Zhao Liang, the consequences are hard to predict. For example, to use torture to force himself to explain the whereabouts of Moxie, for example, to use his own life to force Moxie to show up. ZK took a deep breath and urged the true essence in his body, attempting to use the power of a single punch to see if he could shatter this seemingly impenetrable clam shell. However, he was surprised to find that the chi in his meridians was stagnant, and his true essence was unable to move. There was no rush. He forced himself to remain calm and began to scrutinize his surroundings and recall the details of what he had just been trapped in. It was the Void Silence Fairy's white-haired, bear-like mouth that suddenly spat purple flames and sneaked up on him. This fire attribute attack precisely restrained his prisoner Yishuanwu skill, causing him to suffer a slight injury. Just as he attempted to escape the flames, Immortal Void Silence offered up her magic treasure, the So-and-so Divine Clam, to trap himself. A divine clam? It seemed to be a living giant pearl clam and had a cultivation suppression array arranged on its shell, and all this mucus around the body would be pearl fluid, and it was showing signs of slowly increasing. On his left-hand side, he noticed a silvery white mass of flesh, covered in slime, that was slowly writhing at an extremely slow pace. Without looking closely, it could not be seen. Try it. ZK operated the prisoner Yushuan martial art, making good protection, then turned his head violently, glaring at the meatball. At the same time, he activated his heavenly eyes, and a dazzling electric light instantly poured out. Electricity flashed, accompanied by rumbling vibrations, and thick black smoke, and the smell of scorching. Boom dash, a sound passed, and this giant clam opened its big mouth. First, saw the white-tailed bear that was spitting fire. ZK droned in his mind. The moment he leapt out of the giant clam, he ignored the white silk fragments fluttering around him, and immediately locked his eyes on the red-eyed white-tailed bear beside him, and performed the divine eight-cloud exploration hand, and his fingertips condensed the sharp true essence of the splitting mountain and chopping clouds technique, and with lightning-like precision, he inserted his finger into the red eye of the white-tailed bear, and then he struck it into the red eye of the white-tailed bear, and the white-tailed bear was in the red eye. The white-tailed bear's red eye was inserted into the red eye of the white-tailed bear. Before this demonic beast could make any reaction, a majestic force of thunder surged into its body. In just an instant, this white-tailed bear was turned into charcoal, and with a loud rumbling sound, it turned into dust that drifted away with the wind. Shift, that is. A mournful hiss broke the surrounding silence. It was the voice of the Void Silence Fairy. At that moment, ZK suddenly felt that his heart was raised to his throat, and only then did he notice that he was in mid-air and was falling. Suddenly, a white jade hand grabbed ZK's arm, and the speed of his descent abruptly slowed down. ZK looked back, only to see like a tender lotus root, slender and white arm, from the already broken sleeves, from a strip of white silk that danced violently in the wind stretched out. It turned out to be the Void Silence Fairy. She grabbed herself. A trace of gratitude just bubbled up. But then I heard the Void Silence Immortal coldly drink. Asterisk. Where to run? A hint of determination flashed in ZK's eyes as he opened his heavenly eyes and poured all the remaining thunder power in them onto Immortal Void Silence's shoulders. Ah! The Void Silence Fairy let out a miserable scream. Her body convulsed, and together with ZK, she fell rapidly towards the ground. The sound of whistling wind whistled in his ears. ZK had activated his prisoner Yishuanwu skill. Even with such a high-speed fall, he was confident that he would land safely. But what to do with this Void Silence Fairy? With her beautiful eyes tightly closed and her hair scattered in the wind, she should have only temporarily lost her mind. If he pulled her over to cushion himself underneath and landed safely himself, he would have more control. But of course the Void Silence Fairy might actually be Void Silence. If he spared himself from being injured and helped her reduce the speed of her landing, then the Void Silence Fairy's life should be safe. Should one be more fraternal? Should one have compassion? Or should one cut down one's enemies? Should he kill her while she is sick? How do I choose? ZK looked down at the rapidly approaching, dimly lit earth and hesitated. Chapter 33, Disappearing into the Wilderness. Boom. Boom. Two loud sounds were heard, and ZK, together with the Void Silence Fairy, fell down into a patch of wilderness grass. It turned out that ZK hadn't been able to make a choice until he fell to earth. Due to the effects of the prisoner Yishuanwu technique, ZK bounced up another 2 feet or so before he landed on the ground again and stood firm. Despite the pain coming from the whole body, it was good that there was no major harm. Only the sleeve of the left arm was torn. Perhaps it was unintentionally torn by the Void Silence Fairy in the panic. ZK then turned around to check on Fairy Void Silence's condition, and the sight in front of him gripped his heart. He only saw Void Silence Fairy lying on the ground, her body motionless, her legs twisted into a strange position, and a patch of blood was already flowing on the ground. Apparently, she broke her calf. ZK moved his limbs, and after confirming that he was indeed safe, he quickly stepped over to Fairy Void Silence's side, and still had to collect the trophies. He rummaged through Immortal Void Silence's body, only to find that she was almost penniless. Aside from a storage pouch, there were only 2 bottles of healing pills, a pot of spirit wine, 2 jade calendars, a jade flute, a silk handkerchief, a copper mirror, and a small amount of rouge and shell money. ZK couldn't help but sigh, this poor fairy. It seems that she still manages to get some money for that green longsword, and this jade pot, jade marquee, and jade flute, but the rest, it's simply not worth mentioning. It's just, if I laugh at her longsword, jade, or those objects belonging to a woman's personal belongings, I'm afraid that I'll have to make a deep enmity, but we can't do a losing deal either. Just drink some of this pretty fairy's blood. Thus, ZK first used silver chopsticks to test the spirit wine in the jug, and after confirming that it was not poisonous, he drank the spirit wine from the jade jug in one gulp. Then, taking the jade pot, he went and squeezed half a pot of fresh blood and skillfully clicked the acupoints to close the meridians near the wound, stopping the bleeding for her. Next, ZK sat on the ground and cultivated while tasting the fairy's blood. This blood really lived up to ZK's expectations, although her Xianli was not much, and ZK couldn't refine it for the time being. But the power of the divine soul and bloodline in it was abundant, and it was suffused with the nourishing power of the water and wood attributes, which gradually restored his scales to be crystalline and hydrated. What was even more surprising was that this fairy's blood also contained a powerful spiritual force, and after absorbing it, he felt refreshed. Not bad. A wave of joy surged in ZK's heart. Thus, he fished out a bottle of healing elixir from Immortal Void Silence's storage pouch, gently pried open her lips, and fed the elixir in. Why did he save the Void Silence Fairy himself? After all, at least, ZK wanted to secretly comfort himself, but did not find a suitable reason. It's not polite to come and go? I don't care so much. I have to hurry to disappear here, or else I will really be in trouble. When did this happen? The land of the Yushur tribe is filled with strong people of the true immortal realm. Moreover, it seemed that it would not be possible for him to return to Lvcheng just like this. According to Taoist Yellow Dragon's line of interrogation today, it wouldn't take more than a couple of sentences before he would wear out his welcome. One would also have to re-enter the South, leaving behind verifiable evidence of one's travels over the past half-month. And, after all this time of pretending to be flighty, pretending to be vindictive, as if in a play, I am indeed tired of heart, and want to take a break. Then again, it's been a long way down, and I'm really looking forward to a good shower. Ha 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 ha. ZK identified the direction, leapt onto a large tree nearby, and performed the divine ape cloud seeker. Like an ape, mainly relying on climbing, jumping, and weaving all the way zigzagging to the west, minimizing the traces left behind of himself. And I don't know where this is, but all the way to the west. It must be the micro sea. Just go to the micro sea and swim a distance in the ocean to really cover your tracks. The night quickly passed, and the sun was far up. After traveling through the night, ZK's eyes had shown some fatigue. However, the target micro sea? It was still out of reach. In front of him was a not-so-small, quietly flowing river. He sat on a huge rock by the river and temporarily rested for a moment. Just then, his eyes suddenly lit up. Why did he have to reach the micro sea? A thought welled up in his mind. Wouldn't it be better to dive in from the river in front of him and, basically, completely conceal his movements and get rid of all tracking? So without hesitation, ZK, with a plop, leapt into the river, and with the gentle flow of the river, he began to swim leisurely downstream. However, just as he was enjoying this peace and quiet that he hadn't experienced for many days, a few fish spirits quietly appeared, surrounding him from afar, seemingly with bad intentions. ZK's mind moved and released his divine sense to investigate. It turned out that the cultivation of these fish spirits was only at level 1, and the deepest among them was only at level 19, which did not pose any threat to him at all. Therefore, he only slightly raised his guard and continued to swim leisurely down the river. After swimming for an unknown period of time, a ferocious crocodile spirit in front of him suddenly blocked ZK's way. It opened its bloody mouth, spat out human words, and said viciously, "There is a road on land that you don't take, and there is no door in the water for you to come and throw yourself in. Human race, this is my territory. Today you are dead." Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Countless laughter and snickering sounds came from all around. "Human, you're dead. This guy is tall and strong. The brothers can have a full meal. He is permeated with the aura of a chi refiner. He must have a lot of resources on him." When ZK looked around, he realized that there were hundreds of cultivated aquatic races around him. Among them, there were more than a dozen of all kinds of fish spirits and crab spirits of level 2, 1 to 3 gravity. The leader of the group was the crocodile spirit on the front, whose cultivation level had even reached level 2, heavy 4. Alas, there is no way. ZK gently smiled, was worried about not having the resources to cultivate. This resources themselves sent to the door. Ah, this human, what is he giggling about? Ha ha, he's scared silly. Being careful makes it possible. Maybe he has some powerful cards. With the king here, you're afraid of a turtle. As the saying goes, capturing the thief first captures the king. ZK put his main focus on the crocodile spirit in the front, and was calculating how to circumvent the limitations of the thunder power in the water, as well as how to obtain more loot. Suddenly, the crocodile spirit swung its tail, opened its bloody mouth, and lightning fast, attacked ZK. Instead of projecting the power of thunder, ZK offered a 3-bladed flying scythe, attaching only a very weak amount of thunder power to it, and mainly infusing it with sharp, metallic yuan power. The sharp force caused the river water around the flying sickle to seemingly be sliced through, creating a small piece of vacuum. Without any suspense, when the 3-bladed flying sickle flew in through the crocodile spirit's big mouth, because of a strand of thunder power, although the crocodile spirit was not injured, its body shape and godly thoughts were halted for a moment, and in that moment, the flying sickle had already strangled countless amounts of blood and flesh and sent these blood and flesh into ZK's big open mouth. Is this human race so strong? The surrounding fish spirits were instantly scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. ZK hurriedly executed the divine ape's cloud-seeking hands towards the largest fish spirit, and slapped it with force. At the same time, in the moment when he had just slapped the fish spirit, he released a strand of thunder power, and this fish spirit fainted at once. Immediately afterward, ZK tapped on the fish spirit's forehead and implanted a strand of his divine idea into its sea of consciousness. This was the first time he had tried the art of royal beast, and his heart was a little apprehensive and also a little expectant. Chapter 34, Preparing to Flee. Good news! Good news! Mengshan Ranch, Duke Shiwu eagerly walked into his compound, and just as he reached the door of the side hall, he lowered his voice and shouted with gusto, "The great elder has decided to send my father with 20 cows and 1,000 sheep to the Great Peng Kingdom to exchange grain and sea salt." However, Shiru sat by the fire, his head hung low and his expression indifferent, as if he had ignored the news. Changing food is just changing food. What kind of good news is that? Moxie also didn't move a bit, but only raised her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Is there any news about ZK? The point is not to exchange grain. The point is the Great Peng Kingdom. Fomi, do you know? The Great Peng Kingdom is right by the Loma Sea. It's the tribe where Lady Luoxue is from. It's the same Lady Luoxue that His Majesty suggested you to look for. Shi Luo explained. Really? Moxie stood up in surprise, but then said with a hint of worry, "But there's no news of ZK yet, is there?" Alas dash. It's true that we haven't gotten any definite news yet, but ZK should be moving around in the south, and it seems to have caused quite a ripple, because the 3 true immortal realm powerhouses that Zhao Liang's dog invited, supposedly, all ran south. Shi Wasteland sighed softly and continued. This matter, we have Shi tribe just assisting. It's Zhao Liang that dog personally in charge, so the news is very closed. Ah, 3 true immortal realm powerhouses. This No way. Isn't it too dangerous for ZK to be like this? Moxie said anxiously. Is there a way to inform ZK? Tell him to hide. Can't inform. Shi Luo said helplessly and categorically, but immediately looked at Shi seriously and said, however, Shi, don't worry. Brother ZK is resourceful and bold. I believe that, under your blessing, you will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. Foamy sighed softly and said, alas, there is really nothing we can do. Shi Luo pondered for a moment and said seriously, in fact, as long as you safely leave the Urushi tribe, Brother ZK won't need to take any risks in order to be truly safe. Fozzie nodded softly and said, yeah. Shi Luo followed up with a suggestion. Then let's discuss how you're going to mix in the trade team, in order to escape more safely? She did not hesitate and looked sincerely at Shi Luo. You tell me. I'll listen to all your arrangements. Shi Luo had already considered this, so at this time, there was no need to think about it, and directly said, I think that it is most appropriate for you to pretend to be a slave who drives cattle and sheep, low profile, and unobtrusive. Foamy hesitated slightly, but I don't know how to drive cattle or sheep. I'm afraid Shi Luo comforted. It's alright, you don't have to worry, it's not difficult. At first, you can stay on the sidelines and observe how others drive the cows and sheep, and then drive with them. I believe that within a few days, you will be able to master this labor skill. After hearing this, she finally let go of her heart. Then as you say, at this moment, Shi Luo suddenly interjected with a hint of anticipation, saying, why don't I also go with you guys? Shi Luo immediately shook his head, arching his hand in a firm tone and said, Saint Sun must not. His Majesty has ordered that in order to be safe, the two of you must act separately. Shi Luo sniffed, an indifferent look once again appearing on his face as he lowered his head and stopped speaking. Seeing Shi Luo become like this nowadays, Shi Luo also couldn't help but scratch his head. He really didn't have a way out. After explaining to Shi what he was going to do, he left the side hall like that. Only then did Shi Luo slowly raise his head, his gaze locking deeply onto Shi, and he whispered in a low and gentle voice, Shi. Shi sniffed and walked lightly to Shi Luo's side, sitting down quietly, her gaze as clear as autumn water, gazing intently at Shi Luo, waiting for Shi Luo to say goodbye. However, Shi Luo just gazed at her quietly, as if time was frozen in this moment, and he did not utter a word for a long time. Everything around them seemed to fall into silence, and only time passed silently and quietly. Finally, Shi broke the silence, and her voice was like a breeze brushing across a lake as she said softly, Brother, if you have something to say, you might as well just say it. Shi Luo, however, remained silent. It was not until another incense stick of time had passed that he let out a long sigh and took out a small, delicate porcelain bottle from his bosom, slowly handing it to Shi with a few moments of heaviness in his voice. Sister, the road ahead is full of trouble. This is a bottle of arsenic. Hopefully you will never need to use it. After saying that, Shi Luo once again fell into silence, his gaze still lingering on Shi, as if he wanted to engrave every detail of her in his heart. Shi received the porcelain bottle. Her hand trembled slightly, as if this porcelain bottle carried too much weight. Her gaze met with Shi Luo, and tears coalesced from her beautiful eyes drop by drop, rolling down her fair face with a flutter, like a fine rain on an autumn night. Early the next morning, the sky had just turned hazy white, and the Mengshan ranch was already bustling with activity. 3 carriages slowly drove out, with a large number of cows and sheep following behind them. The sound of wheels rolling, people shouting, and cows and sheep mooing and baaing mingled together to break the quiet of the early morning. Shi Luo stood upright in front of the lattice window with his hands behind his back, his gaze, as if he could see through this thin veil covering the window pane, as if he could see through the courtyard wall of the rammed earth, as if he could cross over the hillock and through the forest, all the way to the direction in which Shi had left. It was only until the entire ranch had regained its tranquility again that Shi Luo muttered to himself, May the 5-colored Xian bird bless Foamy and have a safe journey. However, Shi Luo's eyes were not the only ones staring at Elder Shi Mu's convoy from afar. 80 miles away on top of the 5 elder peaks of Mount Nichu, 2 long-robed scribes with extraordinary bearing had been looking at Elder Shi Mu's caravan from afar. Ha 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 ha, the poor Taoist lost this round. Your Excellency Zhao, truly a brilliant plan. One of the grey-robed old men, who smiled as he sat back down at the stone table under the ancient pine, arched his hand and said, Your Excellency's move to lure the snakes out of their holes is truly a stroke of genius. This grey-robed old man, named Ke, was a scattered high cultivator. The other white-robed man turned out to be the guiding minister of the Xiahou clan, the imperial minister. Zhao Liang. At this moment, he also followed suit and sat back at the stone table. Today, Lord Zhao Liang looked so easygoing and spoke very casually. Thank you, Sun God, for allowing my humble servant to meet Mr. K, who is so powerful. Otherwise, little brother me, how would I have the leisure and opportunity to lay out my plans? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Liang laughed and laughed, but suddenly turned his tone and said with a serious snicker. Otherwise, little brother, I'll have to overpower you. Ha 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 ha. Lord Zhao is joking. Mr. Ke gently stroked his snow-white beard and laughed. The poor Taoist believes that Lord Zhao will be mindful of the common people's perceptions, moistening things without a sound, and will never use force. Ha 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 ha. Fei. Zhao Liang grabbed his beard and laughed. Mr. K, you're really losing. Sure enough, this small step of your lordship's Fei not only broke my eye position, but also isolated the route for this dragon of mine to escape. K laughed out loud and said, however, it's not like there's not a single chance of survival. Mr. K, thank you. Mr. K, thank you. Zhao Liang didn't notice the second half of what K said, so he smiled and arched his hand in false modesty. Before Zhao Liang's words fell, Mr. Ke had already stretched out 2 fingers and lightly dropped a stone, saying in a low but firm voice, break. Although the voice was small, to Zhao Liang's ears, it was as alarming as a flood bell, causing him to jump up in shock. After scanning the entire game, Zhao Liang's face changed slightly, accompanied by a smile, and said loudly, oh, no, 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 this one can't be counted. This one can't be counted. Mr. K, this can't be counted. I didn't notice this breakpoint just now. Ahahaha. K laughed out loud, one hand outstretched in a go-ahead gesture, the other hand stroking his beard. Looking at Zhao Liang playfully, Zhao Liang hurriedly picked out the 2 pieces from earlier and fell into a long examination. Chapter 35. Yulan recognizes his master. Due to his inexperience, ZK had to go through a lot of trouble before he could tame the fish spirit and named her Elon. It turns out that the royal sturgeon is a sturgeon supreme royal sturgeon. The cultivation realm has reached the 2nd level of 3. The length of the body reached more than a zhang. With the unusual fish spirit, body surface covered with smooth scales. Different. The royal lawn was born with 5 jagged sharp bone plate. Itself is simply a chariot in the water. Both offensive and defensive capabilities. After a bit of bonding, ZK was not only able to sit on Mikan and cruise around, but he also practiced using his feet on the bone plates on Mikan's back to hurry quickly or charge at high speeds. At this moment, ZK was standing on the back of the royal lawn, along the city river, towards the direction of the micro sea, speeding away. Occasionally, when he met small fishes and shrimps that were too late to dodge, they were even directly smashed into pieces by the royal lawn. With the royal lawn, the wind was blowing all the way, and it was simply not too fast to catch up with the road. ZK intended to go around to Paicheng from the micro sea, seeing that it was less than an hour before he left the city river and turned into the middle of the micro sea. Projecting at this speed, it was possible to arrive at Pai City tonight, the southern gate of the Arashikij kingdom. At this time, Royal Lan asked, Master, shall we take the deep water in the center of the sea, or the shallow water by the sea? What's the difference? ZK asked. Golan replied respectfully, going through the deep water in the center of the sea is faster, but you might run into someone from the Aryan clan tribe. Taking the shallow waters of the seashore will make it less likely to run into anyone from the Aryan tribe, but the pace will be slower. There's the Dragon Clan tribe? How come I've never heard of it? Ha ha, the tribe of the Aryan clan is not a nation, but a tribe formed by the Guanlong family's common eldest son, Guanlong Xian, Duke Xian, who led the occupation of the first large island in the microsea, named it Dragon King Island, and summoned many dragon grandchildren, dragon sons, and other aquatic beings. Then we'll take the third way, not too close to the beach, where I don't want to be seen by the people on shore, and not too close to the people of the Aryan tribe. Thus, Royal Lan carried ZK and continued their journey in the semi-deep water, about 2 miles from the shore. They were like a cool silhouette, vaguely, weaving in and out of the sparkling water, unimpeded. However, not long afterward, the Imperial Lan suddenly slowed down and came to a slow stop, helplessly saying to ZK, Master, it didn't escape. The road ahead has been blocked. ZK frowned slightly, then released a wisp of divine thought to probe the situation ahead. It turned out that the roadblock ahead was a cultivation level of the 2nd level of the 6th Jiao dragon spirit. It transformed into the fighting form of the dragon race, at least 2 feet tall, surrounded by a large group of shrimp, crab and fish spirit. These aquatic elves and monsters without exception possessed second-level cultivation, and they formed a group and aggressively blocked the way of Royal Lan and ZK. Alas, I had no intention of stirring up dust, but the dust came to my door. ZK lamented helplessly. At this time, a white soft-shelled turtle spirit slowly swam over. Its gaze swept over Royal Lan and ZK, finally settling on ZK, its voice low and cold. Though we are aquatic, we are also concerned with culture and etiquette. We do not intend to kill innocents indiscriminately, but only seek money and food to fill our coffers. If you leave your belongings behind, you can still save your lives. If you do not obey, then we will not be blamed for killing you and sinking you to the bottom of the sea, and laboring to take your own life. Just as the white soft-shelled turtle spirit's words had just fallen, the surrounding shrimp, crab and fish spirits stirred, their eyes flashing with greed, as if they had already seen the fortune that was about to arrive. I'm just passing through. This is all I have. So please be generous, Senior. ZK took out 5 spirit stones and 5 strings of shell coins and said sincerely, Wowka, human race, did you trick us into not having seen the world? The white soft-shelled turtle spirit was instantly infuriated and droned. Brothers, kill this brat for me. Slow. ZK hurriedly shouted. Elder, I still have a jug of spirit wine here. 1 tael of kale and clay, 2 tael of quartzite, 1 tael of magnetite, and 3 tael of phoenix tail grass. ZK really does not want to provoke right and wrong, but he really only has this wealth on him. If it is not yesterday want to give Uncle Gu a little back to Shwe City coins, he is even more penniless. However, these stones, clay, hay and other materials used for pottery firing, in the eyes of this group of shrimp, crab and fish spirits, it was simply worthless. Dare to tease the old man. Brothers, kill this human race for me. Seeing this, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she took a deep breath and roared to ZK. Master, run, let me fight them to the death, because she knew that if she didn't fight today, I'm afraid, both the master and servant, would have trouble getting out in one piece. No harm done. Don't worry, with this amount of strength they have, I don't put it in my eyes yet. ZK smiled faintly and said to Yulan, who was now very confident as he was in a full-blooded state again, looking in all directions, teeth and claws rushed over. A group of shrimp, crab and fish essence. The Royal Lan trembled. It felt fear, and even despair. This newly recognized master of his own was too much of a trust. What are you afraid of? ZK sensed Nikon's fear and instantly had an idea. Why not take advantage of the fact that the enemy isn't strong right now and grind each other down? So ZK droned. Fight with me. With his mind controlling the Imperial Lan, he flew towards one of the weaker chub fish spirits. In order to avoid the power of thunder dissipating in the sea, ZK squeezed out a strand of true essence, lingering on the tip of his index finger. Then with a flick of his index finger, a small ball of true essence wrapped in the power of thunder, like a small comet, shot out and exploded on top of the head of that chub fish spirit. Frightened, Nikon's body lurched and swerved violently, dropping ZK. ZK had prepared for this, taking advantage of the inertia of the fall. The heavenly thunder battle blade swung and split the chub fish spirit in half. Immediately afterward, ZK sacrificed his 3-bladed flying scythe and inhaled the escaping chi and blood into his mouth, while rushing towards another lobster essence on the side. When Yulan turned to look at ZK again, she was simply stunned, her heart filled with shock. Her master had actually decimated 5 shrimp, crab, and fish elves in such a short period of time. Each and every one of these aquatic elves possessed level 2 cultivation. But they looked so unbeatable in front of ZK. The swiftness of ZK's hands and the strength of his power made the Imperial Lan marvel. This master of his own, is he so ferocious? Thus, at ZK's call, the Royal Lan quickly came underneath ZK and steadily carried ZK, and then it blended with ZK, charging through these aquatic elves and monsters as if they were the wind and lightning. In an instant, the seawater was dyed a blood-red color, and that originally imposing leading auger dragon was now frozen in place. Obviously stunned by the sight before it, ZK stood on the back of the Royal Lan and arched his hand towards the scared and dumbfounded Xiao dragon, saying in a calm tone, Brother Xiao, little brother did not intend to make an enemy of you. It's just that old soft-shelled turtle from the other side was really bullying people too much, making it hard to endure. As the saying goes, don't fight, don't get acquainted. Little brother would like to be friends with Brother Xiao. After a short period of time, the dragon flung its tail and laughed loudly. Its voice was loud and bold. Ha 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 ha. Since ancient times, heroes come out of the youth. Brother, you have extraordinary skills, and with such sincerity, I am naturally willing to make friends. My name is Longba. I am one of the top 10 dragon kings of the Aryan tribe. May I ask what is your name? ZK heard this and also laughed in response, revealing a bit of bravado and uninhibitedness in his voice. Ha, my little brother's Z surname is K. It is indeed a blessing to be acquainted with brother Longba today. Ha 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 ha, brother ZK. It's getting late. Why don't we get drunk on Dragon King Island? Then dash. Respectfully, ZK thought to himself. Anyway, it's really late now. And befriending the local snake of the micro sea? No, it should be called the sea dragon. Should do more good than harm to the future, right? After all, the micro sea was adjacent to the kingdom of Arushi. There won't be any traps, will there? Master. Glorious Lan somewhat worriedly transmitted his voice to ZK. What are you afraid of? ZK gave Milan a reassuring look and transmitted. With me here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Thus, Long Ba led the way, with ZK and Yulan following, whistling toward the distant horizon. At the same time, ZK was very vigilant, constantly probing his surroundings with his divine sense. Chapter 36 Big Brother's Complicated Mind. At the top of the small hill in the center of the Aryan clan's tribe, amidst the dense jungle, sat a palace that was barely looming and barely stately. The lintel of the palace gate was hung with a quaint signboard, on which were written 3 large characters in Xia seal script from Gathering Hall. Entering the door was a hall, spacious enough to hold hundreds of people. The furnishings in the hall were simple and rugged, and the wooden beams and pillars had been baptized by the years, presenting a deep color, as if telling countless ancient stories. The floor was covered with slabs of stone that had not been specially polished, but they were laid very smoothly, revealing a rustic beauty. On the walls around them hung a variety of ancient weapons, already covered in obvious dust, but still glowing coldly from the open edges. The central crosschair, carved from a whole giant wood, had no unnecessary decorations, only a few simple lines outlining the image of a dragon, appearing ancient and majestic. Sitting on the chair was an extraordinary young man, clad in a white robe, radiating an ineffable majesty and power that surpassed his immortal realm 9th level cultivation. It was precisely the leader of the Orang clan tribe, the Dragon King Island's island master, the concubine eldest son of the current Xiaoho clan's upper dafu, Guanlong Pang Guanlong Xian. Guanlong Xian was currently gazing at Long Ba in front of him with excitement and surprise as he asked, "Are you saying that the one called ZK crossed 5 levels and defeated you?" He had been trying to find allies in the Arushi kingdom, but the ones who were damn willing to socialize, he couldn't see. The ones he did see, didn't even like to socialize with him. What a way to get what you're looking for. How could I have overlooked this potential stock of ZK? However, Long Ba lowered his head. His voice lowered as he said something Guanlong Xian didn't want to hear. The two of us didn't directly fight, but he killed all the brothers I brought there in seconds. Guanlong Xian frowned and rebuked in dissatisfaction. I say, can you use your brain? Just those shrimp soldiers and crab generals you brought out. Who else? Wouldn't they all be able to take seconds? Long Ba hesitated for a moment, scratched his head, and still insisted. Anyway, I think this ZK is very powerful, and at a glance, he has a good character, and he's also relatively brash. Guanlong Xian impatiently interrupted. Is it good? You'll only know if you fought it. Long Ba was slightly embarrassed and said anxiously. Then, Big Brother, what do you think? People are still waiting outside. Guanlong Xian let out a long sigh and said helplessly. Alas, when will people be spared? Always wiping your asses. Long Ba's face flushed red and he bowed his head. Guanlong Xian pondered for a moment and proposed. How about this? You go and invite the Dragon Blade to come and try to sneakily slash him while he's off guard to see if he can defend himself. This way, you can get a glimpse of how strong he is. Long Ba hurriedly shook his head and said, Big Brother must not. Brother Dragon Blade is a level 2 7th level cultivator. That blade of his is powerful and sharp. This blade, I'm afraid that it will cut Brother ZK into 2 halves. Guanlong Xian interrupted coldly and said fiercely, chop it up and consider it revenge for your brothers. Long Ba swallowed a mouthful of water with difficulty and persuaded in turn. Then if Brother ZK beckons Brother Long Dao's slash, won't it hurt the peace? And we wouldn't be able to be brothers. Guanlong Xian frowned in displeasure. Are you bored? You're such a mama's boy. You haven't even gotten to the bottom of it yet. You're just saying ZK brothers and ZK brothers. Then, Guanlong Xian continued. If the Dragon Blade didn't injure that person with 1 slash, you should quickly go up, fake scold the Dragon Blade twice, and then explain, saying that it's just a misunderstanding, that this is a misunderstanding. Won't that be enough? Upon hearing this, Long Ba came to a sudden realization, as if waking up from a dream. arching his hand in succession and praising adoringly. It's still Big Brother's mind that's complex. Guan Longxian waved his hand impatiently. Do you know how to compliment people? What do you mean by sophisticated? This is called resourcefulness. Alright, go arrange it. At this moment, ZK stood upright, standing with his hands on the watchtower outside the main door of the gathering hall, his back to the brightly lit gathering hall, his eyes gazing into the distance, gazing at the shimmering micro-sea in the evening sunlight, like a sparkling jewel inlaid in the night color. Suddenly, a rude roar broke the quiet of the night. Who is ZK? Who is named ZK? Who dared to kill dozens of our brothers? Who is named ZK? ZK frowned and turned back to follow the sound, only to see a 2-foot-tall, lanky dragon man, walking aggressively over, each step accompanied by a vibration of the ground, as if it were a moving hill. Several small demons trembled under the dragon man's aura, pointing at ZK before retreating to the corner in a panic, not daring to say anything more. The Comer is not good. ZK took a deep breath and, without moving, secretly activated the prisoner Yishuanwu technique in his body, preparing for the battle that was about to break out. That dragon man really didn't have any nonsense, only to see his furious eyes, waving up the hundreds of pounds of war knife in his hand, a forceful chopping huashan. He swung his knife fiercely at ZK. Although, ZK was confident that the prisoner's Yushuan martial art was strong enough to resist the attacks of the first level of the true immortal realm, he still didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this sudden attack. You can't take your life and test the sharpness of a sword. Therefore, ZK didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. His figure lurched, and he quickly executed the divine ape's cloud-seeking hands, drew out the saber of a nearby lesser demon, and greeted the dragon man's battle saber with a reverse chop, only heard when dash a loud sound, the two swords in the air fierce collision. ZK grabbed the knife, instantly broken into two, and the dragon man's sword, by virtue of the huge inertia, continued to split downward, and finally when sound, heavy cut in ZK's shoulder. However, what was shocking was that the dragon man's battle sword flew out of his hand the moment he cut ZK, and with a ding sound he cut deeply into the trunk of a pine tree next to him, vibrating endlessly. Brother ZK. Longba saw that the dragon blade knifed solidly on ZK's shoulder. His heart tightened and he immediately sprinted forward to check ZK's injuries with concern. However, the result made Longba's jaws drop in shocked. The sharp and unrivaled battle knife, after cutting ZK's shoulder, did not even cut through his clothes. It only left a shallow mark. Dragon blade. Longba roared angrily. What are you doing? Brother ZK is a friend I specially invited. Friend? Dragon blade laughed coldly, disdain flickering in his eyes. I heard that he beheaded dozens of our brothers. Longba said in a deep voice. Haven't you ever heard of not fighting without getting acquainted? The tone of his voice revealed that he was completely on ZK's firm side. The air around them seemed to have frozen. Those lesser demons all fell into a brief moment of shock and silence due to the sudden change of events, as well as ZK's formidable strength. The dragon blade's gaze was still staring fiercely at ZK. ZK still had his hands behind his back, looking down coldly at the more than 2 feet long dragon blade with an over-the-top demeanor. That's right, even though ZK was less than 10 feet tall, an unspeakable majesty flowed from his eyes, as if he was looking down on an insignificant opponent. This aura shocked everyone present. So much so that the lines Longba had memorized long ago, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding, couldn't really be said. Chapter 37, The 12 Brothers of Weihai. What's going on? Who dares to be rude to our honored guests? At this time, Guan Longxian slowly walked to the main entrance of the gathering hall and said in a cold voice. His volume was not loud, but it revealed a majesty that could not be ignored. Longba hurriedly replied with a respectful arch of his hand. Big brother. It was Brother Dragonblade who struck out at Brother ZK. Dragonblade also hurriedly arched his hand and reported back. Big brother. Little brother also heard that he killed dozens of our brethren, and only on impulse did he think to seek justice for his brethren. Guan Longxian ignored the two and instead looked at ZK with concern. Brother ZK, you weren't injured by mistake just now, were you? ZK laughed. It's just a knife. It can't hurt me yet. Longba hurriedly added. I've already checked for Brother ZK. And not even his clothes have been cut through. What a good stance. It's good that it's okay. Guan Longxian nodded, smiled in relief, and said, this is truly a big flood that has hit the Dragon King Temple. It's all a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. After he finished speaking, he looked at ZK and swept a glance at the Dragon Blade, proposing, I'll look at it this way. Since we brothers have such a destiny, why don't we get drunk and kill 1,000 grudges? No matter how many grudges and feuds there are, let it all dissipate in the fine wine. Good idea. Great. Just what I need. Both Long Ba and Long Dao shouted excitedly in agreement. Presumably both of them were alcoholics. With the sound of a stirring gathering drum, the dragons began to arrive one after another. They were stout, all over 2 feet tall, covered in shimmering dragon scales, displaying unrivaled power and valor. Guanlongxian introduced ZK one by one, and there were a total of 15 dragon men gathered together. Among them, the 4 older dragon men were the honored elders of the arisen dragon clan tribe. They were Long Ji, Lei Yin, Wing Ming, and Kei Yun. Among the younger generation of dragons, Longchamp stood out. He was slightly older and the strongest, having reached the cultivation level of grade 2-9, and was honored by the tribe as the saint son of the arisen dragon clan. Dragon Lords, is a lively dragon girl, the same cultivation talent is extraordinary, was pinned high hopes, her young age, cultivation has reached the 2nd level of the 7th, was named the holy daughter of the arisen dragon clan. In addition to that, there were 9 other dragon men of notable strength, their cultivation levels ranging from grade 2 triple to grade 2 8th respectively. All of them were named Dragon Kings. Their names were Long Ting, Long Yun, Long Dao, Long Tu, Long Suo, Long Hui, Long Ba, Long Jiuxiu, and Long Lin, and each of them was the pride of the tribe. Among the crowd, there was also a highly respected old man. He was a strong cultivator of the 1st level of the true immortal realm, named Guanlongzi, who served as the Grand Chief of the Arong clan tribe, and had made great efforts for the stability and development of the tribe. When the crowd gathered and sat down in groups of guests and hosts, Guanlongxian announced that in order to welcome ZK's arrival, a thin banquet had been prepared to express the tribe's fervor. After the wine had passed 3 rounds and Guanlongxian had introduced himself again, ZK also stood up and toasted to everyone. Under ZK, today to be able to get together with all of you like-minded, bold and sincere seniors and brethren, is really a great fortune in life. May we in the future, like brothers, wind and rain, lips and teeth together, and jointly savor the prosperity and beauty of this human world. While Guanlongxian was about to respond, Long Ting was the first to speak. I heard that Brother ZK specializes in the power of thunder, and it just so happens that I have dabbled in it as well. I wonder if Brother ZK is willing to spar with me to add some fun to today's banquet. In order to avoid hurting the peace and maintain the harmonious atmosphere, Guanlongxian hurriedly took over the conversation and proposed, cutting and sparring is fine, but we must pay attention to the point and friendship. In addition, I've come to add another fire to everyone's high spirits today. Using this drop of ancient 5-clawed golden dragon's blood as the prize, the winner gets it. After saying that, Guanlongxian took out a blood-colored jade bottle from his bosom and gently placed it on top of the desk table in front of him, which immediately caused a gasp of amazement. This 5-clawed golden dragon's blood could be said to be the most precious treasure of the dragon race's cultivation. The power of the dragon bloodline contained in just a single drop of blood was so astonishing that its value was difficult to measure, and it was impossible to buy it even with 1,000 spirit stones. Amidst a loud cheer, the crowd arrived outside the door of the gathering hall. One could only see Long Ting transforming into a huge dragon tens of feet long, proudly hovering in midair. He let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, and immediately afterward, from his gigantic mouth, he spewed out an overpowering lightning bolt that struck towards Chao ZK. In the face of this sudden attack, ZK was fearless as he stood upright with his head held high, his left hand leisurely behind his back, because, just as Long Ting's lightning bolt had just been fired, ZK's right hand suddenly had an extra copper chopstick and immediately shot it towards an old pine not far away. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping miracle happened. The lightning that had originally swooped straight at ZK miraculously took a sharp turn 7 or 8 feet away from ZK, and with a cha-ing sound, split the ancient pine tree into smoking pieces. While the crowd was still marveling at this incredible scene, Long Ting let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that he had been precisely struck by a tiny strand of lightning on his dorsal fin, leaving a small hole that penetrated his defenses. Wowka! Brother ZK, you're really great! Long Ba couldn't help but take the lead and exclaimed loudly, his voice filled with admiration. Long Ting also quickly put away his dragon body and transformed back into a fighting state, coming before ZK and arching his hand. Brother ZK, thanks for staying. ZK also smiled and humbly returned the greeting. I apologize, Brother Long Ting. At this moment, Guanlongxian walked over with a steady pace, his face overflowing with heartfelt appreciation. Brother ZK, your lightning control technique is truly pure fire. It has reached the state of perfection. This drop of 5-clawed golden dragon's essence blood is yours. Saying that, Guan Longxian condensed a large yuan power hand, and from within the gathering hall, he fetched that blood jade bottle, and solemnly handed it over to ZK amidst the envious gazes and admiration of the crowd. ZK hurriedly bowed his hand and humbly excused himself. Brother Guan, the essence blood of this 5-clawed golden dragon is a rare treasure in this world. How can I accept such a valuable gift for nothing without merit? Ha 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 dash. Guan Longxian laughed out loud, his voice filled with bravado and sincerity. Brother ZK, you are too modest. You are the first honored visitor to our island. And even more so, you are like a friend to me. Guan Longxian, at first sight, I would like to take this opportunity to propose that the 12 of us formally become brothers. He paused and continued. In the past, although the 11 of us were like brothers and sisters, we were never able to formally tie the knot, and one of the major reasons was the lack of one person. Now, with the arrival of you, Brother ZK, the number of 12 has been reached, and this is fate. We can form the 12 brothers of the Micro Sea, and set out from the Micro Sea to get rid of the violence, punish the evil and weed out the treacherous, help those in danger, and act in the name of heaven. He looked at ZK with burning eyes and asked with anticipation, I wonder what Brother ZK thinks. When ZK heard this, a wild passion welled up in his heart. This was his ideal. He was well aware of the weight of this offer and felt the deep affection Guan Longxian and the others had for him. Immediately, he solemnly nodded his head and said with a firm voice, Brother Guan, brothers, eliminating violence, punishing the evil and eliminating the treacherous, helping the needy, and acting on behalf of heaven has always been the long-cherished wish of ZK's heart. Today, to be able to form a brotherhood with like-minded people is a great fortune in life. I, ZK, would like to form the 12 brothers of the Micro Sea with all of you, to eliminate violence, to punish evil and to weed out traitors, to help those in danger, and to act on behalf of the heavens. As soon as the words fell, the crowd cheered and applauded in unison. Guan Longxian was even more joyful. He held ZK's hand tightly and said excitedly, Good, good. From now on, we are the 12 brothers of the Micro Sea, working together to eliminate violence and do justice to the heavens. At this time, Long Ba muttered, Why not call it the 12 hegemons of the Micro Sea, the 12 good men of the Micro Sea, the 12 taipans of the Micro Sea, the 12 kings of the Micro Sea, the 12 immortals of the Micro Sea, and the 12 ambassadors of the Micro Sea. Seeing that Long Ba is here to make a big fuss, Long Dagger was so angry that he slapped Long Ba's head and softly shouted angrily, You are the one who makes a pile of Micro Sea. I'm also going to make a friendship. Let's call it Weihai 13 siblings. Dragon Lord followed suit and coaxed. Ha 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 ha. Since the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, there has never been a precedent of women marrying each other, so don't join in the fun. Sister, Longchamp laughed aloud, with a bit of teasing. The Dragon Lord mumbled his dragon mouth, looking a little lost, and sat down with his head bowed. ZK secretly pondered beside him. It seems that there really is a legend of an ancestor's brother and an ancestor's sister making a vow, right? Alas, this Guan Longxian didn't form a bond early, didn't form a bond late, and remembered to form a brotherhood when he came to the Dragon King Island. This couldn't be a deliberate attempt to form a bond with himself, right? Could it be because he showed the strength of these 3 cats and 2 claws? You don't think so? Chapter 38, The Dragon King's Island. On the wide platform outside the gathering hall of Dragon King Island, a roaring bonfire burned enthusiastically, and a group of top half-naked Hans, stepping to the rhythm of the stirring drums, danced barefoot in a ritual dance full of mystical colors. And inside the gathering hall, under the antique portrait of Master Feng Boyu, a long row of several cases were neatly arranged, on which were quietly placed 12 carefully prepared offerings of the 3 sacrifices, freshly prepared beef, mutton, and pork, as well as spirit fruits emanating a refreshing aroma, sweet spirit wines, and an exquisite incense burner. Guan Longxian, ZK, and the other 12 people, in order of seniority, stood solemnly, holding the green incense in their hands. Their gazes were like torches, and their expressions were solemn and firm. The Grand Elder, Guan Longza, stood solemnly to the side, his voice booming, his words resounding. The Emperor Heaven is above, the Hutu is below, and the Wind and Rain Masters are the witnesses. Today, Guan Longxian, Longchamp, Long Ting, Long Yun, Long Dao, Long Tu, Long Sui, Long Huai, Long Ba, Long Jiuxio, ZK, and Long Lin, although they are not of the same father's bloodline, but they are of the same mind and would like to form a brotherhood. From now on, The liver and guts are in harmony. The professional team is working together to weed out the strong and help the weak, punish the evil, eliminate the treacherous, get rid of the violent, and do the right thing for the heaven. Do not ask for the same life, but would like to die together. If there is any treachery, the gods and men will be killed together. Heaven will strike and thunder will strike. After a short pause, the Grand Elder then solemnly exclaimed, "Burn the incense." 12 children paraded forward and lit the green incense in their hands for the 12. Worship the heavens. The 12 people raised their hands high above the green incense over the top and bowed deeply in unison. Worship the ground. The 12 again raised the green incense with both hands over the top and bowed deeply in unison. Worship the wind and the rain. The 12 once again raised their hands high above the green incense over the top and bowed deeply in unison. To the incense. The 12 people stepped forward in unison and inserted the green incense in their hands into the incense burner. Sacrifice. 2 children came before the Grand Elder, one holding a rooster in his hand, the other carrying an exquisite jade bowl, which contained half a bowl of spirit wine, only to see the Great Elder holding a short knife on the neck of the rooster. A knife cut down, and immediately the blood flowed like a pillar into the jade bowl. The rooster only struggled twice, then didn't move at all, and after shedding its last drop of blood, it was placed on an empty plate on the offering table. Drop the blood. Another child carried a jade tray and walked up to Longxian, and on the jade tray was a red cloth with a short knife on it, as well as 12 strips of cloth that had been coated with blood-stopping medicine. The child who carried the jade bowl also came forward and handed the jade bowl to Longxian. Thus, Longxian took the short knife from the jade plate with his right hand, stretched his left wrist above the jade mantle, and gently cut it, and instantly, 7 or 8 drops of blood dripped into the mantle. Then he took a strip of cloth and wrapped it around his left wrist. The 2 children then followed the same procedure and waited on the others to complete the blood drops as well. Blood oath. Pledge of allegiance. The boy with the mantle once again came to Longxian and handed him the mantle. So, Longxian took the mantle, and after honoring heaven and earth from afar, he took a big sip of it himself and shouted, "I, Longxian, handing Longchamp the mantle." Longchamp also took a big gulp and shouted, "Me, Longchamp." Then it was Long Ting, Long Yun, etc. After everyone took the blood oath one by one, the Grand Elder shouted one sentence and everyone followed in unison. "Be a brother today. Be a brother today. Shall gods and men kill together, and the heavens shall be struck by thunder. Shall gods and men kill together, and the heavens shall be struck by thunder." Dang jang dash. The Great Elder smashed the mantle on the ground in front of the several cases and shouted, "The rite is complete dash." In that moment, the whole hall was pushed to a climax. Long Ba, Long Blade, Long Ting and the others were so excited that they couldn't contain their excitement. They cheered and met people with a bear hug, and then met them with a punch to the chest. Third brother, 12th brother, the, called very affectionately. The more stable ones like Longchamp, Long Hui, Long Tu, and ZK were also full of smiles, soaking in the warm and joyful atmosphere. After the sublimation of the bonding ceremony, everyone became closer to each other. Longxian stood to the center in front of the cross-chair, his voice loud and clear. "From now on, we are as close as brothers, for brothers is to be able to have difficulties with the same, even if on the mountain of swords, even if under the sea of fire, but also do not want to go, for brothers is to be able to have the same blessings to enjoy. Have a mouthful of my meat to eat, have a mouthful of meat to eat, have a mouthful of my drink, have a mouthful of my drink, have a mouthful of my brother's drink." His words resonated with the crowd, some of whom shouted, "We must share our blessings." Others shouted, "If there is trouble, we must share it. We'll do whatever we have to do." Magnificent and enthusiastic voices echoed through the hall. Longxian picked up a bowl of spirit wine and shouted, "Come on, brothers, drink this bowl of wine and let's go and slaughter those 600 black-scale army bastards hiding in Yutei City. Sacrifice for our bonding today. Kill the mother asterisk 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 er." Dragon Blade stared with big bloodshot eyes and immediately followed with a loud roar, "Slaughter the bastards of the black-scale army." Long Ba followed suit and yelled. ZK was a bit unresponsive, though. Is this the start of a double cross? However, it seems like dealing with the black-scale army is also in line with your position. Yutei City? ZK knew that it was a border city to the east of the Yarisu clan. Across the sea from the Yarisu clan, there's a black-scale army in Yutei City? And 600 men? Maybe it's because of the current situation in Arashikage that such a strong army was quietly left in Yutei City without the knowledge of Arashikage? While ZK was secretly pondering in his mind, These newly bonded group of brothers, as well as a few old elders, all excitedly went out to straighten and gather the soldiers and horses under their command, and the hall was finally quiet, with only a handful of people left. Brother Guanlong, I have a matter. I don't know if it's the right thing to say. ZK's face was hesitant, and there was a bit of hesitation in his tone. Guanlongshan smiled broadly at his words, patted ZK's shoulder, and said, "Sage brother, but there is no harm in speaking." ZK took a deep breath and asked, "Why are we going to attack the Xiaoho clan's black-scale army? After all, uncle is also the noble Taisher Ling of the Xiaoho clan." Guanlongshuan's gaze was sharp as he said in a deep voice, "Oh, we are attacking the black-scale army that is loyal to that dog Zhao Liang, not the black-scale army that is loyal to General Xia Kang, much less the black-scale army that is loyal to the great king." ZK gently nodded his head and said, "Oh, it sounds like Big Brother and that dog, Zhao Liang, are not on the same path." Guanlongshan glared his eyes and said, "What one not one road? What kind of words are these? It's called people and dogs have different paths." ZK also couldn't help but laugh. "Right. What Big Brother said is exactly right. It's the different paths of man and dog. 11th D. I know you have something buried in your heart." Saying that, Guanlongshan raised his wine bowl at ZK and took a big sip. His gaze became deep and said, "Actually, right. I know about Zhao Liang's matter of bringing people to rob his sister-in-law. Let's put it this way. We, all of us, are the same. We all have a grudge against Zhao Liang. There is a great hatred and deep hatred." Speaking, Guanlongshan fiercely slammed the wine bowl on the ground. A blood-red glint flashed in his eyes. 11th brother, we are actually in the same boat. Your sister-in-law was also snatched away by that little son of a Zhao Ken. If I don't take this revenge, I, Guanlongshan, vow not to be a man." ZK was deeply shocked. He clenched his fists, determination flashing in his eyes, picked up a bowl of spirit wine and raised it high above his head, his voice firm and strong. "Big brother, let's slaughter Zhao Liang's litter of dogs together." Chapter 39 The Battle of Yute City, Guanlongshuan's Pledge of Allegiance. ZK, wrapped in the dragon bar, slowly flew up from the platform at the entrance of the gathering hall, and the entire Dragon King Island came into view. This Dragon King Island, there were 16 strange and jagged peaks. The main peak, located in the central north of the island, like a heavenly pillar that has been cut off, stands between the three hills. The peak of the staggeringly located many palaces and houses. Just now ZK Righteousness Drinking Gathering Hall is the peak of the largest, the highest building. The second peak is the only one with very lush vegetation and is connected to the main peak, which stands to the north of it. The third and fourth peaks, which also have more luxuriant vegetation, are situated on the east and west sides of the main peak. South of the main peak is a huge grassy basin, the Central Prairie, a small stream that converges in the center of the meadow to form a small lake of more than 100 acres. Long Wangton, which flows out of a small river 3 feet wide, through the valley south of the island, and finally into the micro-sea. The other 12 small peaks surrounded the central 4 peaks and the central grassland, as if they were 12 mighty generals guarding the not-so-regularly shaped island. When ZK, along with Long Ba, slowly landed on the north shore of the small lake, on top of a natural platform, Vastness Terrace, almost all of the senior members of the Dragon King Island who had participated in today's reception banquet and the bonding ceremony had already stood on the stage. There were some aquatic soldiers and generals standing sparsely under the stage, and more aquatic soldiers, crowded in that lake. It was simply a bustling crowd of people, with fish surging and firelight swaying. It seems that the cultivation level of many aquatic soldiers is still very low, and they can't leave the water for a long time yet. Guanlongshan, at this moment, stood in the center of the platform, majestic, his gaze like a torch, scanning the crowd as if he wanted to deepen everyone's face in his mind. Only after a moment did Guanlongshan say aloud, "Dear brothers and sisters." The entire meadow was instantly quiet. Guanlongshan then said with deep emotion, "We have gone through thousands of difficulties and dangers, and trekked through thousands of mountains and rivers before we came to this paradise thousands of miles away, and only after 1,000 hardships have we established today's arisen clan tribe, and have finally lived a life of ease and pleasure. However, just 16 days ago, we suffered an unprecedented crisis. On the 6th day of the 4th lunar month, a squad under Brother Jiu Zhao's command was attacked while patrolling the waters near Yute City, and the entire squad survived without a single life. The entire meadow plunged into a deathly silence, with only the sound of insects chirping in the distance and streams flowing close by." Guanlongshan continued, "On the 8th day of April Shuo, A squadron under the banner of the Dragon Scale Brothers was attacked while patrolling the waters near the city of Yutei, and no one in the squad survived. Throughout the meadow, a deeper silence fell, as if the bugs had gone quiet. On the third day of April watch, 2 squads under the banner of the Dragon Blade Brothers were attacked while patrolling the waters near the city of Yutei, and none of the squads survived. At this moment, ZK felt that even the flowing water, even the sound of the wind, could not be heard, only the sound of his own angry heartbeat, echoing in his ears. On the 7th day of April, 4 squads under the banner of the Longba brothers were attacked while patrolling the waters near the city of Yutei, and only 1 survived. The ones who attacked them were the Black Scale Army of the Xiaho clan, led by a man named Pushdu. The Black Scale Army ate our brothers, supposedly because they didn't have enough food for their army. Silence, for a few more breaths. Suddenly, a sad and angry roar broke the terrible silence. Kill the Black Scale Army! Kill the Black Scale Army! Kill Pushdu! Kill the Black Scale Army! Kill Pushdu! Countless voices rose and fell, deafening, like raging waves, agitating everyone's heart. After everyone's emotions had calmed down a little, Guan Longshan raised his hands high and pressed them downward, and the voices in the arena gradually subsided. Thus, Guan Longshan continued. Yesterday, April Niani, a squadron under Brother Longting's command, while patrolling the waters near Yutei City, encountered the Black Scale Army once again, and we once again lost 2.5. Guan Longshuan's last word, squad, was drowned out by the shouts that rose abruptly before he could say it. A stout shark spirit named Wild Blade suddenly knelt down under the high platform with a tom-tom sound, and he loudly petitioned, "Please give the order, Island Master." Crazy Blade is willing to lead his Shark Shadow battle team as the vanguard, vowing to eliminate this Black Scale Army. Then, with a poof, behind Mad Blade, 24 shark spirits also neatly fell to their knees behind him, petitioning in unison, "Shark Shadow warriors, willing to be the vanguard, please give the order, Island Master." Shark Shadow warriors, willing to be the vanguard, please give the order, Island Master. Immediately afterward, countless officers and soldiers, too, fell to their knees, and all kinds of petitions resounded through the clouds. Guan Longshan waved his hand in satisfaction, and his loud voice, with Yuan power added, instantly silenced the other voices. As agreed by the Elders group, this Island Master declares that the extermination of the Fish Terrace Black Scale Army will be this night. Destroy the Black Scale Army. Slaughter Pushdu. Defend Dragon King Island. Destroy the Black Scale Army. When the slogans died down a bit, Guan Longshan solemnly said, "Now, I announce the plan of action for tonight." So the crowd of Aqua Sergeants stopped their slogans and listened intently, anticipating what kind of assignment they would be given. Brother Longtu, you lead the 4 squads under your command, and are responsible for creating the illusion of 1,000 armies besieging the Black Scale Army on the north, south, and west sides of the Black Scale Army's barracks, as well as creating the illusion of peace and safety in front of the common people of Yutei City. Long Tu stepped out, bowed to receive the order arrow, and shouted, "Long Tu accepts the order. Guarantee to complete the mission." Guan Longshan looked at Long Hui again and ordered, "Brother Long Hui, you are responsible for leading the 4 squads under your command, and you are responsible for transforming the spatial rules between the north and south of the Black Scale Army, so that the enemy soldiers who fled towards the north and south will all fall into the east, in the sea about 30 feet from the coast. Brother Long Sui, you are responsible for leading a squadron under your own command in a long-range attack to the north of the enemy camp, taking care not to accidentally injure friendly troops. Brother Jiao Shao, you are responsible for leading a squadron under your own command to conduct a long-range attack to the south of the enemy camp, taking care not to accidentally injure friendly troops. At the same time, commandeer a squadron under Dragon Lord to guard the direction of Fish Terrace City, also taking care not to accidentally injure the people of Fish Terrace City. After Long Hui led the order, Guan Longshan ordered Guan Longza again, "I'd like to thank the Grand Master for pressuring the formation in the air to the west of the Black Scale Army's military camp, and if Pushdu comes out to fight, I'd also like to ask the Grand Master to deal with him." Guan Longza also quickly stepped out of the line, bowed to receive the order, and shouted, "Guan Longza accepts the order. Guarantee to stall Pushdu." Brother Long Thunder, you are responsible for finding a cloud to lurk near the Grand Master, and if Pushdu appears, wait for an opportunity to sneak up on him with the power of thunder. Brother Dragon Blade, you are responsible for leading a brigade under your own command, sneaking in from the west of the Black Scale Army camp, from west to east, launching the first wave of assaults, without fear of any leakage. Your goal is to cut through the enemy camp as fast as possible, and after that, go to the east of the Longchamp army to rest and recuperate, and serve as a reserve, ready to go into battle again on command. Brother Long Ba, you are responsible for leading a brigade under your own command, following the Dragon Blade, from west to east, to launch a second wave of attack, with the goal of clearing out as many leaks as possible, driving all the enemy troops down to the sea, and holding the coast. Brother Long Lin, you are responsible for leading everyone under your command, following Long Ba, from west to east, to launch the third wave of attack, with the goal of collecting as much loot as possible. Brother Long Yun, you are responsible for leading 10 squads under your own command, and those under brothers Long Ting and Joshio, 5 squads each. Use your own troops to set up 10 circular formations in the order of 3, 4, 3, in the east of the enemy camp, 100 feet, 130 feet, and 160 feet from the coast, and arrange Long Ting and Brother Nine Heaven's command within the 10 circular formations, so that they can use the power of thunder to shoot the escaped Black Scale soldiers from a distance. Brother Longchamp, you lead the 3 brigades under your own command and set up a line of defense around Brother Longyun's perimeter, with the goal of not letting go a single soldier of the Black Scale army. For elders, have Elder K serve as the chief commander of the front enemy and be responsible for making decisions on the spur of the moment. Have Elder Long lurk in the northern sky of the Black Scale army, Elder Lei lurk in the southern sky, and Elder Wing lurk in the eastern sky, and try your best to stall Push Du if he escapes. Brother ZK, you are responsible for finding a place to hide on the seashore to the east of the enemy barracks, and if Push Du appears, wait for an opportunity to sneak up on him with a thunderous attack. ZK leads the way, guarantee to complete the mission. ZK followed the others' example and bowed to receive the order. Please take care to march in concealment. I wish you all success. Destroy the Black Scale army of Yute City in one fell swoop. Guan Longshin finally arched his hand to everyone and said, for the rest of you, follow this island master to sit in the base camp, and Long Lord you arrange to strengthen the guard and patrols. In a night as quiet as ink, the Water Tribe army, like ghostly messengers of the dark night, set off silently and noiselessly, embarking on a journey to eliminate the Black Scale army of Fish Terra City. Chapter 40 Battle of Utai City, Raid on the Black Scale army. As usual, depicting war scenes, shifting to God's point of view. Ute Castle, there is still the eastern border city of the country. 5 or 6 miles outside its north gate, a new military camp was built half a month ago, the temporary quarters of a Black Scale army. Tonight, a half-round bright moon traveled between the clouds, shedding a faint silver glow, as if it had put a veil over this makeshift military camp. The shadows of the camp's guard towers were stretched out by the moonlight. The soldier who stood guard did not stand on top of the guard tower, he sat opposite another soldier on watch, by a fire just inside the camp gate. The figures of the two of them, reflected by the firelight on the tent not far away, swayed. The shark meat skewered on the longsword was moist and fragrant with a tantalizing aroma. From time to time, he pulled off a small piece of already cooked shark meat and threw it into his mouth. Sigh dash. It's damn hot. An older soldier, pulling off a small piece of shark meat that had already been roasted, sighed and exclaimed, hot is what makes it smell good. Another, younger soldier, had a satisfied smile on his face, though he was also hot, and a shushing sound escaped his lips. Alas, if only my family's boy was here too, he would have eaten his hands out. The older soldier laughed, as if he could see that lively figure in the city of deliberate Xan through this night color. It would be even better if my wife did the baking. Not only is she pretty, she's an excellent cook. The young soldier bragged, clearly missing his wife at home. Don't ever get robbed, haha, the older soldier joked. The young soldier suddenly glared with his eyes and softly drank. Who dares? See if I don't break his 3 dog legs. Why don't you dare? What are we doing here? Isn't it just to help the king steal his wife? Even the wife of Prince ZK of the kingdom of Arushi can be robbed. Can you, Siki, be compared to that what's-his-name Prince ZK? Speechless for a moment, the young soldier pulled out a wine bag and tilted his head back to take a sip. But when he looked at the older soldier again, he was stunned. The older soldier was holding his hands up, falling backwards, and all that could come out of his mouth was a low, oohing and awing sound as his throat was pierced by a bow and arrow. So soon? You just said something rude, and now you're getting what's coming to you? This could only be blamed on his IQ not being online. He had never even thought that there would be an enemy attack, so he was immediately also pierced through the throat by another bow and arrow. When he collapsed on the ground, with only a trace of weak consciousness left, he saw a large group of 2 to 3 feet tall giant monsters, which had already broken through the gate of the fortress, pushed down the fortress wall, and surged into the barracks like a tidal wave. All of a sudden, thunder and lightning flashed, fire flashed into the sky, and shouts of killing shook the sky and the earth. There was the army of the Dragon Clan, which had launched a thunderous all-out attack, a mass of flames that swept down like a wild dragon, and a bolt of lightning that chopped down like a sharp sword, shattered a tent, and the entire barracks was plunged into a sea of chaos and fire. The Dragon Blade ordered the 9 dragons under his command to lead each of their subordinates to form 9 sharp-edge formations like pointed daggers, and skillfully made the 9 sharp-edge formations into sharp-edge arrangements as well. These are all carefully selected shrimp and crab soldiers and generals. The sharpness of the air is monstrous, and wherever it passes, there are all limbs and arms, heads, and blood. They were unstoppable and unstoppable, roaring and charging into the camp of the Black Scale army. Most of the Black Scales were still asleep when they were blown apart or decapitated in their tents. Others, clueless enough to get out of their tents, had their heads cut off with a knife. Pushtu woke up from his sleep and roared. What happened? A guard, stumbling into the marshal tent, cried out in terror. Vice Marshal, enemy attack. However, before the words left his mouth, a bolt of lightning blasted the guard away, landing at Pushtu's feet. Twitching, Pushtu do not have time to armor. Wearing underwear, he manipulated his mountain god axe. Footstep, break open the tent, rushed up to the sky. What met his eyes was fire on all sides. Nay, on 3 sides, and no less than 100,000 troops had surrounded his own 4 divisions. In a mass. Yes, it's not so much a circle of 3 as it is a cluster, because the sea is to the east. West. The west is the main direction of attack of the incoming enemy. With his years of combat experience, Pushtu saw through the current situation at a glance. Want to drive us into Weihai? Pushtu secretly laughed at the other commanding officer in his heart. Doesn't he know that in the face of such a desperate situation in Weihai, it is an individual who can burst out with horrible potential, not to mention his own Black Scale army, which is known as the No. 1 army in the world. In the moment when Puidu was observing and thinking, 2 strands of lightning and 3 balls of fire were already coming towards Puidu. Pushtu smiled contemptuously and used the mountain opening divine axe to gently block the incoming lightning and fireballs, instantly shattering them. He ordered very calmly. Everyone listen to the order. All close in on me and form a circular formation. Active defense. The voice was added with yuan power and spread throughout the entire barracks. The Black Scale army was worthy of being the number 1 army in the world, even in their sleep. Unprepared for a surprise attack, there were soon close to 400 people assembled around Pushtu. The 5 most central officers, the captain of the guards and the 4 division commanders all came to his side. The 5 of you, each lead 50 soldiers, form a formation of fish scales, and follow me to the west. Pushtu ordered with incomparable confidence. It can't be helped. Who called himself the deputy commander of the world's first army? This knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. The bottom of the tiger mountain also need strength, need courage. As the 5 officers began to adjust their formation, Pushtu was also gathering the remaining 100 or so soldiers, preparing to form a formation of fronts, using himself as an arrow to break out. However, just as the Black Scale army changed formation, the Dragon Blade had already led a brigade, waving its greatsword, and plunged headlong into the chaotic Black Scale army. It was like a large stone, thrown into a small puddle, and with a loud boom, it blasted through the dense area of soldiers of the Black Scale army. Pushtu was so angry that his beard trembled. His eyes were wide open, and he had a few more breaths to complete the formation. He roared, I'll fork you. Raising his mountain opening divine axe, he slashed at the Dragon Blade, suddenly hearing the wind sound of the divine axe breaking through the air. The Dragon Blade also reacted swiftly, quickly and desperately mobilizing yuan power, frantically pouring it into the battle blade and swinging it to meet the battle, only to hear a bam. The Dragon Blade's hundreds of pounds of combat knives was knocked out and flew to nowhere. As for the Dragon Blade himself, he was even smashed to the point that half of his body was plunged into the ground, and he now showed a huge auger dragon prototype, instantly crushing dozens of soldiers to death. And those who weren't crushed to death around him were all squeezed to the edge of the camp, no matter if they were soldiers of the Black Scale army or warriors under his own command. Even, there were quite a number of soldiers from the periphery, who were squeezed out of the camp, and were instantly transported to the shallows of the microsea by the spatial array arranged by Long Hui. The Dragon Blade was in so much pain that he wasn't able to transform into his fighting form for a while, and his huge dragon body just became a living target that couldn't be dodged. The Black Scale army, whose morale was high, took advantage of the situation and greeted the dragon blade with all kinds of swords, spears, and swords and goads. Up to this point, the Black Scale army certainly hadn't had time to form any formations, and the 9 vanguard formations under the dragon blade had also been broken up, and both sides were suddenly thrown into a melee. But the house is falling apart, and Pushtu is obviously trying to kill him while he's sick, only to see Pushtu bellowing, once again leaping into mid-air, swinging round the mountain opening divine axe, an axe, toward the dragon blade that could not be evaded, hacked down. Chapter 41 The Battle of Yutai Castle, the mighty Pushtu. When there is a dragon's army, like a bamboo, burst into the Black Scale army military camp, eyes will be chiseled through half of the Black Scale army military camp when Pushtu General, an axe, will have a dragon's army leading the assault of the dragon blade, back to the original form of the augur dragon. This axe not only heavily wounded the dragon blade, but also disintegrated the attack formation of the 9 squads under the dragon blade's command, grew the Black Scale army's morale, and dealt a heavy psychological blow to the Arrow clan's army. That wasn't all. Pushtu continued to swing his heaven-opening divine axe round, preparing an axe that would slash the unavoidable dragon blade in one fell swoop. Just then, Grand Elder Guanlongzi, like a bolt of lightning, flew through the air and he shouted, "Your opponent is me, Wind and Cloud Chop." With a cry, Guanlongzi slashed out with his sword, the sword energy wrapped in countless wind blades, in the cloud cover, whistling towards Pushtu. It was as if it was trying to ward off all attacks. In the face of Guanlongzi's overwhelming attack, General Pushtu did not retreat. He glanced at Guanlongzi, and his axe momentum did not decrease while he shouted, "Firm as a rock." In an instant, a huge rock shadow emerged around his body, ready to rely on his strong defense to resist Guanlongxian's wind and cloud chop. Sure enough, the wind blades that covered the sky and looked as terrifying as they were, but in front of the rocky silhouette that was so hard and incomparable, all of them shattered and were unable to hurt Pushtu in the slightest. "Dragon Blade Brothers!" Guanlongzi cried out in despair, having completely failed to anticipate that Pushtu would be so powerful. Seeing that the dragon blade was about to be cut down, he once again whipped up a hurricane wind, wrapped in flying sand and rocks, and attacked Pushtu. However, he knew that this wind attribute technique of his own was indeed a bit powerless when facing Pushtu's rock-like earth attribute technique. "Fourth brother," Longba's voice was tinged with out-of-control anger, and among the brothers, if one were to say that they stank the most, it would inevitably be Long Dao. Only to see, Longba danced a huge golden gourd, and with a sweeping move, ran to smash Pushtu's divine axe. Gang dash! A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. Longba's golden melon smashed against Pushtu's divine axe, and the powerful force caused the trajectory of the divine axe slashing towards the dragon blade to take a deflection, and ultimately slashed at the bodies of the 2 Black Scale army soldiers. Before the 2 of them had time to react, they were instantly chopped into mush. Just a moment ago, the 2 of them were still pondering how they could take advantage of the dragon blade's original form to hack and kill it, because they had already realized that an ordinary sword cutting on the dragon blade was simply like scratching an itch. However, they never expected that the transition between life and death would come so quickly that they would be killed in the blink of an eye. "Woe you seek death." Pushtu turned the anger in his heart towards Longba in an instant. The night sky seemed to be responding to Pushtu's anger, and the originally calm night was suddenly cloudy, with half of the waning moon obscured by a thick layer of clouds. Suddenly, with a crash, a snowy lightning bolt pierced through the night sky, as if it was the wrath of the sky god, and struck Pushtu straight away. The lightning bolt instantly illuminated the entire barracks as if day had descended. Boom! Pushtu's rock defense instantly collapsed under the violent blast of lightning, and the shattered rocks and flying bursts of yuan power intertwined into a raging torrent that swept in all directions. Under the impact of this irresistible force, the soldiers within 10 feet of him were like ships swept by a huge wave. They were knocked to the ground. Some fell to the ground with serious injuries, and some unfortunately lost their lives. Rumble dash, followed by the deafening sound of thunder, as if the roar of heaven and earth was echoing. This tremendous sound of thunder was like the heavy hammer of the god of war, knocking down those already shaky soldiers heavily once again, causing many more deaths and injuries to be added to the battlefield. ZK, who was hiding on the shore, witnessed all of this and was shocked inwardly. The power of thunder displayed by Lvcheng was not only no less powerful compared to himself, but even more so. Thinking back to the first half of the night when the 2 of them were sparring, it seemed that Lvcheng had only casually exerted 2 or 3% of his strength, and now it seemed that his true strength was far more powerful than he had imagined. It was really that there was a dragon outside the sky and a dragon outside the people. At this moment, Push Do, his face was pitch black, his beard and hair were all standing upright one by one, and wisps of black smoke were rising from the top of his head, but his eyes revealed unyielding perseverance. He raised his mountain opening god axe diagonally and stood on a scorched black piece of land, like an unyielding statue, ready to continue fighting at any time. However, where was the enemy that had just given him a heavy blow? His blood-red eyes, slowly turning, searched the battlefield carefully, trying to catch any hint of something unusual. At this point, Guan Lanza was also taking a ready-to-strike stance and didn't move. The breath was wrong. It wasn't him. There's a shark spirit that's greeting a large group of reserves, trying to form a formation of geese. The smell is wrong. It's not him. A handful of shark spirits have just formed a formation of fish scales, and it wasn't them. The soldiers on both sides of the melee were spontaneously forming a small circular formation. Much less them. The scaly dragon that was smashed back into its original form just now is now in a hurry, fleeing towards the east in the clouds, leaving behind a string of tumbling clouds. The direction was wrong. The strength was wrong. And it wasn't him. In the remaining light of his eyes, there was the figure of a low-ranked chi practitioner, who was coming from the distant seashore, rapidly leaping, from time to time decapitating one or two low-ranked soldiers, in the wrong direction, with the wrong strength, and it wasn't him. Just as Push Do was feeling confused, the figure of a dragon suddenly appeared faintly in the thick clouds. That majestic aura, that familiar power of thunder, caused Push Do's eyes to instantly lock onto the target. Ha! That's it! That's it! It's the one that just used the power of thunder to sneak attack itself. Push Do's right foot stomped, and like an arrow off the string, he leapt up. He gripped the mountain opening god axe with both hands and swung it from behind him, ready to attack Long Ting, who had just sneaked up on him. Crash dash! Another bolt of lightning shot out, but this time, Push Do had prepared for it, and he swung his divine axe, precisely splitting above that lightning. Only a bang was heard, and as a bright white light flashed by, Push Do stood firmly in the air, his divine axe still haunted with arcs of light, as if it had not suffered the slightest damage, and the lightning also dissipated without a trace. Seeing that he failed to win with one strike, Long Ting knew that the situation was not good and turned around and pranced away to the west, wanting to escape from this dangerous battlefield. And at this moment, Long Ba's golden melon, whistling again, smashed towards Push Do's undershirt. Pushing Do reacted quickly and waved his divine axe, drawing a beautiful arc in midair as he slashed at Long Ba's golden melon. Dang dash! The sound of gold and iron striking each other was deafening. Long Ba only felt a powerful force of thunder coming from the divine axe, hitting his heart directly, causing his body to quake violently, and his golden melon was knocked out under this strike, disappearing outside the barracks. Chapter 42 Battle of Yutai Castle, Dueling Push Dos. Ha 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 ha, ridiculous mole crickets. Pathetic mole cricket. Push Do let out an ear-piercing maniacal laugh as he raised the mountain-opening divine axe high in the air, his gaze aimed at Long Ba. At this time, ZK finally crossed half of the military camp and arrived at the place where Pui Du was. He gripped the heavenly thunder battle sword with both hands, and while coldly forcing his eyes on Pui Du, he shouted to Long Ba, "Eighth brother, you quickly go and retrieve your weapon. Wait for me to fight him for a while first." Ha 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 ha. Another mole cricket that isn't afraid of death? Push Do is getting braver and braver, and at the moment, he's in a battle spirit. But it's just a pity. There is no opponent here. It can only be regarded as an activity. At this moment, Push Do actually only wanted to find an opponent strong enough to wield his mighty power to the fullest. Pushing Do reluctantly turned to face ZK in his helplessness, knowing full well that he could not belittle any enemy in battle, no matter how insignificant it might seem. He tried to adjust his mindset, admonishing himself not to belittle an enemy for being small. He once again tightened his grip on the divine axe and raised it high above his head, ready to crush this newcomer ant once again with a thunderous force. He wanted to use his strength to tell ZK that there was an insurmountable gap between himself and him, so that all these weak challengers could understand the real gap between them and the truly strong. Are you the legendary General Push Do? Where do you come up with so much nonsense? Push Do was fighting happily. Suddenly came such a guy who didn't move his hands first, but moved his mouth first. Push Do was angry and amused, and without hesitation, he danced the divine axe, and made a gesture to slash at ZK. He thought to himself, without a head, let's see how much more nonsense you can say. Ugh, you power players, you're just a bit rude. Can't you just blow off a couple of steams and boost your feelings before fighting? ZK shook his head snidely while seriously preparing for the fight. Already knowing that Push Do was a power player, ZK naturally chose, if he could, not to fight hard, so ZK didn't swing his sword to meet the attack. Instead, he retreated with his left foot and sidestepped Push Do's horrifying strike, and right after that, he quickly counterattacked with a skillful slash to Push Do's wrist. Unsurprisingly, the divine axe was so powerful and had such a huge inertia that Push Do had absolutely no way to return to defense. Of course, in the face of ZK Zan's attack, Push Do not even bother to defend. Want to scratch the itch? Then let's do it. So, crooked a little, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade chopped on top of the long handle of the Push Do divine axe, and ZK hurriedly pressed the thunder button, cursing in his heart, "Electricity can't kill you, you stupid fool who helped to make a fool of yourself." However, Push Do surprisingly really wasn't electrocuted, not even a twitch. ZK's eyes widened. I can't even curse people anymore? Just now I should have cursed and said, "Electrocute you stupid bastard." It turned out that Push Do's hands wore a pair of special gloves, and it was these gloves that protected him from the electric current. It dawned on ZK that the lightning strike from Lvcheng just now was also diffused by these gloves. "Push the boat with the water," ZK bellowed. "Since I didn't electrocute you, I'll just chip your hand first." He smoothly slid the Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade down along the axe handle, pointing it straight at Push Do's right hand that was holding the axe handle. There was a muffled sound. However, it wasn't the sound of the battle knife cutting off the wrist, but the sound of the battle knife slashing at the pair of gloves being blocked. The Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade, which did not cut off Push Do's hand as ZK had hoped, did not even break through those gloves, let alone injure Push Do, which caused ZK to be shocked once again. He had to be more serious and cautious, facing the opponent in front of him. As ZK briefly froze, Push Do seized the opportunity and violently kicked him in the heart. This kick simply had a thunderous impact, and ZK was instantly sent flying out like a cannonball, his body crashing into several soldiers, directly smashing them to death on the ground. With the protection of prisoner Yashuan Wu Kung Fu, ZK didn't suffer any noticeable injuries. Without any pause, he climbed up in a single bound, raised his Heavenly Thunder Battle Blade high, and charged at Push Do again. What? It can't be? This ant isn't dead? Not only is it not dead, it doesn't even seem to be injured. Push Do was secretly surprised. Just as Push Do was puzzled and confused, ZK's battle sword had already sped out and arrived in front of Push Do's eyes. Push Do hurriedly swung his axe to meet the attack, but once again, he missed. Immediately after that, he only saw a flash of golden light, and Push Do felt a golden arrow, like lightning, shoot towards his left eye. It was too late to avoid. Push Do in a hurry, only slightly to the upper left tilted his head, opened his mouth to bite, only to hear the cabin sound. He exerted too much force, but also a bite off the incoming golden arrow. No, that's not a sharp arrow, that's the copper chopstick shot by ZK, the latter-day magic treasure that his master, the Kuei Nyo old ancestor, gave him. Damn, it was bitten off by this. Let's not talk about ZK's sadness at losing the magic treasure given by his master, but let's talk about this General Push Do. At this moment, General Push Do's body suddenly shook violently, and immediately afterward, from all directions, like a raging wind and rain, countless large and small lightning bolts came, covering the sky. And among these raging lightning, some were stored in the clouds by Lvcheng just now. Some of them were those that Long Zhuoxiu had prepared to use for his attack, but at this moment, he couldn't control them and was attracted out by the copper chopsticks. There were also those slightly weaker thunder power under Lvcheng and Long Zhuoxiu. Of course, there was also a small amount of thunder power that originally existed in this heaven and earth. Among them, the most ferocious lightning strike was undoubtedly the one that ZK had shot out from the silver chopsticks in his hand, and he had just shot out the entire amount of thunder power stored in the silver chopsticks. Then, finally, without any surprise, Push Do, this long-experienced general, collapsed to the ground with a bang. His mouth, already under the bombardment of thunder power, turned into a big black hole with curling black smoke, and he wanted to speak? With a slight movement of his mouth, a dozen blackened, or nearly blackened, pieces fell out of it. The battlefield fell into silence at that moment, as if even the air had frozen. Just because of this sudden change, ZK leaped onto a chariot, his stance erect, his white robe fluttering gently in the night wind. He took a deep breath and condensed his yuan power. His voice was righteous and loud, spreading across the entire battlefield. People are doing it. The heavens are watching it. Helping Jie to be abusive will surely be punished by the heavens. His gaze was like a torch as he scanned the entire battlefield, and those originally ferocious black-scale army soldiers all lowered their heads at this moment, the weapons in their hands helplessly pestled on the ground. ZK then continued, as the saying goes, the prodigal son returns, and gold is not changed. It's not too late to return to the right path. Brothers of the black-scale army, think about these ridiculous missions you've received. Think about your wives and children. Put down your butcher's knives that are killing other people's wives and children. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting the heart, and many of the black-scale army soldiers threw away the weapons in their hands, and in accordance with the rules, they raised their hands high and fell to their knees. Of course, there were some soldiers, with a spiteful face, slightly avoiding these surrendered people. They were the #1 army in the world. The black-scale army. How could they possibly surrender? Several officers of the black-scale army suddenly stormed out and tried to kill those surrendered soldiers. However, their movements had long since been detected by several dragon race powerhouses, and the moment these officers were ready to strike, they were instantly killed, splattering blood on the spot. Deputy Marshal. A sharp cry suddenly rang out, once again cutting through the silence of this battlefield. A young officer was seen, sprinting towards Push Du and pouncing on him. ZK and the crowd of Dragonman brothers were all a bit stunned, or perhaps they appreciated the youth's loyalty? In short, for a while, no one made the decision to immediately kill this young officer. However, no one expected that the body of this young officer in Push Du, as if engulfed by a mysterious force, suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving only a small pile of sand a foot square, standing abruptly in that open space. Chapter 43 The Battle of Yute City, the Celebration Banquet. Battle ends. Return to protagonist's point of view, Dragon King Island, Central Grassland. A great celebration is being held in grand style. All sorts of exquisite spirit fruits and spirit wines, delicacies of attractive colors were placed on the table, emitting a tantalizing aroma. The stars and moon reflected each other. The bonfire was brightly lit, and there was a lot of drinking and laughter. Guan Longxian stood on the vastness stage and announced with a loud voice, "Last night, for the first time, our Dragon King Island went out to battle, and under everyone's concerted efforts and heroic battles, we completely annihilated the all-abominable black-scale army that had repeatedly infested us in Fish Terra City, and achieved a brilliant victory. Therefore, I declare that every cultivation realm on the entire island that reaches the 2nd level, or the 7th level of the Qi refining realm, will be rewarded with a spirit stone." This statement sparked a loud cheer. The martyrdom of the heroes is righteous, and they have no regrets about their short and long lives. There are also brothers who have sacrificed their lives for the island, and their sacrifices are deeply deplored. Therefore, I solemnly announce that the family members of each donor will be given 10 strings of Bei coins and 10 spirit stones as a token of sympathy. Furthermore, the Elder Council has agreed to establish a Shrine of the Souls in the westernmost part of the island, to forever remember and honor these heroic souls who donated their lives to Dragon King Island. Many nodded their heads at this statement. Yes, the liver and gall of 1,000 autumns, the soul of 100 battles, the shadow of the sword, the light of the sword is cold, the dead are long gone, the living should remember. Some had a determined gleam in their eyes, while others hid their faces and cried, and still others kowtowed in gratitude. Guan Longxian continued to announce, during this battle, Elder K calculated everyone's military merits. For every black-scale army soldier killed, 2 more spirit stones will be rewarded. For every black-scale army division commander killed, another 100 spirit stones will be rewarded. In addition, one of our brothers mistakenly injured a descended soldier, so 2 spirit stones will be deducted from him. This statement once again provoked a cheer. Such a military system is only found in legends. In this battle, Brother Crazy Blade was at risk, took the initiative to take over Brother Longbaw's responsibility, commanded the second wave of the assault, personally led the Shark Shadow Warrior team in the assault, and achieved important battle results. An additional 100 spirit stones will be awarded, and he will be formally appointed as a pioneer of the Water Division at the same level as the division commander, and the establishment of the commanders will be increased to 216 living beings. In the face of this honor, Madblade stepped forward with his head held high and respectfully thanked him. In this battle, the brothers Long Dagger and Longbaw defied the strong enemy and performed valiantly, and were officially appointed as the commander of the Land Division, the pioneer officer of the Land Division. And the Land Division was organized into 4 brigades with a total of 864 living souls, of which the Pioneer Brigade was organized into 216 living souls. The 2 Longbaw brothers came forward together and thanked them with gratitude. In this battle, Brother Long Thunder was the first to break through the defense of the Push Duna dog, an additional 50 spirit stones will be rewarded, and he will be formally appointed as the captain of Thunder Team 1, with the same rank as division commander, and an establishment of 72 augurs under his command. Long Ting also walked up and thanked him. Brother Joshio also performed valiantly. Additional reward of 50 spirit stones, formally titled as captain of the Thunder Second Team, with the same rank as division commander, and an establishment of 72 augurs under his command. Brother Long Sui has also performed valiantly, and is additionally rewarded with 50 spirit stones, and is formally named captain of the Zhu Rong Brigade, with the same rank as a division commander, and an establishment of 216 living beings under his command. In this battle, Brother Long 2 and Brother Long Hui also successfully completed their mission, each awarded with an additional 50 spirit stones, and formally titled as captains of Special Team 1 and Special Team 2, with the same rank as division commander, and with an establishment of 24 living beings each under their command. In this battle, Brother Longchamp also successfully completed the task, officially named as the Commander-in-Chief of the Water Division, and concurrently served as the commander of the First Division of Water, under the command of the establishment of 3 divisions, each division of 648 living souls, the establishment of a vanguard brigade, the commander of the 2nd Division of Water Division, Brother Long Yun, the commander of the 3rd Division of Water Division, Brother Long Scale, and vanguard officer, Brother Crazy Blade, Long Ting, Long Joshio, Long Tu, Long Hui, Long Chong, Long Yun, and Long Scale, all went up and thanked them as well. In this battle, Elder K actually took the credit, but in the planning of the operation, he underestimated the strength of that dog Pui Du and overlooked the key role of Shi Scalesun, who was surprisingly good at the art of earth movement, and did not make the appropriate arrangements, so that Pui Du and Shi Scalesun escaped. Therefore, the merits and demerits are balanced, and there is no reward or impunity. I hope that Elder K can learn from this experience and be more thorough and well prepared in the planning and deployment of future battles. In this battle, the one who deserves the most credit belongs to Brother ZK, who crossed 8 levels to defeat Pushduna Dog. He is officially named the Vice Island Master of Dragon King Island. As for the reward, Brother ZK, you can mention it yourself. Ha! ZK froze. He didn't expect that Guan Longxian would let him mention the reward himself, but he didn't seem to have anything else to ask for except for wanting to protect Moxie and find out the reason why the Shi Luo Grand Cauldron was malfunctioning. We are already officially sworn brothers. Don't be polite. Say, what do you want? As long as Dragon King Island can get it, just mention it. ZK didn't really want to push back, but what was the key to what he needed? Suddenly, ZK remembered Royal Lan. He really wanted to take her with him, but she was only at level 2. 3 cultivation. She couldn't change into human form, nor could she leave the water. If only she had an aqua pouch. Thus, ZK bowed and saluted. Why don't I just ask for an aquatic pouch? So that the second level 3 heavy junior brother I took in the other day, Yulan, can follow me around all the time. Unlike now, she should still be waiting for me near the pier. The crowd smacked their lips. ZK had made such a great battle achievement, but he only asked for an aquatic pouch in return. This was really out of everyone's expectation and made everyone feel incredulous. ZK's humility and indifference made many people couldn't help but have deep respect for him. Guan Longxian was stunned and immediately ordered, Quickly, invite little sister Royal Lan to the Dragon King's pool for the celebration banquet. It's all my fault. I've forgotten that Brother ZK has a little sister Royal Lan waiting at the pier. Ugh, big brother, it's okay, there's no need to have Oiran come over. Guan Longxian pretended to put on a stern face and said, no way, we must invite little sister Royal Lan over. A brother can't slap his big brother's face. Then, Guan Longxian stood up and laughed loudly. Brother ZK, I know what to reward you for. With that said, Guan Longxian removed the jade pendant he had dangled around his waist and solemnly handed it to ZK with both hands, saying, this jade pendant can serve the purpose of an aquatic pouch, so let's reward you for it. Thank you big brother, ZK said with 10,000 thanks. This jade pendant is called Xian Gui Wonderland. It is controlled with spiritual power. I have cancelled my spiritual imprint. You only need to put your spiritual imprint to use it. ZK then followed Guan Longshuan's instructions and smoothly placed his spiritual imprint for the Xian Gui immortal realm, probing his divine sense into it, and was instantly stunned, only to see a vast sea unfolding in front of him, with an immortal island suspended in the center, with mountains stacked on the island, deep valleys, streams gurgling, immortal cranes dancing, spirit fruits full of trees, spirit grasses all over the place, and rich spiritual chi, and a simple and ancient palace standing quietly next to the waterfall, harmoniously blending with the surroundings. This is actually a space treasure. ZK marveled. He knew that such a treasure was extremely rare. Unusual true immortal realm powerhouses or even Tai golden immortal realm cultivators would find it difficult to possess it, and often, only Dala golden immortal realm powerhouses might be fortunate enough to obtain it. ZK hurriedly bowed deeply to Guan Longxian once again to express his gratitude and humility. How could ZK dare to accept such a valuable treasure so easily? You deserve it, Guan Longxian said with a bold wave of his hand. Chapter 44 The Battle of Yutei City, Splitting the Peaks. After 3 rounds of wine, Guan Longxian announced to the crowd, "Today, all of you, brothers, have formally assumed the responsibility of forming your own army, and it's not convenient to act when you're all crammed in the main peak. After deliberations by the Elders Group, it has been decided to replan this Dragon King Island of ours. The main peak will be named Gathering Peak, as the core of the tribe, the Island Master's Palace, and the tribe's management institutions are uniformly located at the peak of the main peak. And the mountainside will be built all kinds of cultivation facilities for the tribe to cultivate. The second peak will be named Elder Peak, and will be used as the core elders' daily living and practicing. This is an important guarantee to maintain the stability and prosperity of the tribe. The third peak, the fourth peak, is designated as the Holy Sun Peak and the Holy Daughter Peak, and is under the management of the Holy Sons and Daughters to ensure their authority and dignity. Of the remaining 12 peaks, the West Peak has already served as the location of the Ying Soul Shrine, so it will be named Ying Soul Peak. Given that it is adjacent to the Saint Sun Peak, it will be divided between the Saint Sun and the Mad Blade brothers will be responsible for the specific management. A military pier will be constructed here, and it will be named the Ying Soul Pier, and the Mariner's Marshal's office will be located at the Ying Soul Pier to ensure the stability of the sea defense. For the remaining 11 peaks, each of you brothers, 10 of you, shall choose half a peak. Note, the half that can see the sea. Your own places of daily living and official business shall be located on the top of your own peaks, and all other pavilions and defense facilities shall be built on the side by the sea, with your own names, your own construction, and your own management. Upon hearing this, Long Ba excitedly shouted, "Then my peak will be called Long Ba Peak." Mundane, Dragon Blade used disdainfully. Long Tu asked curiously, "Why do we all only manage half of the peak?" "Inside half, there is another plan," Guan Longxian explained. "For the sake of everyone's convenience in managing the mountain peaks, each brother can then raise their own personal guards, but the establishment should not be too large, and it is best not to exceed a squadron." Upon hearing this, Long Lin breathed a sigh of relief and said joyfully, "That's great. I was just now fretting about how to arrange so many brothers under me." Guan Longxian continued, "As for the last remaining peak, it is set to be named True Dragon Harbor and will be managed by Elder Long. Here, a passenger and cargo pier will be built, a pearl cultivation pavilion will be constructed, a true dragon town will be built, and a bazaar will be set up to serve as a place for everyone to recreate, exchange items, and to receive incoming and outgoing merchants." Long Ba smiled in a happy mood as he heard this. "This is a really good idea. In the future, we can also, without leaving the island, enjoy the pleasures of a restaurant." Guan Longxian added, "Brothers, in the past 2 years, we have all been living in relative misery, and apart from meat, we have hardly tasted the deliciousness of iron tree leaves and spinulose tree leaves. Therefore, we have decided to plant iron tree and spinulose tree ferns in large areas around the central grassland, as well as on the side of the small peaks backing up to the sea. Elder Lei, as the Grand Siku, needs to inspect the entire island frequently, so the task of planting and managing these plants will be given to Elder Lei." Upon hearing this, Long Sui lamented, "Yes, I really haven't eaten cyathea leaves for a long time." So missed. Long Knife's preference, on the other hand, was different from Long Sui's, and he retorted, "Still, iron tree leaves taste a bit better." "Alright, the small river that flows out from the Dragon King's pool will be named Dragon Water, and the piece of land where the dragon water enters the sea is very fertile, so it can be used for the human brethren to grow some rice, wheat, corn, and vegetables. This matter will also be managed by Elder Lei. This time we captured nearly 200 chariots, and the Elder Council deliberated to transform 150 of them into freight carriages, assigning them to the Cloud Shiyong Merchant Company, and the stewardship organization of Cloud Shiyong was relocated to Fish Terra City, and Elder Wing will continue to be in charge of Cloud Shiyong's affairs. After Long Ting heard this, he said with some concern, Then I'm afraid that Yun Jiyong's escort will be too busy? Guan Longxian smiled and responded. The future Cloud Shiyong escorts will be expanded. And when it comes to goods that require key protection, Cloud Shiyong will pay for it. So please lend a hand, brothers. That's great. I must wish Yun Jiyong's business is booming and prosperity is rolling in. Long Ba said excitedly. Brothers, all the living beings outside the establishment under your command are to be sent for production and construction. We can't rely on killing and robbing forever. In these 2 years, there have been many fewer aquatic races in the micro-sea, and the number of merchants passing through the micro-sea has also decreased significantly. Even the water level of the micro-sea has dropped close to 3 feet. We must be self-sufficient in production, civilized in business, and protected by force, and that is the way for us to gain a foothold and survive in the long run. Long Champ, Long Yun, Long Tu, Long Jiuxiao and the others, listening to Guan Longshuan's words, thought deeply and nodded frequently. Long Ting, Long Blade, Long Ba and the others, after a moment of silence, finally couldn't hold back the doubt in their hearts and said, then will there be a fight in the future? The corner of Guan Longshuan's mouth hooked up with a meaningful smile, saying, without a fight, why do we still keep such a huge army? Civilization is not synonymous with weakness. And we hold fast to the belief that, if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. If people offend me, they will be executed even though they are far away. This is also our bottom line. Ha ha ha. Well, good though. I get it. Not only do we have to fight to win, but we also have to fight with reason. The Dragon Blade couldn't help but laugh heartily, and agreed in unison. Boss, is just damn level-headed. Seeing that everyone had no more objections, Guan Longxian loudly transmitted the order. Good. Get on the map. Now everyone pick your respective peaks. After much lively discussion and deliberation, accompanied by a little bickering and humility, each person chose his or her favorite peak. ZK's peak was the easternmost one, which could theoretically look at the Arushi kingdom from afar, and it was Long Ba who helped him choose it. Since Long Ba was so enthusiastic, ZK asked Long Ba to help him take care of this peak. Long Ba himself chose the peak north of ZK, relatively close to the future True Dragon Town, but he was thinking of getting away with it often. The Dragon Blade, on the other hand, chose the peak to the south of ZK, which was also chosen by Long Ba for the Dragon Blade. Seeing that ZK's peak was adjacent to his own, Long Lingliao excitedly shouted, wow, in the future we'll be neighbors. Little sister has come to ask for advice. 11th brother can't hide anything. ZK smiled and responded, that's natural. I will definitely teach you everything. As the night wore on, the laughter of the celebration dissipated. ZK put the Imperial Lawn into the spatial jade pendant and returned to the guest room without much sleep, but there was no way to improve his cultivation now. The cultivation of the prisoner Yishuanwu skill had encountered a bottleneck, and once he cultivated it, he would desperately extract the Yuan power in his body, and there was a great risk of going overboard. At the same time, there was a lack of resources to break through the cultivation level of the splitting mountain chopping cloud technique. For now, one had to slowly raise the power of one's pixie and flying scythe bloodline. Thinking back to the past 2 days, Guan Longshuan's very ceremonial tie-ups, large rewards, and thorough arrangements. Last night, laying out the battle for Fishtower City was considered to be a battle between the strategists and the strategists. Tonight, he also laid out the future development plan of Dragon King Island, showing his extraordinary talent in ruling the country. In particular, the initiative to establish the Shrine of the Souls of the Heroes and the abundance of pensions are even more impressive, vaguely resembling the meteorology of a generation of male lords. Perhaps, there are things that make you feel a little less genuine, but that jade pendant space is priceless. Guan Longxian, could be a true dragon temporarily imprisoned on Dragon King Island. Once it takes flight, it will definitely shock the 4 directions. ZK couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart, and an extremely complex feeling of admiration quietly grew in his heart. Still, one must bid farewell to Brother Guanlong early tomorrow morning. One must immediately go to the south to set up one's travel imprint, and then one has to rush back to Lvcheng. I also don't know how Foamy and Sure you are doing. There shouldn't be any security problems. After all, that dog Zhao Liang is still looking for himself. I just wonder how they're feeling these days. Are they feeling better? There was also Uncle Gu's injuries, which also kept him on his toes. When they parted, Uncle Gu's injuries were still serious, so he hoped that he would recover soon. And your own storage ring? Don't let anyone pick it up. I guess Mother was worried about herself. After all, it's been too many days since I've been home. In addition, One must try to find out about the Great Cauldron, and one must enroll in the pouring of the Lin election. Alas. Chapter 45, Break with the Past. Zhangwang City, City Lord's Mansion. On the main seat sat a young man of about 20 years old. He was tall and straight. His golden curls shone with untamed light. His clear blue eyes were as deep as the sea, and his nose was high and straight, showing his courage. He was dressed in a gorgeous silk suit, a golden belt tied around his waist, showing his honorable status. It was Zhao Liang's firstborn son, Zhao Duo. According to the language of the Ghost Fawn country, it means a grateful dog, and is said to signify loyalty and valor. You too, are you eaters? Zhao Duo was so angry that he almost spewed out fire as he pointed at Taoist Yellow Dragon, who was standing respectfully in front of him, as well as the cold and arrogant fairy Void Silence, and shouted angrily, "Usually you pride yourselves on being strong, but today, you can't even catch a doll from the Qi refining realm. Simply trash." Taoist Yellow Dragon carefully bowed his head and responded, "Your Excellency, don't be angry. That youngster has actually broken through to the late first stage of the mortal-immortal realm. His strength should not be underestimated." Head dash. Ha! Zhao Duo laughed coldly upon hearing this, his voice filled with sarcasm. Mortal-immortal realm? One wait? You're a ing true immortal realm, and a ing triple. There's a difference of 12 realms, and you're actually telling me that you can't take him? You are simply a disgrace in the true immortal realm, a piece of trash amongst cultivators. Taoist Yellow Dragon hurriedly defended. "No, Your Excellency, please allow me to explain. That youngster cultivates the power of thunder, which has a natural restraint on my water attribute technique, which really makes it difficult for me to deal with." Zhao Duo sniffed and became even more furious. 1 power over 10. Don't you guys understand this reasoning? In the face of restraint, it is all the more important to crush with strength. The two of you have simply disappointed me to the core. Simply the trash of trash. The trash of trash. Immortal Void Silence had originally stood coldly on the side, not wanting to speak, but Zhao Duo's continuous succession of coarse and despicable words finally made her unable to bear it. She fiercely bullied her way forward and grabbed Zhao Duo's neck, easily lifting him up, her eyes flashing coldly, her voice cold and determined. "You golden-haired roar, put your mouth clean. Otherwise, the poor Taoist will not be polite to you." On the side, Zhao Duo's guards saw this and immediately drew their long swords, quickly forming a formation to surround Taoist Yellow Dragon and Fairy Void Silence. The atmosphere is tense as if they were facing a great enemy. When Immortal Void Silence saw this, she wasn't the least bit surprised, as she let out a cold laugh and mocked. "You guys think you can stop me with just this?" The chief of guards at the head took a deep breath in an attempt to calm the tense atmosphere as he spoke politely. "Fairy, please calm down and have a talk. Can you put down the male sun first?" Immortal Void Silence's heart was as quiet as water, and without desire. With her profound cultivation and extraordinary boldness, she was not the least bit worried about the consequences of letting Zhao Duo go. Thus, she didn't reply, but merely gave a contemptuous cold snort and casually threw Zhao Duo towards the head guard. That chief of guards and the guards on both sides were caught off guard and threw away the long swords in their hands in a panic, and caught Zhao Duo in the air with their hands in a mess, and the whole scene appeared to be in a mess. "Let's go." Immortal Void Silence was already tired of this place of wrongdoing and was unwilling to stay even for a moment longer as she coldly said to Taoist Yellow Dragon, "Where to?" A trace of surprise and incomprehension flashed across Taoist Yellow Dragon's face. The Void Silence Fairy flicked the duster in her hand and looked at the empty sky outside the door. "The world is so big. You can go anywhere." Taoist Yellow Dragon hurriedly stepped forward and looked at Immortal Void Silence with pleading eyes. "Senior sister, let's stay here and continue to serve Lord Zhao. In the future, we'll be able to soar to the heavens and enjoy all the worldly glory." "Senior brother," Fairy Void Silence angrily interrupted, her voice filled with disappointment and pain. "When did you become so greedy for power and riches?" Yellow Dragon Taoist saw this, his tone more earnest. "Senior sister, I hope you can share that all with me." "You're too disappointing." Immortal Void Silence interrupted Taoist Yellow Dragon. She was no longer willing to listen. Regretfully and painfully, she looked deeply at Taoist Yellow Dragon, turned around and left in determination, leaving behind only a lonely and determined back. "Stop." Zhao Duo covered his aching neck and roared angrily, his face twisted with rage. "Chop this into mincemeat for me. Not a scrap left." Upon hearing Zhao Duo's order, although the group of guards immediately reared their swords and surrounded the Void Silence Fairy, their hands were trembling and the tips of their swords were shaking. Obviously no one dared to make a move against this fairy with unfathomable strength so easily. Immortal Void Silence turned around in a dignified manner, her eyes flashing like cold stars as she stared coldly at Zhao Duo, her gaze filled with killing intent, as if she could put Zhao Duo to death with just a single thought. Daoist Yellow Dragon froze for a split second at the roar. Then he looked at Immortal Void Silence with pleading and temptation in his voice. Senior sister, why are you so stubborn? Just stay. By following Lord Zhao, you will have an endless future, soaring to great heights in glory. Fairy Void Silence, however, seemed as if she hadn't heard Daoist Huanglong's words. She didn't even give a single glance. She didn't even look at Huanglong. She just firmly turned around and continued to walk out. As the Void Silence Fairy walked out of the gate, those guards who had originally surrounded her were forced to move outward with her, their eyes filled with fear, not daring to make a move against this fairy easily at all. Daoist Yellow Dragon. Seeing that Daoist Yellow Dragon was slow to make a move, Zhao Duo couldn't help but once again snapped, his voice filled with anger and impatience. Daoist Yellow Dragon turned his head slightly sideways to Fairy Void Silence beside him, with a hint of determination and helplessness in his tone. Senior sister, since you won't listen to what my brother has advised you to do, then I won't blame my brother for being merciless. After speaking, Daoist Yellow Dragon took a deep breath, and his entire being instantly became solemn, as if all the power in heaven and earth had converged on him. He said in a loud voice, I say, there shall be water. Upon hearing this signature phrase from Daoist Yellow Dragon before he made his move, Fairy Void Silence's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, her body trembling slightly before she slowly turned around. Her eyes were intertwined with complex emotions. There was surprise, anger, doubt, and disappointment entwined. Daoist Yellow Dragon ignored Fairy Void Silence's reaction, and immediately afterward shouted again. I said, the water shall spin. A huge vortex was seen slowly appearing in midair. Bah! Immortal Void Silence could no longer hold back her inner grief as she contemptuously spat at Daoist Yellow Dragon, her voice trembling but firm. I'm so blind. I've looked at the wrong person. It was as if Daoist Yellow Dragon didn't see or hear anything as he tightly closed his eyes and concentrated on controlling the spell, his voice becoming even louder. I said, the water shall rotate at extreme speed. Strangle this obstinate woman into. However, just as the crazily rotating water column was about to touch Fairy Void Silence, she suddenly let out a delicate cry. Aqua wave swirl. Instantly, a clear wave of water rippled out from around her, merging with the Yellow Dragon Daoist's water pillar and intertwining with the vortex. The people around them, Choder, the guards, the servants all felt distracted, in a trance, a wave of dizziness, and then staggered to the ground. Daoist Yellow Dragon also began to stagger, and the vortex he summoned spiraled and collapsed, clattering into a heavy rain that poured down from the sky, drowning the city lord's mansion and a piece of the surrounding premises in a flood of water. After the tea work, Zhao Duo slowly awoke from his coma, and as soon as his eyes touched the Yellow Dragon Daoist in front of him, his anger couldn't help but burn, and even though his voice was weak, it still carried an obvious anger. You, get out of here, you piece of trash, Daoist Yellow Dragon hurriedly defended. No, Your Excellency, please listen to my explanation. My senior sister's spiritual power is powerful. What she just executed was a spirit-type attack, which has a natural restraint on us who cultivate the 5 elemental techniques, and it did, indeed, make it difficult for me to cope with it. Ha, Zhao Duo mocked feebly. So the waste amongst the waste, the trash amongst the trash is just you excluding the Void Silence Fairy. Daoist Yellow Dragon's face straightened and he defended. Your Excellency, please do not speak rashly. In terms of single combat, I am also an even match with your honor. Zhao Duo endeavored to raise his head, looked at Daoist Huanglong, laughed a little, laughed again, and then turned his head to the head of the guards and said coldly, from this day forward, this old Daoist Huang is invited to live in the wood room, eat cold food, and drink scraps of food. The head guard responded respectfully, yes, and quietly glanced at Daoist Yellow Dragon. Then, Zhao Duo added, quickly send a message to Lord Father. For the siege of Zhangwang, we must ask General Pushdu to come and support us. Otherwise, the matter cannot be accomplished. The head guard immediately replied, yes, the subordinate will go and do it now. After speaking, the head guard pulled the Yellow Dragon Daoist, who had a reluctant face and wanted to speak, and left the hall with quick steps. Chapter 46, Critical Situation. In LV City, there was the study of Shi Gu, the new lord of the Shi Kingdom. There were the 5 core elders of the Shi tribe in the capital, all of whom had received Shi Gu's summons and were gathering at the moment. Shi Gu was all smiles as his gaze turned to Elder Fei Hua and praised. That precious son of yours, he's really something. He actually injured 2 true Immortal Realm 3rd level powerhouses. It is said that it even showed mercy and only drank the blood of the 2 of them, not taking their lives. Humph. If it wasn't for ZK having obtained the true transmission of the Kuei-No ancestor, and if it wasn't for the help of Elder Zhu Ding and City Lord Yuan Hong, at this moment, I'm afraid that I would have been sent away in vain. When Elder Fei Hua heard this, a few coldness appeared on his face, and with a cold snort, he responded indifferently. Seeing this, Shi Luo quickly relieved. Elder Fei Hua, we naturally understand your concern, but circumstances force us to compromise sometimes. After all, we can't twist our arms. Although we weren't able to send someone to pick up ZK and the Saint's Son, we still managed to convince Zhao Liang that if we find ZK or the Saint's Son, they will only inquire about the whereabouts of Xia and guarantee that they won't harm the 2 of them. Elder Fei Hua sneered at his words and said disdainfully, "You believe in that dog Zhao Liang's promise?" Shi Luo frowned slightly and patiently explained. Elder Fei Hua, at least Zhao Liang did give up on taking ZK, torturing him to force a confession in broad daylight and in plain sight, right? Elder Fei Hua was still worried after hearing this. She locked her brows and said firmly, "I'm still not at ease. I want to personally lead 2 teams of 1,000 men to search for ZK and ensure his safety. Of course, I also suggest that we should immediately send people to search for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter." Shi Luo sighed and nodded in understanding. "I can understand that you miss your son, but this really isn't the best time. We must cooperate with Zhao Liang for the time being to avoid angering him so that the situation doesn't deteriorate further." Upon hearing this, Elder Fei Hua angrily stood up and questioned, "So we're just going to let Zhao Liang slaughter us now? Did you summon us here just to gossip with us here?" Shi Luo took a deep breath and said with firm eyes, "Elder Fei Hua, please be at ease. We should thank ZK for creating a commotion in the area of Shui City and Zhangwang City, successfully attracting Zhao Liang's attention, so we were able to obtain this rare respite, temporarily escaping from Zhao Liang's close surveillance and being able to freely deliberate here." Shi Luo glanced around at everyone, his gaze revealing deep concern as he continued. "The reason why Zhao Liang didn't leave is because he didn't find Imoshi, and we are limited by our resources and intelligence. There is no way to help him find Imoshi, and even in the hearts of many people, they do not want him to find Imoshi. However, if he were to stay in the kingdom of Arushi for 2 or 3 years, what kind of predicament would he be in?" Even more seriously, in order to search for Imoshi, Zhao Liang mobilized another 3,000 foot soldiers, 300 chariot soldiers, plus 1,000 Dingshongs from the Xiahou clan, together with his original men. The Xiahou clan's army currently stationed in the state of Yushur has exceeded 5,000. They eat and drink from us every day, and with what we paid out before, and with the war destroying so many wheat plants, it is no secret to you that our warehouses are getting emptier by the day. According to Elder Shi Song's accounting, even after counting the grain that Elder Shi Wasteland was able to get back, we will still face a 2-month food shortage before the fall harvest. This is a serious challenge, and we must find a solution as soon as possible. Shi Luo's words echoed heavily in the study, and all of them turned their gazes to Elder Shi Song, who nodded solemnly, confirming the grim situation that Shi Luo had spoken of. The food reserves were in an emergency, and there would be a 2-month-long crisis of food cuts before the fall harvest. This news caused every elder present to be deeply concerned. Therefore, after much thought, I believe that if we can skillfully make Zhao Liang have to leave with his troops because of the turmoil of other tribes or Fong states, we will not only save precious food, but also gain more freedom in our actions. Shi Luo's eyes glittered with wisdom. For example, we could consider going on an expedition to a certain small country, eating other people's food for 2 months, and then grabbing it back for 2 months, so that we might be able to get through this crisis unscathed. After the words were spoken, Shi Luo's deep gaze swept over the crowd, as if it could penetrate everyone's heart and gain insight into their thoughts and emotions at the moment. Elder Xia nodded his head with a stroke of his beard after hearing this, expressing his approval. This plan is feasible, and will solve our immediate needs, buying time for the Arushi clan to get through this difficult time. Elder Shi Song didn't say anything, but just looked at everyone with a heavy face. Elder Fei Hua and Elder Shi Halo, too, were tightly frowning and silent. They understood that this was a difficult choice. Great General Shi Qi stood up and arched his hand to express his opinion to the crowd. Unusual small country, the last general has confidence to take it down easily. It's just that I feel that there is a suspicion of transferring my own calamity to others, and I am deeply disturbed inwardly. Seeing that Great General Shi Qi had voiced out his inner concerns, Elder Fei Hua and Elder Shi Halo had turned their heads to look at Shi Luo, wanting to hear what Shi Luo's attitude was. Seeing that everyone's eyes were once again focused on him, Shi Luo said in a deep voice, "I understand everyone's concerns. If we go and plunder the people of other countries just to solve our predicament, I am firmly against it. But what if, in a different way, we go to help the civilians of those small countries that are being oppressed, and open up barns for them to fight against tyranny?" When Shi Luo heard this, his mouth was half open in shock and his eyes widened, and it took a while before he came back to his senses and said excitedly, "It can still be like this. State Lord, please specify which country's civilians are suffering, and I am willing to lead a large army to go and seek justice for them." Elder Fei Hua, Elder Shi Hao and Elder Shi San also nodded their heads gently in agreement. Seeing that everyone was showing their approval, Shi Luo continued, "So, I propose, first, regarding the whereabouts of the Holy Maiden, there is nothing we can do at the moment but to keep a close eye on it and act as we see fit. Elder Shi Xia will continue to be in charge of the day-to-day interface with Zhao Liang, ensuring that we are able to keep up with the latest developments. Secondly, Saint Sun and ZK, if they are found by Zhao Liang, we must arrange for someone to witness their confrontation with Zhao Liang as a precaution. It is also appropriate for Elder Shi Xia to be in charge of this matter. Thirdly, in this autumn of crisis, the country needs to be stabilized. As soon as we find out what's going on, all of you must inform me quickly. Just like a few days ago, Shui City and Biao City almost caused a rebellion because of a misunderstanding. If we knew it a little bit later, it would have been a big deal. Fourthly, Elder Zisho has been out supporting Big Brother main deck for nearly 3 months now, and there has been no word yet. I suggest sending another 200 chariots for reinforcement and, after settling the dispute with the Arigato clan, persuade Brother Lord Keiki to create friction with the Well Square Kingdom, which will in turn lead to a great war. This might induce the Xiahou clan to send troops north to rescue them. This is a matter of great importance, and Elder Fei Hua is the most suitable person for the job. Fifthly, Gubo, the lord of the Gufang state, is ruthless, and the people in the country are not happy. We can follow Zhao Liang's tactics and send 1,000 chariots to unite with the Yulin clan and the Shanfang state to raid the Gufang state, thereby inducing the Xiahou clan to send troops south to rescue us while bringing back the grain and grass we need this fall. For this important task, Great General Shi Qi is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. What do you think of the above 5 strategies? If you agree, raise your hands. If you disagree, I would like to hear about it. The crowd raised their hands to show their approval, but only Elder Fei Hua offered, "I want to wait for ZK to return before we set off." Shi Luo frowned and said bluntly, "Time is running out. We can't wait." Elder Fei Hua pondered for a moment before insisting, "But at the very least, we need to make adequate preparations, and I propose to leave in 10 days. Shi Luo categorically denied, "We must depart within 7 days, or the consequences will be unimaginable." After much deliberation, Elder Fei Hua finally made a decision. "All right, if ZK is able to return safely, I'll set off 7 days later." Shi Luo nodded slightly and concluded, "In that case, this matter will be finalized, and I hope that all of you will go back and make proper arrangements." Inside the study, a long-lost, united and collaborative spirit is quietly converging to form a powerful force. This may be a sign that a new period of unity and collaboration to overcome the difficulties will be opened in the country. Chapter 47, Desire for Bejeweled Coins. Pai City, the southern border city of the Urushi Kingdom. Inside an upper room of the Guanheijuan, ZK, who had used Yuan power to perform a disguise, was engaging in a verbal bargaining with the junior who had come to deliver the wine and food. 2 bunches of shell money, ZK stated firmly. But the waiter didn't budge. 5 bunches of shell coins. ZK still insisted. "No, there's no need for 5 skewers for this. 2 bunches. No more." A hint of shrewdness flashed in Xiao'er's eyes. "You think I don't know? It's easy to lose your head over this kind of thing. 5 bunches. No less." Facing such a shrewd junior, ZK had to make another concession. 3 skewers then. Xiao'er, however, still shook his head. "For strings, this is my bottom line. I still have things to do downstairs, so if you don't think it's suitable, then please ask Your Excellency to find someone else. For this kind of thing, ZK still thinks that we have to make a deal. Or else what if the secret is leaked? It's not possible to give a hush money if you can't talk about it." Helpless, ZK had to compromise again. "That's all. For strings is for strings. Let's make a deal. A promise is a promise." After listening to ZK's explanation of the precautions to be taken, Xiao'er stood up and respectfully said goodbye to ZK. "I believe you are Mr. ZK himself, aren't you? I wish that you can take the Holy Maiden with you and successfully escape from this place and go far away." I wish you and the Holy Maiden 100 years of good fortune, and that lovers will be united in love. This human spirit, ZK cursed in his heart and opened the door to send Xiao'er out of the room, saying faintly, "You're overthinking it." After Xiao'er left, ZK looked at the only string of Bei coins left and couldn't help but frown. This was just after talking to the first witness, and he used 4 strings of Bei coins. This expense has taken him by surprise. What can he do about it? Alas dash. I should have known better than to hide the storage ring. At this moment, ZK, for the first time in his life, was filled with longing for Bei coins. For the first time in his life. How can I earn Bei bucks? This place, Picheng, the terrain is flat. There isn't even a slightly higher peak. There shouldn't be any goblins occupying the mountain. I can't sell what I have on me, right? One's own heavenly thunder battle blade, heavenly punishment prisoner demon cage, and silver chopsticks. That's which can never be sold. I don't know. Does Oiran have enough shell money? As a water tribe, she wouldn't have much in the way of shell money. They don't need it at all. Or maybe there is something that can be sold for money on Milan's body? Alas, she didn't even have any weapons. What could she have that could be sold for money? Then, ZK laughed to himself. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? After all, he was the master of the royal lanes, and this master was too much of a loser. Suddenly, ZK's mind flashed with an idea, a slightly more reliable idea. Maybe there was something in that jade pendant space that could be sold for money. In that palace in particular. He hadn't gone in yet, so maybe there was something valuable inside? Thus, ZK placed the jade pendant under his pillow and entered the jade pendant space with a thought. At this moment, Royal Lan was lazily lying in the shallows near the edge of the island with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Seeing ZK's sudden appearance, she barely lifted her spirits and complained breathlessly, "Master, I'm so hungry. In this sea, there isn't even a single small fish or shrimp." "Ha? No way." ZK was so surprised that he plunged into the water with a jerk and inspected around. Sure enough, there was nothing but rocks and gravel. Not even seaweed. Not even water plants. ZK touched his head and sighed helplessly. Alas, let's put it this way. You pick some spirit fruits to fill up your hunger first, and endure for a few hours for the time being, and then I'll take you back to the weak sea, so that you can eat to your heart's content, and then catch many small fishes and shrimps, put them in and raise them, and in the future you will eat and drink without worry. Really? Then thank you so much, master. A glimmer of joy flashed in the eyes of the Imperial Lan, followed by apprehension. It would be even better if I could bring my sister here as well, so I wouldn't be alone. Your sister? How can we find her? What is her name? What is her cultivation level? ZK asked curiously. A trace of sadness flashed through Imperial Sturgeon's eyes as she sighed. We live in no fixed place. We may never see each other again. Before the words fell, in her eyes, a few crystallized. Imperial Sturgeon teardrops unexpectedly rolled out. Ugh! Don't cry! Don't cry! Seeing this, ZK couldn't help but feel a hint of panic in his heart and was a bit at a loss. Such a rigid fish spirit would actually cry. It was too surprising. However, it's better to comfort. ZK thought about it, took a deep breath, tried to make his voice sound gentle, and said, when you cultivate into human form, I'll let you find your sister. I believe that you will be able to find her. Hearing this, Mikan finally stopped crying and sobbed as she expressed her gratitude to ZK. It was only then that ZK stomped his feet and leapt, speeding toward the lofty palace halfway up the mountain. But it's a bit slow, ZK thought in his mind. If only he could jump farther. Then a miracle happened. ZK's vertical leap was nearly twice as far as before. It was as if it had crossed the boundaries of space. This caused a strong longing to well up in ZK's heart, and he imagined how uninhibited it would be if he could soar freely like a strong person of the true immortal realm. Surprisingly, ZK's longing, became a reality once again, and he actually flew. Ha 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 ha, ZK laughed excitedly. However, joy begets sorrow, and ZK directly fell from a height of more than 4 feet in the air. With a muffled bang, a muffled sound, he fell heavily into the grass below. ZK struggled to sit up from the grass, carefully pondering over the causal changes in the scene just now. Is this mind control? So, he tried his mind, and sure enough, ZK instantly appeared at the entrance of the palace. With another movement of his mind, ZK rose into the air and soared through the air. With another movement of his mind, a spirit fruit came into his hand. With another movement of his mind, the spirit fruit, indeed, floated in front of the eyes of the Imperial Lan. ZK smiled faintly, a light of realization shining in his eyes. So it was. He tried to release his divine sense out, and he was indeed able to probe into the subtle situation of every corner of this space, and the distance he could probe was much farther than in the outside world. He couldn't help but feel a great deal of emotion in his heart. The magic in the space of this jade pendant seemed to be waiting for him to discover and utilize. Thus, ZK utilized his divine sense to conduct an exhaustive exploration of this palace. The hall is solemn, the study is elegant, the wine cellar is fragrant, the tea house is quiet, the chess room is elegant, and the bedroom is cozy. Everywhere reveals an extraordinary atmosphere. However, to his disappointment, although the palace had all the rooms and utensils, there were few gold, silver and jewelry, etc., which were convenient for trading. Aside from the 2 boxes of chess pieces carefully honed from jade, as well as a jade wine set, they were crystal clear, emitting a warm luster, and were clearly not ordinary. Alright, let's just go find a workshop or store and see if we can sell this jade wine set for some Baycoins. If I don't find a way to earn shell money, I really won't be able to live on. Thinking of this, with a thought, ZK instantly appeared in the guest room, quickly put on the jade pendant, went out and inquired about the direction, and headed in the direction of the East Gate Market, striding towards it. The prosperity of Pi City was not as prosperous as that of LV City or Shui City, but the streets were still bustling with life and vigor, with an endless stream of merchants and people. However, there are such people everywhere. If you want to hide, you can't. As a small group of big men on horseback, yelling, galloped past ZK, caught off guard, the leather whip in the hands of a burly man unexpectedly lashed out at ZK's body. Chapter 48, The First Great Family of Pi City. ZK was on his way to the east gate of Pi City's workshop, when he was surprisingly whipped on the body by a strong man on horseback. ZK, who had originally planned to sneak around in a low profile, hadn't been able to control himself for a while, and was enraged by the sudden whip, and executed the divine ape's cloud scouting hands, blasting the burly man off his horse with a single punch. The burly man slumped to the ground, wailing in pain and struggling a few times, but he just couldn't get up. Seeing this, several other horseback riders pulled their reins, thinned their horses and turned their heads, surrounding ZK. The surrounding civilians hurriedly avoided the area, but couldn't help but curiously gather around. They whispered, their voices filled with worry and sympathy for ZK. The lad is going down. I'm afraid I'm in a big mess. I actually dared to beat up the Tao family. It was clearly the man on the horse who started it, and the lad was forced to do it. You are an outsider, right? This Tao family is the #1 big family in Pi City. Even the city lord's family has to be afraid of them. They have always been rampant. No one dares to mess with them. Impulsiveness is the devil, and youth has its price. The onlookers whispered to each other. At that moment, a horse-riding man at the head of the group raised his whip, pointed at ZK, and snapped, "Have you brats eaten bear heart and leopard guts? Daring to make a move against our Tao family in Pi City? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you really think our Tao family is a paper tiger?" He was a strong person with the 3rd level of immortal realm cultivation. His words were full of threats and anger, and his eyes were like sharp swords shooting towards ZK. The air around them seemed to have frozen, and an aura of solemnity filled the crowd. ZK faced the siege of these horse-riding hulks, but he was calm and collected himself, saying with a straight face, "That punch just now, we're considered even, so you guys go away. I don't really want to make an enemy out of you." The horse-riding man at the head of the group, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes as he said in a cold voice, "Don't think that you can get away with it if you beat up this lordsman, a doll who doesn't know the heights of heaven." With those words, he swung the leather whip in his hand and was ready to whip ZK. However, just as he swung his leather whip, it came out of his hand and was held in ZK's hand. It turned out that ZK had once again performed the divine ape cloud scouting hand and snatched the leather whip. "I'll say it again. I don't want to be your enemy, but if you're still rampant and aggressive, then I won't be blamed for being impolite." ZK's voice was low and powerful. Every word was like a heavy hammer. Mola the Lamb. The big man at the head of the group was obviously even more furious as he pulled out his scimitar with a clang and roared, "Brothers, give it to me." Alas dash. How can it be so hard to keep a low profile? ZK thought darkly, activating the prisoner's Taro Xuanwu technique, and the heavenly thunder battle blade was also in his hand, ready for battle. At that exact moment, another group of people came in great numbers, also arriving here. "Who is causing trouble here? Blocking my son's way?" A man on horseback, aggressively, took the lead in beating his horse over and angrily asked, "Wow, a strong person at the 6th level of the immortal realm." ZK was excitedly calculating in his heart. Now he didn't have to worry about making a scene. If he could convert the conflict into a conflict between these two groups of people, these new guys are obviously stronger. First of all, there were a lot of people, at least 40 or so. Secondly, the cultivation level of the leader was 3 times higher than the realm. Once again, which the sedan chair, high-end atmosphere upscale, must be sitting in which the gentleman, also certainly extraordinary status. Sure enough, the big man who had previously drawn his sword and was ready to slash, hurriedly rolled over and dismounted, arching his hand and half-kneeling in front of the visitor's horse. Only what he said surprised ZK. Elder June, a fellow of the first level of the immortal realm in front of us injured one of my brothers under my command, and I was just about to teach him a lesson when you came. Oh, hurry up and clean him up. Don't keep the gentleman waiting and spoil his pleasure. What kind of Elder June is this? How can he let these people do whatever they want without asking questions? ZK became anxious and shouted towards Elder June. Alas, Elder June, please be clear. It was clearly them who first used the leather whip and whipped me for no reason. How can you allow them to continue to do wrong without asking? However, Elder June did not pay any attention to ZK, but turned his horse around and returned to the newly arrived group. The man on horseback from earlier, on the other hand, waved his hand, signaling his men to keep moving, so the remaining 5 horse-riding men, wielding their curved swords, and with a furious momentum, they rushed towards ZK. Was this still the territory of the Arashikage kingdom? ZK couldn't think about it in detail. He had to strike. These 5 people, all of them were only at the 9th level of the Chi practicing realm, and also in order not to reveal their identities, ZK did not perform the thunder power, but instead, he bent down and agilely dodged the attacks, and running the splitting mountain and chopping clouds technique, he just made 3 consecutive strokes of the sweeping 1,000 army, and chopped off the legs of the 5 horses. With the horses' screams, these 5 big men fell off their horses. However, they did not give up and chose to fight on foot without hesitation. After another 2 or 3 short breaths, including their leader, the 6 stout dudes were all cut down by ZK's swift blade and rolled around on the ground in pain. In order to avoid attracting unnecessary attention, ZK also tried his best to restrain himself from devouring their chi and blood. Among the newly arrived group, a young man of about 18 or 19 years of age, with an imposing appearance, asked Elder June with his ear attached to him, "Is he really just like me? Also at the peak of the first level of the immortal realm cultivation? He's not hiding?" Elder June respectfully replied, "Your Excellency, he is indeed also at the peak of the first level of the immortal realm, and in my opinion, he has not hidden his cultivation." When the youth heard this, a hint of wariness flashed in his eyes as he nodded slightly and said, "Good, then I'd like to thank you, Elder June, for praying on the formation for me. I'll go and meet him for a while." Gongzi must not. He just easily crossed 2 levels and cut Lin Mang. His strength must not be underestimated. Elder June warned worriedly. That male smiled faintly and said confidently, "Don't I also have the ability to easily cross 3 levels of combat?" Elder June smiled awkwardly, but in his heart, he understood that the fighting beyond the 3rd level mentioned by his son was just the guards at home deliberately letting in water. However, he hesitated for a moment and still urged, "Then please be careful, and if you are not defeated, quickly retreat to the back." This male, whose name was Tao Rui, was the youngest master of the Tao family, only, he didn't know that he didn't have much practical combat experience, and his strength was just the usual peak of the first level of the immortal realm. Therefore, at this moment, Elder June didn't dare to be careless and instructed 20 bowmen, aiming at ZK, to be ready to release arrows at any time in order to save Duke Tao. There was another group of cavalrymen, also ready to surprise at any time, just in case. Duke Tao didn't know this, and with his sword, he dismounted and came to ZK, and with an arch of his hand, said, "This Duke Tao Rui, may I ask who is the footman?" Surprisingly, he was able to cross 2 levels and cut my guards. Emotionally, these people are all in the same family. Only then did ZK fully understand the situation. However, since this gentleman, who spoke quite politely, came to be polite, ZK also arched his hand and said back, "Under me, Royal Lan." ZK didn't want to easily reveal his identity now. Tao Rui laughed cheerfully. "Brother Elan, if you can walk under me for 3 moves without defeat, how about I take you on as a Shirkai of my escort?" ZK politely rebuffed, "Thank you for your kind offer, but as Royal Lan is accustomed to the idle life of the Jianghu, it may be difficult to follow his orders." Tao Rui, ha 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 ha, interesting, then prepare to receive it. After saying that, Tao Rui's figure spread out and took a stance ready to attack with a stern aura. Today, it was really a coincidence that everything happened. When Tao Rui was about to start a fight with ZK, a crying voice interrupted them. Daughter, Ah Xiao, an old man with a face full of vicissitudes of life, crying and shouting, stumbled and ran from a distance, rushing towards that palanquin. His gaze was locked straight onto that palanquin, as if it was a part of his life that he could not part with. Stop! Seeing this, several of Tao Rui's guards shouted and quickly stepped forward to stop them. One of the guards was even more furious, cursing under his breath. You ungrateful old thing, don't get lost yet. Saying that, he kicked out, knocking the old man to the ground viciously. Chapter 49 Lord Vicious. What are you doing? Why did you strike at an innocent old man? At that moment, a young man dressed in a very special way, blocked in front of the old man and pointed at the kicking guards and drank. What made this youth's costume special was that although it was the kind of linen clothes often worn by commoners in their labors, the collar, cuffs, waist, and other places were embellished with large red satin embroidered with bright yellow patterns. The guard obviously recognized this youth and hurriedly arched his hand and said, Little man greets Duke Zhongwei. My son has already bought this little old man's daughter to be. Well, today he went to fetch the person. But this little old man reversed his decision. Just now he came after him again. So I blocked him. Prince Zhongwei swiftly caught a loophole in the man's words. What did you just say that you bought it for? Seeing this, Duke Tao Rui also stopped competing with ZK, walked over with his hands behind his back, and said, Zhong Vicious, this is my Tao family's family matter, so don't mind your own business. Duke Zhongwei sneered. Humph, Tao Rui. Think about it before you say anything. Is this a family matter of the Tao family? Or is it your personal matter of Tao Rui? Tao Rui hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, this is a ing trick, isn't it? What's the difference between a family matter and a private matter? Anyway, it has nothing to do with you, Ran Zhongshu, but pulling on the banner of the Tao family. It is always more powerful, right? So, Tao Rui slammed his face and shouted coldly, the Tao family's family affairs. Is that something you can control? Little master, I am in a good mood today to speak so much to you. Don't give your face to me. Since it's a family matter of the Tao family, Duke Zhong Vicious smiled, and ordered to a middle-aged man beside him in the shape of a division master. Uncle Hong, you quickly go and take the Tao family's head of the family to the city lord's mansion for questioning. This Uncle Hong, who was clearly a strong person at the peak of the 6th level of the mortal-immortal realm, respectfully arched his hand and returned. Yes, young master. Facing this sudden scene in front of him, Tao Rui was filled with confusion and looked puzzled, and couldn't help but ask out loud, Ugh, I say Zhong Vicious, what the hell are you doing? With a smile on his face, Duke Zhongwei leisurely explained, Oh, brother Tao Rui, there is no need to be alarmed. This old man, I know that their family is not of a pariah status, but of a titular commoner status. Immediately, Zhong Vicious tightened his smile, his tone became serious, and he said sternly, According to the laws of Xia, no one may buy or sell civilians, and violators will be severely punished. A light penalty is 40 strokes of the cane and confiscation of 5 strings of assets. Those who cause injury are sentenced to 2 to 3 years of imprisonment, and those who cause death will be beheaded. Is this for real? Tao Rui's heart cannot help but waves. Is it really possible to take their own father, take to the questioning to beat the board? Tao Rui on these laws and regulations. Officialdom is not very good. Not good at analyzing and deducing. This moment is even more think of a headache. What the hell? What the hell? The big deal is to overthrow the city hall. We old Tao family as the Pai City master. Tao Rui thought so and did so. The brashness, recklessness and capriciousness of his character made him make a quick decision. Immediately afterward, Tao Rui took a deep breath. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he loudly commanded his men. Quickly take down Ren Hong and Zhong Vicious. How dare you threaten this young master? You simply don't know that the sky is the limit. Elder Jun's reaction was extremely sharp as he quickly pointed in Ren Hong's direction and decisively issued the order. Release the arrows. Dozens of arrows shot out like a sudden rain, enveloping Ren Hong. Frightened, the surrounding civilians scattered in fear, and the scene was thrown into chaos. Caught off guard, Ren Hong's right shoulder was penetrated by a sharp arrow, and blood instantly dyed his shirt red. Seeing this, Elder Jun's figure was like electricity, instantly swept towards the injured Ren Hong, and with a swing of the long sword in his hand in the air, he set it on top of Ren Hong's neck. The 2 guards followed close behind, moving swiftly to capture Ren Hong and tie him up. The other guards wielded their scimitars and rushed towards Zhong Vicious, intent on capturing him alive as well. However, they never expected Zhong Vicious to turn into a green light at the critical moment and disappear without a trace as if he were a ghost. What the hell kind of spell is this? It's almost too good for running away. ZK couldn't wait to eyeball Zhong Vicious' miraculous method of escaping, because his heart was bursting with righteousness at the moment, already burning like a blazing fire, and he was determined to save the folk's daughter that Tao Rui had forcibly robbed. You, how dare you forcibly rob a woman in broad daylight here? ZK pointed at Tao Rui. His eyes widened in anger and righteousness, his tone filled with rage. What qualifications do you have to speak to this little master like this? Tao Rui was also enraged by ZK's tone. ZK continued firmly, release that folk's daughter, and my lord will forget about it and spare your dog's life. How dare you? You're the ING dog. You're a ING pig. A stupid pig. A stupid pig that actually wanted to offend my son. Tao Rui was like a madman, roaring angrily, the long sword in his hand, waving a powerful sword light in the air, rushing straight towards ZK. His swordsmanship was exceptionally skillful and his sword chi was quite harsh. With every curse, a sword move was swung out. Before he had rushed to ZK, he had already executed 5 very skillful sword moves. The sword chi streaked across the street, splitting the houses on both sides of the street to the point where wood shavings flew. ZK looked at this scene and scoffed in his heart. This idiot, is swordsmanship actually used to decapitate people? Or is it used to demolish houses? Oh ho ho. But then, he remembered his master's teaching. Cultivating the sword technique is aimed at strengthening the body and pursuing the path of immortality. Thinking of this, ZK couldn't help but chuckle twice in his heart, and refocused his attention on the upcoming encounter. Finally, Tao Rui sped to the point where he was only a foot away from ZK. ZK angrily rebuked while saying, forcibly robbing the people's daughter. Unrepentant. While activating the divine ape cloud-seeking hand, he slapped Tao Rui away with a thunderous slap. Tao Rui's body hit heavily on the door pillar of a store, making a dull sound. His mouth was full of blood and his face was like paper, like a broken painting with broken hanging threads, along the pillar, plopping down to the ground. His longsword clanked as well, landing in the street 3 feet away. Yes, well played. This plague god has had his day. This bully has finally gotten his comeuppance. The civilians who were still spectating in the distance quietly discussed. Some of the bold ones had even cheered for ZK. That old man with a face full of vicissitudes, whose daughter had been robbed, hurriedly staggered to ZK, plopped down on his knees, and pleaded with tears in his voice, Villain Neba, I implore you to save my daughter. Even if I were to be an ox or a horse, I would certainly repay you for your kindness. ZK didn't have time to chat with this old man. As he pulled him behind him, he said, don't worry, quickly hide. This Gongzi will manage it. At this time, Tao Rui actually still very tenacious look, holding the pillar, and struggled to climb up. He barely raised his hand, trembling, pointing at ZK, swearing no more, becoming a little bit more civilized, threatening word by word, Royal Lan, right, dare to spoil my son's good deed, dare to lay hands on my son, you'll just wait, no matter where the sky ends, Pia, oh dash, wait your ass. ZK didn't want to listen to his threats, and once again executed the divine ape's cloud scouting hands, slapping Tao Rui onto the ground and sprawling on his back. This time Tao Rui didn't want to get up, or maybe he couldn't get up at all. He covered his highly swollen cheek and pointed his trembling fingers at ZK, his voice filled with panic and anger. Uncle June, quickly take down this maniac. Elder June had already prepared for this. He calmly waved his right hand, and a round of arrows, emitting a sharp whistling sound, shot towards ZK like a sudden rain. Immediately afterward, he raised his longsword high, and his body was as swift as lightning as he swept towards ZK, intending to subdue ZK in one fell swoop with a thunderous force. Chapter 50, Sonic-type attacks. In the face of dozens of arrows speeding towards him, and in the face of Elder June's thunderous strike, ZK didn't retreat, but stepped forward, shouting under his breath, Whirlwind Leopard Shadow, a heavenly thunder battle blade, danced imperviously by ZK. Only the shadow of the blade could be seen, not the body of the blade, and in an instant, those incoming arrows were knocked to the ground. At the same time, the tremendous force also swung away the sword stabbed out by Elder June. Elder June also did not expect that ZK was so strong, and when he was caught off guard, he almost crashed into the curtain of knives danced by ZK. However, that's all. Elder June swiftly footpoint, a eagle strike tiger leap, from the head of ZK high over. At the same time a sword downward stab, a wisp of sword chi, the wind and lightning-like attack to ZK. It was too fast. ZK couldn't dodge in time and his right shoulder was stabbed by the sword chi, only to hear, with a snap, the sword chi crumbled apart, and with the prisoner's Xuanwu skill, ZK was unharmed. Elder Jun made a beautiful closing stance, sheathed his long sword, turned his back to ZK, and stood steadily, letting the small wind gently brush the corners of his coat, and sighed in a generalized way. Beyond the mountains, beyond the green hills and beyond the buildings, a young man is light-hearted and does not know sorrow. Alas, who has never been young? Is this a psychic attack? Or a sonic attack? ZK looked at Elder Jun, who had his back to himself and was fighting, suddenly stopping and chanting poetry, and was a bit at a loss for words for a moment, rushing to tie up his lower plate, controlling his mind and getting ready to deal with all kinds of attacks, so as not to be caught in any evil tricks of the damned. It was then that Elder Jun slowly turned around and looked at ZK with a concerned gaze. However, he was dumbfounded, with his mouth wide open, and froze for a full breath of time before he asked suspiciously, You weren't stabbed by the sword that the old man had just stabbed? Only then did ZK understand. Senior, you can't break through my defense. Can you release that woman? We'll clear this up. However, Elder Jun did not respond to him, but rather, with a leap, he quickly returned to his own group, and then shouted, Formation! From afar, there was a burst of laughter. This Elder Jun is really good at pretending. Elder Jun ignored the ridicule from afar. Ridicule? He wouldn't even blush. At this moment, he was calmly, methodically, and continuously issuing commands. You two, quickly help the Duke into the sedan chair. The woman, be sure to keep an eye on her, and secure her behind the Duke's warhorse with a rope, never let her escape. Also, that old man Ren Hong, escort him back to the mansion as well. You few, make sure you protect the male, and return to the house immediately. Several of you, quickly go fetch a few door panels and carry the injured brothers back to the mansion quickly for treatment. You, yes, and you, all of you, join me in dealing with this boy. Looking at the busy figures of these people, ZK once again issued a stern warning, quickly release that woman, or else I won't blame this Gongzi for being impolite. However, it was of no use, as these people retreated methodically under Elder Jun's command, completely ignoring ZK's warning. Seeing that woman, tightly bound with ropes all over her body, dragged behind the warhorse, she could only helplessly run after it. Suddenly, she tripped over an uneven stone slab on the street, and then could no longer stand up, and could only let the warhorse drag her mercilessly along the street. This scene made ZK's heart twist with rage. At the same time, that old man was mercilessly kicked to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. The voice was like a fuse, instantly igniting ZK's long pent-up anger. No longer able to suppress the fury in his heart, he gripped his battle sword tightly and rushed towards Elder Jun with a thunderous force, vowing to seek justice for Shio and the old man. ZK and Elder Jun fought furiously once again, but this time, ZK's battle strategy underwent a huge shift. Having already confirmed that Elder Jun was unable to break his prisoner Yishuanwu technique, ZK completely focused on attacking, regardless of defense. He ignored the harshness of Elder Jun's longsword, ignored the siege of the other guards, and even ignored the sudden cold arrows around him, letting the various attacks fall on him. After a few rounds of intense sparring, Elder Jun had already been hit by 2 knives, and blood stained his battle robe red. He finally realized that he could only defend, and once he launched an attack, he would be seized by ZK to counterattack. In this way, Elder Jun led more than 20 guards and fought and retreated. ZK, on the other hand, grew more and more courageous as he fought, and although he was also covered in someone else's blood, it made his aura rise even higher. About an incense stick later, both sides of the battlefield, between a chase and an escape, came to the front of a huge mansion. Who is it? Dared to act recklessly in Pi City? A deafening angry cry rang out like a flood bell, as if it was a thunderbolt from a clear sky, shaking the hearts and minds of the people. This voice came from a middle-aged man who was close to 10 feet tall, and he was the Tao family head Tao Zhong, who had a profound cultivation that had reached the peak of the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm, and was currently standing in front of the door of that mansion with a domineering aura. Not knowing whether he was shocked by this thunderous voice or whether he had finally seen his savior, Elder Jun's will to fight instantly collapsed, revealing a fatal break. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, ZK swung out his sword and precisely cut off Elder Jun's left leg, causing him to fall to the ground. What a precious, metallic chakra. ZK just now had already taken advantage of the fact that he was covered in blood and no one was paying attention to him, and quietly devoured a few mouthfuls of it. And it was obvious that the chi in blood was much stronger than the guy he met in the Shanfeng mountain range. However, now that we are going to face a stronger enemy again, won't we waste all this precious chi and blood for nothing? Is there a way? It was too late to say. ZK suddenly had a flash of insight. A thought. Really? It worked. He put Elder June into the jade pendant space and threw it on the shore, using his mind to instruct Royal Lan to watch this guy and not let him die. Demon magic! One of the guards exclaimed. This scene was extremely shocking, causing the guards to be horrified. They didn't expect that ZK's slash would actually cut Elder June out of existence. Could it be that the gods and souls were destroyed in this way? This is quite a bluff. ZK thought darkly. Next, ZK collected all those guards who were cut and lost their ability to resist into the jade pendant space. As one guard after another disappeared, the fear in the hearts of the remaining guards grew stronger. They no longer dared to get close to ZK and only dared to shout around ZK from afar. Kid, what kind of person are you from Yuan Hong? Tao Zhong asked proudly. Yuan Hong? ZK frowned slightly. He didn't recognize any senior named Yuan Hong. After a moment's thought, ZK ambiguously replied. It's none of Senior Yuan Hong's business. I'm here to ask you to release the woman that was snatched by Tao Rue. After entering my Tao family's door, you are my Tao family's person. Taking food from the tiger's mouth? Want to take food from the Tao family tiger's mouth? Simply delusional. Even if Yuan Hong personally comes, he will never want to take her away. Tao Zhong refused without hesitation. What kind of style is this? It is true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. ZK didn't bother to talk to him anymore and swung his sword to charge over. Unconscionable. Tao Zhong laughed contemptuously, and above his shoulders, a huge copper bell instantly emerged. He held the bell hammer in his hand and struck heavily on top of the copper bell. There was a deafening thud. The sound waves surged like ocean waves, pounding ZK's eardrums. He only felt a sharp pain and buzzing in both ears, as if his entire divine soul, at this moment, was shaken to the point of swinging and being unsettled. ZK was shocked in his heart. It really was a sonic attack. This was the damn first time he had faced this type of attack. ZK instantly put away his battle sword and covered his ears tightly with both hands while urging the Yuan power in his body to form a barrier to block the incoming sound waves. At the same time, as if he had practiced Iron Head Kung Fu, he charged headlong towards Tao Zhong. Tao Zhong had never seen this kind of fight either, and hurriedly rang the big bell even harder, while opening his big mouth and letting out a deafening roar. These two sound waves, interfering with each other, were like a raging wind and rain, carrying endless energies and attacking ZK crazily from all directions. Even though ZK had already covered his ears and urged his Yuan power to form a barrier, he still felt dizzy and his soul was shaken under this powerful sound wave attack. Even the scales formed by the prisoner Yishuanwu technique that he was so proud of were vibrating violently, as if they were about to detach from his body, and it straightaway shook him to the point that his body was vaguely aching. Chapter 51, The Tao Family Ancestor. In the face of the Tao family master's sonic type attack, ZK tightly covered his ears and tried to stabilize his mind as he rushed towards him. A bloody mouth was seen, and in the center of the depths of this mouth, there was a bloody flesh clock that was vibrating madly. ZK immediately and decisively opened his heavenly eye, and a thunder force, like a torrent, poured out, accurately striking that blood-colored flesh clock. Unsurprisingly, Tao Zhong convulsed violently under the blast of thunder and eventually collapsed helplessly on the ground. It was instantly collected by ZK into the jade pendant space. The guards around them all showed inexplicable astonishment, their reactions varying. Some were frozen in place, frozen in fear. Some panicked and fled into the distance. There was also a portion of people, eager to seek shelter, who hastily retreated deeper into the mansion. The Tao Mansion? ZK glanced at the plaque hanging on the lintel of the door, executed the divine ape's cloud-seeking hands, and without hesitation, punched the plaque, shattering it, with fragments splattering in all directions, just like setting off a firework. With that, ZK took a big stride across the Tao Mansion. Inside the Tao Mansion, ZK searched around, eager to find the whereabouts of the woman. However, at this time, the mansion was in chaos. He tried to inquire, but found no one to ask, because the survivors have either fled far away from this place of wrongdoing, either that or they come at him senselessly and try to fight him off. Of course, in the face of these pouncing traitors of the Tao house, ZK was unforgiving. He wielded his battle sword, through and through, and chopped them to the ground. And then he suppressed them one by one into the space of the jade pendant. At that moment, an old and angry voice suddenly echoed in the sky above the mansion, and the roar was as shocking as thunder. "My son!" That voice contained endless grief and anger, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. ZK's heart fluttered, and he followed the sound, only to see an old man, walking out at a brisk pace from the depths of the mansion. He wore an ancient robe and his beard and hair were white, but his eyes flashed with a stern light. It was none other than the Tao family's old ancestor, Tao Gong, a powerhouse whose cultivation had reached the half-step true immortal realm. Tao Gong's appearance made the air around him seem to freeze. His angry gaze locked onto ZK as if he wanted to devour him alive. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, emitting a powerful pressure that even caused the guards around him to feel palpitations. "Who are you? Why did you break into my Tao residence? Where is my son? Was he killed by you?" Tao Gong's voice rang out like a great bell, and every question shook ZK's eardrums. In the face of Tao Luo's questioning and pressure, ZK did not flinch. He took a deep breath and stabilized his mind, then replied in a deep voice, "My name is Royal Lan. I came to rescue a woman that your grandson's son robbed by force. Your son obstructed me, so he was killed by me." When Tao Gong heard this, his anger erupted like an ignited volcano. His voice trembled and filled with rage. You are simply cruel to the extreme. Heartless, just for the sake of a woman who is like a mole cricket. You have the heart to kill my son. Saying that, a huge gong appeared in his hand, and with a fierce strike, an invisible sonic attack swept in like a raging storm. Unlike ordinary sonic attacks, the Tao family ancestor's sonic attack was much more powerful in energy, with a tone so sharp that it seemed to be able to pierce through one's eardrums, and the directionality of the attack was much more accurate, pointing straight at ZK. Even more terrifyingly, the sound of this gong sound was more than twice as powerful to the divine soul as the Tao bells, causing ZK's divine soul to tremble violently, as if it was about to shatter. Right in the midst of this divine soul torture, ZK painstakingly pointed his right hand, and his fingertip condensed a stern thunder power, like a silver snake, cutting through space and stabbing straight into Tao Gong's eyes. When Tao Gong saw this, he did not show the slightest bit of panic. He was experienced and immediately flipped the large gong in his hand as if he wanted to include ZK's attack. This was a unique technique that he was proud of. As long as an unusual attack touched the surface of the gong, it would make a half circle in it and then be skillfully reflected back, attacking the other side with the other side's way. However, the result was unexpected by the Tao family's ancestor. ZK's thunderous attack was not, as he had hoped, reflected back, but instead, it directly followed the gong and blasted against the Tao Gong's body with a thunderous momentum. Tao Gong instantly felt a powerful energy, like a heavy hammer, strike his chest. His body convulsed, his face went pale, and he collapsed to the ground hunched over, as if he was having a Crohn's attack. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. He had never thought that his proud stance would be so unbeatable in front of ZK. ZK didn't give Tao Luo any chance to catch his breath. Taking advantage of the weakening of his spiritual self-control, he immediately moved with his mind and took Tao Luo into the jade pendant space, and together with the others, suppressed him on the beach on the coast of Immortal Island. The entire Tao mansion was silent. Everyone witnessed as the old ancestor was pointed at by Tao Gong, accompanied by a powerful flash of electricity, instantly destroying his form and spirit, turning into nothingness. The horrifying scene was jaw-dropping, and it was as if the crowd was frozen in fear. Trembling, ZK continued to look around the Tao house for the woman who had been forcibly robbed, but the woman seemed to have evaporated and could not be found. At this moment, ZK suddenly noticed the sneaky figures of several guards. They looked flustered and seemed to be trying to cover someone to sneak out through the back door. ZK urged his spiritual sense to probe and quickly recognized that they were escorting none other than that Duke Tao, Tao Rui. Tao Rui obviously also sensed ZK's approach, but he didn't stop his fleeing steps. Instead, he sped up. ZK followed closely behind, as swift and agile as a cheetah chasing its prey. However, just as he was about to escape from the Tao mansion, Tao Rui suddenly realized that there was no way out in front of him. Originally, at this time, Zhongxiong Viper has already led the city master's mansion of men and horses. The Tao house will be surrounded, like an iron bucket, like airtight. When Tao Rui saw this, his face instantly turned pale. Seeing that there was nowhere to run outside, he turned around and entered the mansion again, only to encounter ZK's pursuit. This time, ZK didn't give him any chance to resist. Waving the heavenly thunder battle blade in his hand, under the thunderous force, Tao Rui and the several guards around him were not spared, and within a few breaths, they were chopped under the blade. ZK didn't suppress Tao Rui or devour his chi and blood, but after collecting their storage rings and storage bags, he simply sat in the pavilion in the center of the courtyard and stopped making any more moves. A immortal realm first level chi blood was no longer that precious to the current ZK. More to the point, ZK was more appreciative of Zhong Vicious, the young city lord who had just attempted to fight the battle, and intended to give him some battle credit. Moreover, today was originally planned to go to the workshop to sell treasures. This is good. The workshop also do not need to go. Tao Rui, this gentleman's storage ring, should be satisfied with their own right? Thinking about it, ZK probed his divine sense into Tao Rui's storage ring to check it out. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but if you look at it, you can't help but let ZK be shocked and suck in a breath of cool air. Inside the storage ring, there were actually more than 500 pieces of spirit stones, more than 5,000 strings of shell coins, several long swords that were not mortal at first glance, as well as a small pile of various types of pills, dozens of secret books of merit, and a large chunk of gold that was at least more than a kilogram. Right? In terms of value, it was already equivalent to half of the Cyclone King's treasure trove. Meanwhile, Zhong Vicious led the men of the city lord's mansion to start purging the Tao mansion. After a lot of hustle and bustle, and after all the affairs were arranged, Zhong Vicious came to the pavilion to sit opposite ZK. ZK asked with concern, "Did you find Uncle Hong and the girl?" Zheng Wei nodded and responded, "All have been found. Uncle Hong is fine, and the girl's father was about to come to you to thank you for your kindness." ZK hurriedly waved his hand and refused. Don't ever. I just want to be pure. I don't need anyone to repay me." Zhong Vicious snickered. "Brother Yulan, you are really special. By the way, where are you from? What is the purpose of coming to Pai City? I'm the young lord of the city here, so if there's anything I can help you with, please feel free to say so." ZK sighed helplessly, knowing that he would have to weave another well-intentioned lie, so he laughed and said, "Ha ha, little brother came from the Dragon King Island just to come out and roam, and there's nothing I need to trouble brother Zhong Vicious with. If brother Zhong Vicious doesn't have anything else, little brother would like to return to the inn to rest." But that's the truth, ZK thought in his heart. However, Zhong Vicious said, "Brother Yulan, tonight I will be hosting a banquet at the city lord's mansion to celebrate the successful resolution of today's matter, so you must have the honor of attending." ZK hesitated. "Me? I wouldn't have to." Zhong Wei insisted unquestioningly. You're the hero of the day. The protagonist of course, how can you not come?" Chapter 52, Second Level of the Immortal Realm. Finally, there were enough spirit stones and shell money again. ZK's heart burst with joy, although he longed to hurry up and break through his cultivation and improve his strength. But, it was better to go to Weihai first. Imperial Lan was still hungry. However, what ZK didn't know was that in fact, Imperial Lan was no longer hungry. She reluctantly ate a broken leg that ZK had put away in the jade pendant space to satisfy her hunger. Although it didn't taste too good, it was barely enough to satisfy her hunger. ZK hurriedly rushed to the workshop market and purchased a steed, then spurred his horse and hurriedly ran towards the micro-sea. Upon arriving at the seashore, ZK carefully placed the Imperial Orchid into the micro-sea and hid the jade pendant amongst a clump of reeds before hurrying to enter the jade pendant space, ready to start cultivating. As soon as he entered the jade pendant space, ZK was so angry at the sight in front of him that he almost fainted. These people of the suppression had spoiled the clean beach that ZK had limited to them, as if a picture of a paradise landscape had been splashed with scarlet paint. Moreover, these people were all clustered around the Tao family's oldest ancestor, and as soon as they saw ZK come in, they all broke into tears. Luckily, though, these people couldn't run around or they wouldn't know what the consequences would be. Noisy. With a thought, ZK used an invisible air shield to cover these people. And finally tranquility was restored within the jade pendant space. Looks like a dungeon will have to be built for suppressing the enemy in the future. Thus, with a thought from ZK, a dungeon appeared in the distance, in the middle of a cliff facing the sea. At the entrance of the dungeon, ZK designed another terrace for viewing the sea. Again, at the edge of the terrace, a pine tree was moved. After ransacking everyone's storage rings and storage bags, ZK sent the Tao family elder and Tao family head into the dungeon. After that, ZK then urged his flying sickle and started devouring the elders from June. This elder June was at the 6th level of the immortal realm and practiced metallic techniques. Not only was the Yuan power in his body abundant, but its attributes were basically compatible with ZK's. So ZK soon felt the bottleneck of the realm loosening up. and following that, he managed to break through to the second level of the immortal realm after half an incense stick was burned. Next, after devouring the rest of those guards in one go, ZK's cultivation realm managed to reach the middle stage of the second level of the immortal realm. Then, ZK swallowed a spirit stone and tried to cultivate the prisoner Yuan technique, but the result was still not working, and as soon as he cultivated his body's Yuan power was rapidly lost. It is just a matter of time. After all, it is still enhanced a little bit of strength again, is not it? ZK consoled himself. Subsequently, ZK left the jade pendant space and greeted Yuan, and the two agreed that Yuan would drive the small fishes and shrimps to ZK, while ZK would put these small fishes and shrimps into the jade pendant space. In a short while, the two had collected tens of thousands of them, large and small aquatic beings, into the jade pendant space. The Imperial Lan reminded again, saying that these small fishes and shrimps needed to consume water plants, algae, and the like, so ZK again incurred many more water plants and algae into the jade pendant space. Seeing that all this was properly arranged, Imperial Lan finally revealed a satisfied smile and gladly returned to the jade pendant space. ZK, on the other hand, was trusting his horse and heading towards the Pi City Lord's mansion, as he still had to go to Duke Zhong Vicious' banquet tonight. Although it was only the city lord's mansion of a small city like Pi City, it was still constructed in a rather majestic and imposing manner, and it covered quite a large area. Just as he arrived at the gate of the city lord's mansion, Zhong Vicious warmly greeted him, and he was responsible for greeting guests at the gate. Duke Zhongwei exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, after not seeing you for half a day, Duke Yuan has actually made a breakthrough." ZK didn't want to show too much bravado, so he humbly said, "Aha, I was originally at the second level of the immortal realm. This is a proud tactic to show the enemy's weakness." Duke Zhongzhong sighed in admiration after hearing this. So that's how it is. But to cross 7 levels with the second level of the immortal realm cultivation and kill a strong person at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal realm, that's a miracle that no one has ever seen before. ZK remained low. Luck. Duke Zhong Vicious guided ZK inside while smiling. Brother Yuan is being modest. Even greater luck would not be able to cross 7 levels and cut down 2 immortal realm 9th level powerhouses in a row. ZK thought for a moment and responded. Among them, there must also be the factor that the Tao family has done too much evil and has been met with heavenly retribution. Duke Zhongwei, still humble. Excessive modesty can be extreme pride. Tell me, Brother ZK, what secret technique have you mastered that you defeated the Tao family's old ancestors so easily? Oh, my God. How come it's so hard to be humble and understated? ZK was helpless and whispered to Zhong Vicious with his ear. Brother Zhong Vicious, we must show the enemy that we are weak, so that we can take advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and strike a blow. With that said, ZK quietly executed the divine 8 cloud-seeking hands and grabbed 2 peaches from a distant tray as soon as he could, handing them to Zhong Vicious, saying, "Come on, big brother Zhong Vicious, eat a peach first, to celebrate that you've eaten the Tao family in one fell swoop today." Brother Yulan's skill with this hand is truly extraordinary. Come, eat peaches. Celebrating the eating of the Tao family by eating peaches is fitting. Quite fitting, Duke Zhong Vicious said with a smile, but in his heart he was secretly thinking, this stunt is not bad. What excuse can be found to get Royal Lan to teach himself this stunt? But then a deep thought. Zhong Vicious think, or forget about it. To the potential of the Imperial Lan, the future will become a great power. Or to be sincere, everyone to be a friend is more favorable to themselves. Thinking of this, Zhong Vicious pulled ZK, and went to the top of the steps of the Great Hall, facing south and back behind a few cases, and invited ZK to take a seat. This was one of the 5 most honorable seats. How could he sit here? He hastily excused himself. This can't be allowed. I'm a junior. Just sit at the bottom. Zhongwei smiled and explained. Hey, this is the seat prepared for you. You're being chivalrous and heroic today. A young hero, so of course you should sit here. Zhongwei explained, while raising one hand in vain and pressing ZK's shoulder with the other, inviting ZK to take his seat. It's just a matter of sitting. The guest changes with the host, so why be formal and preoccupied? ZK then reluctantly sat down, mouthing, respectfully. Zhong Vicious nodded his head and smiled. Brother Yulan, why don't you sip your wine here for a moment while I go out to receive the other guests? After saying that, he arched his hand in salute and turned around to leave the grand hall. ZK was quietly savoring the fine wine in his hands when suddenly a roar broke the tranquility. This position should clearly belong to me. How can I let a junior occupy it? ZK looked up, only to see a middle-aged man pointing at himself with an angry face. A maid was respectfully explaining something to him, while making a polite gesture to indicate that he should sit in the first place, west to east. Alas, I told you, with my age and seniority, especially as an Oiran, it's really not appropriate to sit here. Not wanting to cause any trouble, ZK was about to get up and give up his seat, but unexpectedly that middle-aged man had already taken a furious step up the steps, fiercely clutched ZK's arm, and cursed, "I'll fork you over, uneducated little bastard. Is this also a place you can sit?" In the face of this sudden change, ZK instantly froze, and without reacting for a moment, he felt a stabbing pain coming from his arm, causing his prisoner's Yushuan martial arts to operate involuntarily. It turned out that sharp claws had quietly protruded from his fingertips and had pierced the skin of ZK's arm. Hearing that this middle-aged man actually greeted his parents as soon as he arrived, while also secretly poisoning them, ZK's heart burned with anger and was about to have a seizure, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and nausea, a burst of involuntary trembling and contraction of the muscles of his body, and everything in front of his eyes became blurred and rotated. Crap! ZK instantly realized what had happened. Poisoned. Chapter 53, The Difficulty of Detoxification. ZK tightly covered his severely painful stomach with one hand and propped up on the tabletop with the other, hurriedly stabilizing his mind and urging his divine sense to close his eyes and look inward, checking the situation inside his body. Originally, the skin of the left arm. Was the middle-aged man pierced? The formation of 3 sesame-sized wounds. The toxin is from here quietly seeped into the body. Fortunately this prisoner Yushuan Wuqi, in the critical moment, run up on their own, otherwise there will be more toxin seepage. The consequences are even more unimaginable. This toxin, which looks like the poison of the broken intestine grass, is the kind of broken intestine grass that is said to have poisoned Shin gnomes, and I heard that there is no special antidote. Luckily, it was not eaten in, otherwise it is highly likely that the intestines will be pierced through the belly. ZK thought darkly and hurriedly urged the Yuan power in his body, wrapping the toxins one by one in each place and then slowly forcing them to the location of the 3 wounds. The liver, kidneys and sea of consciousness, all of them had already been damaged by the toxin staining in several places. As a precautionary measure, ZK was ruthless again, urging the pixie bloodline, which had to refine these stained tissues, one by one, into turbid chi, and exhale them out of the body. Only then would there be no worries. This is not a big loss. ZK's heart is very sad and angry thought. Never went out to practice and wander alone. ZK at this time cannot help but feel, what's the danger of the Jianghu? People in the Jianghu floating, which have not been stabbed words, really is not an empty cave winds. While ZK was closing his eyes to heal his wounds, he could feel that he had been picked up by this middle-aged man and thrown to the center of the grand hall, on the stone-paved floor, and because of the prisoner's Yuhu Xuanwu skill, his own body even bounced twice on the ground. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and detoxify the poison. Hurry up to detoxify the poison, or your life will be in danger. The people present, watching ZK not even say a word, was restrained, and was picked up like an eagle catching a chicken, and thrown on the ground. They all sat in their own seats, only daring to whisper. No one stood out. For such a weak person like ZK, to say a few words. Where did this kid come from? How did he get to sit in the honored one's seat? He's not a holy son. How is he qualified to sit in the seat of honor? With such a lack of etiquette, it looks like a wild seed that was born of a mother and raised by no one. That position. It should still be more appropriate for the Yen family head to sit. The reaction of the Yen family's head is a bit too drastic, isn't it? After all, adults don't fight with children. It's not exactly etiquette for Crescent to treat a child so roughly. Is it? Etiquette? How can it be compared to the face of the Yen family? Yen Xiu watched everyone's discussion with satisfaction, stroked his short beard, and said aloud, "Come on people, take this little wild seed that doesn't know the sky and the earth, and throw it out for me." The subordinates serving on the side are at a loss for words. This young master, but Prince Xiong Viper personally accompanied in. It must be a noble status. Who dares to touch him? There were 2 smart subordinates, but they hurriedly and quietly exited the hall and hurriedly went to find Duke Zhongwei to report the news. At this time, after controlling all of the toxins and refining all of the tissues in his body that were stained by the toxins, ZK's divine sense gradually regained its clarity, though he still felt drained. He barely straightened his chest and sat down on the ground, observing the situation around him and squinting at the woman who had just said wild seed. Although she didn't look good, she was coated in grease and powder, dressed in a graceful but not flashy manner. ZK was most disgusted by this kind of person, and there was no harm in having the opportunity to teach her a lesson in passing. Then, ZK raised his head and looked down at the supine family head, struggling to mobilize his yuan power to add to it as he questioned in a deep voice. What kind of person are you? When did we form a feud? Why did you lay your hands on me as soon as we met? Wanting to take my life? Cease to be simply stunned. How can this kid still sit up straight and speak? The voice is still so neutral and righteous. Could it be that the toxin wasn't injected into him just now? Impossible. Although the strength of this kid's defense was beyond his expectation. Just now he used 80% of his strength and clearly perceived that the sharp claws broke through his defense before injecting the toxin. In any case, not being able to show weakness, Yen had slightly tilted his head and proudly said, "In Pai City, my Yen family doesn't need any reason to let anyone die if they want to. What's more, I'm just carrying you away." ZK sneered and retorted, "Humph, according to your logic, if I want you to die, I can also do the same to you?" The Yen family head frowned, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. "Wild boy, can't you understand human language? It's my Yen family that can kill whoever they want, but you, no." ZZK raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Oh, why is it that you can kill whoever you want and others can't?" The Yen family head glared angrily and said decisively, "Based on strength." ZK laughed, and suddenly exerted the divine ape's cloud-seeking hands, and then, not too gently but not too heavily, gave the Yen family head a slap on the face, saying, "Do you mean that as long as I'm stronger than you, I can, as long as I can, kill you when I want to kill you, and slap you when I want to slap you?" The Yen family head was caught off guard by this slap. The left side of his face instantly turned iron blue, while the right side of his face was of course still a reddish color. He glared angrily at ZK, his eyes glittering with unnameable fury as he growled, "You, how dare you be so rude?" ZK, however, was unmoved as he smiled blandly and said, "I'm just proving your logic. You claimed that it was based on strength, so if my strength is stronger than yours, I naturally have the right to slap you. Slap as well." ZK had intentionally, word for word, uttered those 4 words, wanting to clean up this greasy middle-aged man in a courteous manner. He had to provoke him first. The Yen family head was shaking with anger at these words, and he took a deep breath in an effort to calm himself down. He knew that his anger at this moment would only cause him to lose his mind, making it even more difficult to deal with this seemingly young opponent. He quickly reviewed what had just happened again. How had he gotten himself into an awkward and passive situation? Ceasefire instantly realized. It turns out that the cause of the incident was originally a question of the honor or disrepute of the seat. But now, the cause has become that he is going to kill someone for no reason. This wild boy is cunning. Thus, the Yen family head adjusted his emotions. His eyes became deep and cold, saying, "Kid, I'll reiterate. I didn't lay any killers on you at all. I just invited you. From my seat, away. Only, please go away." Ha ha, ha 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 ha. ZK was simply provoked into laughter by the Yen family head's chutzpah. But, in all seriousness, this Yen family head's performance was still much more superior than that what's his name, Yellow Dragon Daoist. Stopping his laughter, ZK continued, "Please go? Is there such a thing as poisoning while inviting away? Luckily, this Gongzi is good at detoxifying poison. Otherwise, I would have been poisoned to death by you today." The surrounding guests, this is like a dream, suddenly realized. Original just this doll. The reason why even the voice did not send out a bit, was this Yen Hachuo to pick up, thrown in the middle of the hall, because by Yen Hachuo this old boy poisoned they are all rooted in Pai City. Of course, they know that this hidden and deadly, quietly poisoned means is the unique skill of the Yen family's grandparents and grandchildren, so that people cannot be defended. That's why everyone is fearful and polite to the Yen family. The Yen family head's face sank in the face of the crowd's questioning colors, pointing at ZK and snapping, "You're bloodthirsty. Who are you to say that I poisoned myself? You instead cut open your stomach and show everyone. Look at the poison I put down. Where exactly is it?" His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if he had truly been wrongly accused. "Oh, cutting open a stomach to check for drugs? How can you even think of such a thing?" ZK was speechless. However, when the Yen family master saw that he had bluffed ZK into speechlessness, he was even more aggressive and pressed on, continuing to angrily drink. "It seems that if I don't give you some color, this wild boy of yours will not be honest. Today's matter, Yen family, will definitely give you a profound lesson." As his words fell, his aura suddenly skyrocketed, and a strong force swept through the entire hall like a storm, causing the crowd present to feel a sense of suffocation. This was the pressure of the 8th level of the mortal-immortal realm. This overbearing pressure made the crowd of guests. All of them couldn't help but secretly pinch a cold sweat for ZK. Secretly. Chapter 54 Battle against the Yin family head. Seeing that the head of the Yin family was about to make his move, ZK hurriedly activated his prisoner Yushuan martial power and stood in strict wait while continuing to taunt. The Yin family is really good at calculating. Are you guys thinking that if I don't disembowel myself to prove my innocence, you are going to kill me yourselves? A trace of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the Yin family's head, and he said in a cold voice, "That's for sure. If you dare to slander the Yin family, you must be prepared to receive death." ZK further provoked. Are you still thinking that if I disembowel myself to prove my innocence, you don't have to do anything and I'll be equally dead? Being directly told by ZK about his little trick, the Yin family head instantly erupted. His hands spread out like the wings of a rock, and he angrily bellowed, "Wild boy, no matter what, you deserve to die." At that instant, the wind rose above the city lord's mansion, and two majestic columns of wind converged like two giant dragons, swiftly impacting towards ZK. So powerful. ZK was knocked back by the two wind pillars by more than a zhang before he managed to stabilize himself. Fortunately, with the prisoner's Yuhu Xuanwu skill, ZK didn't suffer any injuries. It was also fortunate that just now, he was in a cross-legged meditation position. If he was in a standing position, perhaps, he would have been directly blown away, right? Worrying about the possibility of revealing his identity, ZK didn't choose to directly use the heavenly punishment divine power, but instead sacrificed his flying scythe, only to see that flying sickle spinning at a rapid speed, skillfully changing the direction of a wind pillar, causing it to collide with another wind pillar. The two wind pillars violently intertwined together, erupting into a deafening roar. The surrounding tables and chairs in several cases were shaken to the ground, and spirit fruits and spirit wines were scattered all over the place. Taking advantage of the situation, ZK continued to taunt the Yin family head. Ha 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 ha, besides poisoning, what else can you do? You useless trash. Despicable and shameless trash. The Yin family head was furious to the extreme. His eyes red as if they could spit out fire. He had never imagined that he would be so provoked and insulted by a boy whose name was unknown. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart reached its peak. Asshole! The Yin family head roared, his voice echoing over the entire city lord's mansion. With a movement of his body, he disappeared in place like a ghost, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived at ZK's heels. Swinging his eagle claw-like hands, he brought with him a powerful wind, aiming straight for ZK's throat. ZK's eyes flinched. He had expected that the Yin family head would not stop. His figure sidestepped, barely avoiding the Yin family head's fatal blow. At the same time, ZK secretly catalyzed the heavenly punishment divine power, and from the back, grabbed the eagle claw of the Yin family head, injected a small strand of thunder power into him, and slammed his shoulder into his elbow viciously, only to see the Yin family head tremble violently, followed by his arm and elbow unexpectedly being broken by ZK, a dog nibbling, woefully flopping to the ground. Let's see how arrogant you still are. You punk! ZK snapped. With that, ZK swung his big hand, and once again, slapped the face of the Yin family head. At the same time, quietly, the toxin that had just been forced out of his body, wrapped in Yuan power, was slapped into the Yin family head's mouth. With this trash strength of yours, you still want to sit in the seat of honor? ZK cursed angrily and slapped again. With a wave of his hand, he also took the storage ring of the Yin family head and quietly removed it. Only after completing all of this did ZK pat the dust on his hands and lapel, squint at the Yin family head, turn around, head high, and stride towards the venerable seat that Duke Zhongvicious had arranged for him just now. Which family's male son is this? His hands are really quite impressive. More than awesome, it's genius. Crossing the 6th level and knocking down the Yin family ancestor, simply unheard of. While the surrounding onlookers were appreciating the amazing strength that ZK had displayed, on the other side of the room, the Yin family head was roaring low in despair. He was furious to the extreme. ZK had actually slapped the poison of the broken intestine grass into his mouth. The point is that, unlike other poisoners, he had no special drugs, only to rush to take emetic, diarrhea-inducing drugs, and try hard to expel the toxins. Vomit, vomit. He never thought that one day, he would also be poisoned by the poison of the broken heart grass. He could only blame his father, the old ancestor of the Yin family, for not teaching him such a shallow common sense. Those who play with fire will burn themselves. At this time, Duke Zhongvicious heard the news and quickly walked into the grand hall. He frowned, looked at the messy grand hall, then at the crestfallen family head who was struggling to vomit, and finally looked at ZK, who was seated on the right side of the honored seat, and hurriedly took 3 steps and jogged to ZK, and asked with concern, "Brother Yulan, are you alright?" ZK pointed at the Yin family head and blandly said, "It's fine, it was poisoned by that gentleman, but I've already forced the poison out. Only the poison I forced out happened to be swallowed by him again. Alas, it's really hard to predict the world's events and make things happen." When Duke Zhongwei heard ZK's words, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked deeply at the Yin family head, and in his heart, he couldn't help but admire ZK's tactics. "Brother Yulan, your strength really impresses me," Duke Zhongxiang heartily exclaimed. "This Yin family head relies on his high strength, is good at using poison, and is rampant and unseemly, bullying and taking by force, and it's his own fault that he ended up in such a situation today. If you want to walk by the river, you have to be mentally prepared for your shoes to get wet." However, the head of this Yin family was not willing to let it go. By this time, he had slowed down a lot. After all, this toxin, from entering ZK's body to being slapped into his mouth, had already lost a lot. Moreover, he had spat out many toxins in time by hyperventilating. Arriving in front of Zhongvicious, the Yin family head did not salute, but stood proudly with his arms folded as he coldly said, "Zhongvicious, who is this kid? How dare he sit in the position I sit in every time? He also poisoned me. He is simply of bad character. How can you tolerate such a person and ascend to the throne? Prince Royal Lan is our most honored guest today, the hero of Pai City, and he has taken the place of our Pai City today, beheading the Tao family's head, the Tao family's oldest ancestor, and capturing the Tao family's youngest master alive, removing a tumor for Pai City. Do you think that it's you, or Royal Lan who is qualified to sit here?" Yen Hatu of course can hear the meaning behind the words of this crown. His heart has already understood. Yen family may have to bow their heads from now on to do people. The Royal Lan Prince is also the existence of his Yin family cannot afford to offend. Thinking of this, he could not help but be sad. Sizzle dash. The crowd sucked in a mouthful of cool air. This teenager had such strength, crossing 7 levels and decapitating 2 veteran powerhouses of the mortal immortal realm's 9th level up. No wonder he managed to detoxify the poison just now and easily defused the attack of the Yin family head. Duke Zhongwei looked around the crowd, arched his hand and said aloud to the crowd, "Gentlemen, the Tao family has been entrenched in Pai City for hundreds of years, committing all sorts of crimes and misdemeanors, setting up a public court, killing innocents indiscriminately, bullying the market, forcibly seizing and plundering, bullying men and women, trafficking in civilians, reasoning to pass to foreign countries, and intending to conspire against the state, which is simply a case of too many evils to mention. Today, my father, on behalf of the honor of the Pai City Lord's Mansion, has promulgated the 10 major crimes of the Tao family, and ordered the arrest of the 127 suspects of the Tao family, and the confiscation of the Tao family's stores, properties, and other ill-gotten gains. But the Tao family resisted, and thanks to the assistance of the Dragon King Island's Duke Yulan, we managed to take down the Tao family suspects in one fell swoop, killing the Tao family's father and son, who were intent on plotting against the family. I declare that from now on, there will be no more Tao family in Pai City. No more heinous Tao family. Let us pray that there will never be a second Tao family in Paichang. Let's celebrate together. Paichang will once again have a clear sky," said. Zhongshu profoundly soxed a glance. At the moment obscenely stood on the side of the Yin family head, only then again hands raised flat. Continued to say, "Good things come in small packages, so please wait a moment, we'll clean and organize a little bit, and then we'll ask my father to come out, and we'll reopen the banquet and celebrate this great joy today together." As Zhongvicious' words fell, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually came alive. The guests were discussing the extraordinary strength and valor of Duke Yulan. However, in the midst of this clamor, the head of the Yin family had an iron face, and under the flanks of 2 old men, and a male brother dressed in fancy clothes, with a very obvious double chin, but with a still upright figure, he retreated to a corner of the palace in a gloomy manner. That eunuch turned to the Yin family head and whispered with his ear, "Father, such a strange shame, let's just let it go." There was a hint of indignation between his brows. In the eyes of the Yin family head, there was a flash of anger and helplessness, and he said in a deep voice, "Those who know the time are wise. There is always a time when people need to temporarily bow their heads. Their strength is inferior to others. For what? By the way, I'm suffering from severe poison and in such an awkward situation. It's really not suitable to stay on. Beg you, you can take my place at this social gathering. Remember, keep a low profile and don't make a scene. Endure a moment's anger to avoid 100 days of worry. Only then will you be a man of the people. Yan Yu bowed his head and respectfully answered, yes, my child has memorized his father's teachings. However, a trace of viciousness flashed through his eyes as he secretly swore in his heart, Yulan, right? The shame you brought to the Yin family. I will surely double it back to you today. Chapter 55 Dinner at the Zhong family. Lord City Master has arrived. With 10 attendants shouting solemnly in unison. The Lord of Pai City, Zhongyu, surrounded by the crowd and eagerly awaited, steadily stepped into the main hall of the city lord's mansion, marking the unveiling of this joyous dinner. Zhongyu first stood in the center of the hall, and with a voice like a bell, he announced the 10 major crimes of the Tao family, as well as the ambush. His words were full of justice, majesty and warmth, citing several typical cases that brought tears to the eyes of those present. Subsequently, he sighed deeply and lamented that today's peace and quiet, it is not easy to come by, and called on everyone to cheer together, for Pai City to re-emerge in a clear sky, and raise a glass to celebrate. The crowd cheered in unison and raised their glasses to drink. Thus, the dinner party officially began. Exquisite dishes and fine wines were presented one by one, and the guests flicked their crowns and raised their glasses, laughing and rejoicing over the destruction of the Tao family. Unsurprisingly, the lord of the city did want to reward himself again, and again, he let himself choose. ZK was also not polite and directly stated that he wanted the BMW. He needed to rush now, and the Jedi Shadow horse stayed at the Mengshan ranch. The horse he bought during the day was just too ordinary in terms of foot power. However, to ZK's surprise, Zhongyu did not think that a mere BMW was enough to reward a hero like ZK, and gave ZK a spirit beast pouch, which contained a second-grade, second-ranked golden clawed eagle. The city lord named him Lvcheng. Landwind? Great! This meant that ZK could fly on a bird in the future like Taoist Huanglong, although it was an immortal aura that was not as good as Taoist Huanglong's, but it was quite powerful. In a good mood, ZK also frequently raised his glass, exchanged salutations with other guests, and even made small talk. After some drinking, ZK finally figured it out. Among the 5 honored seats, in the middle sat City Lord Zhongyu, and on either side of him sat Zhongyu's 2 sons, the concubine eldest son, Zhong Vicious, and the first eldest son, Zhong Elf. He himself was sitting in the easternmost seat of honor, while the one to the west was actually Loma City's city lord, Bronze Armor Army General Qian Feng. From everyone's conversation, ZK vaguely caught a hint of an unusual message. Pai City and Loma City seemed to be planning a major, joint military operation. This did not stop ZK from feeling curious and confused, because it was well known that the main neighboring countries to the south of the state of Arushi were the state of Yulin and the state of Dapeng, both of which were allies with the state of Arushi, especially the Yulin clan, which had just taken part in the battle, in which the state of Arushi had fought against the Zhaoliang's forceful robbing of the Foshi with his troops. And who exactly are they going to act against? Eventually, ZK finally got the words out of Zhong Wu's younger brother, Zhong Elf. It turned out that this was not an external military operation, but rather an order from Zhaoliang to participate in the siege of an internal army of thousands of men. The difficulty of this operation, in Zhong Elf's opinion, was twofold. One was the problem of military morale, so he had to pass orders down the line that it was a joint exercise, and the other was that he had to be wary of Zhaoliang's sneak attack. After all, that Zhaoliang guy was completely untrustworthy. As for more news, Zhong Elf stopped revealing it anyhow. ZK was very worried in his heart. It couldn't be to look for Foshi, right? Because, according to the plan of his future father-in-law, Shiro, Foshi was to find an opportunity to abscond alone from the south in the direction of Luo Mahai. Next, ZK did not inquire about this operation, but chatted with the guests about the current events, anecdotes, and situation within the country of Arashikage in one sentence or another. Soon, ZK noticed an important piece of news. It turned out that Elder Shermu was leading a transportation team of more than 1,000 people, as well as an escort army of more than 1,000 people, driving a large number of cows and sheep, and was preparing to go to the Great Pang Kingdom to exchange for some grain back. And wasn't Foshi hiding in the Mengshan ranch under Elder Shermu's jurisdiction? Therefore, it was quite possible that Foshi was in Elder Shermu's traveling team. Thinking of this, ZK couldn't wait to leave right away, running to report to Elder Shermu and Foshi to discuss countermeasures. Just that, With this banquet in front of him, it wasn't too good for him to leave right away. Thus, ZK no longer took the initiative to give people a toast, hoping to chill the atmosphere a little bit. As a hint to Lord City Lord, there is no such thing as an unbroken banquet under the sky. However, the enthusiasm of the crowd was just too high, and they all wanted to have a few drinks with the Lord City Lord to express their admiration and loyalty to him. Where is the Lord of the city to have such a large capacity for wine in belly? Where can it fit so many people to toast the wine? So they told all kinds of reasons, arguing that this cup of wine Lord of the city is not necessary to drink, while the toast this must drink. The surrounding people have followed the coaxing, so the scene looks more and more enthusiastic. There is no hope at all that this banquet will end. While ZK was bored and anxious, Yan Yu, the young master of the Yin family, left his own several cases and came to ZK's table, respectfully made a big salute, and with both hands raised the wine cup above his head, and said loudly in an apologetic tone, "Sir Yulan, before it was my father who was rude to you, I am here, on behalf of my father, to propose a toast to you in the hope that you will abandon your former suspicions and no longer care. My Yin family, in the future, will only look up to you." "Sir, you're right, your family is impeaching. Why don't you look at my head if you don't follow the Zhong family's lead?" ZK suddenly came back to his senses. If these words were heard by Lord Zhongchang, could there be a suspicion against himself in his heart? But it doesn't matter. In the future there will only be the Imperial Sturgeon. There will be no more Imperial Sturgeon. While ZK was thinking about it, Yan Yu had already asked people to carry 20 altars of burnt wine and set them in the center of the Great Hall, drawing sideways glances from all the people and suspending their mutual toasting and boasting, only to see Yan Yu cupping his fists to ZK again. He said loudly, "In order to express my Yin family's enthusiasm, I will toast you with this fiery soju instead of the warm spirit wine. In order to express my Yin family's great sincerity, I will honor you with 10 jars of soju." 10 jars? Or soju? ZK asked skeptically as he rubbed his ears, thinking he had heard wrong. "Yes, the 10 altars represent the very sincerity of my Yin family. Soju represents the fiery zeal of my Yin family." Yan Yu replied quite dryly and forcefully. "I can't believe I didn't mishear? This young master of the Yin family is really hot enough." ZK pondered in his heart and tried to respond in a relaxed tone. 10 cups would be enough to show the sincerity of your Yin family." When Yan Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smirk as he proudly said, "Joke, 10 cups can't have any sincerity, not even half an altar. Could it be that Duke Yulan has no sincerity to accept my Yin family's apology?" Facing Yan Yu's provocation, ZK frowned slightly and, in a skeptical tone, reconfirmed, "Can you really drink 10 altars? So much wine? In order to express the Yin family's sincerity, it's just 10 more altars. This male will fight for his life and drink him." Yan Yu patted his chest and said with great vigor. ZK looked concerned and advised in a serious tone, "I'm doing this for your own good. Drinking too much soju hurts your vital energy." Yan Yu smiled faintly and said, "If Mr. Yulan is truly kind to me, then please fulfill this passion of mine." ZK frowned and took a serious look at the pile of wine jars in the center of the main hall, and with a hint of doubt on his face, he said, "This wine of yours is from the city lord's mansion? Or did you get it from somewhere else?" Yan Yu frankly said, "This wine, I have only just transported it from Yanfu." ZK sneered and said, "Oh, how do I know if you have poisoned this wine? I was just poisoned by your Yin family not long ago." Yan Yu replied calmly, "These 20 jars of wine are right here. You can choose 10 jars first. The remaining 10 jars will be counted as mine, and as the one who toasts, I will drink first." ZK still frowned skeptically and said, "How do I know? Have you already taken the antidote? Even if you drink it first, you won't be poisoned." Yan Yu pondered for a moment and asked, "Then what do you want, before you are willing to drink?" ZK thought for a moment and proposed, "How about this? We'll all drink the soju from the city lord's mansion, but you'll have to pay for it." Upon hearing this, Yan Yu replied cheerfully, "Good, it's a deal. Thank you, Mr. Royal Lon, for making it happen." ZK also said in a deep voice, "It's a deal." Yan Yu secretly laughed in his heart. A voice in his sea of consciousness gritted his teeth and secretly drank. "Humph, finally it is a deal. See if I can't drink you to death." With that, ZK turned to Zhong Vicious and asked, "I don't know if there is such a large stock of soju in the mansion, totaling 40 spirit stones. Is that enough?" Zhong Vicious hurriedly said, "Brother Yulan, don't think for a second that that kid can't drink that much wine. Look at his chin. It's called a wine bag. When he drinks from it, it leaks out somewhere. and no one has ever seen him drunk. That's why he's nicknamed the wine leak. Ha! Brother Zhangwei, why didn't you say so earlier? ZK was shocked to hear this, and hurriedly turned to Yenyu. Prince Yenyu, it's better not to have to drink. I've already received the sincerity from the Yen family, and agreed to forgive your Yen family, and not to take the blame. Mr. Royal Lan, a gentleman's word is as good as a horse's. How can a young hero like you go back on your word? Who said that just now? A promise is a promise. ZK was in a daze when he saw Yenyu fumble out a storage pouch, and using yuan power, gently sent it to Duke Zhong Vicious' table. Smiling, Duke Zhong Vicious, there are 50 spirit stones in here, so send someone to move 20 jars of wine. Chapter 56. Amidst the whispers of the crowd, 2 rows of soju altars were placed in the center of the hall. Yenyu stood in the center of the hall, clasped his fists toward ZK, and said, Prince Yulan, this is the first bit of sincerity that my Yen family expresses to you. Saying that, Yenyu picked up the altar with both hands and gulped down a jar of soju. ZK watched Yenyu's every move carefully, and surprisingly, he didn't notice Yenyu secretly transferring the wine outside his body. Mr. Royal Lan, please. Yenyu had just finished his own jar of wine, so he picked up the other jar and handed it to ZK. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. ZK hurriedly took the wine altar, and while dipping a linen cloth in some water and wiping the mouth of the altar, he smiled and said, Please forgive me, Mr. Yenyu. I'm really worried that you're taking advantage of the opportunity to poison, and the antidote is quite troublesome, isn't it? I shall have to be careful. The crowd laughed out loud at the words. If they were themselves, they would also be careful. Only, most likely, they wouldn't be like Duke Yulan and say it outright. Yenyu sniffed. Although his face was still barely holding a smile, he was actually already furious. ZK didn't care about everyone's reaction. After carefully wiping the wine altar, he took out his silver chopsticks to test the poison. Seeing that the chopsticks hadn't changed color, only then did he pick up the altar and drank it in one big gulp, one big mouthful. As he drank, he urged the power of the brave bloodline. Quickly refining the soju he drank into Hotian essence chi. According to ZK's recent habits, he would have wanted to have a cup, slowly sip and slowly torture this Yen family's provocateur. However, now ZK wanted to end the banquet earlier, so that's why he didn't grind Yenyu like that. The next incense stick time, the two have each even dry 6 wine. The scene of the spectacular crowd jaw-dropping. 2 people who fight wine, actually have not drunk down? Could it be that this strong wine, for them, is just a sweet spring? But ZK noticed that Yenyu's clothes were on the verge of being drenched in sweat. He staggered to his feet, his tongue in circles, and in a voice tinged with drunkenness, he said in a broken voice, No way, I see the Yen family's sincerity. No, his wine has, definitely been, forced out of his body by his yuan power. You guys, look at his clothes, they're already soaked. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, and as ZK said, Yenyu's clothes were about to get soaked. Even his hair was about to get soaked, and the top of his head was vaguely misting with water. No, how could I have done that? That was all me sweating. Yenyu had gotten a little lightheaded, and although his voice was slightly shaky, he was still able to speak clearly. ZK laughed coldly and continued. The sweat should not smell like wine, right? Quickly ask one of the guards to smell if his clothes smell of wine. Zhongwei sniffed and immediately ordered. You guys, quickly go and smell if there's any smell of wine on Yenyu Gongzi's clothes. Who dares to come sniffing? However, Yenyu suddenly became furious. He violently took a stance. A copper fork appeared in his hand, aggressively pointing at those guards who intended to go forward. Those few guards were intimidated by his momentum, nervously stopping their footsteps, slightly crouching and bowing, holding the hilt of their swords in their hands, not daring to go forward easily. Yenyu suddenly became angry. He took a stance and a copper fork appeared in his hand. Frightened, the few guards who were about to go forward stopped nervously, crouching slightly and bowing, their hands gripping the hilts of their swords. Several of them were only at the 9th level of the Qi practicing realm, while Yenyu was at the 1st level of the mortal-immortal realm, a huge difference in strength. Ha 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 ha. ZK burst into a long, sky-high laugh, then maintained a wry smile, staring intently into Yenyu's eyes, saying, I got you? Want to cheat? Use yuan power and must come out of the wine in your body? Yenyu said timidly, No, wine is food essence. Wasting wine is wasting food. ZK snapped awake, anger overflowing, said, then catalyzed the divine ape to explore the cloud hand. Mercilessly, gently gave Yin Yu a clear and loud slap, and then quickly collected his emotions, said in a witty tone, Yen Di teaches us to save food. Wastefulness is shameful. As ZK's words fell, everyone around them whispered again, Prince Yulan is mighty. Today is a succession of punches to the face of the Yen family. Or really hit the face. The Yen family also has today. It's really karma. If you don't make it, you won't die. How does he know that there is a sky beyond the sky and a building beyond the building? Yen Yu stroked his fiery cheeks, his eyes filled with anger. He was the young master of the Yen family. When had he ever been so humiliated? Raising his bronze fork, he charged at ZK. ZK fatally sneered and executed Divine Ape Cloud Exploration Hand, slightly adding some Yuan power, and with a lightning-fast punch, he blasted on top of Yen Yu's knee. Yen Yu immediately lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. You know you're wrong? There's no need to perform such a great honor, is there? ZK snickered. By this time, Yen Yu had completely lost his mind and only wanted to pounce on ZK to fight for his life. He roared wildly and was ready to get up and charge at ZK again. ZK was suddenly struck by an idea. He remembered that battle with the water tribe in the micro sea, so he wrapped a sliver of thunder power in his true essence and flicked it with his index finger. The small ball of thunder shone with blue light, like a crystal bead, and struck the shoulder well point of Yen Yu's right arm, which was supporting his body with force. He saw that Yen Yu was shaken, and his right arm went limp, losing its support and falling to the ground once again. But Yen Yu was indomitable. He used his left hand to support himself, and then he wanted to climb up again. However, his left shoulder well point was immediately struck by a small ball of thunder ejected by ZK, and then he was shaken and fell down. What dog gnawed on the fork? It was when he landed face down, hard, with his mouth on top of his brass fork. Because both of his hands have temporarily lost their strength, they can't support him to climb up, and they can't hold his steel fork steady, and the fork just landed with him between that blow, out of his hand. What makes ZK secretly sigh is that this supine pelican is still not dead, but actually came back with an oolong-stranded column, his head to the ground a little bit, surprisingly handsome look, and stood up again. Oh, since it's already come to this, why not continue to tease him? Destroy this dude's inexplicable arrogance. Completely. So ZK bent the middle finger of both hands and rotated them to keep popping out a small ball of Yuan power, none of which wrapped around the power of thunder, and droned under his breath. Left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot. After being hit a few times, Yen Yu quickly figured out the pattern and lifted both feet in turn, smoothly, dodging the next series of attacks. Yen Yu was rejoicing in his heart that he had found a pattern and had regained most of the strength in his hands, when suddenly ZK stopped. But Yen Yu couldn't help but continue to do high leg raises in a bid to dodge the small ball of Yuan power that hadn't been fired out. This comical behavior was met with laughter. Yen Yu reddened and looked at ZK in bewilderment. ZK suddenly shouted, "Left foot!" A small ball of Yuan power catapulted out. Yen Yu hurriedly raised his left foot, but the foot's only acupoint on his right foot was struck by a small ball of Yuan power, and immediately his right foot went limp and crashed to the ground. "You lie!" Yen Yu yelled angrily, pointing at ZK. ZK helplessly spread his hands and said, "I'm talking about my left side, and it's your left side that you're lifting." Yen Yu didn't even think about it and blurted out, "You should have said so." ZK then said, well, come again." So the index finger of his right hand slightly flexed, wrapped quite a bit of thunder power with his true essence, and shouted, "Left foot!" Yen Yu reacted quite quickly and hurriedly raised his right foot high. However, he did not expect that the small ball of thunder but accurately struck the 3 miles of the foot of his left foot and passed through his calf, hitting the stone slab laid on the floor of the great hall. On his pants, it left a front and a back, 2 small black holes, lying on the ground twitching. Yen Yu, wow. Will he stored in the chin wine bag in the soju? All spit out. The wine flowed a square foot wide. The wine smell suddenly filled the entire hall. Yes, the wine wasn't digested. It was only temporarily stored in his wine bag just now. And he mumbled, repeatedly, "Wasn't it your left? How come you hit again this time? On my left?" The surrounding crowds, some showed contemptuous smiles, scoffing at Yen Yu's predicament. Some were laughing unabashedly with their bellies in their hands, as if they wanted to release all their joy. What's more, they laughed so hard that they could barely straighten their backs. The entire great hall was filled with laughter, with all kinds of laughter intertwined into one. Hilarious. Enough. At that moment, the Lord of Pai City, Zhongyu, suddenly slapped the several cases angrily and stood up. frightened. All of them, in horror, immediately stopped laughing and curbed their smiles, and the great hall snapped into silence, and the crows fell silent. Chapter 57, Who Should Reflect? When the young master of the Yin family, Yen Yu, tried to get ZK drunk, but unexpectedly, he was teased by ZK, the lord of Pai City, Zhong Yu, suddenly and angrily slapped a few cases and stood up. Everyone, frightened, fell silent in terror and looked at City Lord Zhong Yu at a loss for words. ZK also looked at City Lord Zhong Yu quietly, but his heart was rippling. The City Lord had just given himself a spirit beast, so how could he be so good as to make a move against his old man? Seeing everyone quiet and looking at him, Zhong Yu slowly spoke up. As much strength as there is, so much responsibility. There is no shame in being weak. What's shameful is that one obviously doesn't have much strength, but always wants to step on others' heads, but always wants to take advantage of the world. This is self-importance. This is arrogance and ignorance. And this is virtue not deserving of a position. Speaking here, Zhong Yu looked around for a moment and continued. People, we must have self-knowledge, and examine the situation before it is appropriate. That's all. Let's call this banquet to a close today. Vicious child, you arrange for someone to safely send Duke Yin Yu back to Yin Mansion. And by the way, tell the old ancestor of the Yin family that he should reflect on himself and behave himself. Zhang Wei heard the words. A trace of doubt swept across his brow. He arched his hand and bowed. Asked, Father, the person you refer to as needing introspection, is that person? Arsenic just spat out one word faintly. Then, it turned and left. The crowd of guests in the great hall, looking at the subtlety of the situation, all had the good sense to excuse themselves and leave. Zhong Vicious stood still, turned his head to look at ZK, who was about to say goodbye and leave, and asked, Brother Yulan, who do you think that he refers to? ZK was stunned and said, why am I hearing they? When Zhang Wei heard this, a deep meaning flashed in his eyes. Then he laughed. Right, it's them. After bidding farewell to Zhong Vicious, ZK was eager to hurry and did not go back to the inn, but in the courtyard of the city lord's mansion, he directly released the land wind and rode it in the direction of Camel City. Traveling on a spirit beast for the first time, ZK was also taking advantage of the wine on the way to familiarize himself with and experience the powerful functions of this land wind, making some difficult stunts from time to time, even letting the land wind swoop down to catch the food. The feeling of weightlessness and the sharp whistling sound in his ears as he swooped down was simply not too exciting, and the power of this land wind's predatory ability also made ZK marvel. 6 swoops, then caught 6 small animals, without missing a beat. One moment he caught a fox, the next a rabbit, and the next surprisingly a 7-foot-long, unknown snake. That big snake was struggling madly in Lvcheng's eagle claws, gulping its letters and looking really scary. ZK couldn't help but move away slightly, fearing that he would accidentally be bitten by the fangs of this big snake. Too wild. It seems that it doesn't dare to put this Lvcheng into the jade pendant space, otherwise it will have to eat all those cute little animals in the space. Soon after, ZK rode Lvcheng and arrived at Luoma City. He was already more skillful in riding Lvcheng and gently landed on top of the roof of a large tiled house, putting Lvcheng into the spirit beast pouch and hiding the jade pendant on the side of the roof in the mountain flower location. ZK was ready to enter into the space of the jade pendant to take a rest. In the future, he didn't have to stop at a certain town. No matter where he was, he could enter the jade pendant space at any time to rest. Not only did he not need to spend money, but the conditions were also more than 100 times better than an inn. At that moment, ZK heard that inside this big tiled room, someone was speaking, and it seemed like they were mentioning the Holy Son and the Holy Daughter. So he hurriedly listened with his side ears, while releasing his spiritual sense and carefully probing the situation inside the room. It turned out that this big house was, in fact, an armory. 2 soldiers on watch were drinking and chatting. I only saw one of the soldiers, mysteriously saying to another soldier, with his ear attached, "Let me tell you, our action this time is not a maneuver at all, but to capture the Holy Maiden." "Ha, really?" my cousin said. "And you must believe it, that an army of several thousand men, escorting the Holy Virgin, was to flee from us, from the land of Arisu. Won't that Prince ZK come to save the Holy Maiden? I heard that he's so strong that he defeated 2 true Immortal Realm powerhouses. A blind cat stumbled upon a dead rat, right? I heard that he only just broke through to the mortal Immortal Realm. And this time, the Xiahou clan even sent their ace black scale army, plus us, with all these thousands of troops. Even if ZK really has the strength of the true Immortal Realm, It's still a mole cricket shaking the tree and a moth to a flame. Alas, this Duke ZK is really pitiful, so that everyone in the world knows that he is being cuckolded. When ZK heard this, he couldn't help but feel angry and was about to lash out. But then he heard the meaning of what the two men were going to say next, which quietly calmed his restless heart. Who says it isn't? Anyone who encounters this kind of thing is irritated. Let me tell you, in case the army protecting the Holy Maiden passes through me, although I don't dare to do something big like rebellion, I'm going to pretend that I didn't shoot accurately, pretend that I chopped crookedly, and hope that God will have an eye to bless the Holy Maiden, and escape the clutches of that beast Xia Jia without any problems. Hey, man, that's a good idea. I'll do the same when the time comes. Only then was ZK satisfied and withdrew his divine sense. In fact, these two were good people just now, they almost did the two of them no favors. So ZK apologized and took out 10 strings of shell coins and 10 spirit stones, controlled with yuan power, and gently placed them on the table beside the two. Just a quick note, after doing this, ZK entered the jade pendant space and prepared to rest, but with so many thoughts in his head and the fact that it happened to be daytime in the jade pendant space, it was really impossible to sleep. So ZK simply got up and cultivated. Now that there were enough resources, the mountain splitting and cloud cutting technique could be upgraded. He then waved his hand, and the Tao family head came before him. Without any words, ZK urged his flying sickle and directly twisted him into pieces, devouring and refining him. Late mortal immortal realm 2nd level. Peak mortal immortal realm 2nd level. After the T, ZK's cultivation level had a great improvement, but the realm bottleneck was still quite solid, making it difficult to continue to break through. And next ZK began to work on fusing the power of various divine souls and blood veins into his own divine soul and blood veins. What put ZK in a great mood was that the power of this Tao family head's bloodline was more similar to his own flying scythe bloodline, making it less difficult to fuse. After only 2 hours, ZK had fused the vast majority of the bloodline power. It only felt that the flying scythe's toughness and sharpness had been significantly improved, only that ZK himself couldn't perceive the grade of this flying scythe's bloodline. The level of bloodline talent was divided into 3 major levels: heaven, earth, and human, and each major level was divided into 9 minor levels, which were usually tested with a set of special test formations to know. For ordinary people, the rank of bloodline talent was unchanged for life, while ZK had the possibility to raise his bloodline talent because of the special nature of the brave bloodline. Recently he could feel that his bloodline talent, indeed, had been raised quite a bit. When it's time to test the bloodline talent, cultivation came to an end. The hour will come. ZK needs to leave this roof. Otherwise the dawn. Still stay on the roof may cause trouble. Then it will not be good. So ZK quietly came out from the jade pendant space, and saw a messenger soldier with several triangular flags on his back, galloping into this armory's compound. With a voice like a bell, he summoned orders. General Push Du has an order. All members of the armory are ordered to prepare the armaments at once. The army will come to collect the equipment in turn at 6 o'clock, and gather at the schoolyard at noon to vow to march. Hearing this order, a sense of urgency surged in ZK's heart. Was this about to start? Chapter 58, asking Elder Shermu to make a decision. Time is indeed running out. ZK thought darkly. Originally left Shui City on the intention to return to LV City. The result of the encounter with the Yellow Dragon Taoist and the Virtual Silence Fairy intercepted. Strayed into the Micro Sea. In the Dragon King Island Pangung a few days, and even ran to the city of Yute to fight, and consider leaving evidence of the trip, and then came to Pai City, came to the city of Luo Ma. Indeed, the trip must be stepped up. So, the following morning, ZK continuously took care of 2 witnesses in Camelot City and Sunrise City, both of which were in innkeepers. Immediately afterward, ZK rode Lvcheng and searched his way northward, hoping to encounter Elder Shermu's group as soon as possible. Soon, 2 forks in the road were met, one leading to Xingqing and the other to Lvcheng. With land wind, that's not a problem at all. After a moment's thought, ZK decided that he would first head in the direction of Zheng City, which was a bit closer. Only tea time, it is far to see. The other day he had fought Crouching Tiger Mountain. Another tea time, it is far to see a city. ZK will be the divine sense swept over a little probing. Then came to a conclusion. Did not find a huge caravan. Without stopping, ZK drove landwind, turned around and flew in the direction of Shui City, about 10 miles away from Shui City. From a distance, ZK saw a long convoy. This should be Elder Shermu's convoy? The FOC that he had been thinking about day and night should be in this caravan. But, calm down, Must be calm, ZK secretly admonished himself. Thinking of this, ZK slowed down his flight speed, made a turn, and flew towards sunny Rice City again, and released his spiritual sense, carefully probing the situation on the ground. Sure enough, in the woods on both sides of the main road, there were 7 or 8 sneaky low-ranked cultivators hidden, all of them only at the 1st to 3rd level of the mortal-immortal realm. Don't be invoked by right and wrong again. One's original intention is only to save Foamy. These people can be spared, so let it go. Thus, ZK had a bright idea and quietly landed in an uninhabited grove, dressed up as a downtrodden youth, carrying a shabby traveling bag and the Heavenly Thunder battle sword, and headed in the direction of Elder Shi Luo's caravan. To meet him, in the sky, it seemed that it was just a short distance, but unexpectedly, when actually walking, it took more than an hour to meet Elder Shi Luo's caravan. ZK flung himself down on his knees in front of the caravan, crying out while shouting, "I beg the great master of the blue sky to do justice for the little people. I beg the great master of heaven and earth, do something for the little people." A soldier approached and asked, "What is your grievance? Dare to stop Elder Shi Luo's carriage?" ZK said, "Enlighten the Lord. Small people nia dog. Is Pi City civilian, is not a lowly slave. Only because Pi City big family, Tao family male son looked at the small people's sister nia Shio, so Tao family male son gave 5 shell coins, on the strong that he has bought my sister. My father did not agree, so they were beaten to the point of my father didn't agree, so he was beaten by them and spat out blood, and I had no way to file a complaint in Pi City. So I prepared to go up to LV City and complain to the lord of the country. Who would have thought that I would meet the great lord of Qingtian here? Please, great lord of Qingtian, do something for the little people." After saying this, ZK let go of his voice and cried out. It was strange. ZK realized that his cries, surprisingly, were a bit louder than usual, and carried some kind of effect that tugged at the heartstrings, making himself more and more sad from the heart. This kind of effect was something that could not be added by adding yuan power. Soon, the messenger came out, and unsurprisingly, Elder Shi Luo decided to receive ZK. After seeing Elder Shi Luo, ZK first knelt down and kowtowed, allowing the Heavenly Thunder battle blade to be displayed in front of Elder Shi Luo's eyes. When ZK raised his head and the moment their eyes met, ZK quickly lifted his disguise and smiled at Elder Shi Luo, returning to his post-disguise appearance. A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Shi Luo's eyes as he had clearly recognized ZK. Just then I heard ZK say, "Reporting to the great master of the green sky. The matter of the little people involves the Tao family of Pai Chang, and I hope to report to the master alone to prevent leakage of information. Quasi, you come inside the carriage. All of you will return for the time being." Elder Shi Luo waved his hand amiably, so the maids, carriage drivers, and guards around him all retreated, and ZK got into the carriage. "Uncle, there is danger ahead," ZK hurriedly said. "Are you really ZK?" Elder Shi Luo, however, was puzzled, looking ZK up and down. "This is still fake?" ZK hurriedly handed the Heavenly Thunder battle knife and silver chopsticks to Shi Luo for inspection, and told some of Shi Wasteland's little secrets, and only then did Elder Shi Luo become convinced that the teenager in front of him was indeed ZK. Only then did ZK tell Elder Shi Luo all about the news he had gotten. One by one, the two of them then discussed their countermeasures. Due to ZK accidentally obtaining a spatial treasure, the problem became easier all of a sudden, and it only took a tea time for Shi Luo to make a decision. Foam Shi, of course, was collected by ZK into the space treasure and taken away. Exchanging grain is a major national event. Of course it cannot be delayed, but there is no need to let the caravan drive to Depang country immediately. Elder Shi Luo has already arranged for the steward of the Department of Animal Husbandry in advance to go to Depang country to negotiate. Since the holy maiden Foamy had left the caravan in the caravan, of course she wasn't afraid of Zhao Liang's scrutiny. However, it would also be very favorable if the convoy could be used to attract Zhao Liang's attention for a few days. Therefore, driving the caravan to Crouching Tiger Mountain was a good choice, and by the way, they could also graze there for a few days, saving a lot of grass for the cattle, sheep, and horses. After the two agreed, Elder Shi Luo led ZK toward the back of the caravan, and when they were about to pass by the cattle and sheep herding team, from afar, ZK saw the slave girl with a graceful figure and delicate skin. Alas, fortunately came Foam Shi this disguise. This dress up is also too inattentive. At a glance, one can tell that this slave girl is a fake, and ZK's costume was so on point that Morrissey didn't recognize ZK at all. As the two passed by Fo Shi, Elder Shi Luo continued to look ahead and whispered, "Fo Shi, Ah, we have a new, more perfect plan. Now you need to crouch down and temporarily hide amongst in the flock. Relax mentally and don't resist. At once, she disappeared into the flock, and she was collected by ZK into that palace in the Jade Pendant space. ZK hurriedly probed his divine sense into the Jade Pendant space and explained it to Emoshi so that she wouldn't panic. Then, Elder Shi Luo sent ZK to the end of the caravan and said loudly, "And I a dog ah. This elder is not in charge of the penal prison, so I really can't help you. You'd better hurry to Lu City, go to the penal prison division, and look for Elder Shi Luo, and he will make a decision for you." Pretending to be filled with disappointment, ZK bid farewell to Elder Shi Luo, and then turned around and took large strides in the direction of Shui City. Perfect, ZK thought excitedly as he walked. This jade pendant given by Brother Guanlong really played a key role. Let's go to Jiangwang City next, and arrange for another witness there, and then we can go back to Lvcheng. Thinking of this, ZK released his spiritual sense and probed the situation in the surrounding woods, preparing to hurry up and find a stretch of road where no one was watching. So he released Lu Feng and flew to Jiangwang City. However, not only did ZK detect a few staring cultivators, he also detected a huge army that was coming in great numbers. 300 chariots, I believe, and it was the Black Scale Army, a clear color of immortal realm soldiers, and apart from a young man of 18 or 19 years old, who was at the third level of the immortal realm, the other 4 of the 5 people leading the way in front of them all had monstrous breaths, and it was obvious that their cultivation levels were not low, and they should all have reached the true immortal realm. 2 of them, whom ZK recognized, turned out to be that dog Zhao Liang, and the always hilarious Huan Long Daoist. Chapter 59, Laser Image Technique. When ZK left Elder Shi Luo's caravan not long after, he noticed an army of about 300 chariots appearing in front of him, and he recognized 2 of the leading 5, Zhao Liang and Daoist Yellow Dragon, both of whom were true immortal realm powerhouses. He felt that there were 2 other people among them whose cultivation was also very high, and he estimated that they were also true immortal realm powerhouses. ZK's judgment wasn't wrong. Those 2 were Mr. K, who was a man of great intellect and skill, and Mr. Taxing, a high-ranking lord orderly from the Fish Eater Kingdom. The 2 of them, who also possessed a cultivation of the 3rd level of the true immortal realm, were powerful. Whether it was due to the weighing of strength contrasts, or due to the urgency of time, ZK decided to take refuge for a while. He quickly disappeared into a dense forest, hid his spatial jade pendant in a tree hole, and with a thought, he hid in the jade pendant space. At this time, she had lifted her disguise and resumed her everyday appearance, changing into a dress she always wore, and was strolling through the palace with great interest, curiously surveying the palace. Seeing ZK's sudden appearance, She's face blossomed into a pleasantly surprised smile as she quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, "The scenery here is truly dreamlike, just like a heavenly realm on earth." ZK looked fondly at Shi, his eyes glittering with visions of the future. "Yes, the name of this place is Xiangui Immortal Realm, and I like it very much here as well. How about, let's take this place as the first, hand in hand secret realm for both of us, as the fulcrum of our future life journey, right?" Alas, at this critical moment, ZK only felt that he was clumsy and speechless, unable to say what he needed to say. He could only scratch his head awkwardly. Seeing this, Shi gently smiled, her eyes flashing with tenderness and mischief. "What pivot point is not a pivot point? Isn't this place the first secret home for both of us?" When ZK heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly agreed. "Right, secret home. This is the secret home of the 2 of us, the harbor for the 2 of us to hide from the storm. I hope that this Xiangui Immortal Realm can witness both our joys and sorrows, can witness both of our wonderful and interesting, not boring lives." Moxie looked at ZK, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile, and she said softly, "You're actually quite good at talking too." When ZK heard this, his face turned slightly red and he scratched his head in embarrassment, as if trying to hide his inner shyness, but he couldn't help but reveal a naive smile. Alas, it is better to return to the serious mode. For ZK, this awkward mode is a torment, a torture. ZK collected his smile and said with a straight face, "In fact, we're still really, right now, hiding from the storm. That dog Zhao Liang is right outside, and is estimated to have brought with him at least 4 true immortal realm powerhouses." When Shi heard this, she suddenly remembered the question she had been holding in the back of her mind for several days. "Ah, right. I heard that you defeated the two true immortal realm powerhouses sent by Zhao Liang to catch you a few days ago? ZK lamented. A fluke. What a fluke. I was almost caught by that what's-her-name Void Silence Fairy. No, I should say that I was already suppressed by her with a magic treasure, and I only managed to escape by chance by taking advantage of her unpreparedness and managing to break the magic treasure. Foamy, she looked concerned and said, that's still really dangerous. You're not hurt, are you? ZK laughed cheerfully and said, ha ha, no, with your blessing, my chi is still really strong. Not only have I not been caught, but I've also gotten a lot of chances lately. Saying that, ZK released his aura at the peak of the second level of the mortal immortal realm and said, look at my good fortune. In just half a month, my cultivation has already increased a lot. Foamy Shi's almond eyes widened in surprise. It's still true. Breaking through 2 levels so quickly. ZK said, alright, I'll see how the situation outside is going. With that, ZK released a trace of divine sense and checked the situation outside. Fozzie, I'd like to see that too. Any ideas? ZK frowned tightly, pondering for a moment, and suddenly a secret technique recorded in the heavenly punishment divine skill flashed in his mind, called the radiant imagery technique. In the past, he was unable to perform it due to insufficient conditions, but now in this jade pendant space, it seems that all the conditions are in place. Thus, ZK said, allow me to try. After saying that, ZK closed his eyes and concentrated, connecting his intention to this jade pendant space. Immediately afterward, he manipulated his thoughts and condensed a hazy green water screen in this space. Subsequently, from his 100 meeting point, he shot out a weak beam of thunder power that had not been enhanced by any formations in the direction of that water curtain. As expected, not surprisingly, the water screen was suddenly filled with stars and light, and these points of light in turn intertwined into a curved line. Then, ZK slowly melted his intention into this bundle of thunder power, and saw that on the water screen, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure appeared, her eyes filled with adoration and love, and she looked at ZK with a bright smile, as if she was amazed and delighted that he had successfully cast this fantastical spell. Wowka! This was actually what one had just imagined in one's mind. The reaction of Foamy after successfully casting the secret art. At that moment, the scene in the water screen suddenly changed, and Shi's figure quietly disappeared, replaced by ZK's silhouette. A rock suddenly fell from the sky and smashed on ZK's head. Swish! There was no sound. ZK hurriedly stopped performing this laser image technique. This is too scary. The thoughts in his mind were actually manifested into images, which were then seen by others. This is equivalent to the combination of brain-computer interface, water screen movie, and holographic laser projection technology. Yang Guiyao couldn't help but sigh in his heart, seeing ZK's embarrassment. She couldn't help but laugh and order with a smile. Hurry up and continue casting that spell just now. ZK scratched his head, frowning tightly, and said somewhat rascally, that spell, when it is cast, it is too depleting of yuan power. Look at me. I've only been casting it for 1 breath of time, and I'm already out of strength and can't hold on. Foamy smiled coldly and snapped, you think I don't know? You're lying again. Hurry up. Continue. ZK secretly wondered in his heart, could this girl read minds? But did not dare to delay. Hurriedly shot another image. This time the image appeared in a tall and powerful beauty. Vicious appearance. Like a tigress. Is this what I am in your mind? When She saw this, she originally had an angry look, but in the next second she couldn't hold back her laughter, which gushed out like a spring, and laughed her head off. When the laughter subsided a little, she tried to bring herself back to seriousness, staring intently at ZK and asking, let me ask you, do you love me or not? As she asked, the ZK in the image then appeared, turning into a little boy with a red face, hanging his head down and nodding gently. I ask you again, why do you love me? Love me for what? Fozzie pressed on, continuing to ask. In the image, the little boy, stunned by the question, looked at Fozzie, looking foolish, no longer knowing how to answer. Seeing this, the corners of her mouth slightly curved, revealing a touch of mischievous smile. She finally could not help but laughed. Pleasant and melodious laughter, echoing in the air. ZK smiled awkwardly and focused his attention outside the jade pendant space, and in the image, he saw Zhao Liang leading a large army and surrounding the woods. Oh, too many fallen leaves, blocking the line of sight. As Zhao Liang said that, he struck both his palms forward, and instantly, a fierce wind whistled up, blowing the fallen leaves in this forest away. Ha ha ha, this Zhao Liang is nothing more than that. With your cultivation speed, we'll be able to take revenge soon, won't we? She asked ZK in an affirmative tone while pulling ZK to sit down on the stone table in the front yard of the palace. Come, let's sit and watch slowly. This can be had. ZK took out a jug of spirit wine from his storage ring and filled it up for himself and Shi. The two of them tacitly clinked their glasses and took a sip, and then continued to focus on the situation outside. Oh, no, there are still some trees that block the view. Only Zhao Liang shook his head and turned his head to Taoist Huang Long. Huang Long, my friend, come and scrub this forest. Taoist Yellow Dragon then nodded and stepped forward on his horse, raising his hands high in the air and solemnly exclaiming, I say, let there be water, and go and wash this forest clean. Let that in which the recluse walks be revealed. Under Taoist Yellow Dragon's summoning, a raging tide suddenly emerged, as if a wild dragon had come out of the sea, surging in with unrivaled power. This tidal wave swept through the entire forest, stripping leaves and snapping branches wherever it went, eventually leaving only a bare, jagged trunk. The whole forest seemed to have gone through a devastating baptism, and seemed unusually bleak and empty. This Taoist Yellow Dragon, he couldn't be the high priest of any Feng kingdom, could he? Look at him striking out. It's like he's making a sacrifice. She laughed. It's just that making a fight look like a sacrifice. How do you look at it? It's a bit unorthodox. ZK suddenly realized. Oh, as soon as you said that, I understand why I always felt that this Yellow Dragon Taoist was quite funny. So it turns out. Foamy laughed. Oh, finally, you realize the gap between you and me, right? Here it is. Saying that, she nudged ZK's big head with her finger. ZK said, I knew it long ago, but look at me, just now. I didn't hide the jade pendant under the leaves of a withered tree or in a bird's nest. Isn't that also very resourceful? Foamy kept her mouth shut as she continued to look at the image outside. At that moment, Mr. K approached Zhao Liang and advised, there's nothing, let's go. It's unbelievable. How can you make a big living person disappear out of thin air? Zhao Liang looked at the faceless wood suspiciously, but still refused to die. Could it be that he used some kind of invisibility spell and hid? He turned to the rear and shouted, Shi Yan, my dear old fellow, come and burn this forest to the ground, and then search carefully where that boy, just now, has been hiding. Chapter 60, Crazy Shi Yan. While Shi Yan was leading the order and preparing to burn this forest where ZK and Shi were hiding, suddenly a scout dashed to report that Elder Shermu's caravan didn't head towards Sunny Rice City, but instead turned a corner towards Lvcheng. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang looked at Mr. K and threw his hands up in the air, saying, Why is this? Mr. Ge, counting with his fingers, said, this change is indeed related to Shi. Zhou Liang, what's the relevance? Mr. Ke, this is indeed unknown. However, the poor Taoist thinks that we should immediately follow up and mobilize the Bronze Armor Army of Camel City and the Peaching City Guards to immediately close in on Lvcheng. Zhao Liang looked at Shi Yan and ordered loudly, hurry up and set the fire. Hurry up and finish searching this forest. We need to leave immediately. Mr. K, we can't wait until he's finished with the search. We've got to get a move on and let Mr. Amazing Shi take charge of the fire in the search all by himself, and just come back after us when he's done. Zhao Liang nodded his head and said, well, what you said, sir, is very true. So Zhao Liang instructed Zhao Duo to immediately organize his army and set off, leaving only one chariot to escort Shi Yan. When ZK saw this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was almost facing a life and death battle. No, it was a great battle with a chance of death. After all, the other party was the 4 great true immortal realms, plus nearly 1,000 people, consisting of a clean, well-trained army of the mortal immortal realm. Moshi blinked, smiled softly, and said, Ugh, is it possible for you to capture Shi Yan alive? I want to interrogate him. ZK said with a straight face, we can't do anything now, or we'll surely lure Zhao Liang back again. Foamy slightly raised that stunningly beautiful and delicate face, her eyes flashing with an inquisitive light as she asked, why? ZK sighed and analyzed. If he and those Black Scale army didn't go to report to Zhao Liang will come back to see what's going on. If he and the Black Scale army discovered us and went to report to Zhao Liang once they did, Zhao Liang would even come back. Only if the few of them give Zhao Liang a reply saying that nothing has been found will Zhao Liang be relieved and leave on this. After hearing this, Fozzie said unwillingly, well, that makes sense. However, it's not completely without a chance. In case the right opportunity arises, It's still possible to strive to think of a way to give this scum a little color. ZK tilted his head back to look at the sky, took a deep breath, and said, well, if there's a chance, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. At the moment when ZK was talking to Fo Shi, he saw that on the water screen, Shi Yan had already set up his stance, ready to strike, waving his palms, and two blazing yuan power flames, like two fire dragons, roared majestically, and swooped straight into the grove. In the face of such shocking and astounding might, even though they were within the jade pendant space, ZK and Fo Shi also felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, as if the roaring flames had already burned into their own bodies. Even the images on the water screen seemed to be affected by this fiery heat, flickering and fluttering as snowflake-like spots surfaced. ZK took a deep breath and tried to calm his inner turmoil. He himself knew, of course, that it was actually the fluctuation of his own mind just now that caused the quality of the water screen image to drop. However, ZK still wanted to show the calmness of a mountain unchanged in front of Fo Shi. After all, he was going to be Fo Shi's backer in the future. Finally, after a long breath, ZK stabilized his mind, and the image of the water screen returned to calm. Together with the water screen image, calmness was restored, as well as the small forest outside the jade pendant space, only to see that, except for the tree trunks closest to Shi Yan, which were still emitting a few wisps of black smoke, the other tree trunks a little farther away were unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Those three black-scale army generals who stayed behind to accompany Shi Yan couldn't help but let out a loud laugh when they saw this. Among them, the leading one, the Shi Kai, even laughed so hard that even the halberd in his hand almost didn't hold on to it. He unabashedly taunted, "Is this your power at the peak of the 9th level of the mortal-immortal realm? It's simply a bunch of flowery fists that didn't even manage to set a tree on fire. Let's see how you can complete Lord Zhao's mission of turning this place into a pile of ashes. Ha 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 ha, you are simply a joke. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." Their laughter echoed between the trees, filled with disdain and ridicule for Shi Yan. Fo Shi sniffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Indeed, if Shi Yan hadn't put up such a fuss first, I'm afraid this scene wouldn't have been so comical and ridiculous. Her laughter was crisp and pleasant, like a clear spring flowing, echoing in the jade pendant space. Her smile was even more like a rose blooming, so charming that ZK couldn't help but look lost in thought. However, what was embarrassing and a great deal of fun was that just as ZK was immersed in Fo Shi's smiling face, the image on the water screen suddenly shifted and turned into an overwhelmingly beautiful woman. Fo Shi. This sudden change instantly brought ZK back to his senses. He smiled slightly awkwardly and hurriedly controlled his mind, switching the image outside. "What are you thinking again now?" Fo Shi also saw the change in that image and couldn't help but let out a pout. Her pink fist gently swinging out and pounding on ZK's shoulder, she acted with a touch of petulance, lightening the mood a little. The one who was experiencing embarrassment was also Shi Yan, whose old face was red as he explained. "It is not that I am not strong. Truly, there's no fire starter left in these woods. It's all been blown away by the gale that Lord Zhao, that fool, set off. And those trunks are damp. Look, there are a couple of puddles over there that were soaked by the flood summoned by that stupid old Taoist, Yellow Dragon. Tell me, how am I supposed to start a fire in this situation?" Those three black-scale army generals would not listen to Shi Yan's explanation, and after mocking, they continued to belittle Shi Yan. "If you can't be strong, you can't be strong. Don't make excuses. Only incompetent people always make excuses for failure. That's just it. The less capable you are, the more you look for reasons in others. Yeah, the good ones find their own way. It's the useless ones who always make excuses." Shi Yan's anger was instantly ignited. His eyes widened in anger as he roared, "You three, how dare you insult me like this? Let's see if I, today, don't burn you all to ashes." With that, Shi Yan waved his palms, and the blazing flames in his palms instantly rose up, making a gesture to attack the three black-scale army generals. "Don't you dare!" However, the three generals were undaunted, and one of them chortled contemptuously. Another person followed in a cold voice, "Beware of Lord Zhao's tendons and skinning you." The remaining person even laughed and said contemptuously, "Let you beg for your life and beg for your death." Oh, Shi Yan really didn't dare to do it. He had already betrayed the kingdom of Yushur, and if he didn't cling to the big tree of Zhaoliang, he would basically be at the end of his rope. And all of this, in his opinion, was caused by ZK. At this moment, Shi Yan's eyes were bloodshot as he raised his voice to the sky. "ZK, I'm going to kill you." Then, he waved his palms desperately, and a fire dragon struck out from his palms and flew in all directions. igniting quite a number of tree trunks in this grove. While the woods across the road were also set ablaze with a blazing fire, he continued to curse non-stop under his breath. "ZK, you damn Thai bastard. No matter where you escape to, old me will kill you, eat your flesh and drink your blood." His voice, filled with endless killing intent and anger. He looked as if he was in a state of madness. Moxie shook her head and sighed softly. "Sure enough, he betrayed Arisu because of you." ZK picked up his wine cup and drank it all in one go, saying with a righteous face, "That's their father and son who are to blame, while I, on the other hand, am acting on behalf of heaven, eliminating violence and punishing the treacherous and evil." Shi's pretty face instantly became cold. She gazed at ZK and said in a firm tone, "Then I'll send you 4 more words, get rid of the evil." After saying that, Shi stood up, her pair of almond eyes slightly narrowed, staring intently at Shi Yan's frantic figure in the water curtain. Her silver teeth clenched, and in a determined tone, she popped out a sentence. "The opportunity will never come again. Do you have the confidence to slaughter this traitor?" Chapter 61, Shi Yan's Choice. In response to this sudden comment from Shi, ZK hurriedly paused the water screen image, stood up, walked back and forth a few steps, and after a little contemplation, responded cautiously, "Frankly speaking, I don't have much certainty about directly decapitating Shi Yan. If I really want to act, I'm afraid that I can only resort to a sneak attack, and perhaps I can bring some damage to him." When Moxie heard this, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes as she pursued, "Then, a few days ago, how did you manage to defeat those 2 true immortal realm powerhouses?" ZK said, "This is mainly because of the mutual birth and mutual restraint. My lightning attribute gong method happens to be able to restrain the water attribute gong method used by the 2 of them, while their water attribute gong method is unable to break through my defense, the prisoner Taro Xuanwu Gong. But Shi Yan, this old man, cultivates a fire attribute gong method, which happens to be able to restrain my prisoner Taro Xuanwu Gong. That's why I don't feel completely sure. When we also have true immortal realm strength, we will be the first to kill this traitor." She said indignantly, then turned around and flung his sleeves, sitting heavily back on top of the stone bench, as if he wanted to vent all his anger on this stone. After a few more moments of contemplation, ZK let out a long sigh and reactivated the water screen image. He stared intently at Shi Yan's almost frantic behavior in the image, gently rubbing the wineglass in his hand absently while carefully observing Shi Yan's actions. In the image, Shi Yan was coming closer and closer. Presumably he was trying to get closer to each tree trunk so as not to waste his yuan power. Meanwhile, the 3 black scale troopers in the distance were sitting around the chariot, leisurely sipping spirit wine, talking and laughing with disdain and mockery towards Shi Yan. From time to time, they cast contemptuous glances at Shi Yan, their voices full of taunts and ridicule. There, ZK was secretly happy in his heart, taking advantage of the black scale army soldiers' negligence. When Shi Yan sidestepped and slapped out a string of chain palms, ZK decisively released his flying scythe outside of the jade pendant space, and with the high-speed rotation of the flying scythe, the direction of the string of fire dragon attacks instantly changed. Shi Yan was in a state of madness at this moment. He completely didn't understand why the fire dragon that he had shot out, inexplicably, made a U-turn. It went straight towards those 3 black scale troopers. What a tactic! She couldn't help but marvel. "Your trick is really ingenious. Not only can borrowing power be used for attack, but it can also be used as a means of defense. Just like Emperor Yu's water treatment. Since he couldn't stop the flood frontal, he diverted this flood away. I think that you still have hope of taking down that traitor Shi Yan." ZK couldn't help but nod his head as he listened. "Well, it should be. It should be." Yang Guiyao also couldn't help but nod his head, secretly thinking, this is the same as the Duodis shifted of the Muyang family in Jin Yang's writing, and the Qian Kuan de Nuai of the Ming sect, which is similar to the same thing. At this moment, Shi Yan's heart was in a great hurry, and he saw his hands busy, slapping out a few more palms, wanting to salvage something, but there was no turning back from the open bow, and instead of his efforts changing anything, he slapped out a few more fire dragons in the direction of the soldiers of the Black Scale Army. Look out! The Black Scale Army officer at the head, after all, still had the 5th level of the immortal realm cultivation, and reacted quickly, noticing the sudden attack in time, and immediately executed a set of powerful combinations of fists and palms, which obviously weakened the power of the fire dragon's attack. But under the impact of the aftermath of these nearly 10 fire dragons, the horsehair of the horses pulling the chariot's service was still set on fire in many places, and those horses then all let out a neigh and galloped away. and the chariot followed with a clanking run. All three black scales, however, were still in place and fell to the ground with a single heel. Have you eaten your bear heart and leopard's gall? How dare you sneak attack us? The leading officer of the black scale army climbed up, hurriedly patted out the flames on his clothes and hair, and pointed at Shi Luo and roared angrily. Shi Luo hurriedly spread both hands and explained. No, I didn't do it on purpose. I was careless. You go and explain it to Lord Zhao, the officer said coldly, followed by a whistle that summoned the 4 service horses back. Ignoring Shi Luo's repeated explanations, the 3 of them quickly straightened out the tangled reins, jumped onto their horses, and with the sound of giddy-up, spurred their horses into a gallop, galloping towards the direction of Zhao Liang's army. Even the 4th horse was taken away, not leaving even a little hope for Shi Luo. Looking at the backs of the 3 black scale army riding away, Shi Luo instantly lost his strength, disheveled and fell to the ground, unable to help the old tears, bewildered and at a loss as to what to do. The first thing that came to his mind was to immediately chase after them, so that he could at least have a chance to explain, and not allow Lord Zhao Liang to be easily misled by the one-sided words of those 3. However, he knew that it was extremely difficult to explain clearly. After all, his fire attribute Yuan power had indeed struck those 3 people, and once Lord Zhao personally checked the injuries, he would be in a situation where he could hardly defend himself. What's worse, he failed to fully carry out Lord Zhao's orders and turned this place into a scorched earth. With this old dog's temper, I'm afraid it would be hard to escape the chastisement. Coupled with the fact that he had injured 3 members of the Black Scale Army, he could basically conclude that he could not possibly have a good ending. He even wanted to go after them and finish off the 3. But upon calm reflection, he was convinced that it was an almost impossible task to finish off, without missing a single one, 3 people in this very short period of time. Moreover, the 3 were riding away on horseback, and Zhao Liang's army had only just left, so it was almost impossible for him to catch up with the 3 before they escaped into the army's view. Time was running out. Shi Luo forced himself to pull himself together, stood up with difficulty, and sprinted in the direction of Shui City. If he didn't leave, Zhao Liang might send someone to arrest him. He had already made the decision to stop following Zhao Liang, and there was only one place for him to go in the big world, the Aristotle tribe, the most powerful feudal state in the south. There was his only hope there, an old friend of his who was a core elder of the Aristotle clan tribe. As for the Ghost Farm country in the north, that was Zhao Liang's lair, so of course he couldn't go there. To the west, he did not have a human base and was not the first choice for the Qiangfan kingdom and the kingdom of the Fish Eater clan. As for Baiyue, Sanmiu, Beiqiang, Cao Yu, Injin, and Tanjun Joseon, I heard that they were still living the days of drinking blood and slash-and-burn farming, which was too barbaric to be within Shi Luo's choice. Of course, Lvcheng still had attachments that he couldn't let go of, and before he left, he had to go and arrange things properly. Inside the Jade Pendant space, seeing that Shi Luo did not go after Zhao Liang's army, but instead darted in the opposite direction, towards Shui City, She turned to ZK, with an undeniable firmness in his tone. Since he's not going to meet Zhao Liang anymore, he can pay for his treason with his life. You, now, have the confidence to put him on the spot, don't you? ZK responded after a brief pause, but he just rolled up some belongings and left.